Death is merely another grand adventure. A soul that was destined to perish finds itself in the magical realm of Harry Potter. Shielded from the corruption of dark magic, it embarks on a journey to explore the arcane arts. Chapter 1. Death as the prelude to a great journey. London. The sky looms dark and dreary, draped in a persistent rain. Two figures hastily navigate a bustling, old-fashioned street, dashing through a large iron gate, beyond which hangs a dilapidated sign. Askew on the wall. Upon closer inspection, the corroded metal reveals the inscription Woods Orphanage. Behind the gate lies a barren courtyard, and at its rear stands a square, foreboding building, its somber facade accentuated by the dim sky. Ascending the steps, the elder of the two forcefully pushes open the door with a resounding thud. The sound of hurried footsteps echoes in the foyer, as they disregard the need to change out of their rain-soaked attire. Crossing the neatly tiled black and white entrance, and traversing the stone staircase into the corridor. The wooden floorboards, aged and in disrepair, creak irritatingly beneath their weight, eventually halting before a small room that mirrors the exterior starkness, yet remains clean and orderly. Mrs. Cole rapped twice on the door before stepping inside. The small room is crowded with people, both young and old. Most of the children are clad in identical gray, fitted robes, their cheeks flushed, suggesting they are well cared for, yet the atmosphere remains heavy and oppressive. A girl sits at the head of a bed, her head bowed as she quietly sobs, "Oh no, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have let Henry go to the roof to fetch the kite. Woe is me, Henry. It's all my fault." Her companion stands beside her, offering comfort. In the center of the bed lies a frail figure, head wrapped in bandages stained with speckles of blood, eyes tightly shut, pallid yet not detrimentally so beneath a handsome visage. Covered by a thin gray blanket, he appears to be in a deep slumber, his breathing somewhat rapid, yet remarkably tranquil. The dim candlelight illuminates the newcomers. Mrs. Cole, a gaunt elderly woman with graying hair and a face lined with deep wrinkles, exudes vitality and vigor. Her prominent cheekbones and furrowed brow convey a sense of seriousness and concern, respected by those around her, as evidenced by their reverent gazes. A middle-aged woman, her apron stained and hands nervously wringing it, approaches, her eyes filled with worry. Mrs. Cole, Dr. Slant. Mrs. Cole nods reassuringly. "Amy, do not fret. I have summoned Dr. Slant." She steps aside to reveal Dr. Slant, clad in a white coat and carrying a medical bag. Upon seeing him, the children in the room collectively exhale in relief, the atmosphere brightening considerably. Dr. Slant is an attractive man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and a well-groomed beard, exuding reliability. He frequently visits the orphanage to provide free consultations, eliciting a mix of affection and exasperation from the children. "All right, children, please step outside and give the doctor some space." Mrs. Cole ushers the children away from the small room and earnestly addresses Dr. Slant. "I entrust this to you, Doctor." Slant, his expression serious, nods solemnly. "I shall do my utmost." He takes a seat at the bedside, carefully removing the bandages to reveal a gruesome sight, nearly causing him to gasp in shock. Thank goodness the children were not present. The sight would surely haunt their dreams. He meticulously cleans the blood from Henry's head and, after a thorough examination, astonishingly discovers that the child has only sustained superficial injuries. According to Mrs. Cole, she witnessed Henry plummet from the rooftop of the 4th floor, landing headfirst and rolling several times. Yet now, he merely bears surface wounds, his skull unfractured. This is nothing short of a miracle. Upon further inspection, it becomes evident that Henry likely fainted from shock aside from applying some ointment to promote healing. All that is required is rest. "Dr. Slant, how is Henry?" Amy asks, her lips quivering, believing the doctor's pause signifies grave news. "Henry is fine," Dr. Slant announces with relief. "But how could he possibly survive a fall from such a height?" Mrs. Cole murmurs, her expression a mixture of relaxation and concern. It is not that she doubts Dr. Slant's medical skills. It is simply unfathomable that one could survive a fall from the 4th floor unscathed. "Henry is indeed fine. We merely need to wait for him to awaken." Dr. Slant reassures her gently. "This is a miracle," he exclaims, exhilarated. Mrs. Cole and Amy finally feel their anxiety dissipate. Amy strides out of the room, eager to share the good news with the other children. "Thank you so much, Dr. Slant. This is fortunate news worthy of a toast. Come, let us celebrate in my office with some gin," Mrs. Cole suggests, her demeanor now completely relaxed and generous in her offer. If Dr. Slant asserts that all is well, then certainly all is well. This is a testament to the exceptional medical expertise he has exhibited over the past decade. Perhaps another time. However, Dr. Slant hesitates. "What is it?" Mrs. Cole's heart, which had just settled, leaps once more. Though Henry's head is uninjured, We cannot yet ascertain if he will suffer any aftereffects from the shock. We shall only know when he awakens, Dr. Slant explains apologetically. I will continue to monitor his condition. With that, the doctor declines Mrs. Cole's invitation and departs the orphanage. Hung Rue recalls the moment they were on the brink of escaping the inferno, only to be met with a deafening explosion behind them, leaving him engulfed in searing pain. Then, he felt his body weightless, soaring upward, as if returned to the warm embrace of a nurse in his infancy, everything imbued with a sense of joy. He realized he had likely succumbed to death. Yet he did not fear death. He believed it to be merely the commencement of another grand journey. Regrettably, he wondered about the child he had held. As long as the child survived, his death would hold meaning. Suddenly, a jolt roused him, and he felt as though he had slipped from that embrace, plummeting, before being thrust back into a corporeal form, his once ethereal consciousness now, weighed down by something tangible. Soon his fingers stirred involuntarily. Ugh, he groaned. Henry has awakened. Yea, a chorus of jubilant shouts from children fills the air around him. Hung Rue slowly opened his eyes, dim candlelight illuminating the small room, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. He turned his gaze to find several children of varying heights gathered around him. The room sparse, devoid of excessive decoration, featuring only an old wardrobe, a wooden chair, and a worn desk. His eyes drifted to the ceiling, simply adorned with faint European motifs, modest yet not lacking in charm. Ouched at a sudden jolt of pain coursed through his head, and as he reached to touch his forehead, a pair of gentle hands intercepted him. Calloused yet tender, they restrained him with care. Your head injury is not yet healed. Dr. Slant has just applied medicine, and you mustn't touch it yet. A soft voice, imbued with concern, reached his ears. Following the arm, he beheld a face aged by life's trials, yet her eyes retained a softness that spoke of compassion. Very well. Henry has awakened. He requires rest. Children, it is time for you to retire as well. Amy Dawson released her grip on Hung Rue's hand and turned, extending her arms in a gesture of dismissal. The mischievous children made faces and scampered out of the small room. However, a slender figure seized the opportunity to evade Amy's outstretched arms, bursting into tears as she dashed to the bedside. Woo, Henry, I'm so sorry. I promise I won't let you fetch the kite again. And thank you. A few tears fell onto Hung Rue's chest, a release of pent-up emotions that a face, flushed in contrast to the dim candlelight, caught the eye-large, sea-green eyes, a prominent nose adorned with freckles, a testament to youthful vitality. Soon, Amy ushered the girl away. Rest well, Henry. Until tomorrow. With a final good night, Amy extinguished the oil lamp and exited the room. Listening to the floorboards creak in a fading echo, Hung Rue lay in bed, lost in contemplation. Henry? Who is that? Me? But I thought I had already died. Is this a case of borrowing a corpse or reincarnation? As waves of intense pain coursed through his head, Hung Rue resolved to abandon his musings. Never mind, Henry it is. From this day forth, I shall be Henry. Tomorrow's matters can wait until tomorrow. With such thoughts, Henry surrendered to slumber. Chapter 2 Amnesia? What? Henry has lost his memory? Lady Cole rose in astonishment, nearly spilling the gin from her glass due to her violent tremor. Oblivious to the potential mess. It is not a complete amnesia. He still retains common sense. Yet all memories associated with us have vanished, Amy lamented. Previously, Henry would address her with reverence, affectionately calling her Nanny Amy. But this morning, when he timidly inquired about her name, it broke her heart. Perhaps this is what Slant referred to as the aftermath. Lady Cole mused, her thoughts lingering on the matter, ultimately unable to quell her concern. I must call Slant to examine Henry's condition again. She adjusted her attire, removed her hat from the entryway, and prepared to leave. Just before stepping out, she turned and asked, by the way, where is Henry? He is still in his small room. Diana is taking care of him. Lady Cole nodded and exited to find Dr. Slant. Meanwhile, in Henry's small room. Henry, this is the apple one peeled. It is my first attempt. Come, open your mouth. Ah, not hungry? It does look rather unappealing. Then, Henry, this is the chocolate I saved up. Come, open your mouth. Ah. Henry declined the apple, which was reduced to a mere core, casting a disapproving glance at the girl and the approaching chocolate bar. Diana, I am perfectly fine. You need not fuss over me like this. Upon awakening once more, Henry realized he had not received any memories of the past, as one might expect from a novel. Faced with the gentle inquiries of the nanny, he felt compelled to fabricate a tale of amnesia. Fortunately, the remnants of the original persona's knowledge remained. He could comprehend English and speak it fluently with a London accent, which, coupled with his head injury, provided a plausible explanation that successfully evaded suspicion, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, once Diana, the girl who had previously embraced him in guilt, discovered his amnesia, everything changed. Diana eagerly volunteered to take charge of his care, leading to the current scenario. Henry, you are an injured party. You require my attention. Diana emitted a sweet, playful tone, attempting to charm Henry into accepting her care. Yet your care seems to treat me as an infant. You even followed me to the restroom earlier. I am quite well now, with no issues at all. Henry thumped his frail chest, suppressing a cough to feign bravado. He had just learned from Amy that the Western United States had engaged in its first large-scale armed conflict during the Cold War, casting a watchful eye over the world, while the Eastern Red regime was embroiled in chaos on the brink of collapse. Here he was, situated in Britain, surrounded by the sea, currently devoid of worries regarding food and shelter. However, if he failed to keep pace with the world, he would inevitably be left behind. Contemplating the future evolution of global dynamics, he yearned for a moment of quiet reflection on life. Yet he could not bring himself to intimidate a young girl, especially one whose every action was aimed at providing him with the best. Fortunately, Henry, how do you feel? A steady and resonant London accent echoed through the room as Dr. Slant entered, followed closely by Mrs. Cole and Amy. In that moment, Henry beheld the doctor, clad in a white coat, as a benevolent angel sent to alleviate his suffering. I feel much better, though I can't seem to recall anything from before. Who are you? Henry hastily prepared to rise and greet him, inadvertently dodging a chocolate bar that Diana had thrust towards him. Yet, he was taken aback by a sudden darkness, causing his body to sway slightly. I am Dr. Slant Davin. During my previous visits for free consultations, you were my diligent assistant. We are allies. You may simply call me Slant. But for now, refrain from moving. You need to rest and avoid getting out of bed. Dr. Slant gently steadied Henry, encouraging him to recline once more. Have some chocolate. It can alleviate your dizziness. You haven't tea eaten in over a day and need to replenish your energy. He gestured for Diana to feed Henry the chocolate in her hand. Henry could not escape his fate. Desperately, he took a large bite of the chocolate bar offered by Diana, eliciting giggles from the girl. He considered surrendering to his treatment. After all, what did it matter if he was a child? He mused whimsically about the situation. Aside from my memory loss, are there any other abnormalities in your body? Dr. Slant inquired patiently. For now, just that, Henry responded. Oh. By the way, he pondered whether his transformation into a child had also altered his temperament. Taking a deep, exaggerated breath. What is it? Dr. Slant paused, a note of concern in his voice. Mrs. Cole and Amy instinctively tightened their grip on each other's hands. I also have a headache. Mrs. Cole released Amy's hand and strode forward with an unexpected vigor for someone in her 80s, delivering a light smack atop Henry's bandaged head. Cough. Of course. I didn't use much force, she declared. You deserve it for your exaggerated breathing. Amy fidgeted, clearly wishing to join in the playful reprimand. Ouch. Though it didn't hurt, Henry feigned pain, covering his head with his hands and gazing at the three with wide, innocent eyes, hoping to elicit sympathy. Unfortunately, his acting fell flat. Even Diana was not fooled, let alone the experienced adults. Diana hid behind her hands, stifling her laughter while making faces at Henry. Dr. Slant, however, was not angered. He believed that such playful banter was beneficial for the amnesiac child, a sign that the previous incident had not left a psychological scar. This was a positive development. After thoroughly examining Henry and confirming there were no other anomalies, the doctor took his leave. It's a relief to know you're well. Now let that child contend with Amy and Diana, for he must learn that offending a woman is ultimately unwise. As night fell and the girls who had cared for him and his companions departed, Henry propped himself up, leaning against the soft pillow as he gazed out the window. Though his head still throbbed faintly, his mind was clear. In his past life, he was an orphan, and now in this life, he found himself in the same plight. Was this fate's design? Yet in this life, the care he received from the headmaster and his companions was far more gracious than the tormentors of his previous existence. Uncertain of the fate of the child he saved before his demise, Henry's thoughts drifted restlessly, soon turning to his own miraculous survival. It was said that the original owner of this body had plummeted from a height equivalent to the 4th floor, landing headfirst, yet emerged with nothing more than superficial injuries, devoid of any fractures. No wonder Dr. Slant had expressed his astonishment during the examination, repeatedly exclaiming about the miracle. In a previous life, this would undoubtedly have been sensational news, perhaps even elevating him to the status of a chosen one in the eyes of the media. Henry mused with a hint of vanity. The name Wood's Orphanage felt oddly familiar. He patted his head in an attempt to jog his memory, which resulted in a sharp pang of pain, yet he could not recall where he had encountered that name. Nevertheless, he resolved to contemplate how to earn a living after leaving the orphanage, should it be through stocks or the lottery. Such was the quandary. The night passed in silence. Chapter 3. The Eerie Room 1 on the 3rd floor. After pleading with Aunt Amy for several days, Henry finally received permission to leave his bed and move about. Eagerly, he stepped outside the confines of the room that had held him captive for days, relishing the hard-won sunlight and freedom. A small shadow trailed behind him. Diana followed closely, fearful of his potential missteps. After several unsuccessful attempts to persuade Diana to play on her own, Henry conceded to her companionship. After all, he too wished to gain a deeper understanding of this world, and children were often more forthcoming with their insights. As Henry squinted in contemplation, Diana animatedly pointed out various things in the courtyard, recounting events that had transpired there, seemingly eager to share everything she knew to aid Henry in regaining his memories. Though her intentions were kind, they left Henry feeling somewhat uneasy. "Look, that's where you fell," Diana exclaimed, pointing to a corner of the fourth-floor building. "To fall from such a height and emerge unscathed. Henry, you are truly remarkable." She looked at him with admiration, her large, sea-green eyes sparkling with flecks of golden light. Henry managed a shy smile, for he too was perplexed as to how he had survived such an improbable event. However, given that his soul had undergone a complete transformation into this new body, perhaps surviving a fall from such heights was not as extraordinary after all. Politely, he gazed at the spot from which he had fallen, nodding in an attempt to shift the conversation. Henry uttered in surprise. He noticed that directly below where he had fallen, there was a locked room with a window, which he counted to be the first room along the corridor of the third floor, while all other rooms had their doors and windows open to allow for ventilation. This particular room stood in stark contrast, exuding an unsettling aura. It appeared dark and foreboding, as if it could consume everything, even the sunlight. A shiver coursed through him, prompting concern from the girl beside him. Was it an illusion? Henry furrowed his brow and pondered deeply. No, it was not an illusion. This body had experienced something unusual. This room was indeed problematic. A significant problem. I'm Euphina. By the way, Diana, do you know who resides in that room? He inquired. Where? Diana asked curiously. Glancing around. Just below where I fell, Henry pointed out. Oh, that room. Diana replied. Diana followed the direction of her finger and realized that the house had been devoid of inhabitants for quite some time. Mrs. Cole and Nurse Amy forbade them from approaching, claiming that entering would bring misfortune, and they cited numerous examples to support their warnings. However, how could that be? Had she forgotten? They had sneaked inside several times. And aside from the usual furniture found in every room, there was nothing else. No wardrobe. Nothing entertaining at all. Henry, do you still want to go in? We could sneak past Nurse Amy and slip inside quietly. Henry gazed at Diana in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that the typically gentle and fragile Diana harbored a rebellious and adventurous spirit within her. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided against it. Why was it that he could distinctly sense something amiss, while Diana perceived no abnormalities? Could it be that the invisible is indeed tranquil and untroubled? His intuition suggested a significant connection between the original occupant's fall from the rooftop and the secrets of that room. Ignoring the eerie house was not in his nature. Not only was he motivated to uncover the truth behind the original occupant's demise, but he also wished to prevent others from falling under the room's strange influence. He resolved to investigate, believing that a cautious approach would be prudent. So, was it a curse or something supernatural? Since his rebirth, his scientific worldview had been challenged, and he maintained a cautious attitude towards such unfounded claims. Better to believe in the possibility than dismiss it entirely. After all, what if it were true? However, he could not drag Diana into his curiosity. Instead, he planned to venture in alone later that night. Just a quick look. If anything seemed off, he would retreat immediately. Henry wisely refrained from suggesting an immediate exploration, choosing instead to revel in the rare warmth of the London sun. As night fell, the hall of the building was illuminated. Dinner consisted of toast accompanied by thick soup. Although the meal was simple, the children, worn out from a day of play, relished it with great delight. After the meal, Henry feigned fatigue and sought a moment's respite, retreating to a small room to escape Diana's attentive care. He lay on the bed, closing his eyes to rejuvenate, and only opened them again once the children were called in by Amy to rest. As the waning crescent moon ascended to the sky, the wooden boards outside ceased their creaking. Henry then cautiously pulled back the covers and stealthily moved to the door, pressing his ear to listen for a moment. He opened the door slightly and slipped outside, treading softly along the base of the wall towards the third floor, making sure each step fell precisely on the joints of the floorboards to avoid any sound. Henry scanned his surroundings warily, terrified of encountering Mrs. Cole or Amy. As he slowly approached the first door in the third-floor corridor, the door was locked, but by the light of the moon filtering through the corridor, He noticed the lock was well-oiled and smooth, suggesting it had been well-maintained. Intriguingly, the lock itself was loose, not firmly secured within the keyhole. He gently unfastened the chain, pressing a hand over his racing heart, and pushed the door lightly. It emitted a faint creak as it gradually opened inward. The room was enveloped in a profound silence, stark and bare, devoid of any embellishment. Like the other chambers, it housed an old wardrobe, a wooden chair, and a metal bed, lacking the eerie accumulation of objects one might expect. Through the grimy window, the once luminous moonlight appeared particularly strange, casting a ghastly pallor throughout the interior. Henry cautiously stepped into the room, glancing around and noting that, despite its long abandonment, the floor was impeccably clean, save for the soiled window, an anomaly in itself. He carefully navigated around the wooden chair by the door and approached the dilapidated wardrobe nestled in the corner. After all, it was the only place where something might be concealed. The wardrobe, constructed of wood, bore several prominent cracks on its door, likely a result of neglect over the years. Centrally engraved on the wardrobe door was a name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Henry stared blankly at the name, reminiscent of his first encounter with the orphanage of Wool. A flicker of recognition just out of reach. He lingered before the wardrobe door for a moment, then resolved to open it directly. The instant his hand grasped the handle, a chilling sensation coursed from his fingertips to his heart. The cracks, which should have been mere signs of weathering, cast peculiar shadows in the pale moonlight, resembling a snake's face etched by human hands. Henry froze, an inexplicable sensation creeping over him, as if something lurked in the shadows, scrutinizing him. He scanned the surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Yet, the feeling of being malevolently observed lingered persistently. Chapter 4. The Serpentine Pendant gazing at the desolate expanse around him. Henry sighed, mentally reassuring himself. Just a quick glance, and then I shall depart. Trust in science. The supernatural cannot exist. After fortifying his resolve, he mustered the courage to extend his hand once more. Contending with the slick, frigid touch, he cautiously pried open a narrow gap, leaning closer to the moonlight to peer inside the wardrobe. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke billowed forth, engulfing Henry's face, causing him to stagger backward and tumble to the ground. "It has appeared," Henry murmured softly, instantly regretting his insatiable curiosity. Had he not been drawn here by his inquisitiveness, he would not have encountered such bizarre occurrences. He lamented his ill fortune. After all, Dana and the others had ventured in without incident. Yet he was beset by calamity upon his arrival. The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, leaving no room for Henry's self-pity. The black smoke coalesced into a serpentine form, and before he could fully comprehend what was transpiring, he discerned a snake's head adorned with 2 crimson points, only to be swiftly invaded by the black serpent. Instantly, a chilling sensation enveloped Henry, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Warmth fled his body, and his heart felt as though gripped by a frigid hand. Then silence reigned. Had a serpent truly slithered into his being? Yet, upon examination, he detected no anomalies. His limbs moved as usual, as if the entire incident had merely been a fleeting dream. He stood up, panting heavily, and reached for the wardrobe door once more. This time, it felt nothing like the previous slick, icy chill, but rather akin to the sensation of touching a serpent's skin. The wardrobe door was slowly pulled open, releasing a long-concealed scent that was not overly unpleasant. To Henry's astonishment, the wardrobe was not as empty as Dana had claimed. Instead, several tattered, patched garments hung from the rod, and a small cardboard box rested on the top shelf, the only other item present. Ignoring the worn clothes, Henry gazed up at the box, his intuition suggesting that it contained something of significance. He tiptoed, carefully retrieving the box and lifting the lid. Indeed, nestled inside was a serpent-shaped pendant, its material resembling black crystal, with 2 red gems embedded in the eyes of the serpent's head, reminiscent of the black smoke that had transformed into a serpent earlier. The pale moonlight illuminated the pendant, making the serpent appear as if it could spring to life at any moment. After a thorough search yielded no further discoveries, Henry gently restored everything to its original state. Suddenly, a flickering light appeared at the staircase, followed by a tense voice. Who's there?" Recognizing the voice of Granny Amy, Henry instinctively considered fleeing, but quickly reconsidered, realizing that such an action would betray his guilty conscience. He shoved his hands into his pockets, gripping the pendant tightly, and stood rigidly in place, awaiting the light's approach. As Amy approached with an oil lamp, she saw Henry and sighed in relief, exclaiming, "I thought it was a thief. Henry, what are you doing here? It's already time for bed." With a quick glance, Henry feigned composure and replied, "I've rested enough. I couldn't sleep, so I came out for some fresh air." Amy playfully poked his forehead, feigning anger, and said, "If you can't sleep, just go to bed later. Your injuries haven't fully healed. You need to rest more." Henry's tense body relaxed immediately as he nodded in agreement, quickly passing by Amy to head downstairs. Just as he was about to take a deep breath and fully unwind, Amy's distant, somber voice echoed behind him. "By the way, you didn't enter this room, did you?" With his back turned to her, Henry felt a chill creep down his spine, that icy sensation washing over him again. The air he had inhaled lodged in his throat, and an uneasy nausea settled in his stomach. Henry jolted, cursing himself silently, and then stiffly turned around, shaking his head. No, no. Amy's face was partially shrouded in the dim light of the lamp, her expression shifting as the flames flickered, revealing a range of emotions. She pursed her lips, scrutinizing Henry, her features losing their usual softness. Suddenly, she reached for the chain behind her. "No, this lock isn't secured yet." Henry despaired as he watched her hand approach the chain. He contemplated confessing, rationalizing that it was not a grave matter. Even if the serpent existed, who could say it wasn't merely a dream? No one would believe him anyway. You wouldn't dare." After tugging at the chain a few times, she remarked with ease, "The lock remains firmly secured." Henry stood in astonishment, his mouth agape. He distinctly recalled that he had not locked the door due to the absence of a key. He merely pretended it was secured. Why had Amy not noticed? Could it be that she deliberately wished to shield him from the truth? Yet, there seemed to be no necessity for such an act. Amy believed that her tone had frightened Henry, and she sighed inwardly. After all, he was still a child, and there was no need to intimidate him so. "I have previously warned you that there are significant issues within this house. Perhaps you have forgotten, so I shall reiterate. Make sure to remember this time." Henry pursed his lips. This was merely a tactic commonly employed to frighten children, using the experiences of others to terrorize those who have yet to encounter such events. Whether those incidents had genuinely occurred remained debatable. Nonetheless, that room indeed harbored some mysteries, at the very least. The connection between the snake and the serpent-shaped pendant warranted further investigation, and he needed to ascertain whether his own well-being had been compromised. Chapter 5. Amy's suffering as she spoke, her gaze sharpened, and she grasped Henry's hand. "Can you fathom the horror of having all memories intact, except for a crucial piece of the puzzle? I cannot recall what transpired in the cave. It feels as though it has been deliberately erased from my mind. Since that incident, my life has felt cursed, plagued by illness and suffering that visit me with alarming regularity. My husband has sacrificed everything for my treatment, yet now he cannot even afford to tend to his own ailments." At this juncture, Amy's voice faltered. "Oh, and my children," she lamented in a fragile whisper. "I had 3 opportunities to embrace motherhood, and despite my utmost caution, I lost them in the final month for various reasons. My dear children." Henry's eyes stung with unshed tears. He could hardly bear it. How could someone as kind as Amy have committed such grievous errors in the past? Why was she subjected to such punishment? He enveloped the elderly woman in his embrace, hoping to impart warmth to her beleaguered spirit. Fortunately, Amy, seasoned by life's tempests, quickly regained her composure. She gently disengaged from Henry, embarrassed, and turned away to retrieve a tattered handkerchief, hastily dabbing her face and blowing her nose before returning to speak. "I am fortunate that Lady Cole has taken me in and provided me with a manageable job, enabling me to afford my treatments and medications. As for poor Dennis, oh Dennis, I have heard he too is beset by illness, having succumbed to organ failure before reaching the age of 30. It feels as though we are both cursed. What malevolent deeds did that wretched child perpetrate upon us in the cave? He is a monster. No, a devil." Amy muttered curses against the former occupant of room 1 on the 3rd floor, her eyes glistening with tears as she implored Henry with a gaze that sought validation. Longing to hear his affirmation that her experiences were not mere figments of her imagination, that she had not projected her misfortunes onto another. She sought proof that she had not yet lost her sanity. Reluctantly, Henry accepted the oil lamp, supporting Amy as he reassured her, "Take heart, dear lady. I believe you." He earnestly vowed, "I shall never set foot in that room again." From Henry's comforting words, Amy drew immense strength, her face breaking into a grateful smile. However, tonight's patrol was abruptly interrupted. Wait, what did Granny Amy mention earlier? Conversations with snakes? The cave by the sea? These matters sound like tales spun from fantasy. Yet what if they were indeed experiences lived by Granny Amy herself, coupled with the orphanage name that had long piqued his interest and the connection to the room's owner? Tom Riddle. The conclusion drawn was nothing short of explosive. Henry suppressed the tumultuous emotions surging within him and, seemingly casually, inquired, "Granny Amy, what was your name before?" "Amy Benson." Amy, seated on the iron bed, had just emerged from her reverie of the past and was taken aback. How do you know that? I haven't used that name in ages. She looked at Henry, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Haven't you forgotten everything about the past? How could you remember my name from my youth? Moreover, she had no recollection of ever mentioning that name in Henry's presence. A wave of guilt washed over Henry. He silently vowed never to deceive this woman, who had endured so much hardship, again. He attempted to divert her attention, feigning curiosity, and asked, "But why does Mrs. Cole refer to you as Amy Dole?" The mention of her surname reminded Amy of her husband's illness, deepening her sorrow. She longed to weep openly, yet felt embarrassed to do so in front of the children. With a heavy heart, she explained, "Dole is my husband's name. Naturally, I took his surname upon marriage." Just as the door to the nursery closed, Henry heard the muffled sounds of weeping behind him. The information received tonight was overwhelming. Throughout his journey, he mentally revisited the key details he had gathered, yet all conclusions pointed to the same truth. This world was not as simple as he had previously imagined, and he was increasingly confident that he could prove this place to be the magical realm of Harry Potter. Chapter 6. Fragmented Information of the Magical World, Part 1. Henry leaned against the window, gazing at the moonlight cascading outside, stroking his chin as he pieced together the conclusions like a jigsaw puzzle. Engaging in conversation with snakes indicated that the individual could understand and utilize the serpent's language for communication. In the canon of the Harry Potter series, this ability is regarded as the malevolent Parseltongue, viewed with disdain by ordinary wizards. A master of this language can command ordinary snakes and even magical serpentine creatures to act according to their will. According to the lore, only those with a hereditary connection or exceptional linguistic talent can wield such power. This concept stands alone even among countless multiverses, marked by its distinctiveness. Proficient use of Parseltongue signifies the birth of a true speaker of serpents. Within the entire Harry Potter series, aside from the infamous Dark Wizard, he who shall not be named, who birthed the world's first basilisk, only the Slytherin lineage and a handful of others possess this skill. All these wizards are renowned for their profound achievements in magic, wielding significant influence, regardless of their moral compass. However, due to the heavy toll that the last, most notorious Parselmouth inflicted upon the British magical community, Parseltongue has become regarded as the ultimate taboo among ordinary wizards. Certainly, there are those such as druids and the heart of nature who can communicate with animals, but the inclusion of the name Tom alters the context entirely. A name serves as a codename. Tom Marvolo Riddle is the moniker of the most formidable antagonist within the Harry Potter series. The enigmatic figure whose name was deemed too perilous to utter prior to the establishment of his dark sorcery. Upon discovering his true lineage, he developed a profound aversion to this appellation. Tom rearranged the letters of his name and adopted the title Voldemort, placing a curse upon it. Merely invoking this name allows him to sense your location, even through magical barriers, greatly facilitating the remote tracking efforts of his followers and enabling them to unleash carnage. The middle name Marvolo derives from his maternal grandfather, representing the source of his noble bloodline, which can be traced back to Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. During the grim and brutal witch hunts of the Middle Ages, he, alongside 3 like-minded companions, established Hogwarts to protect vulnerable witches and wizards from the persecution of ordinary humans. He also founded Slytherin House, named after himself, based on his own recruitment philosophy, demanding that his students possess pure blood, ambition, cunning, adaptability, a belief in power and glory, unwavering resolve, and the wisdom to preserve themselves while adhering to the principle of victory above all. However, due to Slytherin's stubborn and dictatorial nature, coupled with his obsessive and dangerous experiments involving the blood of magical creatures, his intellect suffered significant upheaval. This wise and elegant wizard, renowned for his formidable prowess, gradually became extreme and cruel, consumed by a thirst for power. Or perhaps this was merely a hidden facet of his persona, restrained and obscured from the world. In his later years, he became estranged from former friends, abandoning Hogwarts and vanishing from sight. It remains debatable whether Slytherin's potential infusion of magical creature blood has diluted the nobility of his lineage, or if it is the primary cause of his descendants' obsessive madness and psychological instability. Nonetheless, one must concede that his bloodline possesses an exceptional magical aptitude. Speaking Parseltongue has almost become a defining trait of this lineage. In this light, pure blood indeed confers certain advantages in the realm of magic. Not only does it harbor a rich reservoir of innate magical power, but those who grow up alongside adult wizards and pureblood families are introduced to magic at an earlier age, affording them a head start in their studies. Furthermore, Pureblood families often hold a significant portion of wealth and knowledge, with some family libraries surpassing the collections of the Ministry of Magic. In the wizarding world, the knowledge contained within books translates to power. Throughout magical history, potent spells have emerged, continuously crafted by brilliant minds. Yet, as time passes, many incantations have been lost, although most can still be found in ancient tomes. Thus, possessing a majority of the written knowledge equates to wielding considerable influence. Henry's thoughts then drifted to the orphanage run by the Woe family. This was the very place where Tom spent his formative years, growing up and deriving pleasure from instilling fear in others before attending Hogwarts. Since the day Tom's mother brought him into the world and subsequently departed from it, he has been raised in an orphanage. At that time, Mrs. Cole was already the headmistress. However, Tom exhibited peculiar behavior from a young age, his actions often extreme and unappealing, yet he possessed an uncanny ability to perceive the emotions of others. He independently discovered the powers bestowed upon him by his bloodline and consciously employed them to dominate and oppress those weaker than himself. Yet, these strange abilities were of little consequence. What truly mattered was the cruelty, cunning, and tyrannical nature he displayed towards others. Regrettably, throughout his formative years, no one endeavored to guide or alter his character, which directly culminated in over a decade of dark dominion within the magical realm. According to Miss Amy's account, the cave that she and the elusive Uncle Dennis were deceived into entering by Tom was the very site where the Dark Lord later concealed the Horcrux fashioned from Salazar, Slytherin's locket, ultimately revealed by his former follower Regulus Black, who sacrificed his life to retrieve it, only for it to be destroyed by Godric Gryffindor's sword. Speaking of Horcruxes, they may be regarded as one of the most nefarious magical inventions in history, notoriously conceived by the infamous Voldemort. Even the tome entitled The Darkest Magic, which claims to encompass a vast array of malevolent spells and dark enchantments, offers no detailed guidance on Horcruxes, merely alluding to their existence without elaboration. The malevolence of such magic is evident. Chapter 7, Fragmented Knowledge of the Magical World, Part 2. Henry found himself intrigued by this shortcut to a semblance of immortality. He had heard of individuals achieving longevity through rigorous training, evolution, or enchanted artifacts, but he had never encountered a method that equated the mere act of soul-splitting with the acquisition of a ticket to immortality. Anything associated with everlasting life, even if only in name, incites a fervent pursuit, despite the perilous and excruciating nature of the soul-splitting process, and the resultant state often being unbearable for the average individual. Yet it is still immortality. Such an easily accessible form of eternal life blatantly tempts those wizards who are fraught with the fear of death, driving them to hunt their own kind to evade the inevitable. Once the first Horcrux is created, even the desire to cease such actions will be thwarted by the aftermath of soul-splitting, leading to an increasingly fractured existence until one soul is irrevocably shattered. Moreover, the victims must be wizards endowed with magical powers, thus resulting in a calamitous loss of the wizarding population that could sever the very fabric of wizard society. This would spell a self-inflicted demise for wizards. Henry could comprehend why the Darkest Magic offers little elaboration on Horcruxes. After all, madness can be terrifying, and when the majority of humanity succumbs to it, it heralds a cataclysmic disaster. Yet, he still yearned to delve into the mechanics of this dark magic. A restless curiosity gnawed at him, but the prerequisite of cruelly murdering a soul dampened his enthusiasm considerably. Weaving together all the pertinent information, Henry arrived at a profound conclusion. This is the world of Harry Potter, and the source of Miss Amy's endless suffering is none other than Harry's mortal adversary, Voldemort. In his previous life, Henry was profoundly captivated by the world while residing in an orphanage. He would eagerly await by the mailbox each day, yearning for a letter from Hogwarts to liberate him from the monotonous existence of the orphanage and embark on a fantastical journey of magic. Alas, as he reached the age of 12 without receiving an acceptance letter from Hogwarts, he relinquished his dreams of the magical realm and succumbed to the harshness of reality. Little did he anticipate that a moment of impassioned heroism would grant him rebirth in the very world he had longed for. Now that he possesses foresight into the future, aware of the impending darkness and turmoil, with countless hopes resting on Harry's ability to vanquish Voldemort, he realizes that mere waiting for serendipitous events to lead Harry to triumph is not an option. Relying solely on the Savior is not in Henry's nature. What if his own rebirth's butterfly effect alters the future? Perhaps it is the care of Granny Amy that compels him to unearth his long-healed wounds to warn himself of surrounding dangers. Or perhaps it is the meticulous attention of Dana, or the cheerful smiles of the former companions he encounters, which render it impossible for Henry to regard these individuals as mere characters from a book, insignificant and unmentioned. He refuses to be slaughtered as an ordinary muggle, devoid of resistance, when Voldemort returns from the shadows to reignite his dark dominion. To alter this fate, there is but one solution: to become a member of the wizarding world. In his previous life, he automatically assumed the identity of a wizard, yet in this existence, as an ordinary person truly immersed in this realm, Henry awakens to the harsh reality that this world is not as harmonious and idyllic as fairy tales suggest. It is, indeed, a cruel and unvarnished reality. The prowess of wizards is self-evident, and an ordinary person in this world can easily be manipulated by a wizard with nothing more than a simple wand. Magic renders wizards seemingly omnipotent. Even if firearms can ambush an unsuspecting wizard, how does one confront the formidable Dark Lord? Not even nuclear weapons will suffice. A sophisticated disillusionment charm or a portkey can effortlessly evade the blast radius. To contend with wizards, one must become a wizard. At this moment, his desire to enter Hogwarts intensifies. Before he crafts Horcruxes, and while his mind remains intact, he is an exceptionally intelligent individual, adept at disguise, fully aware of his advantages and capable of maximizing them. In his youth, he garnered the affection of nearly everyone upon entering the magical realm. Relying on his striking appearance and prodigious academic talent, he exhibits remarkable patience towards wizards stronger than himself, skillfully winning their favor with his courteous demeanor. Yet underneath lies a sense of self-importance and arrogance, often boasting of his noble status and the spoils gained through unspeakable acts. He scorns anything that renders him ordinary, yearning for unparalleled renown. He has never genuinely respected a person for their admirable qualities. The only form of respect he acknowledges is for one thing: formidable power. Absolute power equates to absolute authority. This realization compelled him to swiftly shed his disguise upon attaining true power, revealing his cold, ruthless, and enigmatic dark nature. He rallied a substantial following of pure-blood advocates, discontented with the current state of the magical realm, through his doctrine of blood purity. This enabled him to amass a considerable number of followers early in his dark magical endeavors. The majority of the 28 pure-blood families covertly or overtly supported his rhetoric, providing him with resources and manpower. Subsequently, he promised dominion over the lives and deaths of muggles, coupled with formidable strength, thereby either subjugating or coercing most of the dark magical creatures in England. As a result, an ever-increasing number of wizards and beasts bowed before him, kissing his shoes, declaring themselves his servants, and referring to Voldemort as the Dark Lord or Master. All his demands, commands, and punishments were wholly endured by them. Whether they genuinely adhered to his ideology or merely sought to acquire power through him, they collectively became known as Death Eaters. Voldemort, ensnared by this intoxicating power, craved even more of it. He desired greater acceptance of his dark reign, reveling in the fear and sorrow it incited. He had never loved or trusted anyone, including his subordinates. All relationships were merely exploitative, which is rather tragic, yet entirely normal within his twisted philosophy. Chapter 8. The Ticket to the Magical World. Voldemort's actions grew increasingly radical, and his temperament became more violent, exhibiting a growing disdain for the sanctity of life. Had it not been for his absurd desire for more immortality insurance, leading him to further fragment his soul and exacerbate his vulnerabilities, ultimately resulting in Lily, Harry Potter's mother, rebounding the killing curse with her protective magic born of love, the dark era would have continued unabated. Otherwise, in an age when the most formidable white wizard, Dumbledore, aged and no successor could stand against him, it remains uncertain who would have ultimately ruled England. Henry, illuminated by moonlight, scribbled and sketched on paper, occasionally scratching at an itchy wound through the gauze, unwittingly remaining awake until dawn. In the morning, after completing his hygiene routine and preparing to descend for breakfast, he suddenly felt an intensifying itch at his head wound. A mere gentle stirring was no longer sufficient. As the gauze gradually peeled away, a layer of scalp was entirely removed from above his forehead, causing Henry to fall back in shock. What is happening? Has my scalp just fallen off? Am I going to die? He pressed his forehead, only to find a smooth surface devoid of the gory scene he had envisioned. Bewildered, Henry pondered, wait, where's my wound? The injury that had just begun to scab days ago? He retrieved the pink mirror gifted to him by Diana on his last birthday, and was astonished to discover that his forehead appeared as normal as anyone else's. With the wound completely healed, leaving no trace of pink new flesh, it was as if he had never been injured at all. It must be the pendant. This peculiar phenomenon, akin to a snake shedding its skin to heal, undoubtedly stemmed from that pendant, and he had not forgotten the serpentine smoke that had slithered into his body. Henry rummaged through his wardrobe to find the pendant, gripping it tightly, fearful that it might suddenly come to life and bite him. Regardless of how hard Henry tried, the pendant remained utterly still. He self-deprecatingly mused, "This is truly madness. It is merely an ordinary pendant, albeit with a somewhat peculiar design." With newfound determination, Henry regained his composure just as Lady Cole summoned the children for breakfast. After wrapping his bandages securely, he made his way to the hall. The bright lights illuminated the spacious hall, dispelling the darkness that lingered outside before dawn. The floor, adorned with black and white tiles, was lined with several long tables where the orphans gathered each day for their meals. The air was filled with the sounds of children frolicking and whispering, accompanied by Lady Cole's occasional reminders for them to quiet down. Though a sense of worry lingered within Henry, he could not help but marvel at the vitality of youth. Feeling somewhat fatigued after a sleepless night, like the other children who had played until midnight, now wearing expressions of drowsiness, Henry yawned while spreading jam on his bread. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he glanced around the hall and noticed that Miss Amy's seat was empty. Nearby, Diana, having caught his gaze, abandoned her breakfast and hurried over with an air of mystery, as if she had stumbled upon a grand secret, eagerly waiting for Henry to inquire. It seemed that unless he asked, she would remain silent. Henry, well aware of her antics, deliberately turned away and took a large bite of his bread. Immersing himself in his breakfast, the secret bubbled within Diana, nearly causing her face to flush with suppressed excitement. Ultimately, unable to ignore her any longer, Henry, fearing that she might burst from holding her breath, reluctantly asked, "What is it?" Finally able to exhale, Diana, with a triumphant smile, declared, "I knew you couldn't resist. Out of the goodness of my heart, I shall tell you. Last night, someone upset Miss Amy. When she woke us this morning, her eyes were red, as if she had been crying from anger." Henry had already suspected this before leaving the previous night. Now, with the confirmation, guilt washed over him. Yet he forced a facade of surprise, temporarily setting aside his own peculiarities. Who would do such a thing? Did Miss Amy not punish him? Diana shook her head regretfully. "I don't know. No matter how much I pressed her, she wouldn't say." Then, feigning ferocity, she wrinkled her nose and added, "If I knew who did it, I would definitely make him pay." Outwardly composed, Henry's heart sank, silently vowing that for the sake of his future peace, Diana must never find out. He was uncertain whether he possessed any magical talents or if there were instruments to test such abilities. However, he recalled that little wizards with magic could manipulate their surroundings to a certain extent as long as they wished it. After all, what could alter the world, Henry understood. It was worth a try. He took a deep breath, extended his hand in a grasping motion, and fixed his gaze on the ivy leaves hanging from the iron railings outside, fervently whispering to himself, "Fall down, fall down." After a moment of stillness, the leaves remained unmoved, causing Henry's face to redden from the effort. Suddenly, he noticed the leaves tremble slightly. There was hope. He was so overwhelmed with excitement that his eyes widened, holding his breath in fear that any exhalation might disrupt the magic within him. Before long, darkness began to creep into his vision, and his arms felt as though they would cramp. Yet the leaves continued to sway gently, remaining steadfast on their branches. As a soft breeze wafted in from that direction, it was merely the wind. The light in Henry's eyes dimmed, revealing his realization that perhaps he lacked magical talent. However, the absence of such a gift was not a cause for despair. He could still explore technological avenues to confront the looming darkness of the future. Now is not the time to relinquish hope. Henry quickly composed himself and regained his confidence, as he pondered when he might seek out the fabled Leaky Cauldron, a place invisible to muggles, and perhaps attempt to accompany a wizard into Diagon Alley. He was abruptly interrupted by the sharp sound of tapping against the glass beside him. Turning toward the noise, he was astonished to see a gray owl, its head tilted inquisitively, clutching a pale yellow envelope in its beak. The address, inscribed in emerald green ink, read, "London, Wool's Orphanage, 2nd floor, 4th window, from Mr. Henry Worth." He fixated on the envelope, suddenly feeling dizzy, as if a robust spring within him had been plucked and was now humming with anticipation. It dawned on him that he indeed possessed magical potential. A wave of immense joy surged through Henry's heart. Though the letter itself was not particularly precious, easily replicable by a simple spell, its significance was immeasurable. It was a ticket to the world of magic. In his previous life, he had yearned desperately for this letter's arrival, only to be met with disappointment. Now, this opportunity was within reach. The world of magic had finally opened its doors to him. Staring vacantly at the vanishing owl, Henry found himself lost in thought. The notion of owl post was merely a fragment of the magical realm's mysteries, a practice unique to wizards who would train such unreliable creatures instead of utilizing common pigeons for delivery. Yet under the influence of magic or potions, they rarely faltered. How foolish of him to nearly forget the most crucial detail. His heart raced anew as he hesitated to tear open the envelope, instead delicately tracing its edges with his fingers. The letter was substantial, crafted from thick parchment, devoid of a postage stamp, exuding a quaint antiquity that felt remarkably tangible. He believed he could cherish it for a lifetime. After carefully placing the box aside, he hurriedly pulled out a chair and approached the window, just as Mrs. Cole's voice rose from below, admonishing him not to drag the chair. Sitting upright before the window, he cradled the envelope as if it were a royal decree, then withdrew the letter to read. It comprised 2 sheets of paper. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dear Mr. Worth, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed you will find a list of required books and equipment. The term begins on September 1st. We will send staff to escort you to Diagon Alley for your purchases before July 31st, so please await further instructions. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Another sheet bore the list of items required for first-grade classes, most of which Henry could not recognize. However, he noticed that the first line in the section for other supplies mentioned a magic wand. Henry read it word for word, repeatedly, a mixture of disbelief and joy flooding his heart. Eventually, he confirmed that perhaps the original owner possessed innate magical talent, or perhaps some unknown transformation occurred during his rebirth. For he indeed had acquired magical abilities and had been accepted into Hogwarts. Moreover, he would have someone to accompany him in purchasing books and other necessities for daily life. The realization of a long-held desire left Henry both exhilarated and bewildered. A sudden wave of uncertainty washed over him. He was about to embark on a journey to learn magic. Would Mrs. Cole approve? What about Dana? And the orphanage? What would become of it? Chapter 9. The Arrival of the Faculty. In recent days, he had continuously heard Miss Amy lamenting about a real estate development company eyeing the land on the outskirts, intending to demolish the orphanage to construct an office building. Although Mrs. Cole had not consented, the financial and material strength of the developers was formidable. What if they resorted to coercion or bribery to obtain the property deed? What would happen to the children of the orphanage? Where could they go? Henry furrowed his brow, pondering many thoughts at once, and even the allure of the Hogwarts acceptance letter diminished in his eyes. Initially, when he believed he was merely in an ordinary 20th century England, he planned to wait until he grew older to start accumulating wealth, first by leveraging his foresight to profit from the stock market, and then investing in well-established companies guaranteed to yield returns, ensuring a life free from financial worries. Yet, this was the world of Harry Potter, where wizards and magic reigned supreme. A muggle, regardless of wealth, would merely become a backdrop. A wizard could easily cast a confundus charm, causing one to forget their riches. The existence of various Ministry of Magic regulations and international secrecy laws restrained many wizards, preventing them from acting recklessly. However, such constraints only bound those with morals and attachments. For powerful dark wizards devoid of boundaries, as long as they remained undetected, muggles could suffer grievously without recourse, much like Miss Amy. Thus, attending Hogwarts was imperative, not only to fulfill a dream from a previous life, but also to acquire the strength necessary to protect those he cherished in the turbulent future that loomed, marked by the anticipated return of the Dark Lord and the potential unraveling of international secrecy laws. Henry, there is someone looking for you. Dana's cheerful voice echoed from outside, drawing nearer and interrupting Henry's reverie. 3, 2, 1. The door suddenly swung open with a resounding bang as Dana kicked it open. Dana, be a lady. You're nearly breaking my door, Henry complained. Dana, a year younger than Henry, initially presented herself as a fragile damsel in distress. However, she quickly revealed her empathetic nature and attentive care. As they grew closer and Henry's injuries healed, her quirky and mischievous personality surfaced, turning the orphanage into a whirlwind of chaos. Much to the exasperation of Miss Amy and Mrs. Cole, they both adored and dreaded her antics, for she was truly a little sorceress. Diana, without exchanging a word, burst in, seizing Henry and urging him to follow her, exclaiming, "Hurry! An old man is looking for you, and Mrs. Cole is with him. The nurse sent me to bring you there quickly." Henry, puzzled, wondered why anyone would seek him out, having been an orphan since childhood and seldom leaving the estate. Could it be someone searching for the original owner? With a mix of curiosity and trepidation, he followed Diana to Mrs. Cole's office. As they approached, they heard Mrs. Cole's hearty laughter, which eased their anxiety, It appeared she was enjoying a pleasant conversation with her guest, suggesting nothing untoward was afoot. He gestured for Diana to knock on the door, adjusted his gray waistcoat, and brushed off imaginary dust before entering upon receiving permission, with Diana trailing behind. Inside the small room, Mrs. Cole, her cheeks flushed and a glass in hand, sat behind her cluttered desk, the scattered papers pushed aside to accommodate a bottle of her favorite gin, likely a gift from the visitor, as the contents had dwindled significantly. A tall, slender elderly gentleman with silver hair, clad in a deep green flannel suit, sat upright on the office's sole tattered leather sofa, which seemed out of place amid the otherwise modest furnishings. Upon noticing Henry's entrance, Mrs. Cole, slightly tipsy, beckoned him with a smile. "Come in, come in." Henry stepped forward with Diana, only to be gently guided by Mrs. Cole to the rickety chair, which had been patched up over time but not discarded. Taking the opportunity, Henry glanced at the guest, his surprise evident as his mouth fell open. The visitor, despite being seated, exuded a tall and slender presence, his well-tailored suit reflecting exquisite craftsmanship. His neatly groomed silver hair and beard could almost tuck into his belt, appearing well-maintained and vibrant, devoid of the usual signs of aging. Deep wrinkles marked his face, echoing the passage of time, while his long, crooked nose hinted at past fractures. His striking blue eyes sparkled behind half-moon spectacles, radiating warmth and wisdom. Their tranquil, loving gaze seemed to wash away any lingering anxieties. While the half-moon glasses might appear peculiar at first glance, they harmonized perfectly with the gentleman's visage, adding a touch of playfulness and humor. Mrs. Cole then exclaimed loudly to Henry, "The last time we met, he was a young professor, and time has been fair. Not neglecting him. His name is—" Henry, in astonishment, echoed the name of the elderly gentleman before him, Albus Dumbledore. His tone and pace mirrored Mrs. Cole's, unintentionally overshadowed by her voice. Unaware, she continued, "As a headmaster, it is a privilege for him to personally assist you with your enrollment. You must study diligently." Henry nodded affirmatively. Dumbledore waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to place such pressure on the child. He then tilted his head, peering curiously at Henry from behind his crescent-shaped glasses. Henry's face turned pale as he realized his momentary lapse might have led him to say something amiss. Previously, he and Dumbledore had never met, belonging to entirely different worlds. Even though Dumbledore was renowned in the wizarding realm, he had never granted an interview to the Muggle media. Thus, how could Henry, residing in the Muggle world, possibly know his name? Henry hesitated, tongue-tied. Diana blinked her large, aquamarine eyes, watching Henry with curiosity. She had never seen him like this before and found it utterly amusing. Fortunately, Dumbledore playfully winked at Diana and then, with understanding, inquired Mrs. Colf, "Could you grant me and Henry a moment of privacy?" "Of course, for the sake of gin," Mrs. Colf replied cheerfully, rising from her seat and taking Diana by the hand as they exited the room, remembering to take the bottle with her. As Mrs. Colf closed the door behind them, it left the space within for the two of them. Chapter 10. Charisma. The moment the door clicked shut, Dumbledore loosened his collar with a sigh of relief and turned to Henry, who was still in a state of astonishment. With a calm smile, he said, "I apologize. Please forgive me. For an old man, this collar is rather constricting. I am still unaccustomed to wearing this attire." Henry's eyes widened, and he stammered, "And no problem, sir. You received your acceptance letter from Hogwarts, didn't you?" Upon Henry's nod of affirmation, Dumbledore smiled further and said, "Then you must call me Headmaster or Professor." "Headmaster Dumbledore." Henry corrected himself. Dumbledore nodded with a smile, then casually asked, "Child, may I inquire how you came to know my name?" "How else could I know?" Henry thought. "But through books and films?" Yet he quickly stifled this internal commentary. He recalled that the elder before him was not only a powerful wizard, but also a master of legilimency, a field in which he excelled to an extraordinary degree. Legilimency, an art that allows one to delve into the intricate layers of another's thoughts, perceiving emotions while they speak and think, thus enabling correct interpretation. It is a formidable skill, particularly effective in uncovering or interrogating the hidden secrets of others. Given the formidable and, at times, terrifying nature of legilimency, Henry could only hope that Dumbledore's high moral standards would prevent him from prying into others' secrets, especially those of his future students. Otherwise, should Dumbledore uncover the secrets of his soul and realize that he was a reincarnated spirit, he might regard him as the soul of a wicked dark wizard occupying the body of unfortunate Henry. This would not only leave Henry at a loss for words, but could also alter the timeline of his memories regarding the world of Harry Potter, potentially changing the course of future events. Indeed, that would be a calamity. As he strained to collect his thoughts, he compelled himself to gaze into those azure eyes. Before long, he found himself relaxing under the warmth of that earnest gaze, speaking with increasing fluency. Last night, I had a dream in which I received an acceptance letter delivered by an owl and your arrival. However, much of it has faded. Yet I distinctly remember Lady Culf addressing you as Professor Dumbledore, and from that moment, I understood. Do not dismiss it as impossible. Henry believes that this world possesses such enchantment. The lines between reality and illusion blurred, leading Henry to feel as though he were on the verge of becoming a philosopher. Dumbledore, his eyelids drooped, concealing those brilliant blue eyes as he pondered for a moment before lifting his head, blinking, and focusing intently on Henry, saying, Henry, you know, we sometimes appear to be quite extraordinary. Perhaps you have already realized that whenever you feel fear or anger, something peculiar tends to occur. Henry smiled back at Dumbledore, noticing that the professor had been watching him with a gentle smile, seemingly encouraging him. And that dark smoke that seeped into his being yet seemed to have no effect on him, which led him to recall the serpentine pendant quietly resting in the box of his wardrobe. It appeared that the pendant was indeed tied to the magical realm, perhaps even connected to Voldemort. It could very well be the curse unleashed by that pendant. After all, it was discovered in the room where he had been confined. It seemed prudent to prioritize the investigation of the serpentine pendant. I am delighted that you have become aware of your uniqueness. The possession of special abilities distinguishes us wizards from muggles. Muggles refers to ordinary people, as we call them in our world. Observing Henry's contemplative demeanor, Dumbledore nodded. We refer to this talent as magic. Magic? Henry responded with a look of astonishment. Indeed, magic. It is the result of the union of imagination and will. Oftentimes, young wizards who have not undergone systematic training can achieve feats that many adults cannot, and they do not adhere to logic. This is because, in moments of fear or anger, they yearn for and profoundly believe in the arrival of their desired outcomes. It is evident that you possess the ability to glimpse into the future. Henry had intended to elaborate further, but he found that the professor had already crafted an explanation to address any gaps in his prior statements, prompting a sigh of relief from him. So, I'm a wizard? Oh, indeed. Henry, you are a wizard. Dumbledore's smile faded as he regarded Henry, affirming his identity with gravity. And Hogwarts? Henry feigned curiosity, his expression perfectly aligned with that of a child who had grown up in the mundane world and was naturally intrigued by the place where he would soon study. He could hardly contain his excitement, as if he were vying for an Oscar for Best Actor. It is a school where young wizards learn the art of magic in a structured manner, steeped in history that dates back to the medieval era. And I currently serve as its headmaster. There, you will meet many dedicated professors and forge numerous friendships. If, by your third year, you can obtain Lady Culf's signature, you may even visit Hogsmeade, a village for wizards. I personally recommend Honeydukes, filled with sweets that will surely pique your interest, Dumbledore explained patiently. However, Dana, the lady, and the matron all exhibited a yearning for the school, coupled with a reluctance to part from their current lives and the people they cherished. Dumbledore nodded with a smile, realizing that his concerns were unfounded. A child who understands love would not repeat past mistakes. Subsequently, the two engaged in a question-and-answer session concerning the magical school and the daily lives of wizards, alleviating much of Henry's unease. Such a kind, gentle, and insightful wizard, endowed with formidable power yet akin to ordinary people. It is no wonder he is regarded as the greatest wizard in the hearts of many. Henry even contemplated directly presenting the serpentine pendant he discovered in Voldemort's chamber to Dumbledore, hoping to gain further insights and advice from this wise elder. Chapter 11. The Marvelous Magic. Of course, he was aware that since his entry into this world, no predetermined trajectory existed. The original timeline, or future, had long since become fragmented. Nevertheless, he wished to comprehend the specific alterations when they occurred and their potential ramifications. Such uncontrollable changes, like presenting the pendant to Dumbledore, must be strictly avoided. Alas, he resolved to explore the Hogwarts library himself in the future. It is renowned for possessing the most extensive collection of books since the Middle Ages. Most of the school's governors choose to donate portions of their family collections to the school, and it is well known that the governors of Hogwarts predominantly hail from pure-blood families, making it difficult for other Muggle wizards and half-bloods to compete with their historical depth, wealth, and literary treasures. Even records concerning Horcruxes could be partially uncovered there. Henry firmly believed that the library would contain entries akin to the pendant's description. Well, if I delve too deeply, there will be no element of surprise left. I have always maintained that personal discoveries leave a lasting impression. It is best to leave some suspense for you to uncover at school. Dumbledore rose, preparing to take his leave. Henry called out to him, "Headmaster, might you demonstrate it for me? You know magic. Dumbledore hesitated for a moment. Henry had anticipated that this request would be declined by Dumbledore on the grounds that the others in the building were muggles, and that caution was paramount, especially since he remembered the stipulations of the International Wizarding Federation's secrecy laws, which deemed any magical activity likely to attract the attention of non-magical individuals, muggles, a grave offense. It would be entirely understandable if the headmaster refused outright. To his surprise, however, Dumbledore retrieved a finely crafted wand from the inner pocket of his suit. The handle had been designed with several protrusions for a better grip. Henry recognized that this must be the fabled Elder Wand, one of the legendary Deathly Hallows, said to grant its master unparalleled power in combat, capable of unleashing tremendous magical force during duels, and enabling the wielder to cast potent spells with ease. Yet, he quickly averted his gaze. He could not, and should not, recognize the Elder Wand, so he feigned curiosity and turned his attention back to Dumbledore. Grasping the wand, Dumbledore casually waved it over the cluttered documents on the table. The sheets of paper ascended as if imbued with newfound life, swirling and dancing freely within the room. Then, with a deft stroke of the wand, they effortlessly aligned themselves, categorically settling in an orderly fashion, transforming the once chaotic tabletop into a pristine display. Henry gazed enviously at this spectacle, marveling at the convenience of magic. Diagon Alley? Henry inquired, expressing his utter unfamiliarity with the wizarding world. Indeed, it is the largest and most prosperous wizarding marketplace in Britain, located in London, where one can procure nearly everything one might require, replied Dumbledore, suddenly slapping his forehead as he recalled that Henry had yet to visit Diagon Alley and would need guidance. However, I may not have the time to accompany you to gather your supplies. There are numerous tasks to attend to before the term begins. Henry had intended to suggest embarking on a shopping trip alone when Dumbledore continued. The little ones from the Weasley family are also starting school this year, and are likely to visit Diagon Alley soon to purchase their necessities. I shall write to them to serve as your guides. They are wonderful individuals, and you will surely enjoy meeting them. The Weasley family? Henry recollected the distinctive shock of fiery red hair. Indeed, the Weasleys were a renowned pure-blood family within the wizarding community, closely related to many other wizarding families, and even classified among the Sacred 28. However, they expressed discontent with this classification, emphasizing their connections to numerous muggles and asserting that their lineage did not render them superior. Their stance incited disdain from some pure-blood advocates, who regarded every member of the Weasley family as a traitor to their bloodline, their contempt evident in their glances and remarks. Yet, the Weasleys took pride in their beliefs. Even their patriarch, as the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, exhibited an unusual enthusiasm for Muggle artifacts. Loyal, friendly, warm-hearted, devoid of vanity, and devoid of discrimination against Muggles, such admirable qualities could be found within the Weasley family. Unfortunately, their lack of financial prudence, coupled with a meager inheritance and a multitude of children, led them to face challenging economic circumstances. Of course, Henry could not claim superiority in this regard. In such a loving household, Henry was confident that they would share a delightful rapport. Thus, he acquiesced to the proposal, only to recall another concern. Headmaster Dumbledore, I find myself without funds, he stammered. There is no need to feel embarrassed. That is easily remedied, Dumbledore reassured him, producing a bulging leather pouch from a previously unnoticed pocket, the means of its concealment entirely elusive. Hogwarts maintains a fund specifically for students in need of assistance to procure textbooks and robes, though you may need to visit Flourish and Blotts to acquire some second-hand magical tomes. You can refer to the list of required readings and supplies attached to your acceptance letter. You have reviewed it, have you not? Henry nodded, still captivated by Dumbledore's extraction of the leather pouch. Dumbledore gazed at the inquisitive child and explained, "This is the application of the disillusionment charm, a sophisticated piece of magic, although one must first seek approval from the Ministry of Magic." Suddenly, a flurry of feathers interrupted his discourse as an owl swooped in through the open window, clutching a piece of parchment in its beak. It landed on the table, and Dumbledore gestured apologetically before retrieving the letter. He then produced several coins from his trouser pocket and tucked them into a small pouch affixed to the owl's leg, allowing it to take flight once more through the open window. A most convenient messenger, wouldn't you agree? Dumbledore mused as he swiftly perused the contents of the letter. Upon finishing, he carefully folded the parchment and placed it in his pocket, then clapped his hands together. "All right, my dear child, my time today is limited. I primarily came to discuss your schooling with Madame Coral, and for everything else, Arthur will assist you. They should contact you shortly, once you have procured your supplies. Remember to depart from King S. Cross Station on September 1st. There is also a train ticket in the envelope. Do not misplace it. as it must be presented before boarding. Henry followed closely, his keen ears catching what he suspected might be a test. "Is it Tom?" he inquired softly. "Who?" Dumbledore halted, regarding Henry with a knowing look. "The child who attended Hogwarts before me, as I heard from Miss Amy. She holds a rather unfavorable impression of him." Henry elucidated, aware of Dumbledore's caution regarding Voldemort and his persistent skepticism about Voldemort's demise. Dumbledore understood that given Voldemort's profound fear of death, he would not have succumbed so easily. Consequently, Henry worried that Dumbledore might draw connections between himself and Voldemort, especially since both had resided in the same orphanage. His own arrival at the orphanage coincided perfectly with Voldemort's death. Upon deeper reflection, Henry considered the unsettling possibility that he might be a remnant left by Voldemort. Regardless of reputation, someone as peculiar as Voldemort would undoubtedly leave whispers in his wake, including within the orphanage. To feign ignorance of Tom's existence now would undoubtedly raise suspicions. "Oh yes, Tom Riddle, a remarkably talented and ambitious student whom I guided to Hogwarts," Dumbledore remarked, his tone ethereal as he fixed his gaze on Henry. Regrettably, he later strayed down a dark path. The conversation ceased there as Dumbledore bid farewell to Madame Quirrell, mentioning that a red-haired man would come to assist Henry in acquiring his necessary supplies before swiftly vanishing beyond the gates. Yet, Henry still needed to comfort the newly born, irritable baby Diana. Not long ago, due to my own negligence, Henry suffered from amnesia. Just as life began to regain its tranquility, an elderly gentleman with silver hair arrived. To my surprise, Henry, who is only slightly younger than I, is now set to attend school, while I remain confined to the orphanage. The events of these past few days have been more eventful than the past several years. Diana feels a deep sense of dissatisfaction, as if she has been inexplicably abandoned. She even fears that she may never see Henry again. Henry, with a heavy heart, gently reassures Diana, yet he remains tight-lipped, revealing little about the magical world, and is equally reticent about the school he is about to attend, although Diana is displeased. She ultimately succumbs to the allure of the promise of new kinds of candy and fireworks that Henry offers her. Meanwhile, in the office of the Hogwarts headmaster, a conversation unfolds. "I have long stated that you need not communicate in person. Let me or Hagrid handle it," Professor McGonagall remarked. "Minerva, this is different. I made a grave error last time by failing to discern that individual's character, which led to such turmoil in the magical community. The circumstances this time are far too coincidental. I must see for myself." Dumbledore's aged voice resonated, patiently explaining. "Moreover, the list of new students was established 11 years ago. Yet last week, the acceptance quill and admission book produced a new enrollment list, adding only the name Henry with, while all others remained unchanged. I must personally verify this. What if such a thing could occur? Is there an issue with the acceptance quill and admission book? Oh, Albus, why did you not consult us earlier? What is the current situation?" The irritation in her voice dissipated, replaced by concern for the child, who might indeed have a problem, as she rudely interrupted Dumbledore in her eagerness for answers. "No, the acceptance quill and admission book are functioning correctly. That child indeed possesses magical potential, albeit not fully harnessed. His character is commendable, understanding love and being loved, but further observation is required. I shall check the quill and book shortly," Dumbledore continued, unfazed by the interruption, detailing the information he had gathered with Professor McGonagall. "However, Harry Potter is also set to enroll this year." "If that child," McGonagall hesitated. "Henry," Dumbledore emphasized. "Very well, Henry. If Henry truly is the Dark Lord, what then?" Professor McGonagall's voice trembled as she uttered the forbidden name, a somewhat comical yet serious matter. "Not yet can we ascertain that. We cannot draw conclusions based on mere suspicion, nor deny Henry the right to attend school. Otherwise, how are we any different from Voldemort? Let us proceed with the school year as planned. I will keep a watchful eye on the situation." On July 31st, before dawn, Henry was roused from sleep by a persistent tapping sound outside his window. Initially inclined to ignore it, a sudden thought struck him, causing him to startle awake. Indeed, outside, a deep gray owl was weakly pecking at the glass with its beak, not carrying the usual letter in its beak, but rather a small tube tied to its leg, presumably containing a note. Henry hurriedly scrambled to his feet and opened the window, hoping to invite the creature inside. However, the owl, with its large face and small eyes, appeared ancient and frail, merely trembling as it extended a leg to indicate that Henry should retrieve the note. Henry felt as if this hefty fellow might drop dead at any moment, and he suddenly recalled that this owl, which always seemed to expend half its life delivering messages, belonged to none other than the Weasley family. What was its name again? He scratched his head, wondering if it was Perry or Errol. Never mind. He decided to call it Errol. Chapter 13. Arthur Weasley. Henry fetched some water to nourish Errol, watching with concern as the owl gradually regained its composure. He then unfolded the note, which read, "I shall arrive around 10 o'clock to collect you. Please bring the list. Sincerely, Arthur Weasley." A balloon of excitement swelled within Henry's chest, lifting his spirits to euphoric heights. The day had finally arrived, as he observed Errol awkwardly flapping its wings and taking flight. Henry hummed a cheerful tune while preparing his belongings. In truth, there was little to pack. He merely needed to take the list and his pouch of coins. Yet he felt an irresistible urge to keep moving in his elation. Before 10 o'clock, Henry approached Mrs. Cole to inform her that someone would be collecting him to purchase school supplies. Then he positioned himself outside the gate to await his arrival. 10 o'clock. The weather outside mirrored Henry's exuberance, with the sun shining brilliantly. As the clock struck 10, Henry, who had been attentively monitoring the iron gate, swiftly detected a faint, crisp sound, followed by the appearance of a figure at the corner across the street. It was a slender man, bespectacled and slightly balding, though his remaining hair was a striking shade of fiery red. He donned a peculiar green robe, setting him apart in a most unusual manner. Strangely enough, the other pedestrians on the street seemed entirely oblivious to this conspicuous individual. This must be Arthur Weasley, Henry thought. And then he observed Arthur curiously surveying the surrounding buildings and street lamps before crossing the road in front of Ford, earning a torrent of curses from the driver. Nonetheless, Arthur strode purposefully along the sidewalk towards the orphanage, seemingly unfazed by the wrath of the driver regarding his attire. From a distance, Arthur spotted the handsome boy mentioned by Dumbledore at the orphanage's entrance, and with a smile, he waved at Henry. "You must be Henry. Come along. We have much to do today. Molly and the others are likely growing impatient at the pub." Henry nodded eagerly and jogged to catch up, feeling an immense sense of joy as he drew ever closer to the magical world. However, as they walked down the street, observing Arthur still gazing around in wonder at his surroundings, Henry blinked in confusion. Wait, this muggle-obsessed man surely wouldn't he be so captivated by ordinary things that he forgot the day's important matters? Would he? Unable to contain himself, he softly reminded, "Mr. Weasley, how shall we get to Diagon Alley?" Arthur suddenly awakened from his reverie and, in a daze, emphasized Diagon Alley. It was for the first time that Henry witnessed Mr. Weasley's fascination with the Muggle world and its whimsicality. With a resigned nod, he replied, "Indeed, Diagon Alley. Mr. Weasley, we are here to purchase items today, remember? Mrs. Molly is still waiting for us." "Oh, right. Dumbledore instructed us to take the Muggle taxi. That should be the pronunciation. You know, wizards typically travel by flue powder or apparition. This time, seizing the opportunity to pick you up, I am fortunate to experience the Muggle mode of transport. It is simply splendid." The more Arthur spoke, the more animated he became, pulling several banknotes from his pocket to flaunt to Henry. "Look, this is Muggle money, specifically sent to me by Dumbledore. I have always wanted to visit Gringotts to exchange some Muggle currency for my collection, but Molly has always disapproved. There should be some left over after this trip." Observing the blissful expression on Arthur's face, Henry was reluctant to shatter his illusions. He glanced at the banknotes and thought, maybe, there wouldn't be much left after all. He awkwardly shifted the topic, inquiring of the still distracted Arthur, "Mr. Weasley, won't this robe reveal your wizarding identity to ordinary muggles? Just call me Arthur." "Oh, that is merely a simple charm. To them, I appear just like one of their own. Wearing a robe in Diagon Alley will not seem out of place, and since I cast it upon myself, it does not violate the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy." "Are you familiar with the International Statute?" Just as he was speaking, the taxi arrived. The two quickly boarded. "Charing Cross Road, please." Arthur announced the street name and immediately turned his gaze to the world outside, curiously touching the door and window mechanisms, marveling at them, and occasionally leaning in to sniff the seat like a rustic individual arriving in the city for the first time. He turned to Henry and exclaimed, "Did you see this contraption? Muggles are incredibly clever to design such intricate and marvelous devices. I would love to procure one to dissect and study." Henry exchanged a glance with the taxi driver in the rearview mirror, sharing an embarrassed smile, feeling quite awkward. He thought perhaps he should have applied to go to Diagon Alley by himself, not out of disdain for Mr. Weasley, but simply because he had not anticipated Mr. Weasley's ardent admiration for Muggle inventions. Nonetheless, he now knew what to get Mr. Weasley for Christmas, as Henry felt awkward and Arthur remained excited. The taxi successfully arrived at an ordinary street, home to bookstores, record shops, burger joints, department stores, and cinemas, appearing no different from any typical commercial street. Just as Henry was about to turn and ask Mr. Weasley if they had gone astray, they heard a wail from nearby. "No, sir. Not like this. I will give you a few coins. Can you spare me a note of your currency?" Mr. Weasley was rummaging through an array of peculiar silver coins, attempting to negotiate with the taxi driver. However, the driver would never accept coins of unknown origin. What if they were merely game tokens? Where'd he go to voice his grievances? Henry quickly searched his pockets and finally produced a crumpled £1 note, which he handed to Mr. Arthur. Then, with a swift motion, he snatched the cash back, counted it, and passed it to the driver. Amidst the driver's bewildered gaze, he forcefully dragged Mr. Arthur, who was about to utter something, out of the vehicle. Once composed, Mr. Arthur was the first to apologize and attempted to return the note to Henry. "Please keep it. If it burdens your conscience, consider in exchange for currency in the magical realm, if you would." Henry paid little heed, as he was on the cusp of entering the magical world where Muggle money would hold little value. Drawing from the experiences of his past life, he was confident he would soon amass more wealth. Very well, very well. Alas, Molly has strictly forbidden me from exchanging Muggle currency at Gringotts. If she finds out, I shall be neglected for quite some time. Arthur handed Henry a silver sickles, his face alight with excitement as he carefully tucked the note into the folds of his robe, unashamedly explaining that it was all for the sake of family harmony. Henry nodded in acknowledgement, eager to steer the conversation away from this awkward topic. Chapter 14. The Weasley Family as they passed a grand bookstore. Mr. Arthur halted and gestured for Henry to take note. "This is the place. The Leaky Cauldron, a renowned establishment, and Diagon Alley is just within." Had Mr. Arthur not pointed it out, Henry felt certain he would have subconsciously overlooked this dilapidated venue. The Leaky Cauldron was a narrow, grimy pub nestled between the bookstore and a record shop, ignored entirely by passers-by whose gazes were fixated on the more appealing establishments, rendering the pub nearly invisible to them. Standing at the entrance, Henry realized he seemed to vanish from the sight of ordinary folk. Even at such proximity, they instinctively overlooked him. Some individuals would walk into the vicinity of the Leaky Cauldron, only to veer off in a wide arc, completely avoiding the entrance and those standing there, unaware of their own actions, while others failed to notice anything amiss. Watching this unfold, Henry felt a blend of amusement and sorrow, pitying the ordinary people so easily manipulated by spells. The Muggle repelling charm was a remarkably useful incantation, if one wished to keep the secrets of their home hidden from Muggles. It was essential. Additionally, there were the ear-sealing charm and the disillusionment charm, powerful defenses typically taught at school. Mr. Arthur saw no issue and simply introduced Henry to the place before placing a hand on his shoulder and ushering him inside. To Henry's eyes, as a renowned establishment spoken of by both Professor Dumbledore and Mr. Arthur, the interior's decor and amenities were decidedly misleading. It was far too dark and unkempt. The establishment lacked electric lighting and upscale furnishings, featuring only a few wooden tables and chairs along with a handful of oil lamps, while the ceiling and walls were stained black from soot. Contrary to expectations of mystery and elegance, the atmosphere was bustling, with nearly everyone engaged in spirited conversations. A group of elderly women surrounded a table, one of whom, waving a long pipe, was speaking animatedly, her rapid speech and unidentifiable accent rendering Henry unable to catch a single word. "I have resolved to never wash this hand again," proclaimed a diminutive man adorned with a grand top hat, standing atop a chair, his excitement causing the hat to tumble off. His declaration was met with raucous applause from those around. Henry, intrigued, cast a glance in his direction. It was Daedalus Diggle, a former subordinate of Dumbledore. He possessed a certain charm, albeit lacking in intellect. Mr. Arthur Weasley murmured quietly behind Henry, likely having dealt with Diggle's antics due to his profession. Henry found the scene utterly amusing. "Oh, Arthur, you have finally arrived. Look at what we have missed," exclaimed a plump woman of short stature, leading a fiery-haired little girl towards the two men, followed by three boys with the same vibrant hair. Among them, two identical older boys were exchanging mischievous glances at Mr. Weasley. "What?" Mr. Weasley replied, utterly bewildered. Harry Potter. He was just here, but we missed him," the stout woman, presumably Mrs. Weasley, lamented. Mr. Weasley suddenly comprehended, then replied helplessly, "Oh, Molly, do not say that. The poor child is not a zoo animal for us to gawk at. Moreover, I must mention that our original plan was to come last week to procure supplies." "Oh, Mom, stop it. Harry might still be inside. Let's go find him," the little girl pleaded, shaking her mother's hand as she sensed a reluctance to speak further. Mrs. Weasley fell silent, then noticed Henry, who was standing beside Arthur, and her face instantly brightened. Releasing her daughter's hand, she knelt down and enveloped Henry in a warm embrace. Feeling enveloped in a tender hug, Henry was convinced that Mrs. Weasley was as gentle as dear Auntie Amy. Mrs. Weasley, placing her hands on Henry's shoulders and gazing into his face, said, "You must be Henry, a truly handsome boy. Arthur hasn't been a bother to you along the way, has he? Perhaps due to Arthur's frequent fascination with the Muggle world, or perhaps her familiarity with his character." Mrs. Weasley's final query morphed into a statement. Henry offered an awkward yet polite smile. "And no, not all. Mr. Weasley has been a great help." Mrs. Weasley then proceeded to introduce her children to Henry, pointing to the two older boys. "Mother, you got it wrong. I am Fred. I am George." The twin brothers chimed in unison, clearly accustomed to this confusion. Ignoring their protests, Mrs. Weasley continued with her introductions. "This is Ron, and this is Ginny, our two youngest." Ron appeared a bit shy, blushing as he nodded, while Ginny flashed a bright smile at Henry before turning to her mother, playfully expressing her eagerness to venture to Diagon Alley in search of Harry. Henry greeted each of them, only to notice an elderly man with thinning hair, resembling a shriveled walnut, accompanying a pale young man whose eye twitched uncontrollably. "Hello, Arthur, care for some sherry?" The old man beckoned like a tavern keeper. "Not today, Tom. I have matters to attend to." "The children are here," Mr. Weasley politely declined. Henry understood. It turned out that this man was indeed the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron. "Hello, Professor Quirrell." The twin brothers were the first to greet another young man, and Henry happened to witness the two siblings playfully hiding behind their parents, making faces at Professor Quirrell, showing little respect for the esteemed educator through their antics. This was Professor Quirrell, who had taught Percy Muggle studies for a year, and Fred and the others had met him before. Their relationship seemed to be rather cordial. However, he had taken a year off from school for travels, and it was rumored that he was now teaching defense against the dark arts. Mr. Arthur did not notice his children's mischievous behavior as he quietly introduced Henry to the professor. "It is a pleasure to meet you," Professor Quirrell stammered, appearing somewhat intimidated by his students. Henry stepped forward, grasping Professor Quirrell's hand and shaking it up and down, speaking with reverence. "Good day, Professor Quirrell. I am Henry, a new student this year. I have long heard of your esteemed name, and I trust your extensive knowledge, having become a professor at Hogwarts. I hope to learn much from you this year." Professor Quirrell seemed taken aback by Henry's admiration, his face, lacking the peculiar thick purple scarf, flushed with a hint of color, and his eyes twitched more noticeably. "What a polite boy. Ron, you should learn from Henry." Mrs. Molly's voice floated from behind, prompting Henry to notice Ron's face turning crimson. Henry continued to shower compliments upon Professor Quirrell, but the professor appeared overwhelmed by Henry's enthusiasm. Mumbling incoherently, he excused himself, claiming he needed to purchase a new book on vampires, and hurried away. "Is that book truly so terrifying?" Henry mused, noting that Quirrell's complexion was pale with fear. He observed that Quirrell still had his brown hair and had not yet been afflicted by Voldemort, though his nervous demeanor was already evident. "What a splendid prank!" George and Fred exclaimed in unison. "You have left Quirrell utterly embarrassed." Henry, bewildered, questioned whether this was what they termed a good relationship. Fortunately, Mr. Arthur intervened, clearing his throat. "All right, children, we are short on time, and there are many items to purchase. We shall split up. I will take Henry to buy the necessary supplies for first years. Molly, you take Fred and George to gather what they need. And please take care of Ginny and Ron." Mrs. Molly agreed, and the two adults led their children through the bar to a secluded courtyard surrounded by walls, where only a trash bin and some weeds remained. The moss creeping through the gaps in the stones accentuated the desolation of the area, far removed from the bustling, wizarding marketplace one might envision. Molly stepped aside, signaling Mr. Arthur to advance, and Henry curiously watched him. From his robe sleeve, Mr. Arthur withdrew a stick approximately 12 or 13 inches long, muttering softly, "Count 3 bricks up, then 2 bricks across. Step back, children." He emphasized the last part, and once the children retreated, he gently tapped his wand against the designated brick 3 times. The brick began to tremble as if it had triggered some hidden switch, causing the surrounding stones to quiver in unison. Henry pondered whether these bricks would fall directly to the ground when he suddenly witnessed them moving and folding as if animated. In the center, a small hole emerged, gradually widening until a spacious passage, wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side, revealed itself before them. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." Mr. Arthur waved his right hand in the air, performing a gesture of invitation, signaling Henry to enter first. With eagerness, Henry stepped forward along the arched pathway, where the sunlight ahead gleamed brightly, and he caught glimpses of numerous figures flitting past. The closer he approached, the more dazzling the light became. Upon completing the brick road and stepping onto a cobblestone street, the bustling sounds of the marketplace reached his ears. Raising his hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight, he felt an exhilarating thrill, He knew he had finally entered the magical world, and the gateway to enchantment was about to unfold before him. As his eyes adjusted to the brightness, he lowered his hand, and the vibrant splendor of Diagon Alley captivated his sight. He wished he could grow several more eyes to take it all in. The attire of the wizards on the street finally matched Henry's imagination. They donned robes of various styles and colors. Some wore pointed hats, others sported top hats, while some carried their freshly purchased items and others cradled their pets. Most wizards had their wands conveniently tucked away. Previously, Henry thought Mr. Arthur's attire was rather conspicuous, but now in Diagon Alley, his denim ensemble felt decidedly out of place. The entire alley wound and twisted, seemingly without end, lined with shops displaying an array of curious and peculiar items in their windows. Outside, many children, unable to afford the wonders within, gazed longingly at the other patrons, chattering animatedly among themselves. In front of one shop, a stack of cauldrons was piled high, with a brass sign hanging above: copper, brass, tin, and silver cauldrons. Various models available. Automatic stirring, collapsible. The sunlight glinted off its golden surface. "Excuse me," coming through, came the voices of George or Fred from behind. Though Henry still could not distinguish between the two, his cheeks flushed. Despite having seen streets far more vibrant than this before, he found himself momentarily dumbfounded. A stark contrast to his previous persona. He quickly stepped aside. "Let us split up here. We'll meet at the pub after we finish shopping," Mr. Arthur suggested, preparing to part ways with Mrs. Molly before leading Henry towards Ollivander's wand shop. At Henry's fervent insistence, they needed to procure the most essential item for a wizard, the wand. This was precisely what Henry had longed for. He believed that possessing a wand was the key to being recognized as a true young wizard. As Ginny's voice trailed off with Mrs. Molly, Henry attempted to distract himself by gazing at the dazzling array of shop windows, following Mr. Arthur ahead. He felt a twinge of anxiety as a phrase suddenly echoed in his mind. "The wand chooses the wizard." Surely, at the most renowned wand maker in all of England, he would find a wand that suited him perfectly. What if the savior Harry failed to conclude his long-standing enmity with Voldemort due to a series of unfortunate coincidences, thus ushering in the Dark Lord's ruthless reign? Without the memory of this world's primary narrative and stripped of the capacity for resistance, how could he, as a muggle in the eyes of the wizarding world, continue to exist? He found himself incessantly pondering this matter. His spirits weighed down so heavily that even the sight of novel trinkets failed to uplift him. He felt as though he might retch the bread he had consumed that morning. In a desperate attempt to shift the conversation, he implored, "Mr. Arthur, do you possess any further information regarding Professor Quirrell? I yearn no more about my future instructor." Chapter 16, Henry's Wand, Part 1. Mr. Arthur appeared somewhat taken aback. Professor Quirrell? He was also a student at Hogwarts, a few years my junior, having graduated from Ravenclaw House, which you're familiar with, I presume? The house represented by the eagle on the crest. Upon seeing Henry nod, Mr. Arthur continued in a seemingly casual manner. "It is said that Professor Quirrell is an exceptionally talented individual, endowed with a solid theoretical foundation and a sharp intellect. Alas, he lacks practical experience in defense against the dark arts. The Daily Prophet reported that last year he sought first-hand experience in the dark forest of Albania." Noticing Henry's lingering confusion, Mr. Arthur recalled that Henry had never been exposed to magic before, and patiently elaborated, "The dark forest is inhabited by various factions of dark creatures, all banished there by the Ministry of Magic, making it an ideal locale for training and defense against the dark arts. However, Quirrell encountered a dreadful vampire and an old witch who caused him significant trouble, and since then, he has seemed like a different person, nervous, fearful of students, and apprehensive about teaching his defense against the dark arts class. To be frank, I'm quite concerned about your class this year. Regrettably, with the term about to commence, I doubt Headmaster Dumbledore will find a more suitable candidate." As they arrived at Ollivander's, crafting wands of exquisite quality since 382 BC, Henry observed that the dusty display case did not boast an array of merchandise like other shops. Instead, it contained only a faded purple cushion upon which rested a solitary wand, appearing both smooth and refined, a true testament to craftsmanship. Though seemingly overlooked, Henry felt an inexplicable connection. "Do not fret. Here you will undoubtedly find a wand that is perfect for you," Mr. Arthur assured, clearly holding this wand shop in high esteem as he comforted the anxious Henry and pushed open the door to enter the store. The bell above the door chimed with a clear sound. Stepping inside felt like entering a serene realm, insulated from the clamor of the outside world, with sunlight filtering softly through the windows. The shop was modest in size. Aside from a long bench, it was lined with shelves upon shelves, filled with an assortment of boxes, many cloaked in the dust of time. The dust and silence within seemed to harbor some enigmatic magic. The somber atmosphere exerted considerable pressure on Henry, causing him to grapple with a sense of insecurity. Despite having received his acceptance letter to Hogwarts and having arrived in Diagon Alley, he still felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, he had yet to demonstrate any magical aptitude. He recalled a phrase frequently emphasized in Harry Potter: "The wand chooses the wizard." What if later on, no one selected him? Would he face expulsion? Would they confiscate his acceptance letter and inform him that, bereft of a wand, he was nothing but a squib, or worse, a muggle? Although he had alternative plans, this represented the closest he had been to genuine magic in decades. To delve into the arcane arts, one must first grasp the fundamentals. How could he study magic without a wand? Through science? He felt as though the remnants of his last meal were rising to his throat, and his throat was parched, compelling him to swallow repeatedly, stifling the barrage of new worries and questions flooding his mind. He gazed up at the shelves, nearly reaching the ceiling, lined with thousands of slender boxes, attempting to wield a wand that would choose him to fly forth and liberate him from this oppressive atmosphere. Mr. Arthur sat on a bench, awaiting while Henry stood there. "Good afternoon, gentlemen." A gentle voice broke the silence of the shop, startling both men. An elderly gentleman emerged from behind the shelves, standing before them, his pale irises gleaming like two luminous moons in the dimly lit store. "Good afternoon, Mr. Ollivander," Arthur greeted, rising. "Oh, it has been quite some time, Mr. Arthur Weasley. I still remember the first wand you purchased during your school days. A 12-inch straight wand made of beech wood with a unicorn hair core, steadfast and loyal, correct?" "And who is this?" Mr. Ollivander nodded, his silvery eyes turning towards the anxious Henry, imposing upon him a considerable amount of pressure. "He is a new student this year. Dumbledore has asked me to bring him to acquire a wand," explained Arthur. "Henry, I am Henry with." He stepped forward, speaking somewhat awkwardly. After all, the power of selection lay in the hands of this elderly gentleman. What if he offended him and he refused to present a suitable wand? Henry couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Mr. Ollivander scrutinized Henry with keen eyes, making him feel as though he were being x-rayed, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. After a second or two, which felt like an eternity, Mr. Ollivander finally shifted his gaze. "Very well, Mr. Henry, come here. Let me have a look," he said, retrieving a long measuring tape marked with silver increment from his pocket. "Which hand do you prefer to wield your wand?" "Oh, the right hand," Henry replied, as the pale eyes finally diverted their attention, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he raised his right hand in indication. Mr. Ollivander began to take his measurements, starting from shoulder to fingertip, then from wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally measuring his head circumference. As he worked, he explained, "A wizard possesses many magical items, yet none hold as much significance as the wand, for it establishes an ineffable bond with its wielder. There exist numerous methods for crafting wands, and the French style is particularly renowned for customizing wands for wizards. However, I have always believed in the adage that a wand chooses its wizard, even if the materials are of the same wood, identical in dimensions, or even derived from the same magical creature, be a phoenix, unicorn, or dragon. The resulting wands will possess distinct personalities or traits, each uniquely corresponding to its singular master. Once a wand selects its owner, it becomes truly exceptional. It is only when wielded by the chosen master that a wand will exert its utmost efforts to assist. Throughout the journey alongside its master, the wand and the wizard engage in a reciprocal process of learning and achievement. Should one attempt to wield a wand that rightfully belongs to another wizard, the results will invariably fall short." Mr. Ollivander's voice began to take on an ethereal quality. "Very well," Mr. Ollivander proclaimed, as the measuring tape coiled itself into a neat circle and rolled aside. "Now, Mr. Henry, let us try this one. Made of the rare acacia wood, reserved solely for those meticulous and refined wizards. It contains a phoenix feather, measuring 8 inches in length, and is remarkably flexible. Give it a wave." Chapter 17, Henry's Wand, Part 2. Henry took the wand handed to him by Mr. Ollivander and gave it a tentative flick. However, Mr. Ollivander promptly snatched the wand from his grasp and presented him with another, this time crafted from alder wood, with a dragon heartstring core. Measuring 9 1/3 inches, a wand imbued with great resilience. "Try this one." As Henry raised the wand above his head, Mr. Ollivander swiftly took it away, exclaiming, "Now, look at this one. Made from ash wood and unicorn hair, 11 inches long, and eternally loyal to a single master. Give it a go." Henry took the wand and waved it downward, yet it yielded no response. Mr. Ollivander, rather than being disheartened, appeared somewhat pleased and handed him another wand. This time crafted from blackthorn wood, containing a phoenix feather, measuring 6.5 inches, sturdy and capable of becoming the devoted companion and servant one desires. Still no success? Let's try this one. The stack of wand boxes beside Henry continued to grow. Yet he had yet to encounter a wand that displayed even a hint of exceptional character. Each wand, despite its magical properties, felt no different from an ordinary stick in his hands. He perceived every unsuccessful attempt as a sentence of execution and felt the urge to retch. His spirits plummeted, breath quickened, and his complexion grew pale, prompting Mr. Ollivander to remark, "You appear quite unwell, Mr. Henry. Would you like to take a moment to rest?" Henry declined, unwilling to relinquish hope. He vowed not to give up until he had tried every single wand. "Absolutely not. Ah, a discerning customer, fear not, for you shall ultimately discover the wand that is most ideal, most perfect, and most suited to you. Let's try this one, made of black walnut, with a dragon's nerve, measuring 10 1/5 inches and slightly curved." Mr. Ollivander spoke with unwavering confidence as he continued to ascend and descend to retrieve wands for Henry, who felt himself growing numb with anticipation. "Still nothing," Mr. Ollivander muttered, furrowing his brow. It was indeed the first time he had encountered such a situation. He had nearly cleared 2/10 of the shelves, having tested almost 300 wands that were deemed suitable for Henry based on measure data and accumulated experience. Now, even the lunch hour had passed, yet he still had not found a wand that Henry could wield. The crucial issue was that very few wands remained that would be compatible with him. This was nothing short of a disgrace. He resolved that if Mr. Ollivander could not provide a wand for Henry, he would take him to Master Gregory in Germany for a custom wand, or seek out the wand makers in America that his colleagues had mentioned. Regardless of the path, he must ensure that this matter was resolved satisfactorily. He recalled Mr. Ollivander standing there, furrowing his brow in contemplation, while Henry and Mr. Arthur anxiously observed him. Suddenly, Mr. Ollivander slapped his forehead as if he had solved a millennial-old riddle, exclaiming, "How could I have forgotten this wand?" He gently caressed the wand in his hand and continued, "This is the last wand my father crafted in his later years, a culmination of his artistry. I advised him against it, for theoretically, no one could master this wand. Even if forcibly subdued, it would not cooperate, being a rebellious wand. Yet, my father insisted on its creation. I should have realized that since the living wand rejected you, why not consider a dead wand? Behold this one, fashioned from your wood, with the heartstring of a thestral, measuring 13 inches in length, possessing remarkable elasticity." He elaborated, "The material of this wand is exceedingly unique. You is said to grant the bearer dominion over life and death. Furthermore, after the outer layer of the old yew tree dies, new growth emerges from the center. Hence, it is regarded as the tree of immortality. The thestral, visible only to those who have faced death, carries a heartstring that is a potent and formidable substance, manageable solely by a wizard capable of confronting mortality." He concluded, "In simple terms, to master this wand, one must possess a quality that is almost unattainable for an ordinary wizard. I cannot assert what that quality is, merely speculate. Yet I believe this is the reason no one has wielded it over the years. I once thought it might never find its rightful owner. Thus, I kept it on display, hoping that one day someone would recognize its worth and claim it. Now give it a try." Mr. Ollivander scrutinized Henry for a moment before ultimately handing the wand to him. His wand had finally been found. He raised it triumphantly above his head and swung it forcefully downward, slicing through the sunlit air filled with dust. A flash of purple lightning erupted within the dimly lit shop, momentarily blinding the three unprepared observers, causing tears to well in their eyes as both Mr. Arthur and Mr. Ollivander instinctively shielded their faces. It felt as if he had returned to his homeland. He gasped for breath, as that singular action seemed to drain all his energy. From his side came Mr. Arthur's cheers, accompanied by Mr. Ollivander's jubilant proclamation. "I knew it. I knew this one was meant for you. It has been awaiting your arrival." Mr. Ollivander closed his eyes, seeking to calm his tumultuous emotions, then opened his pale, colorless gaze to observe the breathless Henry. In a tone laden with significance, he softly intoned, "Indeed, you are quite extraordinary. You shall undoubtedly accomplish great deeds. However, do not forget, it is the wand that chooses the wizard." Lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, he continued, "Remember, it has an ancient connotation of the soul's place of rebirth. I hope you do not disappoint it." Henry, gripping the wand in his hand, felt a chill run down his spine, uncertain whether the enigmatic wand maker had discerned something profound, particularly his gravest secret. Chapter 18. The First Encounter with Harry. Mr. Ollivander appeared merely to express a commonplace sentiment as he placed Henry's wand into a box, wrapping it in brown paper. With a smile, he turned to Mr. Arthur and declared, That will be 10 galleons. Mr. Arthur, flustered and blushing, struggled to find his words. Henry understood the reason for his discomfort. He retrieved a leather pouch he had prepared in advance, counting out 10 gold coins to pay Mr. Ollivander. After receiving the box and expressing his gratitude, he prepared to follow Mr. Arthur out of the shop. Suddenly, the shop door was flung open by a brawny giant, causing the bell to jangle loudly. Mr. Arthur, his demeanor resolute like a warrior ready to face death, stepped forward, then unexpectedly broke into a smile, laughing as he embraced the giant, who nearly knocked the wind out of him. "Hello, Hagrid. How have you been?" "Ah, don't mention it. I encountered quite a few troublesome matters last night. Nevertheless, despite the tasks at hand today, it has been rather splendid," came the thunderous voice that made Henry instinctively cover his ears, fearing he might have gone deaf. This was hardly his fault. Hagrid's imposing first impression was formidable, and he was unwilling to remain passive. It was said that young wizards might unconsciously unleash magic when their emotions surged and with a newly acquired wand in hand. It was conceivable he could cast a few unknown spells. Even if he could not, at the very least, it would not be such a desperate situation, would it? "This is Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys at Hogwarts. You may call him Hagrid, as he is also the keeper of the Forbidden Forest. Should you transgress school rules and be assigned to patrol the Forbidden Forest, he will be your sole ally," Mr. Arthur remarked, oblivious to Henry's movements as he turned to introduce the giant. "Ha ha, don't say that, Arthur. He clearly seems like a good lad who won tea get into trouble," Hagrid boomed, his laughter resonating through the room, causing the dust to rise once more. Hagrid smiled at Henry, extending an invitation. "Hello, Henry. Once you arrive at school, I shall treat you to rock cakes." Henry nodded eagerly in agreement, but saw Hagrid stepping forward, preparing to pat him on the shoulder in a gesture of friendliness. Not wishing to test the sturdiness of his own frame against such a giant, he deftly stepped forward, giving Hagrid a hearty hug before quickly retreating to the side. Hagrid, unfazed, laughed heartily, then greeted Mr. Ollivander. "It's been a while, sir." "Oh, Rubeus Hagrid. It is a pleasure to see you again. I still remember the wand you purchased. Oak, unicorn hair, 16 inches long, with a slight curve, if I am not mistaken." "Indeed, sir," Hagrid replied. "Ah, what a remarkable wand it is. Yet, I surmise that it must have been broken when they expelled you, correct?" Mr. Ollivander's demeanor shifted abruptly, taking on a somber tone akin to receiving news of a child's demise. "Indeed, it was broken," Hagrid replied slowly, retreating a step as if intimidated by Ollivander's grave state. "However, I still possess the broken wand," he added cheerfully. Suddenly, Hagrid feigned a moment of realization, slapping his forehead. Henry could have sworn he heard a metallic clang, interrupting Mr. Ollivander's intent to speak further. He produced a small child from behind, with unruly black hair obscuring their forehead. "Quickly, Harry, don't be shy. Come meet your future classmates, Mr. Arthur and Mr. Ollivander." "Good afternoon," said the boy cautiously, setting down the large birdcage he had been carrying and greeting the three with a shy nod. "Oh, Harry Potter, it is truly an honor to meet you. Having been in this world for nearly a month, I finally encounter its savior. I had thought our meeting would only occur at Hogwarts." Henry discreetly scrutinized the boy, when that famous scar from the wizarding world was hidden beneath his dark hair. The most striking feature on Harry's face was his vivid green eyes, reportedly inherited from his mother. Henry inexplicably recalled Dina's own aquamarine eyes, and upon comparison, he deemed hers more enchanting. This savior should be of the same age as I, both 11 years old, yet he appeared considerably smaller, not only in stature, but also in height. His hair was disheveled, intentionally covering his forehead, and he appeared gaunt, his face flushed with excitement that was now gradually fading. It is worth noting that even having only barely filled my stomach with the meager meals at the orphanage, I was not as frail as he appeared. Harry's physique was astonishingly more diminutive than my own. Moreover, the round glasses, held together with transparent tape and indicative of a history of violence, suggested that he had endured considerable adversity in a family that belonged to him but was not truly his. Yet, Harry's spirit did not seem to have been warped. At least, it appeared so for the moment. Other aspects of his character remained unknown due to lack of deeper interaction, but for what I observed, aside from a hint of shyness and timidity, he had not succumbed to despair from the hardships of his home life, nor had he become arrogant from external accolades. In simpler terms, he was an ordinary, slightly precocious 11-year-old boy. Mr. Ollivander dismissed Hagrid, his silver eyes fixed intently on Harry, as if wishing to scrutinize him closely. Henry noticed Hagrid let out a long sigh behind Harry, then saw him produce a handkerchief to wipe his brow. Upon noticing Henry's gaze, Hagrid offered him a somewhat awkward smile. Finally, Mr. Arthur realized, Harry? Is he the Harry Potter? He initially gazed blankly at Hagrid, but upon seeing Hagrid nod, He began to greet Harry with excitement. "Hi, it's wonderful to see you. I thought you had left already." Henry felt that had he still been seated on the bench, he would have surely leapt up in exhilaration. "Oh my goodness. I should go call Molly and the others over. Ginny has been clamoring to see you, Mr." Arthur seemed to recall something as he shouted and dashed out like the wind, his robes billowing behind him. Henry, indifferent to the title of the savior, nodded at Harry and reached out to signal Mr. Arthur, intending to accompany him to find Mrs. Molly and the others, while also reveling in the bustling sights of Diagon Alley. However, before he could utter a word, Mr. Arthur had vanished from sight. Left with no choice, he remained in the shop with the awkward Hagrid, watching as Mr. Ollivander approached the anxious Harry step by step. Mr. Ollivander, undisturbed by Mr. Arthur's departure, fixed his gaze upon Harry and murmured softly, as if afraid to disturb the wands nestled within their boxes. Yes, yes. I knew I would see you soon. Harry Potter, seeking a suitable wand? That shall pose no problem. Your eyes, bright green like your mother's, recall her visit here to procure her first wand. As if it were merely yesterday. A wand of 14¼ inches, made of willow, ideal for spell casting, symbolizes flexibility and wisdom. And it produces a delightful swish when waved, a splendid wand for magic. As Mr. Ollivander drew closer to Harry, Henry perceived that Harry appeared somewhat apprehensive of Mr. Ollivander. Undeniably, he too had felt such trepidation before. It was a sensation akin to having one's innermost secrets laid bare. A chilling experience that warranted no ridicule of Harry's fear. Your father, however, was different. He favored a mahogany wand, robust and enduring, offering exceptional protection. 11 inches in length, pliable, and imbued with greater strength, it was optimal for transfiguration. Indeed, your father was a prodigy in that discipline. Of course, let us not forget. A wand chooses the wizard. Mr. Ollivander leaned in closer, nearly pressing his nose against Harry's face. "May I?" he inquired, pointing at Harry's forehead. Harry nodded. Mr. Ollivander gently lifted the dark hair covering Harry's brow with his pale, slender fingers, caressing the lightning-shaped scar there. "I apologize. This was the result of a wand I sold. 13½ inches, you would, like Henry's wand, but with a core of phoenix feather. It is immensely powerful, yet unfortunately fell into the hands of a nefarious individual. Had I known what this wand would do." He paused, redirecting the conversation. "Well, you are here to purchase a wand today, are you not?" Seizing the moment while Mr. Ollivander busied himself selecting from the shelves, Henry finally found an opportunity to converse with Harry. "Hello, Harry." "Hello." Harry cast a curious glance at the boy before him. He and Hagrid had received an abundance of peculiar stares along their journey, yet the boy seemed distinctly different. Harry's origins and upbringing had compelled him to bear a sorrowful past, having been raised under someone else's roof. He often endured harsh treatment from his aunt and uncle due to certain circumstances. Consequently, he was acutely sensitive to the gazes and underlying sentiments of others, easily discerning the true emotions that lay beneath the surface. For instance, throughout their subway ride with Hagrid, he had perceived a myriad of looks: astonishment, curiosity, admiration, gratitude, and disdain, each one crystal clear to him. However, Henry's gaze remained unwavering, as clear as water, not revealing any discomfort due to Harry's status or Hagrid's appearance. He did not ask to see Harry's iconic lightning-shaped scar, nor did he react with distaste to Harry's tattered clothing or the makeshift tape holding together his broken glasses. Instead, he regarded Harry as he would any ordinary individual, which brought Harry a sense of relief. "Is this your pet? An owl?" Henry asked, pointing to the snowy white owl nestled in the cage, blissfully asleep with its head tucked under its wings, as he sought to establish rapport through the mention of pets. "Oh, this is a snowy owl, my new companion. I named her Hedwig, a name I stumbled upon in a history of magic. She was a birthday gift from Hagrid." Harry joyfully shared his delight with Henry, adding, "Isn't she beautiful?" "Ah, happy birthday, Harry," Henry exclaimed, catching the key phrase and sincerely congratulating him. He began rummaging through his belongings, eventually producing a piece of candy as a birthday gift, which he had initially intended to use to appease Dana earlier that morning. Harry, who knew of his tumultuous past, felt a warmth in his heart. Unlike himself, who had experienced a lonely childhood devoid of celebration, even in the most impoverished orphanages, there was always a yearly birthday observance with modest gifts exchanged. Today, it seemed, was likely Harry's first joyful birthday. "Very sweet. Thank you," Harry said, accepting the candy and savoring its flavor, grateful for Henry's genuine gesture. "You're welcome. By the way, with Hogwarts just around the corner, have you gleaned any insider information from Hagrid?" Henry inquired, aiming to learn more about the school. He recalled Hagrid's fervent passion for magical creatures. Yet his modest salary would hardly suffice for his expenses, especially with the forbidden forest nearby, an expansive woodland surely brimming with opportunities for profit. Henry had been quite troubled these past few days, losing sleep as thoughts of the matter plagued him. It truly was a challenge to make ends meet. Naturally, cultivating a good relationship with Harry could prove advantageous. Given Harry's status would likely grant him favor with many professors. If he could become Harry's close friend, he believed it would facilitate his inquiries into magical matters. He had silently vowed to systematically study magic the day he received his acceptance letter. Oh, except for Snape, he reminded himself. It was crucial to avoid provoking Snape's ire due to Harry. After all, potions were the foremost skill for a wizard to profit. If one were to become a master of potions, gold would undoubtedly flow in abundance, for the efficacy of potions ranks foremost, whether in daily life or in battle. Did Snape not exhibit a rather unflattering demeanor towards Harry? Harry, curious, watched as Henry posed a question, only to be plunged into deep contemplation. His expressions shifting from joy to frustration, reminiscent of a vibrant, mass-changing performance on television. One eccentric classmate, Harry mused, savoring his candy. Chapter 20, Harry's Wand, Part 2. No, I truly do not know, which is why I wish to inquire of you, Henry hastily clarified, anxious that Harry might uncover his ulterior motives. Although being discovered would not be catastrophic, it would nonetheless create an awkward rift. Well, if you seek any information, I can certainly ask Hagrid for you. Do not be deceived by his fearsome appearance. Hagrid is remarkably kind-hearted, Harry assured, conveniently omitting the incident in which Hagrid caused Dudley to sprout a pig's tail. After all, it was in defense of Harry, and thus not Hagrid's fault. Henry opened his mouth, intending to counter Harry's assertion, but found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had only recently met Hagrid, and his recollection confirmed that Hagrid was indeed amiable towards those he acknowledged. Children, devoid of ulterior motives, often forge friendships swiftly when their personalities align. As they conversed, the distance between them seemed to diminish considerably. While they were engaged in their dialogue, Mr. Ollivander approached, cradling a stack of long boxes. Clearing his throat, he announced, "Gentlemen, it is time to attend to business. Now, Mr. Potter, do try this beechwood wand with a dragon heartstring core 9 inches in length. Quite flexible, indeed. Give it a swish." Harry took the wand and waved it, but nothing transpired. Much like with Henry's earlier attempt, Mr. Ollivander promptly snatched the wand from his grasp, replacing it with a maple wand, featuring a phoenix feather core, measuring 7 inches. Harry offered an embarrassed smile to the two as he accepted the new wand and waved it once more. Yet again, nothing occurred. Henry flashed Harry an encouraging grin. However, soon enough, a nightmare reoccurred, with Harry now as the protagonist. Mr. Ollivander continually climbed up and down, retrieving long boxes and presenting wands to Harry. Yet more often than not, Harry would barely grasp the wand before it was whisked away by Mr. Ollivander. Henry could not fathom the criteria Mr. Ollivander employed to determine which wand would be most suitable for Harry, and thus could only assist in stacking the wands Harry had tried on a bench. The pile growing ever higher, he noticed that the excitement had completely drained from Harry's face, which had turned ashen as if he had lost too much blood. His legs trembling slightly, as though he were on the brink of fainting. After witnessing all of this, Henry could not help but offer comfort. "Do not fret, Harry. Relax a bit. You will surely find the wand that is meant for you." Henry presented his own smooth, polished wand to Harry, who gazed at it with envy. Seizing the moment while Mr. Ollivander was once again fetching more wands, he gestured for Harry to look aside. "Do you see that pile of wand boxes? I've tried those." Harry blinked and gazed upwards at the towering stacks of wand boxes that reached the ceiling, a sight that left him utterly astonished. He had previously believed that they were merely clutter left by Mr. Ollivander during his tidying up. The collection of wand boxes he had amassed was barely a third of what stood before him. Upon realizing this, he cast a grateful glance at Henry. He accepted the wand Mr. Ollivander handed him, this time standing tall and devoid of anxiety. "Ah, yet another discerning customer, Mr. Ollivander observed patiently as he presented wand after wand for Harry to try. He appeared genuinely delighted, as if finding the perfect match for his crafted wands brought him immense joy. Harry took a wand, raised it high above his head, and with a swift motion, he brought it down. To his amazement, a flash of red light erupted. Sparkles of golden light burst forth from the wand tip like fireworks, casting dancing spots of illumination around the room, creating a dreamlike spectacle. A satisfied smile spread across Mr. Ollivander's face. Henry glanced at Mr. Ollivander and cautiously reached out to catch the sparks, discovering they were not hot at all, but rather passed through his body like an ethereal projection, landing softly on the ground. Suddenly, applause and cheers erupted from outside, ringing loudly in the tranquil shop. Harry and Henry swiftly turned to the window, spotting Arthur's family and Hagrid peering in, their noses pressed against the glass, with Hagrid's voice booming the loudest. Mr. Ollivander cast a fleeting glance outside before returning to wrap the wands, muttering to himself, "Fascinating, truly marvelous, a new subject to ponder." Henry, intrigued, inquired, "Excuse me, sir, what is so marvelous?" Mr. Ollivander did not direct his attention to Henry, but instead focused intently on Harry, particularly the scar upon his forehead, and whispered, "I remember every one I have sold, gentlemen, every single one. Yet, I have never encountered such a remarkable occurrence. As I mentioned, even if all the materials are identical, including length, each wand is unique. I have only once used 2 adjacent tail feathers from the same phoenix. One was crafted into this wand, while the other formed a different wand. The one that left you that scar is the very one you now hold." Ignoring the gasps from the two, he concluded, "Wands choose wizards, as if you are destined to wield this wand. Then, sir, what connection do you think exists between them? A fraternal bond? Or is the scar on Harry S.'s forehead the primary reason this wand chose him?" Henry S.'s interest was piqued. "I do not know, Mr. Henry, and thus I can only marvel at the wonders of the world without delving deeper," Mr. Ollivander sighed. He swiftly regained his composure. "7 galleons? Thank you." Harry paid the coins to acquire the wand, and Mr. Ollivander bowed, ushering them out of the shop. Chapter 21. The Notion of Earning Money. Stepping out of the dimly lit shop, Henry was once again greeted by the long-forgotten brilliance of the sun, casting shadows that slanted in the opposite direction of his arrival. It dawned on him that it was already past noon, and he could hear the rumblings of his stomach, signaling his hunger. Regrettably, it was not yet mealtime. Mr. Arthur approached, beckoning his family to meet Harry, particularly the excitable Ginny, who had been clamoring to see him. The twin brothers seemed to be well acquainted with Hagrid. Standing at a distance and engaged in a discussion, their curiosity about Harry overshadowing any sense of admiration. They merely exchanged distant greetings to satisfy their curiosity before returning to their more pressing matters. Ignoring Harry's pleading gaze, Henry greeted Mrs. Molly and then slipped behind the twins, raising his voice in a mock imitation of Mrs. Weasley, inquiring, "What are you discussing?" "Oh, nothing," Fred or George exclaimed, startled, hastily denying it. Upon turning to see Henry, they sighed in relief. "I thought Mum might have overheard us." "It's nothing really. We were just talking about the Forbidden Forest." Another boy chimed in. "There are many magical creatures in there, like unicorns, werewolves, and centaurs. We just visited the potion shop and saw that their shed fur, horns, and claws are quite valuable." In unison, they declared, "Very valuable." George explained, "Typically, students are not allowed in the Forbidden Forest, but we could use the excuse of being grounded for violating school rules to venture in. Hagrid, as the keeper of keys and grounds, usually takes students on patrols around the forest perimeter, but we could plead with him to lead us a bit deeper." "Just a little deeper," Fred emphasized. "So, would you like to join us?" George invited. Henry looked up at Hagrid, who wore a face full of refusal. In a low voice, though still quite loud, he said, No, I have to look after you lot. The Forbidden Forest is far too dangerous. This is non-negotiable." The twins began to promise a share of their findings, attempting to entice him with the prospect of money, but Hagrid remained resolute, his voice growing louder. No. His insistence finally caught Mrs. Molly's attention. She had just instructed Ron and Ginny to greet Harry, a task made arduous primarily due to Ginny's shyness. Having clamored to see Harry, she now hid behind her mother, her face flushed with embarrassment, and stammered out a greeting. Unable to bear Harry's discomfort, Mrs. Molly sought to divert attention, fortuitously hearing Hagrid's refusal. "What do you mean, no?" she asked, guiding Ginny, along with Ron, Harry, and Mr. Arthur, over to them. Harry and Ron whispered to one another, suggesting a budding friendship. "Henry," the twins chided in unison. "It wasn't me," Henry protested, feeling a twinge of injustice. "Mum? No, it's nothing." The twins, realizing their unspoken connection, echoed in unison, only serving to deepen Mrs. Molly's suspicions. She turned her gaze towards Hagrid, while the twins behind her exchanged frantic glances with him. In the presence of the formidable Mrs. Molyneux, under the scrutiny of her deep brown gaze, the stout and tall Hagrid instinctively took a step back, stammering, "No, it's nothing. Just a notion, yes, merely a notion." Mrs. Molyneux's eyes sharpened, as she let out a huff through her nose. "What kind of notion?" Her twin brothers exchanged glances and nudged each other, silently urging one to step forward and explain. However, as they searched for a suitable excuse, their expressions deflated like punctured balloons, already contemplating the aftermath. Hagrid fumbled for words, unable to articulate a complete thought. Suddenly, one of the twins, struck by inspiration, stepped forward and said, "Mum, isn't your birthday approaching?" The other, equally perceptive, chimed in, "We were at school then, not at home, so we asked Hagrid to catch you an animal as a birthday gift." He hesitated, adding, "But that gift might be a little dangerous," so Hagrid declined. Mrs. Molyneux turned to Henry. "Is that truly the case?" Henry, initially inclined to divulge the truth, found himself swayed by the pleading and threatening looks from the twins. Considering the consequences his brothers would face upon his confession, along with the fact that this was indeed a lucrative venture, albeit one he was currently ill-equipped for, he decided to postpone the matter. Even if the brothers ceased to propose this idea in the future, it could not simply be dismissed. He nodded vigorously. The twins displayed expressions of momentary fright, but soon realized they still needed to procure a birthday gift for their mother, which brought back their frowns. Mr. Arthur stood by, observing the scene with a knowing smile, while the other three children remained utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Ultimately, it was Mr. Arthur who suggested they all go for lunch, bringing an end to the farce. They casually chose a hamburger joint in Diagon Alley to satiate their hunger, during which Ginny repeatedly knocked over a plate and mashed potatoes, causing considerable distress to Mrs. Molyneux. As Henry hastily devoured his burger, Mr. Arthur turned to Mrs. Molyneux and inquired, "Have Fred and the others' items been purchased?" Upon her nod of confirmation, Mr. Arthur proposed they stroll through Diagon Alley with Harry and Hagrid to see if anything else was needed, planning to convene at the Leaky Cauldron afterwards. He stood up and called to Henry, "Come on, Henry. Aside from wands, there are many other items yet to be procured." As they exited the shop, Mr. Arthur casually asked, "Did you bring the letter that accompanied the Hogwarts acceptance notice?" Henry retrieved the list he had been perusing repeatedly over the past few days, almost memorized, and read aloud. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform, first-year students require 1. 3 plain work robes, black. 2. 1 plain, pointed hat for daytime, wear black. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves, made of dragon hide or similar material. 4. 1 winter cloak, black, with silver fastenings. Please note, all student attire must bear a name tag. All students are required to prepare the following books: Standard Spells, Beginner, by Miranda Goshawk; History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot; Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling; A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch; 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philetus Spore; Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger; Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander; Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble; Other Equipment, a wand, a cauldron, standard size 2, tin-plated; a set of glass or crystal vials, a telescope, a brass scale. Students may bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. Parents are kindly reminded that first-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. Chapter 22. The Conflict at Flourish and Blots. "Can we purchase these in Diagon Alley?" Henry inquired. They stepped into Madame Malkin's robe shop, which was somewhat crowded. According to Mr. Arthur, this was the designated place for custom robes for nearly all the young witches and wizards attending Hogwarts. Madame Malkin was amiable, skilled in her craft, and used high-quality materials, earning her an excellent reputation. The two waited in the reception area until Henry finally met Madame Malkin. She was a short, plump witch, slightly taller than Mrs. Molly, with a welcoming smile, dressed in fine purple robes that spoke of good quality. "Are you here to buy Hogwarts uniforms, dear?" She greeted Henry with a smile. Many young witches and wizards came here to try on robes, and she assured him he would be satisfied. Henry purchased the required set from a list, mindful of his spending as there were still many other items to acquire. Following Mr. Arthur's guidance, they visited several shops to gather all the necessary supplies, excluding textbooks. Henry heeded Mr. Arthur's advice to select several inexpensive yet high-quality items, saving him several galleons, which made him grateful he hadn't ventured out alone. Their final stop was Flourish and Blots, the largest bookstore in Diagon Alley, where shelves brimmed with books reaching the ceiling. Henry spotted leather-bound volumes as large as paving stones and silk-covered books the size of postage stamps. Some were filled with peculiar symbols, while a few were entirely blank. One could almost find every published work in the magical world here. Mr. Arthur pointed out that Flourish and Blots also contained a large study room filled with old books. He had previously discovered many rare ancient tomes within the piles of old literature. With the assistance of a shopkeeper, Henry located that room, which was extraordinarily spacious, with a variety of oddly shaped spellbooks stacked high to the ceiling, a delightful mix of new and old. He was overjoyed. It was a paradise for learners, a veritable ocean of knowledge. Besides the somewhat unpleasant odor and the book's worn condition, he placed his cauldron, filled with items, on the bookstore counter and then dove into the pile of old books, with Mr. Arthur joining him to assist. Ultimately, they not only gathered all the required textbooks from the list, but the quality was commendable, with no loose pages or damage to the book leaves. Henry also sought out several foundational books on magic, such as the History of Spells, the Untold Chronicles, Selected Spells of the 18th Century, Fundamentals of Magic, the Trinity, Essential Theories of Magic, Chronicles of Significant Magical Events, and Forgotten Ancient Magic and Incantations. He believed it imperative to systematically understand the evolution of magic and its foundational theories before embarking on his studies. Not only the shopkeeper, but even Mr. Arthur was taken aback upon seeing the volumes Henry had discovered, as these were substantial tomes, each as thick as a child's head, far surpassing the ordinary textbooks. Could he truly read them all? Henry had to make several trips to transport the books. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Henry, how did you manage to find these books?" "I believe the better ones are hidden beneath the pile, and the titles certainly piqued my interest, so..." He noted down the titles he fancied, planning that once he settled into Hogwarts, his first task would be to visit the library for borrowing books. Under the guidance of a shopkeeper, he followed Mr. Arthur to the front desk, where he paid a mere handful of silver sickles, saving a considerable sum. The sound of gold, silver, and bronze coins clinking in his pouch brought him immense joy. It seemed that Dana and the lady's gifts were secured. As they prepared to leave Flourish and Blots, an unfriendly voice suddenly emerged from behind the shelves. "Isn't that Arthur Weasley?" It was Lucius Malfoy. Arthur momentarily froze upon hearing the voice, his ever-present smile fading, before turning around to respond coldly. Emerging from behind the shelves was a man with pale, golden hair, icy blue-gray eyes, and a gaunt, pallid face. He wore a sullen expression, cradling several exquisite spellbooks, and wielded a finely crafted serpent-headed cane, which Henry suspected concealed his wand. Much like Hagrid's. At that moment, a disdainful smirk adorned his face, and he emitted a series of irritating clicking sounds that were utterly vexatious. Henry noticed Mr. Arthur's face redden, as if he were on the verge of exploding. Meanwhile, Lucius continued to spew his vitriol, glancing at the tattered books in Mr. Arthur's arms. Despite the quality of their pages, "Oh, is this all you have, old books? I expected you might require some fine volumes to adorn your dilapidated home. But it seems mere old tomes will suffice." Mr. Arthur clenched his fists, and Henry stepped forward to retort, "These books are mine, Mr. Arthur is merely accompanying me to make a purchase." Lucius cast a dismissive glance at Henry before turning his attention back to Mr. Arthur. "Is this rude child your relative?" "Indeed, no matter how noble your Weasley lineage once was, rolling in the mud has rendered you as foul as the mire itself." Henry felt a surge of anger. Having spent considerable time in this world, he had yet to encounter someone so malicious. "I am not Mr. Arthur's relative. He is a respected elder, far superior to you." Lucius was increasingly disdainful. Where his expression had previously conveyed mere dislike, it now radiated outright loathing. He leaned closer to the two, his countenance most repugnant, and sneered softly, "Oh, so you aren't even pureblood, a half-breed? Or perhaps you're mudblood?" Henry vaguely recalled that mudblood was the most venomous term in the magical realm. Yet his limited exposure to this world rendered him indifferent. To his astonishment, Mr. Arthur, upon hearing this slur, abruptly cast aside the spellbook in his hands and lunged at Lucius, delivering a powerful blow straight to his face. Chapter 23. An Unusual Sensation. Gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd. The shopkeeper seemed intent on intervening, but the two were locked in such a fierce struggle that Henry noticed Lucius's nose appeared crooked, blood trickling forth. From among the onlookers, a boy with pale golden hair and gray eyes burst forth. His complexion was ashen, his chin sharp and thin, resembling Lucius closely. He shouted, "Stay away from my father," brandishing a hefty spellbook above his head, aiming to strike Mr. Arthur. Should he connect, it would surely cause significant harm. As Mr. Arthur was entangled with Lucius, he remained oblivious to the impending attack from behind. In that moment, a peculiar glimmer flickered in Henry's eyes. His pupils momentarily transformed into slit-like serpentine orbs, though no one noticed. He himself felt nothing amiss, only a surge of boundless strength. As if every muscle was under his flawless command, enabling him to exceed his usual physical capabilities. The sensation was utterly extraordinary, akin to becoming a serpent. Before he could further savor this marvelous feeling, Henry thought to intervene against the boy's actions, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself positioned behind the lad. The crowd's attention was elsewhere, thus rendering this miraculous scene unseen. He swiftly seized the boy, constraining his arm with a grip as firm as a serpent's coil. The spellbook nearly struck Mr. Arthur's head. The boy, caught in Henry's grasp, began to struggle vigorously but could not break free. Henry was taken aback by the extent of his newfound strength. The boy cursed as he was dragged from the fray. Lucius, amidst the tumult of battle, noticed his son being restrained and bellowed, "Draco," as he lunged toward Henry, only to be met with several more punches from Mr. Arthur. Seizing the opportunity, the shopkeepers pulled the two apart. Mr. Arthur, shaking his hand and wincing as he cradled his bruised eye, approached Henry, signaling him to release the boy. He had been caught off guard by a punch from Lucius, but fortunately, as Lucius was pinned down, the blow was not overly severe. Henry released Draco, pushing him back toward Lucius. Draco stumbled slightly from the unexpected shove. His upbringing had not instilled admirable traits in him, yet he quickly regained his composure. Lucius, having regained his calm amidst the crowd's intervention, embraced his son after breaking free. Blood dripped from his face, primarily from his nose, rendering him somewhat disheveled. Yet, despite his fury and pain, he maintained his composure and issued a menacing warning. "Weasley, this is far from over." Having spoken, he hastily picked up the cane that had been discarded during the scuffle and departed the bookstore in a hurry. The onlookers murmured among themselves before dispersing, while Mr. Arthur, supported by Henry, settled onto a bench to rest. "I apologize for my influence on you, Henry," he said, sensing his companion's low spirits. He hadn't anticipated that a few words would spark what appeared to him as an inexplicable brawl. Although his side had not suffered greatly, he still felt a sense of loss. "No, Henry, it's not your fault. I had long wished to confront him," Arthur reassured, deflecting the blame onto himself. "Mr. Arthur, yes, you're a good man." Henry understood the reason behind Arthur's altercation with Lucius, and it warmed his heart, though he was indifferent to the insults of others. The knowledge that someone would defend him was a delightful feeling. "Ha ha!" Arthur chuckled proudly, inadvertently pulling at his wound and eliciting a twinge of pain. Grimacing, he drew out his wand and pointed it at the swollen area, muttering an incantation. In no time, the bruise faded, rendering the injury nearly undetectable. Henry gazed at Arthur's spell casting with envy, marveling at the convenience of magic that spared him the cost of a hospital visit. His admiration was unmistakable. "This is a healing charm, akin to what Muggles learn in their essential studies. It's quite handy for treating external injuries. Despite my current state, I once aspired to be an Auror after graduation," Arthur explained with a hint of pride, though he soon became somewhat disheartened. Suddenly, as if recalling something important, he said, "Oh, by the way, Henry." Henry, lost in thought regarding the peculiar events he had just experienced, looked up, puzzled, wondering if there was something he had forgotten. Arthur, appearing slightly embarrassed, continued, "Please remember not to mention this to Molly. If she finds out, she will surely chide me for not setting a good example." "All right," Henry replied after a moment of silence, agreeing and feeling he had gained a deeper understanding of Mr. Arthur's affection for Mrs. Molly. "They're all good people," Henry mused inwardly. On their way, Henry purchased some honey pudding and bouncing magical candy from the candy shop, then went to the whimsical joke shop to buy a self-lighting firework, all common trinkets that little wizards often enjoy, certain they would go unnoticed. Even if any oddities were detected, they could easily be dismissed as new products, cleverly explained away with Muggle knowledge. Passing by a towering, pristine white building that loomed over the surrounding shops, Henry was focused on seeking items from his list and thus failed to notice anything unusual. However, Arthur, having seen much more, was no longer surprised when Henry suddenly pointed at a figure standing in front of the bronze doors, clad in a scarlet and gold uniform. Much shorter than himself, with a round head that was disproportionately large. With a bemused expression, he inquired, "Mr. Arthur, what is that?" Arthur turned to scrutinize the gnome with a shrewd, dark face and pointed beard, lowering his voice to reply, "Do not point at him. That is a goblin. A highly intelligent humanoid creature. They are quite proud and cannot abide being pointed at." Just then, the goblin glanced over, prompting Henry to quickly lower his arm to avoid any unnecessary confrontation. Arthur, accompanied by Henry, feigned a casual stroll and continued, "Do not be deceived by their peculiar appearances. They possess remarkable intelligence, particularly in the art of metalworking, such as crafting magical silverware. Moreover, they are responsible for minting the currency that circulates in the magical realm. Their insatiable greed, whether for their own possessions or others, drives them into a frenzy over gold and treasures, rendering them utterly irrational. Hence, the Ministry of Magic entrusted them with the management of Gringotts, that very edifice." Chapter 24, Farewell. Henry, filled with curiosity, inquired, "But how can such a small building possibly contain the wealth of the entire wizarding community of Britain?" Many wizards harbor skepticism towards goblins. They believe that goblins would pilfer their own vaults, preferring to keep their valuables at home rather than entrust them to Gringotts. As for those who do deposit their treasures, they are securely stored in vaults hundreds of feet deep beneath London, Arthur explained. But they appear so weak. Wouldn't a wizard be able to invade and steal? Henry imagined a scene reminiscent of films where armed robbers storm a bank. Weak? Oh no. Goblins possess their own magical system and can wield magic without wands, a skill considered the pinnacle of sorcery among wizards. They have instigated bloody and vicious uprisings on multiple occasions. And hush, it is rumored that a dragon resides within, Arthur exclaimed, attempting to dissuade Henry from such thoughts. A dragon? Henry immediately associated it with that esteemed creature. Indeed, a Ukrainian iron belly, which the goblins have fiercely tamed to guard the vaults, Arthur said, his tone imbued with sympathy, whether for the dragon deprived of its freedom or for the goblins who endured great losses in subduing it remained unclear. Henry lost interest, realizing the implausibility. Of course, how could there be an eastern dragon in the west? It was presumptuous of me, he mused. With only an hour or two until sunset, the two engaged in light conversation while clutching their purchases. Upon lifting their gaze, they found themselves back at the refuse bin, where Arthur extracted his wand and tapped the cobblestones, causing the path to re-emerge. As they walked across, the stones gradually closed behind them. Henry turned to behold the vanishing sunlight of Diagon Alley at the tunnel's end, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment from the day's experiences. Upon returning to the nearly deserted Leaky Cauldron, they found the Weasley family and Harry, who had been waiting for them. They were engaged in casual conversation, surrounded by an array of shopping bags, while several children experimented with a drink that resembled beer. Henry remained skeptical. After all, the drink in the beer mug, though labeled as a beverage, bore a striking resemblance to beer and even included the word in its name. How could it possibly be alcohol-free? However, seeing Arthur raise his glass in a toast to Harry and take a hearty gulp, with a look of sheer delight, made Henry's mouth water. Having walked so long with their recent acquisitions, he felt parched. Tentatively, he took a sip, and his eyes brightened. Oh, this is delightful. It truly has no alcohol and tastes somewhat like a less cloying butter toffee. Ah, the butterbeer fudge was recently acquired in Diagon Alley, and under Arthur's enthusiastic recommendation, it became one of the gifts for the children at the orphanage. However, he found it rather overly sweet and hoped that Dina would appreciate it. Henry placed a portion of the candies on the table to share with everyone, when Mrs. Molly cheerfully presented a cube from behind her. Henry, take a look at this. A trunk? Henry responded with some confusion. No, this is too generous of you, he declined. After spending a day with the Weasley family, he had gathered that their financial situation seemed quite strained. It made sense, considering Arthur had mentioned there were 5 children currently attending Hogwarts, and the entire family relied solely on Arthur's salary. The department he worked in, the misuse of Muggle artifacts office, sounded rather insignificant, and it was likely that his earnings were not substantial. He recalled Ron's somewhat baggy clothes, which might have belonged to one of his brothers. It's quite all right, dear. Consider it a welcoming gift, Mrs. Molly said with a warm smile, while Arthur and several children chimed in supportively. Henry felt a surge of emotion. Who would be so kind upon first meeting? Such a wonderful family should never be subjected to Voldemort's destructive tendencies. He silently resolved to protect them. The group enjoyed pleasant conversation at the pub, but soon it was time to part ways. They first escorted Harry to Paddington Station, attracting curious glances from passers-by due to their assortment of odd-shaped packages and Harry's snowy owl, Hedwig. Arthur, marveling at the wonders of the Muggle world, occasionally exclaimed, "Look, that turnstile is fascinating." Despite Mrs. Molly's sharp gaze, Arthur remained oblivious, entirely engrossed in his surroundings. Thankfully, his robe had been enchanted. Otherwise, the stares would have been even more pronounced. Henry contemplated taking the underground, primarily due to its affordability. Since Muggle currency could be exchanged for wizarding money at Gringotts, he resolved to be frugal. The subway arrived with a thunderous roar, and Arthur helped push the trunk onto the train before waving goodbye. Mrs. Molly stood beside the twins, holding Ron and Ginny's hands, and in the blink of an eye, the Weasley family was left behind by the train. Henry felt a twinge of sadness. He quickly dashed toward the departing train, calling out, "Aunt Amy, have you eaten? I am famished." Upon seeing Henry, Amy beamed with a relaxed smile and waved at him. As he ran, Henry thought to himself that it had been a truly wonderful day. Time flew by, and tomorrow marks September 1st, the day Hogwarts commenced its new term. Chapter 25, Platform 9, Part 1. During a rare moment when Dina was no longer pestering him, Henry stealthily retreated to his room and thoroughly read through all the first-year textbooks. He discovered that even in the magical realm, first year was fundamentally about laying a solid foundation. The content was largely straightforward and easily comprehensible, proving to be far less daunting than he had anticipated. It felt as though he was destined to be a wizard from birth. He also learned several simple life spells from the book Basic Incantations and successfully cast them using his wand, thereby nurturing his bond with it. Although Henry inexplicably felt that his relationship with his wand had reached its zenith, leaving no room for further growth. Which wizard would ever disdain a profound connection with their own wand? Surely not. Moreover, he recalled Arthur's mention of the concept of trace in international secrecy law. Thus he exercised great caution to avoid being seen while practicing magic. However, on one occasion, despite his efforts to conceal himself in his room, ensuring no one was around, he was nonetheless discovered by Dina while practicing a minor spell. This revelation terrified him, leading him to believe that his actions would inevitably be reported to the Ministry of Magic, resulting in immediate expulsion from Hogwarts, ultimately becoming a notorious cautionary tale in textbooks. He lamented and pondered how to enhance his abilities through technology, yet the entire month of August slipped away without receiving that dreaded letter of expulsion from Hogwarts. Dina had initially been deceived by Henry's illusionary excuse, but as she reflected on the incident, she grew increasingly suspicious and soon resumed her pursuit of him. Henry had to suppress his worries and began to play hide and seek with Dina in the orphanage. Dina, reveling in the game, quickly forgot her previous extraordinary experience and shifted her focus to other matters. Furthermore, the absence of any warning letters or expulsion notices greatly relieved Henry. In the days leading up to the start of school, he finally succeeded in casting a spell that had been meticulously analyzed as a case study in magical theory. Unfortunately, he remained baffled by the nature of the serpentine pendant, having yet to uncover its secrets. Indeed, first-year textbooks scarcely documented overly obscure matters. Yet Henry thought the pendant bore a resemblance to dark magical artifacts described in Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense. Though he could not fathom why it had no effect on him. No, that was not entirely accurate. Henry squinted, recalling the serpent-like sensation he experienced during his confrontation with Draco at the Leaky Cauldron. However, this pendant could not remain in the orphanage. Dina had always believed she was hoarding treasures, frequently rummaging through the house in search of sweets. If it were discovered after his departure, it would spell trouble. More concerning was the possibility that the pendant was indeed a dark artifact crafted by Voldemort, which might inadvertently affect Dina. That would be a regret too profound to bear. Thus, the pendant needed to be kept close, for even if he could not discern why it was ineffective against him, he was currently its most reliable guardian. Henry fastened the pendant around his neck, concealing it deep beneath his clothing. He retired to bed early and, before sleeping, deliberately retrieved his train ticket. Placing it in the pocket of the clothes he planned to wear the following day, confirming the time once more. The train at 11 o'clock should be manageable. When he awoke, it was just past 5 in the morning, yet Henry was too exhilarated to fall back asleep. He rose from his bed and donned the meticulously cleaned denim outfit prepared by Aunt Amy, as he was reluctant to attract attention by wearing a wizard's robe at the train station. As he felt the ticket nestled in his pocket and gazed at the modest furnishings of the room, a sense of disorientation washed over him. Though he had only been in this world for a little over a month, he had already come to regard the orphanage as his home. Despite the not-so-appetizing meals and the standardized gray-fitted attire, he was at least assured of 3 hearty meals a day, dressed in clean and warm clothing, and had the benevolence of Dr. Slant to provide charitable medical assistance when illness struck. He could not recall anything from before his amnesia, but after it, Mrs. Calfer, Aunt Amy, Dr. Slant, and even Dana had shown him great care. This place, though far from luxurious, was filled with family. A place with loved ones is, indeed, a home. Unfortunately, Mrs. Calfer was aging, and the orphanage faced the looming threat of closure. He felt powerless and too young to be of any assistance. Henry paced silently within the room, unable to devise a solution to navigate through this crisis. He could only hope that the next year or two would pass without significant issues, and by the time he returned after his studies, he would have a strategy in place. Time flew swiftly, and before long, breakfast had barely concluded when it was already 9:30. After bidding a heartfelt farewell to everyone at the orphanage, Henry pushed his suitcase towards the subway station. He walked briskly, catching a glimpse of Dana wiping away tears, fearing that her reluctance to part would delay the train. He quickly located Platform 9, marked prominently by a large plastic sign displaying the numeral 9. He vaguely recalled that Platform 9 and 3-4 was situated between Platforms 9 and 10, yet he could not remember the specifics of its location or how to access it. This was a recurring frustration. Whenever crucial information was at hand, his memory seemed to falter. Henry tapped his head in annoyance, lamenting silently. Resigned, he stood back, leaning against the wall atop his sturdy suitcase, which thankfully could bear his weight, while he scanned the area in search of wizards who stood out distinctly from the other travelers. However, trouble soon approached. A seemingly well-meaning guard approached him, inquiring whether he had become separated from his family and offering to assist by broadcasting an announcement in the station's control room, provided he accompanied the guard to wait for his parents. Henry politely declined the guard as assistance, explaining that he was awaiting the 11 o'clock train. Yet, the guard remained unconvinced, insisting that, to his knowledge, no train was scheduled to depart at that hour. He suspected that Henry's parents might have lied, perhaps abandoning him at the station to escape on their own. Suddenly, Henry's gaze was drawn to a mother and child. The mother, adorned with a tall, elegant hat and a fitting long dress, exuded an air of grace and mystery, clearly the product of an excellent family upbringing, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding raucous crowd. Beside her, the child wore a cap emblazoned with a football logo, dressed in denim, and pushed a suitcase similar to Henry's, atop which rested a cage containing an owl. As two individuals conversed, they made their way towards a ticket checkpoint situated between platforms 9 and 10. He could wager a bet that this mother and son duo were undoubtedly wizards. Henry fixated his gaze on them as they approached the ticket booth, only to see them vanish from sight. A surge of excitement coursed through him. He had finally found it. This was the place. Gratefully acknowledging the guard's concern, he eagerly leaped off his suitcase, hastily brushed off the dirt he had just stepped in, and hurried towards the ticket booth, dragging his luggage behind him. The guard, trailing after Henry, called out loudly, drawing the attention of several passers-by. Yet, as Henry stepped into the designated area of the ticket office, the guard abruptly halted, scratching his head in bewilderment and muttering to himself, Where did they go? They were just here, weren't they? Now, they've vanished? Upon hearing the guard's voice, Henry curiously turned around, only to find the guard staring blankly in his direction, seemingly oblivious to what lay before him. He realized that the muggle-repelling charm must have taken effect once more. Wait, am I seeing ghosts? The guard anxiously scanned his surroundings. Just then, Henry noticed a blond man in a t-shirt stealthily approach the guard from behind. As the guard anxiously surveyed the area, the man discreetly retrieved a stick from his pocket and softly murmured, "Obliviate," with a slight flick of his wrist. A barely perceptible white light flashed, causing the well-meaning guard to clutch his head in confusion as he wandered away, puzzled by his presence in that spot, while the rest of the crowd remained oblivious to the peculiar occurrence. The man flashed a smile at Henry before turning to depart. In that instant, Henry comprehended that this must be a wizard summoned by Hogwarts for assistance, perhaps even an Auror from the Ministry of Magic. After all, Hogwarts had a considerable number of students, all of whom were required to arrive at King's Cross Station on the 1st of September to board the train to Hogwarts. Even with the muggle-repelling charm in effect, its radius could not be too expansive, otherwise it would compromise secrecy. Some wizards, accustomed to their secluded lives, might still don eccentric attire or exhibit odd behavior while escorting young witches and wizards to Hogwarts, which would inevitably attract the attention of muggles at the station, even drawing the gaze of muggle guards. In such instances, it would become necessary for other wizards to assist in erasing the memories of those muggles who had noticed the abnormalities. Regardless of whether the blond man could see him, Henry waved goodbye to his retreating figure, feeling a twinge of regret for the befuddled guard. He then turned around, steeling himself, and dashed towards the spot where he had last seen the mother and son disappear. As the wall loomed closer, Henry instinctively shut his eyes, bracing for impact. Yet, nothing transpired. With his eyes still closed, he continued to run forward based on instinct, taking several more steps until the silence was broken by the familiar hum of conversation and the clattering of heavy luggage, accompanied by the not-so-pleasant hoots of owls calling out to one another. Upon opening his eyes, Henry beheld a deep crimson steam locomotive station beside a platform bustling with travelers. The thick plume of steam swirled above the crowd, and a sign reading Hogwarts Express hung from the train. He had succeeded. Henry pushed his suitcase, a smile adorning his face as he observed the students in the carriage playfully bantering and bidding farewell to their families. A lively scene that even stirred his usually tranquil disposition. Amidst the raucous children, he deftly navigated, his emotions subtly shifting as he took in the surroundings. At last, he discovered an empty compartment near the rear of the train. With considerable effort, he hoisted the suitcase onto the door's step, relieved that it contained only a few belongings. And perhaps fueled by the illusion of strength from the soot that had entered his lungs, he managed to lift it despite his small stature. He successfully pushed the suitcase into the corner of the compartment, but hesitated to place it on the rack, reasoning that since few would venture there, it could remain where it was. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he opened the window to let in some air, listening to the cacophony outside. and retrieved his copy of Magical Theory to immerse himself in its pages once more. Just as he became engrossed, he was startled by the heavy breathing and the sound of a suitcase being dropped at the entrance of the carriage. After a moment's contemplation, he set the textbook aside, peering out of the compartment door. There, he spotted the snowy owl in a cage placed in the aisle and recognized Hedwig. Tentatively, he called toward the entrance. "Is that Harry over there?" The commotion ceased, and a familiar head poked through the door. Indeed, it was Harry. Noticing Harry's drenched hair and flushed face, Henry inquired, "Do you need assistance?" Breathless, Harry replied, "Would you mind lending a hand?" "Thank you." Carefully stepping over Hedwig, Henry grasped the suitcase's strap, braced himself, and with a firm pull, he lifted the suitcase inside. Harry remarked enviously, "You're incredibly strong. Once you grow, your strength will increase." Henry chuckled and extended an invitation. "Would you care to join me? My compartment is quite empty." Harry nodded, placing Hedwig atop the suitcase before following Henry to the corner of the compartment. Perhaps the jolt from setting the suitcase down was too great, for Hedwig let out a few indignant hoots before burying her head under her wing to resume her slumber. Henry resumed his reading, resting the book on his lap, as he realized there was a theory he had yet to comprehend and needed to revisit. "What is that? A storybook?" Harry inquired, leaning closer, only to be deterred by the dense text within. Henry, at a loss for words, lifted the somewhat tattered red cover to indicate the title. "Wait, you haven't spent the entire summer without reading the textbooks, have you?" Henry's eyes widened in disbelief. He assumed Harry, like himself, was newly acquainted with the magical world. How could he not possess a curiosity about magic? Chapter 27. Farewell at the Station. Harry's cheeks flushed. He weakly retorted, "No, I've read A History of Magic and Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection several times, remember?" Hedwig's name was found in A History of Magic. It's just that Magical Theory is so dry that it makes me want to sleep. Understanding dawned on Henry. Harry was simply struggling academically. What could he do but forgive him? However, he kindly suggested, although the theory of magic may seem tedious, it is thoroughly detailed and can help us swiftly grasp the fundamental principles of magical operation and the nuances required during spellcasting. I have perused it 3 times, and it contains numerous examples of spells. I have practiced a few. Shall I demonstrate them for you? Henry extracted his wand from his sleeve and gave it a shake. Realizing that he had developed a fondness for the process of casting spells with a wand, the sensation of being intrinsically connected to it brought him immense comfort each time. 3 times? Harry asked, somewhat dazed, yet failing to grasp the crux of the conversation. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden veil over Henry, who sat beside it. At that moment, in Harry's eyes, this classmate of his age appeared almost divine. A scholarly deity, he nearly bowed in reverence. But this state of awe was abruptly shattered by a shrill voice from outside. "Ah, Mom, there's Harry." Henry and Harry were startled, nearly jumping at the high-pitched sound. They leaned closer to the window and indeed saw Mrs. Weasley and her children. Mrs. Weasley was rummaging through her bag, half squatting to clean Ron's nose, while simultaneously offering gentle admonitions. Ron seemed uncomfortable being treated this way in public and was squirming in protest. Ginny stood beside her mother and brother, initially pointing and shouting toward the window where Harry and the others sat. However, upon catching Harry's gaze, she blushed and shyly hid behind her mother. Ron quickly wriggled free from his mother-esque grasp, just as Mrs. Weasley finished wiping his nose and urged him to board the train, for time was of the essence. Then she smiled and called out to the 2 by the window, "Hi there, dears. How was your holiday?" "Not bad. Quite good," they replied in unison. "That's wonderful. I believe school life will be even more enriching and exciting." It seemed Mrs. Weasley was about to share her experiences from her first journey on the Hogwarts Express. As the 2 listened eagerly, they noticed her gaze drifting towards a certain direction. Turning their heads, they spotted the twins approaching. Mrs. Weasley stepped forward and asked, "Where's Percy?" "Who is Percy?" Harry whispered to Henry, having never heard that name before. Henry shook his head, only aware that Arthur had many children, but he could not recall their names or faces. "Percy is my brother, the 3rd child, who didn't he come with us to Diagon Alley last time?" Noticing the 2 staring at the luggage, Ron's face flushed, and he hastily tossed his bag to the pile in the corner, the clatter awakening the sleeping Hedwig, who let out a few annoyed hoots in Ron's direction. "He just arrived," came a voice of the twins. The 2 by the window leaned out once more, and they saw a boy with the Weasley family's characteristic fiery red hair striding towards them, clad in a brand new black Hogwarts robe that billowed gently in the breeze. Harry keenly observed a gleaming silver letter pinned to Percy's chest. "I can't stay too long, Mom," he said. "I'm in the front carriage, where 2 compartments have been specially designated for the prefects." Harry and his companion exchanged puzzled glances. Prefect? What is that? They turned their heads in unison towards Ron. As he was Percy's brother and should know. A flush still lingered on Ron's face, but he explained. A prefect is a student appointed by the headmaster of Hogwarts or the heads of each house, endowed with special privileges and responsibilities. Harry remarked with envy. You know so much. If you had one, oh no, 3 prefect brothers, along with Percy who spent an entire summer nagging in your ear, you'd memorize it too. Ron shrugged. Harry imagined this and shivered, deciding not to pursue the topic further. Outside, Percy had already departed and Mrs. Weasley was earnestly advising the twins to behave in the new term, though it seemed to have the opposite effect. A whistle blew, signaling the train's departure. After kissing the twins, Mrs. Weasley urged them to board quickly, while the 3 already inside leaned out, bidding farewell to her with kisses. The train began to move. Ginny burst into tears, and Harry heard the twins shouting from the carriage door, "Don't cry, Ginny, we'll send plenty of owls to find you. We'll even send you a Hogwarts toilet seat." Mrs. Weasley, torn between amusement and exasperation, raised her voice, "George." The 3 waved goodbye to the mother and daughter, with Ginny laughing and crying, waving back while running alongside the train until she was left far behind, no longer visible. Suddenly, the twins popped their heads back into the compartment, announcing, "Hey, we're going to the middle carriage to check out something. Heard Lee Jordan got a really big bag of spiders. Do you want to come?" Harry was initially intrigued, but seeing that the others were not interested, he pondered for a moment before shaking his head in refusal. "All right, see you later." The twins casually shut the compartment door, blocking out the noise of the other carriages, and tranquility returned within. Harry and Ron sat opposite each other, quietly locking eyes for a few minutes, until Harry couldn't resist any longer and curiously asked, "So, how many children are there in your family?" Chapter 28, Awkwardness. Ron sighed at the question, as if a floodgate had opened, and began to lament, 7. Aside from Ginny, everyone else is older than me. We are all students at Hogwarts. My parents are, several brothers are, I soon will be, and even Ginny will attend Hogwarts in the future. Bill and Charlie have already graduated. Bill was once the president of the student council, which is even higher than prefect status. Charlie is the captain of the Quidditch team, which is the sport I mentioned to you last time in Diagon Alley, where players ride on broomsticks. Remember? Seeing Harry nod, Ron continued. Now Percy has also become a prefect. Fred and George are troublemakers, yet their grades are consistently among the top, even though their minds are hardly on their studies. It would be wonderful if I had so many brothers. My time at Aunt Petunia's would not have been so miserable these past few weeks. Harry said enviously. Ron scoffed. If you had 5 brothers, you would never get to use anything new. I wear Bill's old robes, jeans, and Charlie's discarded wand. Look at that trunk over there. He pointed to a battered suitcase in the corner that was used by Bill back in the day. As if recalling a memory, he rummaged through his pocket. Oh, and there's this. He produced a plump gray mouse from his inner jacket pocket and waved it in the air, yet it continued to sleep soundly. Percy discarded it. Ron displayed the mouse on his palm for Harry to see. Its name is Scabbers. It sleeps all day. When Percy became head boy, Dad gifted him an owl. And then this mouse became mine. Old clothes, an old wand, an old pet. Everything was old. Even the textbooks were left over from Percy, Ron complained. But the love your parents gave you is not old. Henry, who had been feigning sleep behind a book, suddenly interjected. Ron froze, his face flushing a deep crimson. It was a moment of embarrassment. Harry dared not look at Ron, especially when he caught sight of the myriad of expressions flitting across Ron's face, appearing quite peculiar. He turned his head to glance at Henry, whose face was obscured by the textbook, making it impossible for Harry to discern his expression. Instead, he looked out the window at the fields and meadows. The train had left London and was now speeding past verdant pastures dotted with cattle and sheep. An unusual silence enveloped the compartment until a series of cheerful crackling sounds broke it. A smiling witch with dimples opened the compartment door and kindly inquired, "Dearest, would you like to buy some food?" The silence shattered. Ron's ears turned red again as he seemingly recalled the school supplies package his mother had specially prepared for him, which he had pushed to the very bottom of his trunk, intending to discard it at Hogwarts. He mumbled that he had brought sandwiches. Those were prepared by Mrs. Weasley that morning. Though slightly dry, the canned corned beef within was plentiful and filling. Henry, meanwhile, leisurely removed the book on magical theory from his face and began to munch on the jam sandwich that Granny Amy had made for him that morning. Harry sprang up, stretching his neck. He could no longer endure the stiff atmosphere in the compartment. Staring out the window for too long would surely lead to a stiff neck. At the Dursleys, he was rarely allowed to venture out alone, and since his aunt and uncle had never given him pocket money, he had no means to purchase sweets in the Muggle world, where wizarding currency held no value. Now, His pockets were filled with gold galleons and silver sickles. He intended to buy a large quantity of Mars bars he had sampled in Diagon Alley, but unfortunately, the trolley contained none. Instead, there were Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, fizzing Whizbees, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, licorice wands, and an assortment of peculiar sweets Harry had never encountered before. He purchased a little of each, finally handing the witch 11 silver sickles and 7 bronze nuts. Harry set down his belongings and promptly invited his 2 companions to partake in the food he had purchased. After consuming a piece of bread, Henry felt sufficiently full and unabashedly reached for a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans to sample. He had long desired to taste this peculiar snack, having heard Mr. Arthur boast about it in Diagon Alley, until his ears nearly became calloused. Yet he had refrained from buying it due to his limited funds. Harry felt a surge of joy. He had never shared anything with anyone before, primarily because he had little to offer. Now, witnessing his newly made friends eagerly enjoying the food he had shared, he felt elated. Unfortunately, it seemed that Henry's earlier comment had embarrassed Ron, yet Henry appeared too proud to apologize. Moreover, Harry believed Henry's words held truth. This kind of camaraderie was something he had always yearned for but found elusive, while Ron viewed it as an unwelcome burden, which left him feeling rather discontented. Thus, despite the palpable tension between Henry and Ron, who exchanged no words, Harry refrained from intervening, merely hoping that time would soften the discord. After sharing pies and cakes to fill their bellies, he and Ron turned their attention to the moving chocolate frogs. Under Ron's guidance, Harry discovered a card featuring Professor Dumbledore, who smiled gently and winked at him, prompting an exclamation of surprise. He also acquired images of Morgana, Hagrid, Aberforth, Slytherin, Paracelsus, and Merlin, all of which were animated, an exquisite specialty of the wizarding world. Harry felt satisfied with his bounty, while Ron remained focused on shoveling chocolate into his mouth. Ugh, this is bitter, Henry suddenly remarked, having tasted the bitter melon flavor. Observing Henry's contorted expression piqued Harry's curiosity. He snatched a few beans from Henry's bag and tossed them into his mouth, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had never imagined he could experience 3 distinct flavors from just 3 beans. Noticing Harry's shocked demeanor, Ron explained, the packaging claims every flavor means a variety of tastes, ranging from ordinary delights like chocolate, mint, and orange marmalade to peculiar flavors such as spinach, curry, grass, ketchup, and yogurt. George once mentioned he even encountered a bean that tasted like sheep dung. Seeing Harry's horrified expression, Henry pondered for a moment before leaning closer. He shrugged and chuckled. That is certainly impossible, unless he had previously eaten sheep dung. With that, the 3 exchanged glances and burst into laughter, seemingly forgetting their earlier discomfort. As the atmosphere in the compartment grew warm and inviting once more. Just as they were laughing, a knock echoed at the door, and a tearful, round-faced boy entered. Having pushed open the partition, Harry recognized him as the boy who had lost his pet at Platform 9. Chapter 29, Hermione Granger. Harry had always been curious about why wizards kept toads as pets. Could they perhaps serve as a reserve ingredient for potions? He recalled having seen, while home alone, a cartoon depicting the use of toad legs in potion making, albeit animated. As he was about to speak, the boy, with a quivering voice, interjected, "Excuse me, have you seen my leaf? It's a toad." The 3 shook their heads in response. The boy burst into tears, lamenting, "My grandmother found it for me before, but I lost it again. It always tries to escape from me." Henry offered a thoughtful suggestion. "I recall a charm mentioned in Theory of Magic called the Summoning Charm. Accio something. I believe that is how it's pronounced. It said that with sufficient magical power, one can summon the desired object. Quite convenient, indeed. If you frequently misplace things, perhaps once you enter school, you could consult the professors in advance about the incantation." The boy nodded and, sniffling, departed. Once the boy had gone and the partition door closed, Ron whispered to Harry, "I truly don't understand why he is so anxious about a toad. If I bought one, I would certainly find a way to get rid of it right away." Scabbers dozed on Ron's lap. He attempted to rouse Scabbers with crumbs of cake, but was unsuccessful, prompting yet another complaint. Scabbers might be on the brink of death. "He has been with us for over 10 years. If we hadn't cared for him diligently, a normal rat would have perished long ago." Henry noticed that Scabbers was missing a toe and inquired about it, but Ron replied that Scabbers had already been missing it when he first met him. Henry furrowed his brow again, dismissing the sight of Ron, who was disdainfully rummaging through his trunk to reveal a tattered wand, its core visible. He fixated on Scabbers, a profound sense of déjà vu overwhelming him. However, this seemingly inconspicuous rodent served as an anchor, triggering fragmented memories within Henry. He recalled that this unremarkable mouse might play a significant role in Voldemort's resurrection, which piqued his interest. But what could a mere mouse accomplish? Perhaps it could bite Harry to death while he slept at night? Oh, that would indeed be a method. Henry silently nodded. Should one eliminate this uncertain factor in advance? No, no. According to the scant memories remaining, the Dark Lord must be resurrected. Only by materializing him could he be truly vanquished. Restrain yourself. You must hold back. Henry reminded himself. The partition door swung open once more, and the cacophony from outside rushed in. A girl with thick brown hair entered first, followed closely by the round-faced boy who had lost Leaf. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville's toad is missing. The girl held her head high, displaying a pair of prominent front teeth, her demeanor exuding an air of arrogance. Henry easily discerned that her apparent pride masked an underlying insecurity and self-doubt. He could empathize with her. Anyone stepping into a wondrous, unknown world, realizing that the experiences accumulated in the mundane realm were nearly useless, would feel some trepidation, including Harry. Henry believed that were it not for the remnants of memories from his previous life providing him with a sense of superiority in confronting this world, he might also have chosen to don a facade of confidence, much like the girl. However, the young girl was distinctly different, marked by a unique blend of pride and insecurity. Beneath her haughty exterior, her self-doubt inadvertently became the catalyst for her arrogance morphing into hubris, a mentality that might lead her to endure unnecessary hardships. In Henry's gaze towards her, there was not only sympathy, but also a sense of pity for the future he envisioned. Harry and Ron furrowed their brows, seemingly displeased with the girl's tone. Sensing the tension in the compartment and realizing her tone had escalated, the girl quickly shifted the topic. Are you demonstrating magic? May we observe? Without waiting for Ron's consent, she seated herself in a vacant spot, beckoning Neville to join her in watching. Ron appeared visibly startled and somewhat at a loss. The attention of the entire compartment was suddenly focused on him, compelling him to straighten his back and clear his throat. Ahem, very well. Daisy, Sweet Cream, and Sunshine. Turn this foolish fat rat yellow. He waved his wand, yet nothing happened. The mottled fur remained gray. Are you certain this is indeed a spell? I have never encountered such a lengthy incantation. As noted in magical theory, the longer the spell, the more difficult it is to control, yet its potency increases correspondingly. The young girl, having waited in vain for any change, found herself asking, her voice growing fainter, clearly regretting her inquiry upon noticing Ron's reddening face. She hesitated momentarily, but could not restrain herself, boasting, I've tried a few simple spells at home, purely for practice, and each one worked. No one in my family understands magic, so I had to teach myself. Luckily, I succeeded. When I received my acceptance letter, my parents thought it was a scam. If the professor hadn't visited our home to demonstrate a few basic spells, they would have never consented. Otherwise, I would have had to attend York University and live a mundane life after turning 18. I always believed my foundation was weak. So after acquiring magical books in Diagon Alley, I memorized all of them. Oh, I hope that actual magic studies are as simple as other subjects. Observing the trio, eyes wide in astonishment. Oh, and Neville too, the girl shyly added. I am Hermione Granger. By the way, what are your names? Ron Weasley, Ron mumbled. I am Harry Potter, came Harry's reply. Henry. Before Henry could finish introducing himself, Hermione launched into a rapid-fire series of questions. Harry, is it really you? I bought a few extra reference books when purchasing my textbooks, A History of Modern Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Arts, and significant magical events of the 20th century all mention you. Mention me? Harry's eyes widened, feeling a wave of dizziness. You don't know? If I were that famous, I would have memorized every book related to me. Hermione remarked with a tone of exasperation for his ignorance. Harry's gaze drifted slightly. Was. Henry finally completed his introduction, remaining unfazed. Yet Hermione's focus remained solely on Harry, while Neville, standing by, caught the exchange. He greeted Henry with a nod. Regardless of the circumstances, we must first locate Neville's toad. I believe we shall arrive shortly, and it would be prudent for you all to change or retire. Following a series of admonitions directed at Harry, most of which were articulated by Hermione, she abruptly shifted the topic and rose, stating thus. Chapter 30. A Magical Initiation. Under the bombardment of Hermione's words, Harry felt somewhat dazed. He suddenly turned to Henry and inquired, haven't you self-taught a few spells? Would you be so kind as to demonstrate? Hermione, who had reached the door of the compartment and was about to pull it shut, suddenly hesitated, realizing that she had subconsciously overlooked the boy seated by the window. She glanced at Henry, momentarily taken aback. He was quite handsome, yet why had she instinctively ignored him? Perhaps it was the peculiar expression he had cast her way earlier? Henry pondered for a moment, deciding that this proud young lady needed a wake-up call. Her inexplicable arrogance would yield her no advantages. Thus, he drew his wand from his sleeve and extended his left hand towards Harry. Harry, somewhat perplexed, asked what's the matter. You suggested it, so naturally you must provide the props. Hand me your glasses, Henry replied with a bright smile. His charming visage illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window, causing the young lady at the door to blush inexplicably. None in the room took notice. Harry was not easily swayed. He felt a pang of reluctance. However, after a brief moment, he removed his patched and tape-bound glasses to serve as the prop for the demonstration, reluctantly handing them to Henry with a cautionary note. Henry, please be careful with them. They're the only pair I have. I didn't see any for sale in Diagon Alley, and I wouldn't know where to get them repaired if they broke. Henry cast a reassuring glance his way, saying, Do not fret. This is a rather practical spell, and at worst, it will yield no reaction, much like Ron's experience. If it fails, I shall request the professor's assistance in repairing them. Seeing Harry's anxiety ease, Henry unwrapped the tape from the glasses, spreading the shattered pieces in his palm. Then, under Harry's worried gaze as he squinted to see clearly, he aimed his wand at the glasses and softly intoned, Restore to its original state. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the fragments of the frame levitated, seamlessly merging in midair. A pale blue glow emanated from the fissures, which gradually vanished, as though the breaks had never existed, before gently settling back down. Ron, Hermione, and Neville were astonished that Henry, having had no prior direct experience with magic, had self-taught a relatively advanced spell, while Harry was in awe of the spell's effect. However, Henry remained unfazed. To him, this was merely the interplay of fantasy and reality. A wizard's profound will, or perhaps desire, altered reality under the influence of an extraordinary force. Yet, the most crucial aspect was that as long as he did not revoke the spell, this alteration would be permanent. This is the most enchanting facet of magic, and the source driving it all is a mysterious power generated within the wizard's being. Magic. He suddenly felt a force emanating from the wand, penetrating his being and extracting something within him. Subsequently, just as during his previous practice, he felt as though he had sprinted several hundred meters, his energy utterly depleted, and his recently filled stomach now grumbling with hunger. Henry couldn't help but lament to himself. Ultimately, it all boils down to insufficient magical power. He then grabbed the remaining chocolate frog and popped it into his mouth to replenish his strength. He certainly did not wish to faint from hunger on the very first day of school. Hermione hurried over, snatched the glasses from Henry's hands, glanced around, and then forcefully adjusted them, her expression one of disbelief. Harry, pained, intervened to reclaim the item that had accompanied him for the longest time. Although somewhat damaged and worn, it had only just been repaired, and he could not bear to see it ruined again. Hermione, astonished, turned to Henry and asked, A repair spell? That is among the advanced spells introduced in magical theory. The knowledge involved is far beyond what we fledgling wizards can grasp. Did you have a dedicated wizard to teach you? Henry shook his head. No, I came from an orphanage where there were only ordinary people. Observing the astonished and bewildered expressions of the others, Henry clarified. This spell is not particularly difficult. As long as you concentrate all your awareness on a specific object, comprehend its structure, and carefully envision the state you wish it to assume, then calmly wave your wand. Standardizing your movements increases your chances of success. Oh, and the incantation must be pronounced accurately. Modern spells are not as lengthy as ancient ones. Existing spells have been distilled to their essence, making every pronunciation and intonation carry distinct meanings. Mispronounce them, and they will either be ineffective or yield unintended consequences. These nuances have been meticulously emphasized in magical theory. I suspect you did not fully grasp their significance while memorizing your textbooks. Did you? Although phrased as a question, Henry delivered it with an air of certainty. Hermione flushed with embarrassment but feigned bravado as she retorted, That's impossible. It took me considerable time to master those few simple spells, and I have attempted numerous other incantations, none of which failed to work. How could you possibly execute such an advanced spell without any instruction? Especially since I have memorized all the textbooks. How could I not surpass you? She abruptly interrupted herself, exclaiming, Oh dear, I believe I hear Neville's toad. I must go check. Hermione seemed unable to accept that someone could surpass her, and before finishing her sentence, she turned and dashed out of the compartment. Neville bowed apologetically and closed the door, chasing after her. Henry felt awkward. On their first meeting, he had inadvertently caused the young lady to flee, leaving him feeling as though he had bullied her. He shrugged apologetically at Harry and Ron. I bet she won't be selected for Ravenclaw. Ron whispered to the two. A clever person would never display such emotions. Just kidding. A single repair spell nearly drained more than half my energy. If I were to cast a few more, I would surely exhaust myself, Ron jested. As the three continued their playful banter, the compartment door was suddenly pushed open once more. 3 boys entered, the one in the middle, leading with his pale golden hair and sharp, slender chin, flanked by 2 rather unattractive, short and stout boys. Though described as short and stout, they were, in fact, taller than their peers. Their obesity merely gave the illusion of diminutiveness. Standing on either side of the central boy, they appeared as a pair of bodyguards, albeit not particularly intelligent in demeanor. Ron maliciously mused on what they must have been fed to grow up this way, perhaps swine feed? Harry recognized the pale boy in the center as the same one he had encountered at Madame Malkin's robe shop. With a greater curiosity than he had displayed in Diagon Alley, the boy scrutinized Harry. "I've heard that everyone on this train is talking about Harry Potter," he drawled, attempting to sound elegant. "Is it you?" Harry nodded, feeling bewildered by the boy's intentions, and found his gaze unsettling. "This is Crabbe, this is Goyle, and I am Malfoy." "Draco Malfoy," he stated casually, fixing his gaze intently on Harry, seemingly hoping to witness the admiration or astonishment that other young wizards exhibited upon hearing his surname. However, he was destined for disappointment. Harry, new to the magical world and still grappling with the mechanics of magic, had no particular inclination to familiarize himself with the Malfoy family. Notable among the Sacred 28 and influential in the political sphere, Harry looked at Draco with confusion, then turned to Ron, whom he believed to be well-versed in magical knowledge. Seeking a hint, Ron, deliberately overlooked, cleared his throat to stifle a laugh. Draco, not receiving the expected response, turned to Ron like a snake whose tail had been stepped on, tauntingly saying, "Look who we have here. I need to ask your name to know you must be a Weasley, given that ridiculous mop of red hair and your freckled face. It's rather easy to confirm that you are from the family that can barely afford to raise a few children. Frankly, it's a disgrace to be counted among the Sacred 28 alongside your family. I believe other pureblood families feel the same way." Ron, feeling inexplicably insulted, clenched his fists in anger, glaring at Draco's nose as though he wished to strike him. Unfazed by the 2 boys behind him, Draco disdainfully turned back to Harry, his expression shifting rapidly. "What do you say? Surely you wouldn't want to associate with such an alternative, dishonorable family. In this regard, I could be of assistance to you." He extended his hand in a gesture of friendship, but Harry ignored the overture. "I believe I can discern who my friends are," Harry replied coldly. "If I were you, Potter," Draco continued slowly, "I would tread carefully. You ought to be more courteous, or you may find yourself following the same path as your parents. They were equally foolish. If you associate with individuals of dubious character, such as the Weasley family or Hagrid, you shall inevitably be influenced." Harry and Ron sprang to their feet, Ron's face flushed crimson, mirroring his fiery hair. "Could you repeat that?" they both shouted in unison. "Oh, are you looking for a fight?" Draco sneered, stepping back slightly as Crabbe and Goyle advanced, shielding Draco with their imposing figures, towering over the slender Harry and Ron. A triumphant smirk played on Draco's lips as he stood behind his 2 bodyguards. Just as it seemed Harry and Ron were about to be at a disadvantage, a calm voice emerged from behind a spellbook. "Truly impressive, Draco. You have managed to offend 2 individuals with a single remark. It appears you have inherited your father's most repugnant traits. Is this some hereditary skill of the Malfoy lineage? But does your family rely solely on words to make their way?" Henry gradually lowered the spellbook, revealing his visage. You. Draco's expression shifted from pride to panic upon seeing Henry, a stark contrast to his previous composure. As if even the extraordinary bulk of Crabbe and Goyle could not provide him the security he sought, he retreated hastily until he collided with the door of a compartment. Looking particularly flustered, Harry and Ron exchanged astonished glances, marveling at the sight of Henry, who had so effortlessly intimidated Malfoy. Draco suddenly realized that this encounter was markedly different from the last. He had brought along 2 bodyguards specifically to prevent a recurrence of his previous isolation. Why then? Was he so fearful? He straightened his robe and, lifting his chin, commanded, "Humph, I warned you that our next meeting would not be pleasant. Crabbe, Goyle, take care of him." At this pivotal moment, as Harry and Ron gazed on in astonishment, Henry closed his eyes. Beneath his eyelids, his pupils inexplicably transformed into slit-like apertures, reminiscent of serpentine creatures. The sensation of mastering every muscle, which he had experienced in the bookstore, surged anew. This was the culmination of his studies during the final month of the holiday. By envisioning the body of a creeping creature, preferably a snake, he could once again enter that extraordinary state. In this state, even amidst fury, he could achieve a forced tranquility, devoid of panic or rage, thereby maximizing his physical prowess. While he was uncertain whether this phenomenon was beneficial or detrimental, he felt his body improving daily, with strength and flexibility enhancing in harmony, devoid of any imbalances or anomalies. With his eyes closed, Henry perceived the world before him with clarity surpassing that of mere sight. His arms, like serpents, swiftly coiled around the hands of Crabbe and Goyle, gently pressing against their chests. Then, with a powerful thrust from his waist, the force transferred to his palms, and he exhaled with vigor. Harry and Ron witnessed two dark figures soar high, arching over their heads, colliding with Draco, and crashing into the corridor with a resounding thud, eliciting gasps from those outside. What is happening? What is going on? The compartment doors were abruptly flung open, and a myriad of small heads emerged. Upon witnessing the sight of three figures piled haphazardly in the aisle, accompanied by their pained groans, the timid children promptly shut the doors once more. However, a young wizard who recognized Draco rushed forward to extricate him from the tangle. At that moment, Draco's once meticulously groomed, golden hair resembled a chaotic nest, and his robes were in disarray. He was supported by a rather unattractive girl, resembling a lion dog, who was gasping for breath while rubbing her bruised waist. The girl, distressed, shouted into the compartment, "How barbaric! Do you possess any decorum as wizards?" She then turned, softening her tone in an attempt to ask gently, "Draco, how are you? Are you hurt anywhere?" The deliberately affected tone, combined with her distinctive appearance, was quite striking. Draco was at a loss for words. But Henry swore he heard the sound of Ron gagging in the background. Chapter 32, Arrival at Hogwarts. Draco took a moment to compose himself before exclaiming in frustration, "Damn beast, you'll pay for this. I shall inform the professor, and my father will have you expelled for this barbarity. Pansy, we are leaving." Perhaps realizing that their bodyguard had proven ineffective and fearing that Henry would emerge from the compartment to further embarrass him, Draco, amidst the curious and concerned gazes of several young wizards, made his exit, grumbling alongside his entourage. The compartment was engulfed in an unusual silence, as Harry and Ron struggled to process what had just transpired. They had never witnessed a child effortlessly hurling two individuals, who together outweighed an adult pig, across the room. Henry leaned against the window, eyes closed, relishing the sensation he had just experienced. Each time he entered that state, he felt an increasing mastery over his own body. Ron scratched his head, puzzled. "The only spell I can think of that could throw someone is the levitation charm." But Henry didn't use his wand. Unless what? Harry inquired with curiosity. "Unless he used sheer physical strength to send them flying," Ron replied, swallowing hard, his voice tinged with tension. Harry followed suit, swallowing nervously. Ron shook his head, seemingly trying to dismiss this non-magical occurrence from his mind. To change the subject, he asked Harry, "Have you encountered Malfoy before?" Harry recounted his first meeting with Draco in Diagon Alley, describing him as an arrogant, haughty boy. Ron, keenly attuned to the sound of hurried footsteps, closed his mouth and turned toward the door. Before long, a head of thick, brown hair appeared, panting heavily. "What's going on? I heard something happened here." Hermione took a deep breath to steady herself, first glancing at Henry, who was leaning against the window with his eyes closed, and then at the scattered candies and other food items on the floor. She turned her gaze to Harry and Ron, inquiring, "What happened? Did you get into a fight?" "I just spoke to the conductor. We're about to arrive. Please don't cause any trouble before we even reach school." "We didn't cause any trouble. It was others who instigated it. Henry has given him quite the lesson," Ron stated with a grimace. "Oh dear, is Henry all right?" Hermione inquired, her astonishment evident. "Have a little faith in us. Henry is perfectly fine. I just wonder how Malfoy fared." Ron shot her a glare. As long as he's unscathed. I'm merely reminding you that it would be prudent to don your robes quickly." Hermione, in a spirited manner, cast a glance at Ron and said haughtily, "Oh, by the way, you have something dirty on your nose, did you know?" With that, she turned and exited, leaving behind a cascade of thick brown hair. Ron glared at her retreating figure, muttering something under his breath. This time, even Harry could not discern his words, but Henry caught them, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he slowly opened his eyes. "All right, we should change into our robes as well." Henry stretched lazily and flashed a broad smile at Ron, knowing they would have their revenge in due time. Harry nodded in agreement, realizing that he would likely never forge a friendship with Draco. This arrogant boy, reminiscent of Dudley, filled him with disdain. Ron's face flushed, aware that Henry had overheard his mumbling. He had long since grown accustomed to embarrassing himself in front of Henry. Outside, the sky had darkened, the deep purple canvas above concealing myriad secrets within the mountains and woods. They could distinctly feel the train decelerating, The three exchanged glances, swiftly shedding their outer garments, retrieving their robes, and changing. Ron's robe, inherited from his brother Bill, was a tad short, revealing his clean but slightly pale sneakers. The train soon slowed to a halt, and they hastily stuffed their remaining sweets into the pockets of their robes, joining the throng making its way to the carriage door. They jostled through a mixed crowd of students from various years, arriving at a dimly lit platform. Henry surveyed his surroundings, noting the enveloping darkness, the night mist shrouding the platform like a gossamer veil, and he looked up to find a massive cloud obscuring the moonlight. A lamp flickered to life above the young wizards, and Harry heard a familiar voice calling out, "First years. First years over here. Harry, Harry, this way." Amidst the bustling crowd, Henry spotted Hagrid, clad in a leather coat, standing among the young wizards, his beetle-like, shiny black eyes scanning the throng. Harry leaped up and waved at him. Upon seeing Harry, a smile crept across Hagrid's bearded face, appearing somewhat eerie under the dim light. But Harry was unfazed as he maneuvered through the crowd alongside Henry and Ron to Hagrid's side. They were already acquainted with Hagrid, and they approached him for a brief embrace before following closely behind, using Hagrid's substantial frame to navigate through the masses. Hagrid called out as he walked, "Come along. Follow me. Any more first years? Watch your step. All right, first years, follow me." The mist dampened the soil beneath their feet as they trailed Hagrid down a steep, narrow path, slipping and stumbling as they descended from the platform. The narrow path was enveloped in darkness, devoid of the Muggle world streetlights. The group could only follow Hagrid, who carried a lantern, moving forward in silence, save for Neville's occasional sniffles. Suddenly, a resounding "oh" echoed as the young wizards were awestruck by the magnificent sight before them, and the birds soared away with greater speed. At the end of the narrow path, a vast, dark lake unfolded, and across its expanse stood a towering castle upon a steep hill, its summit crowned with what appeared to be an expansive, smooth lawn. The grand silhouette of the ancient castle glimmered under the moonlight that seeped through the clouds, its spires reaching skyward, while the windows twinkled under the starlit sky. Below the castle, a deep, shadowy cliff loomed. A white mist rose from the surface of the lake, wrapping around Hogwarts Castle like a delicate veil. The warm, yellow light emanating from within the castle mingled with the fog, resembling a lighthouse that offered guidance and solace. The dark clouds above were swiftly dispersed by the fierce winds, as the moonlight cascaded down like mercury, illuminating every corner of the school, casting long shadows over the expansive lawn on the hill ahead. A gentle breeze caressed the treetops lining the path, tenderly brushing against the young wizards' faces, while the air was filled with a fragrant aroma. The lake shimmered with an ethereal blue glow beneath the bright night sky. The moonlight was so radiant that Henry could even discern the silhouettes of several emaciated horses soaring gracefully above the pinnacle of Hogwarts, their vast wings unfurled, elegantly gliding towards the dark woods on the other side of the Black Lake, illuminated by the orb of the moon that hung above the tower. "What are you looking at?" Harry queried curiously, noticing Henry gazing upwards, nearly tripping over the damp earth beneath his feet. Where? Harry, witnessing a Pegasus for the first time, was anxious that it might vanish while he spoke, tugging at Henry's robe and scanning the sky in desperation. Henry extended his right hand, directing Harry's gaze. "Nothing there," Harry replied, confusion evident on his face as he saw nothing at all. Ron, standing nearby, also heard the exchange, but peered in the direction Henry indicated, yet saw nothing either. "That's not a Pegasus. It must be a Thestral," he remarked. "I heard from Senior on the carriage that there's a herd of Thestrals in the Forbidden Forest, trained by the school to transport upperclassmen. If all goes well, we might meet them next year, since only first-year students are required to cross the Black Lake." Hermione, having squeezed in behind Hagrid, suddenly enlightened by their conversation, chimed in, showcasing her extensive knowledge. Ever since Henry had bested her in the realm of self-taught spells, Hermione had momentarily retreated into her shell, but she quickly regained her composure, her competitive spirit propelling her to compare herself with Henry at every turn. Finally, having triumphed in a domain he had yet to explore, Hermione felt no pride, but rather cast a sympathetic glance towards Henry. Yet, due to the encroaching darkness, no one noticed. She lowered her voice and continued, "I once heard Senior Iboli say that only those who have witnessed death and comprehend its meaning are able to see them. So, do you still consider encountering the Thestrals a blessing?" Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron shook their heads vigorously, preferring to remain forever oblivious to the presence of the Thestrals. They had lost all interest in looking in that direction, and instead turned to gaze at Henry with sympathy and admiration. Henry felt a shiver run down his spine under their scrutinizing eyes, a chill breeze brushing against him, and he remarked, "It's not what you think." Harry and Ron, seemingly unfazed, exchanged glances, their pity for poor Henry evident. Under the illumination of the full moon, even Henry, who typically eschewed violence, felt a twinge of aggression. Fortunately, Hagrid's voice broke the tension as he announced their arrival, averting a potential mishap led by Henry's spellcasting experience. The four ceased their discussion and looked ahead. Hagrid pointed at a small boat anchored on the lake surface and called out to the young wizards. "Each boat can hold no more than 4 people. Be cautious." With that, he stepped onto a boat alone. Harry and his friends were about to follow when Hagrid halted them. For the moment, he boarded. The boat sides were nearly level with the water, and it could not accommodate more passengers. Thus, Harry and his companions settled into the same boat, with Hermione joining them, taking a seat opposite Henry. "Are we all aboard?" Hagrid waited a moment, then stood up, holding a lantern and peering back at the shore to ensure all the young wizards had boarded their boats before proclaiming, "Then we shall set off." A fleet of boats glided smoothly across the tranquil lake towards the majestic castle, propelled by an unseen force. In the moonlight, they occasionally glimpsed shadows beneath the lake's surface, prompting gasps of astonishment from the young wizards. However, fearing the disturbance of larger creatures lurking below, they stifled their excitement, remaining silent and refraining from staring intently into the depths, instead directing their gaze upwards at the towering castle. The warm glow emanating from the castle reflected in their eyes, filled with anticipation and longing for the 7 years of academic life that lay ahead. Harry observed quietly for a moment, then seemingly struck by a thought, turned to the 2 individuals he deemed most knowledgeable and whispered, "With the castle built in such an expansive area, won't it be visible to ordinary people, muggles?" The moonlight cast a silver sheen on his handsome features, yet it was Hermione who first averted her gaze. The lake fell silent again, with only the occasional murmurs of other young wizards breaking the stillness. As the boat approached the cliff where the castle was situated, Henry could almost glimpse the time-worn stones of the historic structure, the moonlight entirely obscured, casting a vast shadow over them, as if Hogwarts loomed directly above. In his heart, he whispered, "Here I come, to the greatest school of magic in the world, Hogwarts." Suddenly, Hagrid shouted, "Duck!" The young wizards swiftly and deftly lowered their heads. The boat carried them through a curtain of ivy that cascaded down from the cliff, entering a hidden clearing beneath the precipice, and then the boats lined up, sailing into one of the dark tunnels that led into obscurity. Chapter 34. Before the Sorting, Part 2. Inside the tunnel, Hagrid raised the lantern in his hand, illuminating the tunnel walls and the waters below. The water level in the tunnel was not particularly deep. The lake was crystal clear, revealing numerous tiny creatures swimming beneath the boat, while diamond-like objects nestled in the crevices of the stones occasionally reflected a dreamlike glow. Hermione extended her arm over the boat's edge, scrutinizing for a moment before retracting her head and whispering, "It's a crustacean jellyfish in a spotted shell. Quite beautiful." Ron discreetly rolled his eyes at Hermione, seemingly annoyed by her tendency to show off. After all, as long as one acknowledged the beauty of the scene, was it truly necessary to delve into the specifics of what made it so enchanting? Harry appeared to grasp the implication behind Ron's subtle gesture, stifling a chuckle. Continuing their journey through the tunnel for several more minutes, they arrived at a location reminiscent of an underground dock. However, Henry suspected that the construction of this dock was likely done in haste, as the ground was uneven, causing Hermione to nearly slip as she disembarked. They stepped off the small boat, tugging at one another in a line as they ascended a patch of small stones and pebbles, eventually scaling a hidden tunnel within the rocky terrain. Supporting one another, they finally emerged onto a flat, damp patch of grass illuminated by moonlight. It seemed to have recently rained. The lawn was slick and wet, with water droplets clinging to the tips of the grass, thoroughly soaking the hems of the young wizard's freshly donned robes. Yet, this did nothing to dampen their excitement. However, they now felt both hungry and weary, eager to enter the castle that promised the aromas of food and the warmth of a crackling hearth. Hagrid raised his fist, roughly the size of a garbage can lid, and knocked 3 times on the castle's grand door. Thud, thud, thud. After the third knock, the oak door creaked open. A witch dressed in a flowing emerald-green robe stood at the entrance of the hall, her dark hair cascading beneath a pointed wizard's hat. The wide brim shaded her forehead but did nothing to diminish her beauty. In fact, it added an air of elegance. She regarded the exhausted young wizards with a serious expression, her gaze scanning the crowd until it landed on Henry and Harry beside him. Upon meeting the witch's penetrating gaze, Henry's heart sank. Had Draco reported him? A glance at Draco in the rear right confirmed that he too wore an unsettled expression, causing Henry to feel a wave of anxiety wash over him. No, it couldn't be that swift. Perhaps she was merely observing Harry. Hagrid stepped forward, announcing Professor McGonagall. All the first-year students are here. Professor McGonagall replied calmly. Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here. With a wave of her wand, the door slowly opened, revealing the entire foyer to the young wizards. McGonagall gestured for them to follow her. The hall was immense, with a ceiling soaring overhead. Henry felt that even if the entire orphanage were relocated, it might barely fill the entrance hall. Torches adorned the stone walls, their flames burning fiercely. As the young wizards stepped into the hall, they were enveloped in warmth, as if standing before a roaring fire, the damp chill of the outside world vanishing. Even the hems of their previously soaked robes were drying in the heat. As the crowd entered the foyer, Professor McGonagall waved her wand with a flick, causing the heavy doors to close of their own accord. They silently followed the equally silent Professor McGonagall up the opulent marble staircase, none daring to jest or frolic, all intimidated by her commanding presence. Oh, of course, our Henry was not daunted, yet he was preoccupied with pondering the deeper significance of Professor McGonagall's glance in his direction, leaving him no inclination for levity. Upon reaching the second floor, the sounds of hundreds of voices buzzing from the right-hand door suggested that the upperclassmen had arrived first, having been greeted by carriages, unlike the freshmen who had to scale the cliffs. The young wizards anticipated that Professor McGonagall would lead them directly into the Great Hall. However, as they passed the right-hand entrance, she continued forward instead. They quickly followed her until they were brought to a rather narrow room at the opposite end of the foyer. All squeezed in, nervously surveying the room's furnishings like anxious actors awaiting their cue. Professor McGonagall stood at the front of the line and addressed them. First and foremost, welcome to Hogwarts. The feast will commence shortly. However, before you may enter the Great Hall, you must undergo the sorting ceremony in the atrium to determine which house you shall belong to. Hogwarts comprises 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house cherishes its own unique qualities, possesses a distinguished history, and has fostered remarkable witches and wizards. During your time here, you will attend classes, reside in the dormitories, and spend leisure moments in the common rooms with your housemates. She concluded, for now, please take a moment to gather yourselves. In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will take place in the center of the Great Hall. I suggest you tidy yourselves up while you wait, at least to appear more presentable. Professor McGonagall's gaze lingered momentarily on Neville's crooked cloak and the dirt on Ron's nose before she continued. Once everything is ready over there, I shall come to escort you. Additionally, please maintain silence while you wait. After Professor McGonagall had finished speaking and surveyed the room of children, noting their understanding of her words and their lack of dissent, she turned and exited the room. The door slammed shut behind her, and the young wizards, who had felt constrained for so long, suddenly became animated. Some hurriedly adjusted their appearances, occasionally asking others how they looked. At Harry's prompting, Ron vigorously rubbed his nose, which had inexplicably gathered dust once more, while even Hermione was attempting to tame her frizzy brown hair, striving to smooth it down. Chapter 35. Before the Sorting, Part 3. Did you hear that? The sorting ceremony. What is it? A young wizard, also from the Muggle world like Henry, tugged at the robe of a friend he had just met on the train, inquiring quietly. Yet that child appeared just as bewildered. I don't know. My mother didn't mention anything about a sorting ceremony. She only said that my experience at school would be unforgettable. Such conversations echoed throughout the room. Harry perked up his ears, attempting to eavesdrop on the conversations around him for any relevant information that might enhance his chances of success during the sorting ceremony. However, he soon realized that none of the young wizards seemed to possess any knowledge on the matter, not even Draco, who was surrounded by a throng of admirers. Wearing a perplexed expression, it appeared that he too was in the dark. This realization brought a sense of equilibrium to Harry's mind. Turning his gaze, he spotted Henry, whose demeanor was remarkably calm. Instantly intrigued, he lowered his voice and inquired, "Henry, do you know what the sorting ceremony entails?" Harry thought he was speaking softly, yet the modest confines of the room meant that even his hushed tones resonated as if he were speaking directly into everyone's ears. Following Harry's gaze, some young wizards recognized the seemingly handsome figure before them, a veritable powerhouse capable of effortlessly tossing Crabbe and Goyle out of the compartment with a mere gesture. They whispered among themselves, treating this revelation as an extraordinary tale to share with others who were still oblivious. The newly informed young wizards fell silent. Their curiosity piqued as they regarded Henry with awe. This was the second time it had happened. Externally, Henry maintained a stoic facade, displaying commendable control over his facial muscles. Yet internally, he felt an acute sense of embarrassment, particularly when someone presumptively attributed the title of giant to him. Hermione, clearly uncomfortable, turned her head away. But her flushed ears and twitching shoulders betrayed her true feelings. He contemplated how he might allow Harry to experience the same attention he received, as he certainly did not wish to start his school journey burdened with a foolish nickname. Fortunately, Ron, still oblivious to the unfolding situation, intervened. With uncertainty in his tone, he remarked, I think it's some kind of test. Fred told me it would be quite painful, but I suspect he was joking. He then glanced at his friends, seeking confirmation. Should be a joke, right? At this, the crowd that had been listening in collectively gasped, their silence punctuated by a palpable tension in the air. A test? In front of the entire student body and faculty? Many among them had never wielded a wand. How could they possibly pass a test? As for the veracity of this statement, the young wizards were unsure, as they did not know Fred. But it seemed he must be a senior student. Yet, Henry, with clarity in his mind, recognized that given Fred and George's notoriously mischievous nature, such a statement was undoubtedly a jest. However, the younger wizards were not privy to this insight. Anxiety gripped them, and they quickly abandoned their discussions about Henry's exploits. In a bid to safeguard his own reputation and to prevent being likened to a simple-minded giant at the onset of his academic journey, he cleared his throat and asserted, "It cannot possibly be related to a magical test." Seeing that his assertion captured the attention of most young wizards, he elaborated, "Many of us come from non-magical backgrounds. Since we all received our acceptance letters and traversed Platform 9 to arrive here, it is evident that we possess magical potential, albeit without formal training. Even if a magical test were conducted, it would yield little insight, thus it cannot pertain to a magical assessment. So, what exactly will be tested?" Uncertain whether you recall the words recently spoken by Professor McGonagall, she deliberately paused upon noticing the young wizards deep in thought. In the midst of their eager gazes, as if they were on the verge of surrounding him, Henry leisurely remarked, "That phrase, 'Every house cherishes its own virtues.' Do you remember?" "Virtues." He raised his voice, emphasizing the word, and continued, "You should all recall the Hogwarts crest printed on the back of your admission letters. The eagle, badger, snake, and lion represent the 4 houses, each embodying a distinct quality. The eagle soars high, symbolizing foresight. The badger toils daily for sustenance, representing diligence. The snake strikes with precision, epitomizing calmness and astuteness. The lion, with its robust physique, signifies ferocity and fearlessness." After a brief pause, Henry elaborated, "Each individual's character varies, and thus their values differ. Some prioritize friendship and progress, embodying loyalty and hard work. Others value victory, embodying calmness and shrewdness. Some aspire to advance, valuing courage and audacity, while others seek to gain perspective, cherishing knowledge and tradition." Observing the thoughtful expressions of those around him, Henry concluded, "I believe these traits are what the sorting ceremony emphasizes. The sorting hat likely categorizes students with similar qualities into one house, for as Professor McGonagall mentioned, we must attend classes, reside, and spend leisure time with our housemates. Only by sharing similar dispositions can we coexist harmoniously and unite towards a common goal. By the way, Harry, your hair is sticking up at the back." Initially, Harry appeared enlightened but froze momentarily upon hearing this last remark, desperately trying to flatten his hair. Following Henry's explanation, the young wizards exhaled in relief and burst into laughter. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted from the back of the crowd, reminiscent of a dozen or so individuals clapping in unison. Henry, facing the crowd, was the first to notice, his face reflecting astonishment. Panic ensued as some turned pale, others screamed, and a few leapt onto their companions. A host of pearly white, translucent ghosts emerged from behind the walls, approximately 20 of them, gliding over as if accustomed to the startled shrieks of first encounters, disregarding the breathless young wizards. Chapter 36. The Sorting Ceremony, Part 1. A well-reasoned analysis, clear and coherent, quite commendable. One ghost, adorned in an elegantly ruffled, fitted garment, gracefully applauded, "I hope you are sorted into Gryffindor." After all these years, Gryffindor remains as rash as ever, missing numerous opportunities for the House Cup, and in recent years, even falling prey to Slytherin's 6 consecutive victories. "I believe it's time to embrace a touch of rationality." As the ghost spoke, his demeanor was refined, and his voice carried the distinctive intonation of his era, suggesting he was a person of distinction in life. A notably beautiful lady ghost among them elegantly invited him. The essence of many matters is, in fact, quite simple, yet few possess the insight to perceive it at a glance, for it requires wisdom. For you, Ravenclaw would be an excellent choice. Dressed as a monk, the stout ghost smiled and said, "You are warmly welcomed in Hufflepuff if you can sincerely share the answers you have discovered with your companions." His smile radiated warmth and friendliness, creating a comforting atmosphere. The other ghosts also smiled at Henry, with one notable exception. This particular specter glared with vacant eyes. His gaunt visage shrouded in a robe, stained with silver blood, exuding an eerie aura. He lingered at the rear of the line, fixated on the beautiful lady who had just spoken, his gaze seemingly unbroken since her appearance. Henry, feeling perplexed, nevertheless bowed to the benevolent spirits and modestly remarked, "I appreciate your kindness. However, I believe it is best to await the school's methods for sorting. I am confident that whichever house I join will impart invaluable knowledge." The ghost nodded in satisfaction at Henry's humility and decorum. The portly monk clapped his hands and addressed the spirits, saying, "The sorting ceremony is about to commence. We must make our way to the hall." As they departed, he added, "I wish you all the best." Some students nodded quietly, considering the ghost to be rather pleasant, not as terrifying as they had anticipated. As the ghosts floated forward in a line, Henry suddenly froze. The menacing specter at the back halted before him, his blood-stained robe billowing in the air. The ghost tilted his head, piercing Henry with his listless gaze, and uttered, "You are quite remarkable," before drifting away with the others. Leaving no trace of pause, his voice was dry and hoarse, sending a chill through Henry, who barely suppressed a shiver. Once the last ghost had exited the room, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, bubbling with excitement as everyone began to murmur, occasionally glancing at Henry, as though they had witnessed something extraordinary for the first time in many years. Draco stared at Henry in disbelief. His father was a Hogwarts board member, which granted him insight into the school's secrets. He understood the honor of being simultaneously invited by the four house ghosts, and simply put, he felt a pang of jealousy. Harry, Ron, and Hermione gazed at him in astonishment, initially believing Henry was merely making idle remarks, yet they were taken aback by the ghost's praise. Other young wizards were skeptical, still viewing the sorting ceremony as a daunting trial that could inflict considerable distress upon them. Henry suddenly felt a wave of regret. He did not wish to be renowned before even stepping into the school. All he desired was to explore the realm of magic. Now in a single file, Professor McGonagall instructed the young wizards, "Follow me." The children anxiously formed a line, exiting the room, traversing the entrance hall, and finally pushing open the grand double doors to enter the Great Hall. Upon entering, the vibrant atmosphere of the hall instantly enveloped the young wizards, igniting their excitement. The magnificent hall was ablaze with light, thousands of candles floating in midair, casting a brilliant glow. The warm, golden light they had glimpsed outside the castle must have originated from this very illumination. The walls of the hall were adorned with fluttering banners, while suits of armor stood vigil at their base, seemingly guarding the space. Gazing upwards, one was astounded to find no ceiling, only the twinkling of stars above. At the heart of the hall, four immense rectangular tables, draped in pristine white cloth, were arranged side by side, flanked by a dense assembly of upperclassmen. The tables were laden with gleaming gold platters and elegant goblets, a veritable feast for the eyes. The entire hall radiated both solemnity and opulence, a scene resplendent in its magical splendor, leaving the young wizards utterly mesmerized. The upperclassmen were engaged in hushed conversations, and Henry discreetly activated his magical senses, clearly overhearing discussions about Harry. "I heard that Harry is enrolling this year." "Oh, is that true? Which one is he?" "I heard he is a boy with black hair." "Is he the one who just passed in front of Charles?" "It must be him. Goodness, he looks so small." "Wow, the boy next to him is quite handsome." They exclaimed in unison, exchanging incredulous glances. Henry, feeling slightly embarrassed, turned off his acute hearing and began to gaze dreamily at the starry sky above. Harry, feeling nervous, nodded in acknowledgement, uncomfortable under the scrutinizing gazes of the upperclassmen he had just walked past. Anxiety washed over him once more, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. Professor McGonagall led the young wizards to the front of the hall, facing the row of upperclassmen, before vanishing from sight. Once Henry stood still, he noticed that over the four long tables in the center of the hall hung thick drapes of various colors, each emblazoned with the emblem of its respective house. To the left, a roaring lion was depicted on a red and gold shield. The second table showcased an eagle soaring against a blue and bronze backdrop. In the center, a shimmering silver snake adorned a silver and green shield, and on the far right, a badger smiled from a yellow and black shield. Behind the young wizards stood teachers of varying ages, while in front of them were the vibrant and youthful upperclassmen, their features somewhat obscured by the flickering candlelight. Among them were the ethereal ghosts they had previously encountered, shimmering with a soft silver glow, as if welcoming the newcomers. "Moments late, Professor Monaco Wunagal reappearat." gently placing a four-legged stool before the young wizards and setting atop it a pointed wizard's hat, tattered and heavily worn, appearing exceedingly dirty. The hall fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixed on the ragged hat, seemingly anticipating something momentous. Then, the hat began to move of its own accord, its folds contorting into the semblance of eyes, and a wide seam split open along its edge, resembling a large mouth from which a voice emerged. The hat commenced its song. You might think me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by mere looks if you can find a hat more splendid than I. I shall happily consume myself. You may belong to Gryffindor, where courage lies deep within. Their valor, spirit, and generosity set Gryffindor apart from the rest. You may belong to Hufflepuff, a house where the inhabitants are characterized by their integrity and loyalty. The students of Hufflepuff are steadfast and honest, unafraid of arduous labor. If you possess a keen intellect, you might find yourself in the esteemed Ravenclaw, a sanctuary for the wise and erudite, where kindred spirits are sure to gather. Perhaps you will be sorted into Slytherin, where you may forge genuine friendships in pursuit of your ambitions. For I am a thinking sorting hat. As the song concluded, thunderous applause erupted, and the hat bowed graciously to each of the four tables before settling into silence. Chapter 37. The Sorting Ceremony, Part 2. Ron whispered to Harry, "I'm going to kill Fred. He made me think I had to battle a troll." Harry's lips twitched, almost forming a smile, though his anxious demeanor suggested he was grappling with doubt once more. Hermione cast an admiring glance at Henry, who remained composed and indifferent, seemingly unaffected by the tension surrounding them. The previously skeptical young witches and wizards now gazed at Henry with admiration, with the exception of the small entourage surrounding Draco. Henry fixated on the marvelous hat, his fingers twitching slightly, intrigued by its sentience. What a wondrous magical creation it was, capable of recognizing its own consciousness and understanding its essence as merely a hat. Could it possibly possess a soul? Oh, how he longed to unravel its secrets. The sorting hat sensed an inexplicable chill and animated itself once more, shaking off a cloud of dust, glancing about to ensure no danger was present before it resumed its stillness. Professor McGonagall appeared equally astonished by this occurrence. She subtly turned her head to glance at Professor Dumbledore, and upon receiving a slight nod from him, she stepped forward, holding a roll of parchment. "I shall call out names, and those named will don a hat and take a seat in anticipation of their sorting," Professor McGonagall announced. First, Hannah Abbott, a young girl, captivated by Henry's charm and talent, suddenly snapped to attention, her golden braids bouncing as she stumbled out of line, donned the hat, and sat down. "Moments latte, uflapuf." The sorting hat proclaimed exuberantly. The table on the right erupted in applause for Hannah, with upperclassmen rising to welcome her to their table, while the previously seen rotund monk waved joyfully. Next, Susan Bones. Following the order listed on Professor McGonagall's parchment, the young witches and wizards approached one by one, donning the sorting hat and being assigned to their respective tables. Henry, having counted discreetly, noted an uneven distribution of students among the houses, with Hufflepuff having the most, Gryffindor and Slytherin nearly equal, while Ravenclaw had the least, suggesting that the learned and wise are always in short supply. Neville and Hermione were sorted into Gryffindor, while Draco and his small entourage were duly sorted into Slytherin. With only a few students remaining, after several more were called forth for the sorting ceremony, it was finally Harry's turn. Harry Potter, as Professor McGonagall pronounced Harry's name in a booming voice. The previously tranquil hall designated for the sorting ceremony erupted into a lively buzz, with whispers and murmurs reverberating throughout. The crowd surged restlessly, each individual straining to catch the outcome of this momentous event. Henry mused that, were it not for the presence of the headmaster and the professors on stage, the throng might have rushed to the sorting hat, eager to place it upon Harry's head themselves. With heavy steps, Harry approached the sorting hat, exuding an air of resignation that left Henry somewhat speechless. He understood the trepidation of being expelled for a mere clerical error, yet he wondered why Harry could not summon a bit more confidence at this pivotal moment. After all, it was merely a matter of donning a hat. Was such anxiety truly warranted? In his fervent critique, he conveniently overlooked his own despair when he once believed he lacked magical aptitude, and the mixed emotions he experienced upon receiving his acceptance letter. Once Harry donned the sorting hat, he was enveloped in darkness, becoming a mere marionette seated upon the stool. The students who had grown up hearing tales of Harry's legendary exploits eagerly anticipated his placement, hoping he would be sorted into their own house, thus continuing his illustrious journey and bringing greater glory to their community. Even the sorting hat seemed to pause, unlike Draco, who had barely made contact before it loudly declared him a Slytherin. The time taken by the sorting hat for Harry surpassed that of Neville's sorting, indicating its apparent difficulty in reaching a decision. The hall remained in a hushed stillness as all awaited the verdict. When the hat finally proclaimed Gryffindor, with great fervor, Harry's face broke into a smile of relief, and the Gryffindor table erupted in jubilant cheers, their exclamations the loudest in the hall. The twin brothers boisterously announced, "We have Potter." Amidst the raucous celebration, Harry took his seat at the Gryffindor table, graciously accepting the congratulations of friends and upperclassmen. He glanced towards the staff table and caught Hagrid, giving him a thumbs up. In the midst of this euphoria, he heard Professor McGonagall call out Henry's name. Henry Worth. Harry quickly turned to the line, realizing that Henry had yet to be sorted. He hoped fervently that his friend would not be placed in Slytherin. After all, influenced by Draco's poor example and hearsay from others, Harry had developed a strong aversion to Slytherin, even rejecting the notion of the sorting hat attempting to place him there. Henry received the signal, inhaled deeply, and confidently strode forward to take his seat upon the stool, unhesitatingly placing the sorting hat upon his head. The young girls from the four houses gazed expectantly at the center, silently praying for the blessing of Merlin, hoping that Henry would be sorted into their house. Even if no further developments were to occur, merely witnessing his handsome visage daily would be a delight. Wouldn't it? Unbeknownst to him, as he wore the hat, its wide brim obscured his vision, and soon, his heightened sensitivity to magic detected a chilling sensation as something cool penetrated his mind from the hat, reminiscent of the feeling when a wand extracts magic from one's very being. Then he heard a faint voice whispering in his ear, "Hiss, hiss, a lively mind, an honest and kind-hearted individual with politeness, courage, and a sense of justice. Quite commendable. Yet your flaws are glaringly evident. Your insatiable curiosity borders on obstinacy, or, to put it plainly, an inclination to dwell on trivial matters. Wait, are you actually contemplating my dismantling?" This proclamation was not merely a whisper to Henry's ear, but a bold declaration echoing throughout the hall, nearly causing a short circuit in his mind. Instantly, the previously vibrant hall fell silent, and the other students, who had been engaged in playful banter, turned their gazes toward him. Such mad ramblings, utterly reckless, beyond recklessness. Gryffindor, Gryffindor, hey, get me out of here. Keep me away from him. The sorting hat shrieked at Professor McGonagall, not neglecting its duty, while fervently wishing to distance itself from this perilous individual. Professor McGonagall hurriedly approached to remove the sorting hat, stepping back cautiously as she eyed this audacious character. She had suspected that this inexplicable figure, who had only been inscribed in the Book of Admittance shortly before the issuance of the acceptance letters, harbored some issues. But she had not anticipated such audacity, entertaining thoughts of dismantling the very cornerstone of Hogwarts. At that moment, the professor's singular thought was to ensure that the ancient magical items of the school were secured. If this young wizard managed to locate and dismantle them, she, as the head of Gryffindor, would be deemed a historical transgressor. Chapter 38, The Sorting Ceremony, Part 3. Henry rose calmly, accepting the myriad peculiar gazes directed at him. Gazing at the complex expression on Professor McGonagall's face and the astonished visages of his fellow young wizards and ghosts, particularly the gentlemanly ghost at the Gryffindor table who had previously praised him, he felt a sense of helplessness as the ghost's head nearly detached from his body, a literal interpretation that stirred commotion and gasps among the newcomers. Why is this happening? Was it not merely an unexecuted thought? Must they regard me as though I were a criminal? Externally composed, Henry was internally lamenting. He had always believed that the sorting hat merely gleaned a superficial understanding of a student's character through shallow memories, primarily relying on the student's own choices. Thus, after employing self-hypnosis learned from his previous life, he confidently donned the hat, only to discover that it could penetrate the facade of false memories to access his deeper thoughts. A miscalculation. However, fortunately, this audacious notion had startled the sorting hat, preventing it from delving further into his mind. His most significant secret had likely remained concealed. Otherwise, he feared he would have to devise an escape plan by nightfall. No, the art of mental closure must be prioritized without delay. One cannot rely solely on the character of the master of legilimency. Just because Headmaster Dumbledore did not utilize legilimency does not imply that others would refrain from doing so. It is essential to recognize that this school publicly boasts at least 2 masters. Who knows how many others might practice this magic in secrecy? It is conceivable that the secret of my rebirth could be exposed at any moment. I shall visit the library tomorrow to borrow books for self-study. This magic should pertain to self-protective spells and is unlikely to be classified as forbidden knowledge, Henry resolved with determination. In the auditorium, under the astonished and silent gaze of the assembly, Henry quietly approached the Gryffindor table and took a seat. Moments of silence were abruptly shattered as the atmosphere erupted. "Did you hear that? He actually wants to remove the sorting hat," exclaimed a young wizard in astonishment. "I can't believe this handsome boy has such audacity." "I like it," remarked a senior witch, her words laced with admiration. "He is so attractive. I believe he must have his reasons for wanting to dismantle the hat." This girl, utterly captivated by Henry's charm, had already become infatuated. With beauty equating to virtue, the girls began to concoct excuses for Henry, provoking the displeasure of the boys. Especially Draco, who seethed with jealousy. He loudly declared to his table of young wizards, "He doing it on purpose. I bet he doesn't have the guts." Pansy, gazing adoringly at Draco, nodded in agreement, though her understanding was questionable. "It seems I must keep a closer eye on you, should you violate school rules. I shall ensure you are punished. Although I've heard from Fred that your parents treat you well, that does not absolve me of my responsibilities as a prefect," Percy warned. "Oh, spare me the grandstanding," one of the twin brothers retorted, marveling at the commotion Henry had caused. After nudging his brother, he continued, "Ignore him, Henry. Well done. This idea is sheer brilliance. How do we not think of this?" The other brother, smacking his forehead in frustration, lamented. Harry patted Henry's arm. His eyes filled with admiration. Though Henry wished to avoid such attention, it did not diminish his esteem for this bold companion. Ron watched enviously as Henry found himself amidst the girls' chatter, mumbling something under his breath, but his voice was too faint amid the cacophony for even Henry to discern. In that moment, Henry could not tell whether they were mocking him or genuinely expressing their thoughts. He only knew that after today, he might find himself famous, though not in the manner he had envisioned. Silence. A resounding voice echoed through the auditorium, drowning out the chatter of the young wizards. "The sorting ceremony shall continue." Professor McGonagall pointed her wand to her throat, casting an amplification charm to quell the voices, preparing to resume her duties. However, the sorting hat remained agitated, expressing its grievances and discontent, proving ineffective even when forcibly placed upon the next young wizard's head. At that moment, a ghost adorned in a ruffled collar deliberately drifted through the bodies of those who had mocked him. Henry noticed that each young wizard who encountered him involuntarily shivered. The gentleman's head had returned to its rightful place, balanced steadily upon his neck. He circled around Henry a few times, seemingly scrutinizing him before finally apologizing. "I must admit, I misjudged you. You are undoubtedly a worthy little lion, a born Gryffindor." Henry, unfazed by what might be construed as a compliment but sounded slightly harsh to the recipient, contemplated for a moment and, with a demeanor of maturity, extended his right hand in greeting. "It's a pleasure to meet you again. I am Henry Worth." The ghost blinked in confusion, unfamiliar with the greetings of the Muggle world. Nevertheless, he mimicked Henry's actions and shook his hand. Immediately, Henry felt a shiver run through him, as though he had plunged into a bucket of ice water. Indeed, it was the chilling presence of the deceased. The ghost seemed aware of his unsettling nature. Releasing Henry's hand and continuing, "You may call me Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, the resident ghost of Gryffindor Tower. By the way, I mean no offense, but your aura is both comforting and slightly unsettling." Just as Henry intended to inquire about the nature of his aura, a voice interrupted. "Ah, I know who you are." A young black boy approached, and Henry recognized him as Dean Thomas. "You're that nearly headless Nick." In contrast, Nick replied, "I prefer you call me Sir Nicholas." He seemed somewhat flustered. "Nearly headless? Like just now?" chimed in a boy with light brown hair, Simon Finnegan, mimicking Nick's previous demeanor and sticking out his tongue. Unbeknownst to them, a circle of Gryffindor first years had gathered around, while students from other houses craned their necks to catch a glimpse, clearly intrigued by the spectacle. Nick, feeling irked, did not wish to discuss the matter, but could not resist the playful taunts of the young wizards. Impulsively, he tugged at his left ear, pulling it towards his shoulder. Suddenly, his head wobbled and slid off, resting on his shoulder, with only a sliver of flesh connecting his head to his body like a hinge. Henry, standing closest, keenly observed that the severed edge of Nick's neck was jagged, as if it had been struck multiple times, but not entirely severed. Looking up, Henry noticed only two unfamiliar first years remaining, with Ron among them, though his expression was rather grim, presumably from nerves as he awaited Professor McGonagall's next call. The sorting hat soon returned to normalcy, placing each individual into their respective houses, with Ron being sorted into Gryffindor. As Ron floated to the Gryffindor table, he was met with hearty welcomes from Harry and Henry, while the twins exchanged playful jests. However, Ron paid them no mind, collapsing into his seat as Percy exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Well done, Ron, splendid." The final first year, named Blaise Zabini, was sorted into Slytherin, after which Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and departed with the sorting hat, casting a wary glance at Henry, seemingly wary that he might follow. With a resigned expression, Henry thought to himself, "This is a bit much, Professor McGonagall." Chapter 39. A resolve to avoid the spotlight. With the sorting ceremony concluded, Headmaster Dumbledore, seated at the staff's table, rose, adorned with a crooked pointed wizard hat. He exuded a casual charm. Beneath the hat, his silver hair shimmered like that of a ghost, and his wrinkled face bore the marks of wisdom and experience. Headmaster Dumbledore appeared to be in excellent spirits, his azure eyes sparkling with delight as they peered over his iconic crescent-shaped spectacles at the young wizards gathered at the tables of the Great Hall. It seemed that the mere sight of their youthful exuberance lifted his mood immensely. He opened his arms wide and proclaimed in a booming voice, "Welcome. Welcome to Hogwarts as you embark on a new academic year. Before we commence the feast, there's a particular phrase I wish to remind you of." He paused deliberately, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he observed the anxious expressions of the young wizards, and then continued, "Fools. Crybabies. Rubbish. Twist." With that, he settled back into his seat, and the hall erupted into applause and cheers. Such nonsensical, almost madcap utterances left Henry momentarily questioning whether he had misheard or missed something altogether. Yet, as he noticed the timid first years gradually relaxing and the harmonious atmosphere enveloping the houses amidst the cheers, he could not help but admire the wisdom of this centenarian. Amidst the revelry, Harry tugged at Henry's robe and exclaimed, "Look over there, that is Professor Quirrell, the one we saw at the pub." Henry turned to observe Professor Quirrell, who was now wrapped in a large purple scarf, exhibiting an air of nervousness and timidity. Utterly unlike a professor of defense against the dark arts, whose knowledge should be profound. Henry speculated that Voldemort had already taken possession of Quirrell, yet he wondered why Dumbledore had not noticed, or perhaps he had, choosing instead to bide his time. His thoughts were interrupted by a bright, clinking sound as Hermione, seated across from him, tapped her spoon against her goblet and inquired, "Would you care for some beef?" He had never seen such a lavish spread laid out on the table. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb shanks, sausages, steaks, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and even peppermint candies. Beside him, Harry and Ron had already piled their plates high and were devouring the feast with gusto. "It looks absolutely splendid," Nick remarked wistfully, watching Harry slice into his steak. "Won't you have a bit?" Henry tilted his head slightly, extending an invitation, as he was intrigued by the nature of ghosts and their existence. "I haven't eaten in 400 years, Nick replied. "I have no need for food, as you know. We possess no sense of taste. However, I do miss their exquisite flavors." Once everyone had indulged to their heart's content, the remaining food vanished from the plates in an astonishing display. The dishes and cutlery gleamed as if newly polished, the stains disappearing as if erased by magic. After a while, Henry watched in astonishment as food materialized anew on the table. First, delectable puddings followed by an array of ice creams, apple tarts, syrup cakes, chocolate eclairs, jam-filled donuts, wine-soaked fruit pudding, strawberries, jelly, and rice pudding. Henry casually picked up a sweet treat to lift his spirits, feeling somewhat fatigued after the day's multitude of events. As he half-heartedly listened to the whimsical discussions at the dining table, he contemplated which magical tomes to borrow from the library, alongside those related to the closed mind technique. Perhaps a study on the history of ghost research? Opposite him, Hermione was engrossed in a conversation with Percy, seemingly about their studies. Suddenly, Harry covered his forehead, where his lightning-shaped scar resided, and exclaimed in surprise. Henry's attention was immediately captured. Harry's scar was a testament to miracles. It not only signified his survival from the killing curse, but also established a connection with Voldemort, the caster of that curse. The pain he felt now surely correlated with Voldemort's presence. It seemed that Voldemort had indeed possessed Professor Quirrell. Turning slightly towards Quirrell, Henry noted the professor's back was turned towards them, facing Harry. It appeared there was a peculiar connection that allowed Voldemort and Harry to sense each other. Henry understood the situation, while Harry remained bewildered, seeking clarification from Percy, who seemed to harbor suspicions, albeit misguided. Quirrell was conversing with a professor possessing greasy black hair and a waxen complexion, his face calm, yet unyielding, having not smiled in ages. The only movement came from his thin lips, while his distinct hooked nose drew attention. Upon hearing Percy explain that this was Professor Snape from Potions class, a switch flicked in Henry's mind, and a torrent of memories about the professor surged forth. The influx of recollections was overwhelming, akin to stuffing numerous items into his brain, leaving him momentarily dizzy. He quickly shoved a generous scoop of ice cream into his mouth, instantly feeling better. Seeing Snape and Quirrell engaged in amiable conversation, Henry couldn't help but indulge in a morbid curiosity. If Voldemort, lurking behind Quirrell, learned that his plans for resurrection had repeatedly faltered due to the very loyalty of Snape standing before him, would he not draw his wand and cast a killing curse on the spot? Lost in this fanciful thought, a smirk crept across Henry's lips, eliciting a small gasp from a girl who had been watching him intently. Instinctively, he averted his gaze, only to catch Snape's previously impassive expression shifting as if he had just smirked at him. Henry quickly turned away, fearful that his startled expression had been noticed by Snape. A singular thought echoed in his mind. Did Snape just smile at me? Good heavens, this is it. What if he had employed the legilimency on me without my awareness and uncovered my secret? But how could I feel nothing? Wait, perhaps he has ventured further into the realms of the closed mind technique and legilimency than Dumbledore himself? Otherwise, how could one serve as a spy under the Dark Lord for such an extended period, remaining undetected until death? Alas, it seems my journey into the realm of magic is poised to be abruptly curtailed. Speaking of which, he wouldn't dare use me as a guinea pig for administering Veritasrum, would he? That would be unacceptable, as it is strictly forbidden by the Ministry of Magic. Yet, it is also true that the magical laws do not stipulate the protection of a soul that does not belong to this world as wizards. Henry's thoughts were in disarray, fragmented to the point where not a single coherent idea could be formed. Severus Snape had indeed mastered the art of legilimency with remarkable finesse, allowing him to effortlessly seize upon Henry's frantic thoughts, leaving him momentarily bewildered. However, Snape was self-aware enough to interpret Henry's startled expression as a reflection of his own countenance, which irked him slightly. If it weren't for his father. We shall see. The intricacies of potion-making are convoluted and the techniques demanding, not easily grasped. Henry could not fathom why the typically reclusive and icy Snape, who seldom exhibited emotion, would suddenly smile at him. Nevertheless, he understood that he must depart that evening. Perhaps Snape, driven by curiosity about his secrets, would refrain from acting on the first day, but there was no guarantee he would remain passive thereafter. Resolutely, Henry decided to escape and lay low. If his secrets remained undiscovered, that would be fortuitous, but should they be revealed, anywhere would be safer than within the castle walls. Once the conversations had subsided, Dumbledore rose once more to announce a series of prohibitions, but Henry was too preoccupied to listen, while Harry and his companions paid close attention. Subsequently, disregarding the stiff expressions of the other professors, the headmaster magically conjured the lyrics of the Hogwarts school song in midair, urging every student to sing it to their preferred tune. Thus, amidst the disjointed melodies of the school song and Henry's trepidation, the feast came to a close. Chapter 40. Arrival at the Dormitory. At the request of the head boy, the upperclassmen of Gryffindor departed early, while the first-year students, yawning, formed a line behind Percy and navigated through the bustling crowd, ascending the marble staircase. All the while, Henry suppressed his drowsiness and the churn of food in his stomach, meticulously memorizing the route they traversed in preparation for his evening escape plan. After enduring Peeve's mischievous antics and navigating through numerous corridors and hidden doors, Percy led them up the marble staircase to the top floor. Finally, they arrived at the end of a corridor, which was marked by a brownstone wall, adorned only by a solitary portrait of a woman clad in a pink gown, quite, plump. Password? The portrait came to life, yawning and blinking her weary eyes as she softly inquired. Petsy Zeeplit? Correct password, the fat lady acknowledged with a nod to the newcomers, who promptly returned the gesture. She then resumed her previous stillness, the portrait swaying forward before sliding aside to reveal a circular opening in the wall. Percy was the first to climb through, with the young wizards following closely behind. As they emerged from the passage, a cozy circular room unfolded before them. The room was filled with plush armchairs and sturdy wooden tables, while numerous torches adorned the walls, casting a warm glow throughout the space. Henry even spotted a grand fireplace on one side, adorned with decorations, though it remained unlit, presumably reserved for the winter months. Groups of upperclassmen, whom he had encountered earlier in the hall, were scattered about, sharing tales of their summer adventures, suggesting a congenial camaraderie among their peers. How enviable, he thought, lamenting his own exclusion from such merriment. Percy clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the wandering young wizards. "All right, newcomers," he announced, "this is the Gryffindor common room. Here, you may converse during your free time, but do keep in mind to refrain from violating school rules. I'll be watching you." He continued, "You must be weary after your journey. Other areas can be explored later. Now, ladies, you may ascend through that door, 5 to a room, and form your own groups. Gentlemen, follow me." Percy guided the girls through a door leading to a spiral staircase that would take them to their dormitory, where a female prefect awaited them. He then turned to the male first years, who were already sinking into the soft armchairs, and cautioned, "That area is the girls' lounge. No boys allowed. The moment you step onto that staircase, it will transform into a slide. This enchantment was cast by the founder, Lady Ravenclaw. So do not think you can resist its effects. For the sake of your dignity, do not venture in uninvited." Henry's curiosity was piqued. How could a mere staircase discern whether a person ascending was male or female? Could cross-dressing work? What about disguises through magic or potions? Alas, he could not linger long to test these wonders, and his spirits sank once more. What a marvelous magical school this was. Every corner a treasure trove of exploration. Why was he not a native of this world? Laughter erupted among the boys as they followed Percy through another door. Only Harry, sensitive to emotions, noticed Henry's despondence, attributing it to fatigue rather than giving it much thought. The young wizards trudged up the spiral staircase, and Henry overheard Ron complaining to Harry, "We have to keep climbing. I swear I won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow. My legs will be utterly spent." Henry felt the urge to laugh, yet found himself unable, for he anticipated that he would not be at the school much longer. At last, the long staircase concluded, bringing them to what was likely the highest point in the school, as the corridor windows offered a sweeping view of the entire grounds. Here, the young wizards finally located their assigned beds, each marked with their names. Henry discovered his suitcase in one of the rooms, unpacking a few essentials to keep by his side for the evening, but he decided against taking the suitcase with him. Its dragging sound would be too conspicuous. Practically shouting, escapen. Come catch me. Harry. Ron shared a dormitory with Henry, alongside Neville and Seamus. However, they were utterly exhausted, thus exchanged merely brief greetings before drawing aside the deep crimson velvet curtains that hung from their four-poster beds, donning their pajamas, and settling in for the night. Henry, citing fatigue as an excuse, flopped down fully clothed, and soon the rhythmic sounds of snoring emanated from the adjacent bed. In the dead of night, the headmaster's office remained brightly lit. Dumbledore reclined in his plush chair, while Professor McGonagall stood before his desk, visibly incensed as she reported on recent events. It is the first time in the long history of Hogwarts that there has been a blunder during the sorting ceremony. "That young wizard is utterly unruly," she exclaimed, her frustration evident. "And to think the sorting hat placed him in Gryffindor. Our proud little lions possess courage, not recklessness." Dumbledore glanced at the sorting hat resting on the shelf, now silent and motionless, as if it were a lifeless object. He understood that the hat was gathering magical energy for the next sorting ceremony. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke gently. "I must confess that upon my initial arrival at Hogwarts, I too entertained similar thoughts, but I did not act upon them. Moreover, the sorting hat does not err. Its decisions are the consensus of the four founders. There must be qualities within him that we do not yet comprehend. I am increasingly convinced that Henry is merely an ordinary young wizard, albeit with an abundance of curiosity." Professor McGonagall pondered for a moment, and Dumbledore seized the opportunity to draw a conclusion. "Minerva, I shall rely on you for the future." She cast another glance at the sorting hat, nodded, and departed. Once she had left, Dumbledore cleared his throat and called out, "Come in, Professor Snape. I wish to hear your thoughts." Snape entered with an impassive expression, his gaze vacant and cold, exuding an air of detachment. Dumbledore was unfazed by this demeanor. It seemed expected. Should there be a change, he would need to consider the possibility that someone had assumed Snape's appearance. After a moment of silence, Snape hoarsely spoke, "I have heard the reports. I too believe this is merely a fanciful notion from a new student, hardly worthy of discussion. To see you show concern for someone is a first." Dumbledore remarked with a gentle smile, "That is quite commendable." Seemingly eager to distance himself from such an impression, Snape replied tersely, "This is merely an inference based on facts. To study the sorting hat, he is far from capable. He likely cannot even breach the protective enchantments imposed by successive headmasters." He paused and added, "Especially those of your own making." "You overestimate me, Professor Snape," Dumbledore replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. "In comparison to the four founders, I am still lacking. But let us leave it at that." Snape's icy demeanor softened slightly as he took his leave. Dumbledore remained seated, cradling his head in his hands, gazing at Fawkes, the phoenix, who was meticulously arranging his feathers. He softly inquired, "Why do they all assume I would punish that child? He cannot possibly be at fault. Though his whereabouts remain uncertain, I suspect he lacks the audacity." Fox turned his head dismissively, while the portraits of former headmasters hanging behind the principal remained silent. Chapter 41. The Failed Escape. In the dead of night, the full moon ascended to its zenith. Henry quietly parted the curtains, observing the shifting shadows cast by the moonlight on the floor. Struggling against drowsiness, he began to count the minutes and devise his escape route for the night. On the adjacent bed, Harry murmured indistinctly in his sleep, tossing briefly before returning to tranquility. After nearly another half hour, the room outside fell eerily silent, as if everyone had succumbed to slumber. Henry cautiously rose, slipping on his shoes with utmost care to avoid any noise. He hastily stuffed essential items beneath his robe, and after ensuring that his wand remained securely tucked in his sleeve, he gently pushed open the dormitory door and stealthily descended the spiral staircase. Each step was taken with deliberation as he approached the common room door, straining to listen for any sounds within. Once he confirmed the absence of others, he pushed the door open and stepped into the common room, making his way through the wall hole. The portrait above the wall hole swung open with ease. Fortunately, the fat lady was absent, likely off visiting somewhere. Henry had long noticed that the portraits within Hogwarts Castle were interconnected. They could visit one another. He recalled an armored knight, once chasing after young wizards on horseback until he reached the end of a corridor. It was indeed an effective means of communication, though he pondered what lay beyond the canvas, imagining it must be quite extraordinary. Henry congratulated himself on his fortuitousness and hastily departed along the route etched in his memory. However, he soon found himself lost. Wait, I distinctly remember taking this path before. Where has that staircase gone? Why does this corridor not match my recollection? That door just vanished? Where am I now? Wandering aimlessly, plagued by a barrage of similar questions, Henry meandered through the castle. To evade peeves, he ducked into various classrooms, washrooms, display rooms, and even stumbled upon a storage room filled with discarded desks and chairs. Until look who I've caught. A first-year student. What do you think you're off to? A sticky, somewhat nauseating voice emerged from the shadows, and an ugly, cantankerous face suddenly materialized from the gloom. Henry recognized him as the old man who had sat beside Hagrid at the staff table. Professor Dumbledore had mentioned him, and he had stood when his name was called. His name was Filch, the school's caretaker. Mr. Filch, with sparse, graying hair and a lanky frame, stared at Henry with an intense, almost fanatical gaze, seemingly thrilled by the encounter. In his arms, he cradled a gaunt, dull-furred cat, equally unattractive, yet Filch appeared to dote on it. Ah, a first-year Gryffindor, roaming the school at night instead of sleeping. Splendid. Let us fetch Professor McGonagall. She must deduct points and assign you detention. His words were laden with malice. As if witnessing the punishment of a student brought him great joy, Henry lowered his head in silence, his eyes flickering with a glimmer of defiance as he weighed the prospect of unleashing the petrifying spell he had recently learned, the only offensive incantation he had mastered. Albeit with some instability, he had clandestinely experimented with it using insects at the orphanage, which carried a risk of failure. Just as he wrestled with his inner turmoil, a chilling presence crept up from behind, followed by a cold, indifferent voice. It was I who summoned him to find me. Felch. Disappointment washed over Felch upon seeing the newcomer, his fervor dissipating as he nodded respectfully, cradling the cat in his arms as he ambled away. Henry, recognizing the voice, lamented internally that he had escaped one peril only to stumble into another. His right hand slowly slipped into his sleeve to grasp his wand. Should he sense any ill intentions, he would not remain passive, even if he knew he was no match for an adult wizard. The bond of blood coursing through him infused him with courage. Turning around, the figure behind him commanded, "You must be aware that wandering the castle at night is against school rules." "I'm sorry, sir, I didn't know," Henry replied, his gaze fixated on the elegant fingers of the man before him. "Call me Professor Snape." "I apologize, Professor Snape. I was unaware." Under the roof of another, one must bow their head, and seeing that Snape did not seem inclined to act immediately, Henry felt a measure of relief. Snape scoffed, maneuvering around Henry, and instructed, "Follow me." Without further ado, he strode ahead. After a moment of contemplation, Henry obediently trailed behind, turning the corner of the corridor to find himself before the potions master's lounge. Could he be attempting to lure me into a trap? As he followed Snape, his mind raced with thoughts regarding the likelihood of successfully casting the petrification spell. However, before he could reach a conclusion, Snape suddenly inquired, "Are you afraid of me?" Snape remained silent, his thoughts untraceable. The weight of the silence unsettled Henry, and amid his anxious musings, he realized they had already passed the entrance to Snape's lounge. Snape halted, forcing Henry to stop as well. Was he planning to reveal his true intentions here? To strike a blow in front of the Gryffindor common room? The portraits in the corridor were observing, after all. Now, tell me, what were you doing in the castle at night? Snape's voice, low and probing, broke through Henry's reverie. Startled, Henry found it puzzling that Snape had not resorted to aggression, but instead posed this seemingly inconsequential question. Nevertheless, he quickly devised a plausible excuse. I made a wager with some classmates to locate a restroom rumored to be haunted at midnight, but I lost my way. Snape, upon hearing this, offered no judgment, merely uttering an amused "oh" with a hint of mockery. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Henry standing alone in the corridor outside the Gryffindor common room. Is he truly letting me go? Am I not to be confined to the small dark room? What is happening? Since he did not elaborate further, it seems that my greatest secret has been preserved. In retrospect, I realized that I was overly fragile and sensitive. No matter how gifted Professor Snape may be, he cannot surpass the combined prowess of the four founders of Hogwarts. It is worth noting that I, Henry, can perceive even the spells of the Sorting Hat, which embodies the abilities of these four great figures. Thus, it is utterly improbable that Professor Snape's enchantments could have gone unnoticed. Consequently, the secret of my rebirth remains undisclosed. With this thought, I felt an immense sense of relief. I could finally indulge in a normal school life, just like Harry and his companions. Nevertheless, the reality is that my abilities are still lacking. Although I'm uncertain as to why the professor did not chastise me, as he did Harry, for violating school rules, instead seemingly alleviating a significant predicament for me, it is prudent to cease while I am ahead. Once I master the mental shielding technique, I trust one will be able to face all challenges with equanimity. Chapter 42. Return to the common room. Moreover, Gryffindor is a lion, not a groundhog. Who's there? Startled, I, Henry, swiftly drew my wand, ready to cast an unknown petrifying spell. Wait, it's us. My twin brothers popped their heads over the armrest, their expressions a mix of surprise and curiosity at my seemingly excessive reaction. What? The twins, perplexed, instinctively turned to survey the common room, confirming that it was just the three of us. They then fixed their collective gaze upon me, their four eyes scrutinizing my demeanor. How could the brothers, who had resorted to the common room to pass the time due to sleeplessness, resist the allure of my evidently intriguing situation? The one on the right chimed in. What? Are you preparing to duel someone? The one on the left quickly countered. Impossible. It must be those little witches attempting a sneak attack, and perhaps it has already happened. Did you not notice how they looked at Henry during the feast? The two of them began to bicker, tugging at each other's collars. As their voices escalated and their discourse grew increasingly absurd, I felt compelled to intervene, fearing that we might awaken others. Hey, all right. I'll explain. Before I could finish my sentence, I was met with two pairs of sparkling eyes focused intently on me, the earlier tension dissipating entirely. If I were still oblivious to their theatrical performance, I would truly be a fool, faced with their inquisitive stares. I understood that if I did not clarify my situation today, I could face considerable trouble in the future. All right, I confess, I intended to explore the castle at night, having heard that one could see many things obscured in the daylight, but I got lost along the way. I comfortably settled into a nearby chair, allowing a contented sigh to escape as I glossed over my original intentions. I was caught by Filch, but fortunately, the professor helped to cover for me and escorted me to the entrance. I promise I won't break the rules again. I sincerely apologized. The result? Breaking the rules on the very first day of school. How cool. The twin on the right's eyes gleamed even brighter. Indeed, in comparison, we seem rather insignificant. George, do you recall when we first breached the school rules? Fred inquired with deliberate jest. The two exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously replied, on the third day of school. The first day was overwhelmingly exhausting, and the second was devoted to familiarizing ourselves with the regulations, a strategy to exploit loopholes, was it not? Fred proudly elucidated to Henry. It was utterly foolish of me to forget that these two possessed an insatiable penchant for mischief, and I found myself worrying about being blamed for rule-breaking by them. How heartbreakingly naive. However, seeing that they did not delve into the reason for my outing, Henry discreetly sighed in relief. Perhaps the mere desire to explore was sufficient justification? Suddenly, George posed a question that caught Henry off guard. So, was it Professor Snape? Fred quickly followed up. Did he not put you in detention or deduct house points? How do you know? Henry was astonished. He had not divulged anything to the duo. They had merely been lounging in the common room. How could they possibly be privy to the happenings in the corridor? But, wasn't this your first encounter? Would that old bat truly be so benevolent? George clearly expressed skepticism, suspecting that perhaps Professor Snape was being impersonated by some audacious upperclassman. Old bat? Henry replied, perplexed. He did not recall Snape having such an epithet. Look, he always wears that long black wizard's robe, and he walks with such speed that his sleeves billow. Doesn't that make him resemble a bat? Fred interjected, attempting to clarify. Right? Moreover, he tends to appear from behind you, speaking in a chillingly cold manner, which is rather eerie, akin to a bat's ominous presence. And he is particularly biased, often arbitrarily finding fault and deducting points from Gryffindor. We have lost the House Cup 6 times. Much of the blame lies with him. Thus, we decided to adopt this nickname. Aiming to make it widely known throughout the academic year, Fred lamented, airing his grievances and inadvertently revealing their revenge plan, ultimately concluding, "You shall see in due time." I guessed it. Right, George? Noticing Henry's inquisitive gaze, Fred instinctively straightened his posture, slightly shifting his body, and chuckled awkwardly in an attempt to steer the conversation back to safer topics. Yet, this feigned nonchalance only piqued Henry's suspicion. Henry scrutinized the increasingly evasive Fred, suddenly glancing left and right, only to find Fred mirroring his actions to obscure his line of sight. Seizing the opportunity, Henry executed a feigned maneuver, although George obstructed him. Henry keenly observed a small, tattered piece of parchment being inadvertently knocked to the ground by Fred in his flustered state. The brothers evidently noticed this and were about to bend down to retrieve it. Wait, what is that? Hesitation would lead to defeat. As the two were on the verge of grasping the parchment, Henry acted with swiftness, casting 2 petrification spells in an instant. All petrified, the brothers froze mid-action, their eyes wide with astonishment, as they could only watch Henry approach slowly and bend down to pick up the piece of parchment. Chapter 43. The Peculiar Parchment. The parchment, perfectly square, yet seemingly aged, bore significant signs of wear around its edges. Both petrification spells had succeeded. Today must indeed be a day of misfortune for them. Curious about its contents, Henry cautiously unfolded the parchment and examined it from various angles, only to discover it was entirely blank, appearing to be nothing more than an ordinary piece of parchment. However, given the anxious demeanor of the two brothers, it might hold some hidden value. He cast a sidelong glance at the twins, who were frantically exchanging glances, and pondered for a moment before gently tapping the parchment with his wand, uttering, "Reveal." This was a minor incantation he had learned, capable of disclosing text written in invisible ink, but alas, the parchment remained unresponsive. After a brief contemplation, he recited, "Magic Reveal." Indeed, moments later, faint blue, gold, red, and green lights began to intertwine and manifest upon the parchment. This was a modest spell Henry had developed based on Reveal, designed to detect whether an item had been enchanted, and it required minimal magical energy. The underlying principle of the spell was straightforward. Employing the resonance phenomenon of magical energy discussed in magical theory, vibrating the minuscule amount of energy he inputted across multiple frequencies, much like a radio tuning into a station. If any light appeared, it indicated that the item was enchanted. However, the precision required for such delicate manipulation of magic was quite high, marking it as a talent-based spell. Realizing the parchment was indeed extraordinary, Henry found himself at a loss for how to unlock its mysteries and redirected his attention to the twin brothers. He inquired once more, "So, could you explain how to use this?" The brothers' previously frozen movements began to thaw, and they tumbled into a heap, grumbling at each other. "It's all your fault, Fred," one exclaimed. "All right, I may be at fault, but you didn't cooperate well either," Fred retorted. George was about to add something when Henry interrupted. While their bickering was amusing, the priority was to uncover the secret of the parchment. He felt akin to an adventurer standing before a treasure chest, fully aware of the wealth it contained, yet lacking the key to unlock it. "If I were to say this is merely an ordinary piece of parchment, would you believe me?" George said, hesitantly. Henry repeated, "Magic Reveal," lifting the parchment that shimmered with faint light before the twins, gesturing, "What do you think?" George waved his hands dismissively, chuckling awkwardly. "I merely wanted to demonstrate how to use it." "Very well, but you must cherish it. We risked our lives to procure it, probably around 2 years ago." "Yes, we were first years back then." "Oh, the youth, the innocence, the carefree days, such a splendid time," Fred mused. Through their playful banter and humorous expressions, Henry finally grasped the origin of the parchment. In simple terms, two brothers decided to test the limitations of school regulations by hurling a dung bomb in the hallway. They were subsequently caught by Filch and confined to his office. It was then that they noticed a drawer labeled confiscated items, highly dangerous. With a mischievous impulse, they conspired together, while George threw another dung bomb to divert attention. Fred seized the opportunity. Thus, they came into possession of a seemingly tattered but reputedly powerful piece of parchment. This small item proved to impart wisdom far exceeding that of their professors, as George ultimately concluded. "Oh, is that so?" Henry expressed skepticism. "Indeed," Fred responded with a chuckle. "But you still haven't told me how to use this parchment." "Very well," Fred beckoned to George. "Show Henry." "Actually, you've already discovered it. You just need a verbal command," Fred said, drawing his wand and gently touching the parchment Henry held. With a solemn expression, he declared, "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." Fred then handed the parchment to Henry. To his astonishment, delicate ink lines, as fine as spider silk, began to emerge from where the wand had touched, intertwining and converging until they filled every corner of the parchment, forming an intricate design replete with squares and angular polygons. A map was Henry's first impression upon seeing the pattern. Sure enough, a few lines of curving green text appeared above the parchment, elegantly entwined with the design. After considerable effort, Henry deciphered the inscription, "Suppliers of mischief-making equipment," proudly presented by Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. The Marauder's Map. The Marauder's Map. Fragments of memory flooded back to Henry's mind for the second time that day, enhancing his capacity to cope with the influx of information. He quickly regained his composure as he heard George explain. "This is a detailed map of Hogwarts Castle, containing numerous secret rooms and passages. I wager many of these routes are unknown even to the professors, let alone the headmaster. Look here." George pointed to the upper right corner of the parchment, where one could select which level of the map to view. "What you see now is our current floor." He encouraged Henry to lean closer. Henry bent down for a closer look. Had it not been for Fred's indication, he would have assumed the tiny ink dots were mere accidental smudges. Instead, he discovered exceedingly small letters alongside the ink dots, revealing the names of the three of them. To his astonishment, even Professor Dumbledore could be monitored? Monitoring? What a clever idea. In the future, if someone displeases us, we could keep an eye on them and ambush them along their path. George pondered, nodding in agreement. You truly have a knack for this. Chapter 44. The long day finally ends. Henry paid no heed to George. At that moment, he resembled a child who had just received a new toy, prodding the parchment with his wand and murmuring incantations as he began to experiment with the various functions of the Marauder's Map. Regrettably, he currently possesses an insufficient repertoire of spells. At present, he can merely ascertain that the Marauder's Map accurately reveals the location of every individual within Hogwarts. Furthermore, according to Fred, upon reaching specified locations, it can autonomously display various methods to access hidden passages. Beyond that, he has not discerned any additional functionalities. Oh wait, it appears that not only does it indicate the positions of people, but also of creatures. Henry noticed that next to the small dot representing Filch on the third floor, there was a faint inscription reading Mrs. Norris. Upon closer inspection, a smaller dot was indeed superimposed upon Filch's, likely representing the cat he cradled in his arms, though the overlap rendered the mark indistinct. Observing Gryffindor Tower, he confirmed the presence of a dot named Scabbers adjacent to Ron's. However, following Scabbers' name, there was another faint inscription, Peter Pettigrew. Henry understood the implication, but had no intention of acting upon it. He preferred to let events unfold naturally. Upon reflection, the remarkable precision with which the Marauder's Map displays real-time locations, reminiscent of a GPS from a previous life, is indeed impressive. The four creators undoubtedly possessed extraordinary talents. Moreover, Henry speculated that it might be connected to the castle's internal defense mechanisms, as it seemed implausible that something from several decades ago could update in real time like an app. With the only updates pertaining to the school's defensive enchantments, it appeared that the methods for accessing secret passages were painstakingly gathered by the creators. As Henry had observed that many of these passages were not traversable, it was evident that considerable effort was expended to compile this information. No wonder the two whimsical brothers would either lament their indebtedness to the creators or solemnly praise them as noble individuals. Alas, despite its seemingly extraordinary nature, the Marauder's Map held little practical value for Henry. At best, it served as a source of inspiration. Once the novelty wore off, he returned the map to George. George looked at him in astonishment. Henry explained, "This artifact is of little use to me. I must prepare diligently for my studies. Today's infraction of school rules was an exception. Once you both have thoroughly memorized the locations and methods for accessing the secret passages, please return it to someone in need. However," he added a supplementary request, "if I find myself in urgent need later, you must prioritize lending me this parchment." "Absolutely," the twin brothers exclaimed, visibly moved, patting their chests. Fred pretended to wipe away a tear, exclaiming, "How wonderful, Henry! Your kindness knows no bounds." George also donned a misty-eyed expression. Henry shivered. It was rather nauseating. What a trying day it had been. He lay upon his soft bed, gazing at the silvery moonlight outside the window, listening to the heavy breaths of his roommates, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, before dawn had broken, the 5 boys in Henry's dormitory were roused by a second-year boy shaking them awake. Still groggy, Henry pressed against his throbbing temples, stifling the urge to cast a petrifying spell on the little wizard, and began his morning routine. After all, it was a gesture of goodwill. Today marked the first day of their classes, and tardiness was not an option. Once they had completed their ablutions, Henry and his companions hurriedly gathered their textbooks and set off. In the common room, they chanced upon Hermione descending from the girls' dormitory, her hair in disarray and cradling a hefty stack of books that presumably contained today's lessons. After exchanging greetings, they decided to embark on their journey together, braving the whispers and curious gazes of their peers as they made their way to the Great Hall. After all, last night, Henry and Harry had become the unavoidable topics of conversation among the young wizards, almost reaching celebrity status. Regrettably, their path was not as smooth as one might expect, with 2 such notable figures in their midst. Oh, do not inquire how Henry came to know this. Furthermore, the castle housed many doors, which would remain obstinately shut unless one politely requested their opening or accurately prodded the right spot. Some doors merely masqueraded as such, being nothing more than sturdy walls. It was baffling to consider what kind of genius had cast the spells on these doors and staircases, devising such mischievous tricks. Did he or she not realize the chaos it would cause for those who followed? Henry had intended to channel magical energy with his wand, or even attempt a repairing charm, but both endeavors were in vain. Hermione explained that the staircase was bewitched with an irreversible charm, ensuring that no wizard could restore it. However, once someone set foot upon the stairs, they would be transported to their intended destination, leaving the rest of the time in a perplexing state. Perhaps it was a deliberate act of societal retribution, Henry mused internally. But once his thoughts had wandered, it was time to press on. Their journey was fraught with unexpected turns, and they were nearly caught attempting to breach the entrance to the forbidden corridor leading to the 4th floor. Filch was skeptical of their claims of being lost, and threatened to imprison them in the dungeons. Fortunately, Professor Quirrell happened to pass by and intervened on their behalf. After this ordeal, they found themselves unable to partake in breakfast. Thus, they opted to forego the morning meal entirely and hastened directly to their classroom, ultimately arriving mere minutes before the start of their charms lesson, which they would share with students from Ravenclaw. Chapter 45, the first day of class. As the bell rang, Henry, slumped over his desk in a state of lethargy, was taken aback to see the professor glide through the wall, her pearlescent, translucent form revealing that this history of magic instructor was, in fact, a ghost. Last night, in his restless state, he had overlooked the presence of another specter at the teacher's desk. Harry and the others, however, remained unfazed. After all, this was a school of magic, and anything unconventional was to be expected here. The ghostly professor, with a monotonous voice, completed her introduction before proceeding to take attendance and commence the lesson. Henry struggled to keep his heavy eyelids open, only to behold the professor seated at the lectern like a statue, utterly motionless. The professor's voice droned on, mechanical and unyielding. The knowledge being imparted was already etched in Henry's mind long before he set foot in school. After enduring a while of Professor Bin's monotonous lecture, he realized that the professor was merely reading from the text. Thus, feeling both weary and famished, Henry succumbed to slumber amidst the dreary history of magic course, all while Hermione cast disapproving glances at the slacker. After lunch, the afternoon brought the charms class. Upon entering the classroom, they encountered a rather diminutive wizard standing at the lectern, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, exuding an air of gentility. The professor stood atop a stack of books, enabling him to survey the entire class. Harry recalled the professor's name was Flitwick, and Henry overheard a few young wizards conjecturing about whether Professor Flitwick had fairy or goblin ancestry. Initially, Henry had been filled with anticipation for this professor, rumored to be a Ravenclaw graduate and seemingly erudite. But when the class bell rang and Professor Flitwick began taking attendance, an unexpected incident occurred. Everything had proceeded normally until he called out Harry's name, at which point he suddenly shrieked in excitement and collapsed, vanishing from sight. Resignedly, Henry and the others were left to self-study. Henry felt this was indeed the case. Aside from Harry's slight embarrassment, stemming from the belief that he was somehow responsible for the incident, the first day of classes passed in a haze, leaving Henry with a sense of disappointment at having learned nothing. That evening promised a new round of wizards' chess battles, a prospect that piqued their interest. The library? I would rather be mad than choose to go there. Reading is no match for playing chess. By the way, could you let me see your completed history of magic assignment? I just want to reference it. I won't copy. Ron's words left Henry somewhat disheartened. He had assumed that the young wizards would be intrigued by the wonders of new knowledge, so he set out alone, entirely forgetting the earlier experiences before class. After a series of unfortunate stair mishaps, Henry found himself lost once more. He began to question whether his decision to return the Marauder's map to the Weasley twins had been somewhat hasty. Fortunately, he encountered a bespectacled upperclassman in the corridor, carrying a stack of books and heading his way. After a moment of contemplation, Henry approached her, employing his charming smile and the handsome features that were gradually becoming more pronounced. This familiar face reddened as she agreed to assist him, despite having just come from the library. Following a warm farewell at the entrance of the library, Henry finally stepped into the place he had longed to visit. The library was a serene haven, devoid of the boisterousness found in the great hall and common room, illuminated not by torches, but by Madame Pance's illuminating charm, casting a gentle glow throughout the entire space. Henry willingly entered that enchanting state, instantly perceiving the air thick with magic. In other words, Mrs. Pance's enchantment was nearly omnipresent within the library. Consequently, should anyone dare to damage a spellbook or raise their voice too loudly, Mrs. Pance would undoubtedly materialize silently behind them, brandishing her feather duster to chastise or expel them from the library. Henry had long since discerned that Hogwarts did not teach the art of mind closure. Even achieving all O's in the OWLs could not grant one access to such knowledge. To learn the art of mind closure, one would either need to solicit special guidance from a professor or resort to self-study. Henry began to meander through the library, eager to familiarize himself with the general locations of the categorized books. Eventually, he arrived at an area cordoned off by numerous ropes, shrouded in darkness, devoid of illumination. A magical intuition informed him that a plethora of potent magical artifacts lay hidden within, igniting his curiosity. He raised his hand, poised to lift the ropes and venture inside. Just as his fingers grazed the ropes, a voice echoed through the air. First-year student, that is the restricted section of the library. You are not permitted to enter without a note from Professor. Henry paused, taken aback. He had not anticipated that. With his heightened senses far surpassing those of ordinary individuals, someone could stealthily approach him from behind. Surely, only a wizard of considerable power could achieve such a feat gradually. He turned to find a frail, elderly witch with piercing eyes, resembling a malnourished vulture. It was unmistakably Mrs. Pance, the Hogwarts librarian mentioned by his upperclassmen. According to the upperclassman's description, Mrs. Pance was a stern, rule-abiding librarian, particularly irritable when one attempted to damage her cherished books. However, on other occasions, she was known to forgive young witches and wizards who did not overstep their bounds. More often than not, if one sought information, she would readily provide a perfect answer. Naturally, Henry was astute enough not to express this first impression outright. He needed to cultivate a good rapport with Mrs. Pance to ensure he could find the more urgent and valuable tomes with greater efficiency. "I apologize, madam. I was unaware," Henry stammered, not wishing to offend the most powerful figure in the library upon his very entrance. "Of course, dear," Mrs. Pance replied in a peculiar tone. "Otherwise, I would be compelled to request your head of house to impose confinement upon you. Do refrain from loitering nearby. It is quite dangerous within," she added, preparing to depart. As she turned to leave, she cautioned, "By the way, loud noise is strictly prohibited in the library. That is the rule." Henry exhaled in relief, nodding repeatedly, "Yes, madam. I shall remember." Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, he inquired, "By the way, madam, could you tell me where I might find books related to the art of mind closure? I have been unable to locate any." "Mind closure?" Mrs. Pance halted, her voice tinged with surprise. "That is not a subject you first-year students should be familiar with." I stumbled upon something intriguing in a book and felt compelled to delve deeper." In a moment of quick wit, Henry chuckled lightly. Mrs. Pance cast a peculiar glance at Henry, as if she were witnessing an unusually eager young wizard for the first time. Nevertheless, she gestured toward a direction and said, "Well, if you proceed along the shelf of magical creatures to the left and walk 20 paces inward, you should discover a large shelf dedicated to mental magic. I am confident that you will find it enlightening." As Henry expressed his gratitude, Mrs. Pance departed. Henry cast one last glance at the shadowy, forbidden section, his eyes brimming with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. The forbidden area? Surely it harbored treasures within. How he longed to venture inside. No, he resolved to wait until he could procure a note signed by a professor next time. He began counting the paces as he made his way directly to the mental magic section. Since Mrs. Pance had mentioned it, there must undoubtedly be books on the art of mental occlusion there. Indeed, Henry soon discovered a plethora of tomes, including titles such as A Beginner's Guide to Mental Occlusion, Your Brain Beyond Imagination, Get Out of My Head, and Chronicles of Practicing Mental Occlusion, ranging from textbooks to casual discussions on magic. He settled down at a reading table, clutching several hefty volumes, and commenced perusing the contents with the illumination spell's white light, eager to immerse himself in the study of mental occlusion. After skimming through the material, he realized that mastering mental occlusion was not as straightforward as he had anticipated. Firstly, it was not merely a spell. It did not involve wielding a wand to cast magic upon one's head. Rather, it was a skill or instinct heavily reliant on the user's mental fortitude and willpower. Secondly, unlike self-hypnosis, which fabricates false memories, mental occlusion required the practitioner to entirely eliminate, conceal, or suppress their thoughts and certain emotions, an essential prerequisite for resisting the influence of a legilimens. For instance, the foundational practice of mental occlusion merely entailed clearing the mind of thoughts and emotions, rendering it impossible for a legilimens to detect any emotional connections related to the memories the subject wished to obscure. This demanded extensive practice. In more advanced applications, mental occlusion enabled the user to selectively suppress certain genuine emotions and memories, skillfully navigating the fine line between reality and illusion to deceive a legilimens, thereby allowing the practitioner to lie while avoiding self-exposure. Even more astonishingly, the profound art of mental occlusion could selectively seal off elusive personality traits, such as empathy, cruelty, and coldness, thereby constructing an entirely new, desired persona, which could be deemed exceedingly terrifying. Imagine a seemingly cheerful, generous, and extroverted friend who could, unbeknownst to you, be a remorseless killer lurking beneath the facade. The very reality before you might be nothing but an illusion. Moreover, even seasoned legilimens would find it challenging to discern the truth. The thought alone sends shivers down one's spine. In summary, to master the art of mental occlusion, one must possess not merely the ability to deceive others, but also the capacity to effectively and calmly deceive oneself. Calmly. Henry suddenly recalled the moment when he subdued Draco and knocked Crabbe and Goyle away, a sensation of pervasive, enforced indifference and ruthlessness enveloping his mind as if all emotions had vanished, leaving only the singular focus on his objective. It resembled the feeling of having partially mastered the foundational technique of mental isolation, though it was undoubtedly a shortcut. He could not continuously think of reptiles, yet this experience served as a kind of reference. Perhaps it was due to Henry being a reincarnated individual, endowed with formidable mental strength, coupled with the will and worldview of an adult, that a remarkable reaction occurred when these two aspects converged. Soon, he distinctly felt as if he were floating weightlessly in mid-air, able to discard all emotions, distractions, and even memories, liberating his mind to a state of cold, mechanical thought. It seemed he had successfully employed the most fundamental form of mental isolation. Yes, this was precisely the sensation described in the book. A surge of joy welled up within him, but under the influence of the mental isolation technique, this fleeting joy quickly dissipated. Now, his goal was to transform this sensation into instinct. Thus, he began to practice the technique in his mind incessantly. Gradually, he found himself enveloped by a warmth reminiscent of the comforting embrace of Granny Amy, tugging him towards an abyss of nothingness. Henry sensed something amiss. The book had not mentioned such a phenomenon. His instincts screamed warnings, and he began to struggle as if drowning, but despite his physical strength, it proved futile. Although he could not perceive his body, he felt his consciousness unwaveringly drifting towards an unknown destination. Until, "May I touch you? You look quite delectable." A voice, not particularly melodious, resonated in the emptiness of Henry's mind, yet to him, it sounded almost pleasant amidst his predicament. Accompanying this was the familiar chilling sensation of warmth being drained away. In an instant, Henry regained a clear awareness of his body, awakening from a nightmare. Taking a deep breath and abruptly opening his eyes, just in time to see a ghostly hand glide past his right cheek. Sweat poured from every pore of Henry's body, quickly soaking his robe, and he felt a profound relief at having escaped a dire fate. Bent over, like a drowning person just rescued from the water, he gasped for air and uttered, "No, you've already touched me. But thank you." The ghost was taken aback by his gratitude, feeling somewhat confused. Having been noticed by the subject of her interest, made her shy. Henry soon steadied his breath and looked up. Before him stood the specter of a short, plump girl, her face marred by acne, obscured partly by straight, flowing hair and thick, pearlescent glasses, giving her an exceptionally melancholic appearance. "May I touch again?" she asked, her head bowed and hands twisting nervously, unable to suppress a request. Henry declined. While he was grateful for that icy sensation this time, he preferred to avoid the experience of having warmth abruptly siphoned away unless absolutely necessary. The ghost was left rejected. The once tranquil expression on her face suddenly tensed, and she sniffled. "You think I'm ugly too, don't you?" The girl's taut visage crumbled in an instant, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I knew you would look down on me. I know you all call me Fat Peach Blossom behind my back. Ugly Peach Blossom. Pathetic, weeping, pockmarked Peach Blossom." The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, her voice rising in volume. Suddenly, she sobbed sorrowfully and dashed towards the bookshelf, disappearing from sight. When Henry reached out to stop her, she was already too swift. By the time he finished half a word, she had vanished. Chapter 47. The library continues. A shadow loomed behind him, accompanied by a low, solemn female voice. "I recall having mentioned, that loud noise is prohibited here." "Yes, madam, I apologize. It will not happen again." Mrs. Pants had previously warned Henry about maintaining silence in the library, yet he inadvertently breached this regulation. To avoid the embarrassment of being expelled, he promptly turned around and offered an apology. Observing the small wizard's downcast demeanor and sincere contrition, Mrs. Pants chose to forgive him this time, her previously tight lips relaxing considerably. "Let this be a lesson." Seizing the opportunity, he pointed to the tome titled "Your Brain is Beyond Your Imagination," remarking that its considerable thickness suggested a broad range of topics, which had led him to merely skim it before setting it aside. He still wished to complete the book. As Mrs. Pants, who had been monitoring Henry, led him with her back turned, a satisfied smile finally graced her face, and her demeanor softened considerably. Beside the entrance was a window resembling a ticket booth, presumably designated for registering borrowed books. Here, Mrs. Pants reiterated her insistence that Henry must cherish the books, warning him that she would inspect each page upon their return. By the time Henry emerged with the book in hand, over 10 minutes had elapsed. During the book registration, he encountered Hermione, who was also carrying a stack of books. It seemed she had come to the library to complete her assignments and had borrowed several books before leaving. A few minutes later, feeling lighthearted as he distanced himself from the library, Henry regretted not waiting for Hermione to walk out together, for it appeared that he had once again lost his way. Harry and the others were still in the common room, engrossed in a game of wizard chess. Harry seemed quite fascinated by this novel game, even though he was consistently trounced by Ron. Nonetheless, he remained undeterred. "This is not right. Haven't I mastered the brain lock technique?" After pondering for a while, he arrived at a singular conclusion. Perhaps the stairs and doors here were incompatible with him. In the future, it would be wise to avoid venturing out alone without a companion. He felt exasperated by this enigmatic conclusion, prompting him to consider a different question. That feeling seemed oddly familiar. It was likely a result of his unique circumstances, especially since he had perused a journal of another practitioner prior to his own training, which had not mentioned such occurrences. However, the sensation of mental clarity and lucidity is truly delightful. Yet upon reflection, the absence of emotion does indeed feel peculiar. Professor Snape likely perpetually employs a mental occlusion charm, which accounts for his icy demeanor, mused Henry, devoid of any malice. As these thoughts meandered through his mind, he succumbed to a tremendous yawn, fatigue overtaking him. Just before drifting into slumber, he suddenly recalled the history of magic assignment he had neglected. What was the topic again? The life of the villain, Yorick? Surely, it should be the villain, Murick, instead? With this query lingering, he descended into dreams. A flash of white light surged through, as if he had been expelled from his own reverie. Henry abruptly opened his eyes, startled awake, glancing outside to find the world still cloaked in darkness. He could hear the distant clamor from the common room, as if voices were bellowing about who had triumphed. Yet, he held no interest in such matters and turned over, falling back into sleep. Upon awakening the next day, the peculiar dream had entirely faded from his memory. The first-year students quickly acclimated to the rhythms of campus life, gradually embracing the conveniences and wonders of the magical realm. Henry also discovered that, apart from the enchantments and extraordinary artifacts, Hogwarts bore a striking resemblance to a mundane school. Young wizards still needed to eat, sleep, complete assignments, write essays, and take examinations. There was much to learn. Every Wednesday evening, they were required to ascend to the astronomy tower with telescopes purchased by themselves to observe the celestial expanse and chart the trajectories of various celestial bodies. This course was termed astronomy, yet Henry felt it was quite similar to the Muggle equivalent. Wizards believed that celestial phenomena foretold the future and that the distant orbits of planets significantly influenced those on Earth, though Henry regarded such notions as somewhat absurd. Nevertheless, aided by magical telescopes, Wizards could indeed see more and farther than muggles, thus piquing Henry's interest. If he were to discover an unnamed celestial body and publish it to the muggle world, fame and fortune would surely follow. Additionally, they were required to attend a course titled Herbology, meeting at least 3 times a week, primarily focusing on cultivating magical plants and fungi that possessed extraordinary properties within the wizarding world, while also understanding their uses. The young wizards were somewhat curious about the fate of the plants they nurtured. Ultimately, it was a pair of anonymous third-year twins who divulged that most of the plants they cultivated would be entrusted to Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary, where they would be concocted into various potent potions to remedy the peculiar ailments that students might inadvertently or deliberately acquire. Chapter 48. In Transfiguration Class, everyone affectionately referred to the herbology professor, Madame Sprout, who was a short and stout witch. Perhaps due to her frequent interactions with plants, her attire was often soiled, speckled with mud. Naturally, history of magic remained the most tedious subject for the young wizards, aside from diligent students like Hermione. Even Henry regarded this class as a form of hypnotic exercise, for the material had long been etched in his memory. In a conversation with the portraits of esteemed alumni who graduated from Hogwarts centuries ago, Henry learned that Professor Binns, while still corporeal, delivered his lectures with remarkable vividness and flair. However, after he became a ghost, his demeanor gradually grew eccentric, often drifting into a trance during his lectures, rendering his classes increasingly monotonous. In essence, Professor Binns has been teaching since the founding of the school, approaching a millennium of service, and could be regarded as a living tome of magical history. The portraits advise Henry that he could inquire about any historical matters directly with Professor Binns, even mundane topics, as he might have some recollection, which would be far more reliable and efficient than poring over texts in the library. Henry eagerly accepted this suggestion. Thursday brought the lessons of Transfiguration and Defense against the Dark Arts. They arrived at the Transfiguration classroom early, but as the bell rang, the stern, astute, and unmistakably formidable head of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall, issued a stern warning. Transfiguration will be the most complex and perilous spell you will learn at Hogwarts, she declared, pacing before the lectern, her emerald robes trailing behind her. Even charms pales in comparison to the dangers of Transfiguration. Anyone who misbehaves in my class will be asked to leave, never to return. This declaration ignited the curiosity of the young witches and wizards, who were eager to master the spell immediately. Yet, their enthusiasm was soon tempered. This is considered advanced material in intermediate Transfiguration. You have much to learn. First, you must grasp and mentally reconstruct the internal structure of the object you wish to transform. Secondly, you must possess sufficient magical power for the more challenging the transformation, the greater the required strength. And lastly, concentration is paramount. Every spell necessitates focus, and the release of magic is inherently perilous, particularly in Transfiguration, which demands extraordinary precision. Furthermore, she emphasized, I must stress that any transformation involving the human body is strictly forbidden. If you wish to avoid attending class with the limbs of an animal, I suggest you refrain from such actions. With that, Professor McGonagall commenced the formal instruction. The young witches and wizards hurriedly opened their textbooks, jotting down a plethora of complex notes, Henry among them. Once the foundational theories were covered, Professor McGonagall waved her wand, and the drawer of the lectern opened, for which matches flew out gracefully, settling before each young wizard. Today, we shall begin our exploration of Transfiguration with a matchstick, aiming to transform it into a needle. Those who succeed will earn points for their respective houses. The promise of points instantly stirred their enthusiasm, as they had come to regard the house cup as the pinnacle of their house's honor. Thus, the young witches and wizards eagerly drew their wands to practice. As Henry gazed silently at the solitary matchstick resting on the table, he surveyed the scene of his peers, wildly waving their wands and chanting incantations. Even though this particular transformation required no spoken spell, Henry promptly initiated the fundamental brain closure technique. Focus? This is where I excel. As the technique took effect, it felt as though a layer of cling film enveloped his surroundings, sealing away the tumultuous thoughts and cacophonous sounds outside. The terms transformation, complexity, danger, and magical concentration whirled continuously in Henry's mind, revealing a novel application of the brain closure technique. Once he entered this mode, his thoughts became more readily concentrated and accelerated, providing him with ample time to ponder problems or devise strategies. Although he relished this extraordinary efficiency, the absence of emotion during such intervals would inevitably plunge him into a sense of emptiness, as if devoid of purpose or grounding. should this state persist for too long. He even risked the sensation of detachment from his body. Consequently, barring unforeseen circumstances, he endeavored to avoid prolonged activation or excessive immersion to prevent a recurrence of past mishaps. Nevertheless, was this not precisely the moment to employ it? With the brain closure technique activated, Henry swiftly entered his zone. In his understanding and conjecture, transformation encompassed not merely alterations in appearance, but also modifications in substance. Essentially, the transformation of an object's components. Wait a moment. Magic, by its very nature, defies scientific logic. Might the imposition of scientific principles into the realm of magic yield excessive unpredictability? Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed worth a try. After all, Professor McGonagall was there to catch him if he faltered, wasn't she? The plan was set. With this thought, Henry sprang into action. For the record, I'm not doing this for house points or a permit to the restricted section. I am merely striving to leave Professor McGonagall with a favorable impression of my intelligence and eagerness to learn. He deactivated the brain closure technique, and the external sounds surged back in. A blend of Professor McGonagall's meticulous guidance, the chaotic whooshing of young wizards, and the sporadic sounds of explosions. Wait, explosions? Chapter 49. Unexpected Developments. Seeing Harry and Ron cast amused glances behind them, he wondered if something entertaining was unfolding. Professor McGonagall, frowning, was admonishing a young wizard whose face was smeared with soot, so much so that even his mother might struggle to recognize him. Nonetheless, the tousled light brown hair made it clear that the culprit was none other than Seamus Finnegan. Harry mentioned that this was already Seamus's third explosion within mere minutes. The commotion soon subsided. With a mere flick of her wand, Professor McGonagall effortlessly restored Seamus to a state of neatness, having received his due reprimand. Focus, Seamus. Concentrate on your goal. Concentrate on your magic. With a final admonition, Professor McGonagall continued her patrol of the classroom, ensuring the prevention of any unforeseen incidents. Did Professor McGonagall appear somewhat irked? What if an accident were to occur in my vicinity? Just as he contemplated this, an unexpected sound of praise emerged from behind him. Excellent. Miss Granger, your transformation was remarkably stable. While it may not yet resemble a needle, Gryffindor earns 5 points. Professor McGonagall, rarely smiling, pointed her wand at the matchstick on Hermione's desk, levitating it into the air for the entire class to see. It was indeed a nearly perfect transfiguration. The match had transformed into a silvery form, its tip pointed, rendering its original shape nearly unrecognizable. Well done, Hermione. You are one step closer to the restricted section. The young witches and wizards, affected by this display, turned their heads in curiosity. Henry squinted intently at the matchstick before him, his wand absorbing his magical energy as his mind raced with thoughts of the match's atomic composition, the model of iron atoms, and the exterior properties of a needle, hoping to transmute the matchstick directly into an iron needle, in stark contrast to the unremarkable performances of his peers. Henry's display was nothing short of spectacular. Amidst the gusty winds, the match floated delicately, as if supported by an unseen force. Suddenly, it transformed into an indescribable mass, resembling a gooey, coiled slug, intermittently flashing with electric sparks and golden nebulae. A perceptive newcomer noticed the dust in the air swirling towards this mysterious entity. The winds intensified, tousling the young wizard's hair, but they had no time to tidy themselves. They quickly pressed their hands down on their textbooks, which trembled on the desks, as if they might be drawn into the chaos. It seemed that something was brewing within that unknown substance, as light began to seep out from its core. Professor, it's going to explode. Ron, who had been focused on Henry, sensed the impending danger. Without regard for his appearance, he ducked behind Harry, clutching his textbook over his head and shouting in panic. Professor McGonagall had already been aware of the situation. Preventing danger was her responsibility. However, seeing a first-year wizard conjure such a spectacle was a novel experience for her, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Yet, her sharp instincts soon detected the instability of the mass. With determined strides, she advanced, waving her wand to brusquely push aside the young wizards and desks that obstructed her path, clearing a space around Henry. She approached him directly, ignoring his rigid form, his arms seemingly frozen mid-motion. With her wand, she traced a circle around the grotesque mass, lightly tapping it while muttering an incantation. A beam of pure white light erupted from the tip of her wand, connecting with the mass. Her expression remained composed, her robes billowing in the tempest. The powerful magic instantly severed the link to Henry's energy, liberating his suspended hand. He watched in astonishment as the enigmatic substance dissipated at a visible rate. reverting to an ordinary match that fell silently onto the desk. A potential disaster had been averted. In truth, Henry had sensed something amiss when the electric sparks flickered, for it was nothing like what he had envisioned in his mind. This ominous orb exuded an undeniable aura of danger, not to mention the potential ramifications it could unleash. Yet, the instigator found himself powerless to halt the chaos, for his magic surged forth uncontrollably, akin to a flood released from its dam, inexorably flowing into his wand. A primal instinct warned him that any abrupt severance would only precipitate an explosion, leaving him no choice but to remain frozen in place, striving to stabilize the output of his magic through a mental barrier. Observing the seasoned Professor McGonagall effortlessly resolving the situation, he exhaled in relief and relinquished his mental shield. Collapsing onto his seat, he stared blankly at the slender wooden stick on the table, his mind replaying the harrowing experience. Feeling fortunate that the match itself was not an object of substantial mass, according to his instantaneous calculations while under the mental barrier. Should that chaotic surge of mingled magical energy explode, even with the castle's myriad defensive spells, it would likely create a crater several meters wide, leaving little hope for the young wizards within a classroom. Perhaps there would be no survivors, ha ha ha. And he, the igniter, would be the first sacrificial offering in this pyrotechnic display. However, it was far too early to relax. The immediate crisis had abated, yet a new peril loomed, singularly aimed at him. Professor McGonagall inhaled deeply and turned, her eyes wide with fury, her hair standing on end like an enraged lion. Her thin lips quivered. As if suppressing immense wrath, she enunciated each word with deliberate precision. What on earth have you done? Construction, magic, focus. These were the very tenets espoused in the textbooks. Thus, he articulated his explanation. The result was a bemused laugh from Professor McGonagall. I had no idea that such a fundamental, minuscule transfiguration could provoke such a powerful vortex of magic. Utterly reckless and attention-seeking. With tightened lips, she pronounced, 30 points from Gryffindor. The young wizards fell silent in shock. This marked the first instance since the beginning of the term, and indeed among all 4 houses where a student had been penalized, even despite Henry having recently accrued numerous points. The new Gryffindors looked at Henry with a mix of sympathy and annoyance. Oh, and some of Henry's devoted admirers thought it rather impressive that he could incite such turmoil in the classroom, even managing to frighten the usually stoic Professor McGonagall. Henry felt a twinge of injustice. Yet, he recognized that had it not been for Professor McGonagall's expertise in transfiguration, the consequences might have been dire. He certainly did not wish to meet his demise in a foundational magic class, so he accepted the deduction of points as a necessary consequence. Fortunately, he had previously amassed a considerable number of points, which might offset this setback. Bowing his head in feigned contemplation, he felt a bit embarrassed under the disappointed gazes of his classmates. Professor McGonagall, in a huff, exited the classroom, instructing the young wizards to review the theoretical concepts covered that day and to temporarily cease their practice. As she departed, she ensured the classroom was restored to its former state. Chapter 50. The Discovery of Anomalies. As Professor McGonagall stepped out of the classroom, the door slammed shut behind her. With the professor's departure, the atmosphere in the classroom became animated once more. Hey, did you see the thing just now? How could such an evident phenomenon go unnoticed? The professor mentioned it was a magical vortex. What could that possibly be? I am uncertain, yet it appears quite terrifying. Professor McGonagall seems rather displeased. Poor Henry is in quite a predicament. Surely, he won't be expelled from Hogwarts, will he? The students around him engaged in discussions, some expressing sympathy while others reveled in his misfortune, while his companions curiously inquired about how he had managed such a feat. Henry, reluctant to explain, declined the comforting words from a nearby girl. He understood that mere loss of control would not warrant expulsion, as the very purpose of Hogwarts was to assist young wizards in systematically and correctly mastering magic. This, too, was something Hermione had conveyed to Henry. Moreover, if he ultimately failed to achieve the transformation, what a dreadful loss that would be. Perhaps he should consider it a backup plan, as one never knows when a better application might emerge. Furthermore, if he did not identify the specific cause, even a most fundamental transfiguration could become a disaster. Would it mean that he would forever be estranged from the subject of transfiguration? Professor McGonagall had stated that transfiguration includes many other variant spells, which holds significant applications in daily life and practical scenarios. In fact, one could argue that it is among the most crucial disciplines of magic alongside charms. Should he miss out on these, he might feel a tinge of regret now, but who knows how much he would lament it in the future. Henry furrowed his brow in silence, once again entering a state of mental closure, preparing to rehearse the spell again. Yet, he soon emerged from this state. The rehearsal proved fruitless. He remained oblivious to where he had gone awry, as he had followed the steps meticulously. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to consult Hermione, who had successfully completed half of the transformation, believing that a dialectical approach to his inquiry would be the hallmark of scientific research. It was simply a matter of envisioning the shape of a needle and focusing on the incantation, was it not? Upon hearing Henry's earnest inquiry, Hermione felt a surge of joy and a hint of pride. She candidly shared her insights with him and added, "I believe you must have unwavering faith in your ability to transform a matchstick into a needle. Previously, I struggled with self-doubt, as you witnessed. The needle was far from perfect." Henry felt a flicker of skepticism. Trusting in oneself? Is magic entirely reliant on idealism, disregarding the tangible world? But that cannot be true. When I cast the repairing charm, I certainly adhered to the principles of the physical realm, did I not? Moreover, Professor McGonagall explicitly stated the fundamental laws of Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, emphasizing that no magic arises from nothing. Even the most basic Lumos charm expends magical energy. And magical energy cannot create matter. It can only alter it, which bears remarkable similarity to the scientific realm. Thus, there exists a connection between the magical world and the material world, but where lies the boundary? I do not know. Not knowing is not inherently problematic. Yet now you implore me to abandon the tenets of the scientific realm in favor of idealism. I cannot do that. Perhaps it is feasible? What if one were to temporarily suppress common sense through the art of cerebral confinement and subsequently hypnotize oneself? The residual magical energy should suffice for a single transfiguration attempt. It certainly seems worth a try. Henry felt a surge of eagerness, reaching instinctively for his wand. Yet, he abruptly recalled Professor McGonagall's warning before her departure. The current Gryffindor could ill afford to lose points, especially not at his expense. Nevertheless, despite his belief that he had relinquished this notion, his right hand continued to inch towards the wand, as if his body had betrayed his will. With a swift motion, Henry struck his right hand with his left, producing a sharp crack, and then firmly grasped his right hand, preventing it from seizing the wand upon the table. The remainder of their uncertain future rested upon the first-year students from other houses who had not attended class with them. Wait, was Harry beside him? Would that not spell the end of the entire magical realm's future? No, this could not be allowed to transpire. He intensified his self-control, while Hermione, engrossed in her notes, and the neglected Harry, who was whispering with Ron, turned their heads in bewilderment. "Hurry, take my wand," Henry whispered urgently to Harry, who turned in confusion, staring blankly at him. What did he mean? Why did he suddenly want him to take the wand? Hermione, observing Henry's struggle against himself to avoid grasping the wand, quickly realized what was happening. She sprang from her seat, rushing over to snatch Henry's wand, but was jolted by an electric arc emitted from it, causing her to yelp and instinctively tighten her grip. This shriek drew the attention of most of the young witches and wizards. Henry stood, feigning an attempt to reclaim his wand, only to force himself back into his seat. What is happening? Harry and Ron began to sense the gravity of the situation. Seizing the moment, while Henry still maintained some semblance of control, they rushed forward to embrace him. Hermione, terrified, recoiled, while the three of them became entangled, threatening to escalate the chaos. Just then, the classroom door swung open, and a voice, cold yet simmering with unbridled fury, pierced the air. "What on earth are you doing?" Like a bucket of icy water, the command rendered Henry's trembling hand still, and the strength to rise faded away. Harry and Ron, caught off guard, stumbled and fell to the ground in a heap. The young witches and wizards erupted into raucous laughter, blissfully unaware they had danced perilously close to disaster. Henry craned his neck from beneath Ron, gazing up at Professor McGonagall, whose lips began to quiver with rising ire, and he forced a rather awkward smile. "Ah, yes. We are merely exercising, right? Exercising." He desperately nudged the two atop him with his elbow, sensing their bodies quaking in panic, signaling wildly. Unfortunately, they remained oblivious to his intent, and as Professor McGonagall's anger intensified, it was Hermione who first grasped the situation. Chapter 51. After Transfiguration Class. Hermione quietly tucked her wand into her robes, avoiding direct eye contact with Professor McGonagall, fixating instead on her chin as she murmured, "Professor, they were just fooling around." Everyone saw it. Professor McGonagall cast a skeptical glance at this exemplary student, the first to receive her praise in the new academic year. After a brief moment of hesitation, she chose to believe her, yet this did not excuse the disruption in class. 1 point for each, and 3 points deducted from Gryffindor. Henry's expression stiffened. He had hoped to slip through unscathed, but it appeared that Professor McGonagall's ire was far from quelled. Simultaneously, he cast a surprised glance at Hermione. Having never anticipated that the young girl would assist him in fabricating a lie, perhaps she too wished to prevent further deductions from Gryffindor's score? Just as Professor McGonagall was about to continue her discourse, the bell rang, granting a timely reprieve. She fixed Henry with a penetrating gaze before announcing the end of class. With such an incident already brewing, she couldn't help but feel an ominous premonition regarding what this new student might conjure in the future. The four of them, feeling as if a great burden had been lifted, hurriedly gathered their belongings and blended into the throng of young witches and wizards exiting the classroom. Henry exchanged a glance with the equally inquisitive Harlow, contemplating whether to speak candidly. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure what happened. It's just, he hesitated, seemingly grappling with the words. At that moment, I lost control of my body. It felt like it had a mind of its own. Upon uttering this, the three others stood frozen, initially believing Henry to be jesting, but as they observed the seriousness etched on his face, their expressions turned grave. Henry, you need to see Madame Pomfrey for a checkup, Hermione asserted with a stern countenance. No, I'm not ill, Henry protested, but after a moment's contemplation, he added, at least not in a physical sense. Could it be that someone has cast dark magic upon you? Ron inquired, his face filled with trepidation. Oh, that is preposterous. Harry countered, Henry has been with us these past few days. Except for, Ron quickly caught on, and the two exchanged a knowing glance before simultaneously exclaiming, the library? Impossible. Madame Pants is in the library. No one would dare to cast spells there, Hermione interjected with clarity. What if you were ambushed on the way? Ron retorted stubbornly. I suspect it was Malfoy and his gang. Come, let us find a professor. This absurd notion was promptly dismissed by Henry, as he had never encountered Draco. Moreover, he doubted that a first-year student could wield such dark magic capable of distorting perception. Ultimately, despite Henry's resolute refusals, he found himself outnumbered and reluctantly dragged toward the hospital wing. However, he insisted that his friends should not disclose his inability to control his body, fearing that such revelations might incite panic. He remained uncertain, pondering whether this anomaly stemmed from his own peculiar nature, not forgetting the original owner of this body, who had vanished. After a thorough examination, Madame Pomfrey concluded, you are perfectly healthy. There is no issue. She began to tidy up her medical instruments and potions. Henry sat in the chair, his handsome face contorted in a frown. The potion had been exceedingly bitter, even more so than the concoctions prescribed by Madame Slant. Should he suggest a flavor improvement to her? But then again, Ron still had something to explain. I stated that he was in good health. Madame Pomfrey frowned and sternly interrupted Ron. Then, turning her head, she adopted a gentle demeanor and kindly addressed Henry, saying, my dear, you seem rather unwell. You must take care to rest more. There are some invigorating potions in the mixture you just consumed. You may leave once their effects have worn off. Apologies, but I have many patients to attend to, so I must not linger with you. She rose, and the table was already neat again. Henry genuinely wished to inquire of the lady why she did not employ magic for cleaning, as it would surely be far more convenient. However, the potion was so bitter that it rendered him speechless. This is unfair. After Madame Pomfrey departed, Ron muttered in complaint. That is because you do not have faith in the lady's medical skills. Such a sentiment is the gravest insult to a physician. Hermione shot Ron a glare before gently asking, are you feeling better, Henry? Ron, accustomed to the double standards with which women treated Henry, thought it was ridiculous that mere looks could elevate one's worth. Yet, he dared not voice his anger and could only turn away in frustration. Harry smirked and shrugged at him, secretly relieved that he had not spoken up first, as Ron had beaten him to it. He silently vowed to avoid the hospital wing in the future, although Madame Pomfrey was exceedingly kind and did not mind examining Henry, who could not articulate his ailment. She could be quite formidable when she turned stern. After the effects of the potion wore off, the four of them exited the hospital wing and made their way to the Great Hall. As Henry observed his companions, some dejected, others deep in thought, and a few visibly anxious, he felt a warm glow in his heart. Regardless of the circumstances, these three were genuinely concerned for him, and he considered himself fortunate. After a moment of reflection, Henry clapped his hands and cheerfully declared, hey mates, listen to me. Let us not dwell on those matters. I feel quite well at present, so let us forget about it. We must hurry, or we shall miss out on the delightful food. Speaking of which, the afternoon would feature defense against the Dark Arts class. He had heard that Professor Quirrell had swapped schedules with Professor Flitwick this week. Did any of them know what they would be teaching? The mention of defense against the dark arts finally lifted the spirits of his downcast companions. For the most part, aside from Professor Bin's rather tedious history of magic, the other professors' classes were marvelous and intriguing, which filled them with anticipation for the afternoon lessons. Thus, they engaged in animated discussions about what Professor Quirrell might teach. Intentionally lagging a few paces behind, Henry watched the backs of his companions as they debated and conversed, their shadows merging in the sunlight outside. He felt as though he had consumed sugar, his heart brimming with joy. "Henry, hurry up." Harry soon noticed Henry falling behind and turned to wave at him. Hermione and Ron also paused to wait for Henry. "I'm coming." Henry smiled and quickened his pace to catch up. He was determined to protect this beautiful bond at any cost. At this moment, I had no desire to know what would be taught in defense against the dark arts class. Even though I had fragments of memory suggesting that Professor Quirrell was rather lacking in substance, I had not anticipated that there would be absolutely no valuable content whatsoever. The air in the dark arts defense classroom was permeated by a pungent aroma of garlic, a scent so sharp and overwhelming that it was nearly indescribable. Professor Quirrell, standing at the front of the desk, failed to impart any knowledge related to dark magic. Instead, he stutteringly recounted his own experiences, the authenticity of which was questionable. For instance, he claimed that the thick, purple scarf draped around his neck was a gift from an African prince, given in gratitude for assisting the prince in escaping the clutches of a revenant. Blushing profusely, he awkwardly discussed the weather, evading the inquiries from Simon. In Chapter 52, with a lack of inspiration for a title, Professor Quirrell shifted his narrative to his encounter with a vampire in the dark forests of Romania last year, detailing the considerable troubles it had caused him. He then indulged in talking about the folkloric tools for repelling vampires, among which garlic was mentioned. The first-year students quickly realized that most of what the professor was sharing was merely folklore, meaning he had not touched upon any relevant course material, leaving them feeling deceived. "Professor, is that why you wear garlic in your scarf? To ward off vampires at all times?" Simon's voice rang out, eliciting a chorus of laughter. The young wizards had long harbored discontent regarding Quirrell's scarf, which emitted an odor that was foul and repulsive, reminiscent of something that hadn't been washed in years. With even the scent of garlic failing to mask it, Quirrell appeared flustered amidst the laughter, his defeated demeanor only prompting further amusement from the first years. Henry smirked, torn between laughter and restraint. Observing Harry, who was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, he couldn't help but think, "If only you knew what lurked beneath that scarf, Harry. I doubt you'd find this amusing." The class concluded amidst merriment, leaving everyone in high spirits, except for Professor Quirrell, who felt rather wounded by the experience. He had hoped for a more profound understanding of the subject, but it seemed he would have to resort to the library for self-study. Uncertain if he could procure a signed permission slip for any restricted tomes related to dark magic from Quirrell. Upon reflection, it was evident that Quirrell's possession by the Dark Lord Voldemort was largely a result of his own choices. This suggested that his expertise in the very art he was supposed to teach was not particularly formidable. As Quirrell droned on with his tedious and stammering lecture, Harry grew increasingly bored, resting his head upon his hand while glancing at his companions. After several days of learning, Harry appeared more relaxed, seemingly recognizing that they were all starting from the same point and had much to learn. Hermione, however, maintained a somewhat aloof demeanor, seemingly more focused on competing academically rather than integrating into the destined camaraderie. Henry understood that such progress could not be rushed. He vaguely recalled that Hermione had truly begun to assist Harry only after the midpoint of their first year. Had something particularly grave occurred? Never mind. It seemed wiser to patiently await a triggering of memories. Ron appeared somewhat clumsy and awkward. Despite an initially unfavorable second impression, Henry soon discovered that this boy, although possessing a rather peculiar or slightly sensitive disposition, was one of the most agreeable individuals he had encountered. Kind-hearted, warm in his interactions, straightforward in character, and notably forgiving. One could indeed say he was a product of Mrs. Molly's nurturing. Well, that's enough for today. The cheers of the victorious little wizards were almost enough to lift the classroom ceiling, causing Henry to shake his head in disbelief. With such a personality, it was no wonder he was so thoroughly dominated by Voldemort. Could it be an act? With such poor performance, how could it possibly be feigned? Indeed, such a lackluster display would lead anyone to believe it was genuine. At this thought, Henry sat up in surprise, but reassured himself with the knowledge that he would have ample time to observe in the future. That evening, the only assignment was for Transfiguration, marking the lightest workload since the term began, particularly since it was due the following week. This allowed the Gryffindor Lions to enjoy a carefree night of play. Invited warmly by Harry and Ron, Henry attempted a game of Wizard-esque chess with Ron, only to face a crushing defeat. It wasn't that the rules of Wizard-esque chess were particularly complicated, aside from the fact that the pieces were alive. The rules were quite similar to those of ordinary chess. However, Henry found himself captivated by the animated pieces, which appeared to possess their own thoughts, gesturing, and even choosing to disregard commands. This rekindled the suppressed desire to dismantle and analyze, rendering him unable to focus on strategizing his moves. After a while, Hermione also descended with a spellbook in hand. She took a seat across from them, first observing the chessboard before circling around to stand behind Henry. "What does your brain exceeds your imagination about?" she inquired with keen interest. "Oh, it's nothing. I just saw in the library. The ideas presented are quite beyond common sense." Henry preferred to remain vague, not wishing to elaborate. Immediately, Hermione's interest waned. She was currently more intent on mastering academic knowledge comprehensively and paid little heed to leisure reading. Could he mention he was studying the art of brain closure? Impossible. He glanced over at Harry, who, despite repeated defeats, remained undeterred, and at Ron, who was exuberantly dominating the game. Henry realized this was likely the duo's current obsession. Unfortunately, he lacked interest in Wizard-esque chess. In comparison, magic undeniably captivated him more, though he felt a twinge of regret. Remembering the recent incident of losing control over his body, he masked his concern and continued to ponder solutions. Since Madame Pomfrey had declared there were no physical anomalies, it must be a mental issue. He formulated a hypothesis and recognized that he needed to seek answers within the very book before him. As is often the case, joyful moments are fleeting, and soon it was time to rest. Henry stood up, shaking his head slightly, lamenting that he had yet to finish the book. He briefly estimated the difference in thickness between the read and unread materials, furrowing his brow. At the current pace, it would take until the day after tomorrow to glance through them, not accounting for the time needed for experimental validation. Sigh. I hope there won't be any mishaps tomorrow. Chapter 53, Friday morning. The following day was indeed Friday. During breakfast, Ron carelessly spread jam on his cereal bread, chewing on apple pie while mumbling, "What classes do we have today?" Harry wiped his hands and hurriedly retrieved his schedule hidden within his robes, comparing it to the meal before him. He noticed that Hermione seemed to have fully acclimated to the erratic quirks of the magical school's architecture, growing increasingly familiar with the pathways of Hogwarts. And even Harry and Ron had made significant progress. Yet, as for himself, whenever he ventured alone, he either got lost or found himself on the brink of losing his way. Even consulting Hermione for guidance proved futile. Each time he passed, something peculiar would invariably occur, causing the magical mechanisms to activate either prematurely or belatedly. This compelled him to remain tethered to the trio every morning, lest he forego breakfast altogether. Meanwhile, Hermione, sipping her hearty soup, rolled her eyes at this revelation. Slytherin. Harry, lost in thought while clutching a note, suddenly remarked, "I believe Professor Snape dislikes me." Harry. Snape harbors disdain for everyone, except for those within his own house. I overheard George and the others mention that Snape is particularly biased. Today we shall see if that holds true, Ron reassured him, swallowing his food before taking another large bite of bread. Very well, let us hasten there. I certainly do not wish to behold Draco's smug face should we arrive late. Harry sighed, finishing his bowl of porridge and ladling some pea soup, hoping it was merely his overthinking. At that moment, a flurry of wings burst through the air as over 100 owls swooped in from outside, each carrying various items as they circled the hall, searching for their owners, and dropping letters or parcels onto their laps. The young wizard's mail had arrived. Henry, munching on a sandwich, gazed enviously at the lively messengers. If only I had the money. Although he knew that even if he purchased an owl, no one would send anything his way, he had come to understand that owning an owl was a symbol of wealth among wizards. A well-trained owl could fetch several gold galleons, nearly the price of a wand. Moreover, some rare breeds of owls were even more valuable, priced at dozens of galleons. Not to mention the cost of training potions. Generally, families lacking sufficient funds would refrain from keeping an owl, unless to maintain a semblance of familial dignity. Of course, those unable to afford an owl could opt to rent one from the owl post. But that was akin to the distinction between a private phone and a public booth, vastly different. Suddenly, a sound of flapping wings grew louder, seemingly approaching for a landing. Yet, aside from Harry, none of the four had their own owl, and it was unlikely that Ron's family would send correspondence so soon into the school year. Henry looked up, and indeed it was Hedwig. Ah, this little white creature certainly possesses a fiery temperament. Perhaps it was due to their unfamiliarity with the paths of Hogwarts on the first day, which caused them to miss the feast and leave her waiting. Consequently, when they finally managed to arrive for breakfast the following day, Hedwig stirred quite a commotion, even in the days that followed. She did not bestow Harry with a pleasant demeanor. However, this morning, perhaps her anger had subsided, or perhaps she had finally remembered her duties. Upon landing at the dining table, she grasped a note and placed it on Harry's plate. Harry, not feeling vexed, attempted to feed her a small piece of toast, which she accepted, causing his smile to stretch nearly ear to ear. Elated, he opened the note, which only heightened his joy. He handed the paper to Ron, who, initially bewildered, soon broke into a grin upon reading it. Henry, curious about their exchange, took the note that Ron passed to him. The paper bore a few specks of grease, and the large handwriting seemed to be unintentional, yet it was remarkably untidy with several spelling errors, suggesting either the writer's haste or carelessness. Activating the automatic correction feature in his mind, Henry deciphered the note, which read, "Dear Harry, Hagrid? Oh, of course. How could I forget Hagrid? This pertains to a lucrative opportunity." A pang of guilt struck Henry, rendering his sandwich tasteless. With so much happening lately, he had astonishingly overlooked those glimmering galleons. That simply wouldn't he do. Yet, upon reflection, it was somewhat understandable, as his remaining galleons lay buried at the bottom of his trunk. After all, resources at school were free, and young wizards generally had little to spend. Nonetheless, this did not imply he was not in need of funds. It seemed that once he resolved his mental distractions, it would be time to devise a means to earn money. He returned the note to Harry, suddenly catching sight of Hermione gently stroking Hedwig's soft feathers. He gestured for Harry to extend an invitation, but Harry was preoccupied with amusing Hedwig, relishing the first interaction with his pet in days, leaving no time to acknowledge Henry. After a moment's contemplation, in the interest of nurturing their small circle, he directly invited, "Hagrid has invited us to tea at his place this afternoon, Hermione. Would you care to join us?" Hermione's hand stilled in its motion. This was the first time she had received an invitation from a boy, yet she blushed and declined, citing her need to visit the library for assignments in the afternoon. Henry had no choice but to concede, knowing there would be ample opportunities in the future. Harry borrowed a quill from Ron, swiftly scribbled something on the back of the note, and then let Hedwig carry it away. They hastily finished the remnants of their meals, grabbed some desserts to enjoy on the way, and then made their way toward the potions classroom. Chapter 54, in Potions Class. The potions classroom was situated in a subterranean chamber, resembling a converted cellar, cold and damp. Along the stone walls of the classroom stood several wooden shelves, adorned with rows of glass jars, each containing an array of peculiar animal specimens, and even some plant life. The sight of those rigid corpses and dismembered fragments of unknown creatures suspended in murky liquids provided ample fodder for the nightmares of young sorcerers. Henry meandered through the classroom, taking advantage of the time before lessons commenced, and curiously leaned closer to observe the contents of the jars, which seemed to diverge significantly from the flora and fauna of the Muggle world, igniting his sense of wonder. This contrasted starkly with Neville, who sat trembling in his seat. Harry and his companions wore expressions of discomfort, their faces pale as they cast strange glances at the seemingly excited Henry, lost in their own thoughts. When the bell rang, the sight of Professor Snape, clad in his customary black robes and sporting his greasy hair, gliding into the classroom with an inscrutable expression, only reinforced Henry's belief that the nickname Bat was indeed fitting. The raucous young wizards fell silent, including the first-year Slytherins. Henry was not surprised. The Slytherins, who revered authority and admired strength, respected the professor far more than their Gryffindor counterparts. If Professor McGonagall commanded an aura akin to that of a regal lion, Professor Snape exuded a serpent-like slickness, as if he were perpetually ready to deliver a venomous bite. Indeed, he did just that. The customary roll call commenced, and Harry's ominous premonition came to fruition. When Professor Snape's finger paused over Harry's name, he deliberately elongated the moment. "Ah, yes." Snape lowered and slowed his voice, as if to narrate an epic tale. Harry Potter, the illustrious figure of renown. Draco and his entourage stifled their laughter, and upon catching Henry's glance, they fell silent. Harry's face flushed crimson. He was no longer the naive newcomer, and his sensitive nature allowed him to perceive the sinister malice woven into Snape's words. Though puzzled by the professor's apparent fixation on him, he would not be foolish enough to challenge Snape's authority based on mere words, no matter how furious he felt. Fortunately, Snape did not linger on the matter. He swiftly completed the roll call, his tone slightly heavier when he reached Henry's name, perhaps a decibel or two louder, but no one else seemed to notice. Henry found himself pondering whether Snape might be acquainted with one of his relatives, despite being an orphan with no recollection of such connections. Yet, Snape afforded him no time for contemplation. He cast a cold, sweeping gaze over the class, his eyes devoid of emotion, as if shielded from any semblance of feeling. Henry understood this to be the pinnacle of mental fortitude. No one could penetrate his thoughts, and at times, not even Snape himself could discern his own heart. Quite a poignant notion, was it not? Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, yet resonant in the hushed classroom, he articulated words that each student heard with crystal clarity. Potions, I must say, is a discipline that genuinely transforms both the world and wizards within it. Here, one will not witness the foolish antics of wand-waving. Rather, with a cauldron, fire, and stirring rod, we can extract from potions all that we desire. The ability to alter emotions, amplify magical prowess, acquire wealth. Henry's eyes sparkled at this notion. Enhance fortune, elevate reputation, brew glory, and even combat death. Perhaps many of you remain skeptical regarding the existence of such magic. I do not expect you to fully grasp the allure of potion making. My sole intention is to impart to you the most rudimentary and superficial knowledge of this art, provided that you are not the fools I frequently encounter. Professor Snape concluded what appeared to be a meticulously prepared introduction, leaving the class in stunned silence, seemingly awestruck by the almost omnipotent capabilities of potions. Satisfied with this response, he abruptly shattered the quietude by addressing Potter. Harry, taken aback by Snape's mention of his name, was momentarily startled. Professor Snape continued, "What would be the result of adding powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort?" "What powder? How is that word spelled?" Harry stared at Professor Snape in confusion, while Snape maintained an impassive gaze upon Harry's striking emerald eyes. Hermione raised her hand high, fully aware of the answer. Ron glanced toward Henry, confident that Henry possessed the knowledge. Henry silently mouthed the word essence of death to him, leaving Ron utterly perplexed, while Harry remained oblivious to the exchange. Draco and his cronies erupted in laughter once more. Henry seemed to catch a fleeting glimpse of disappointment flicker in Snape's eyes, yet when he focused, he only met the depthless, cold blackness of Snape's gaze. Snape sneered disdainfully, remarking, "It appears that fame does not equate to competence." "Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Potter?" Draco trembled with laughter, while Harry lowered his head even further. "Now, Potter, let's try again. If I were to instruct you to procure Bezoar, where might you find it?" Henry rolled his eyes subtly, recognizing this as a personal matter between the two, and felt no obligation to intervene. Ron nudged Harry sharply beneath the table. Harry suddenly awoke to the urgency, casting a desperate glance towards Henry, as if he were a savior. Henry, exasperated at being sought after despite his distance, discreetly formed the shape of a goat's stomach with his mouth. Hermione lowered her hand, for this was indeed the correct answer. Yet she shot a vexed glare at Henry, perceiving his actions as aiding Harry in cheating. After a moment of silence, Professor Snape coldly remarked, enunciating each word with deliberate slowness, "Did no one inform you that I was addressing Potter? Mr. Wass?" Henry offered a wry smile, then stood to bow, saying, "My apologies, Professor." Harry may indeed be a bit lost. To save us all time, I thought it best to present the correct answer. Contrary to expectations that Professor Snape would seize this opportunity to deduct points from Gryffindor, he surprisingly nodded in agreement after a moment of contemplation. "Indeed, this is a waste of time. Allow me to directly reveal the correct answer." Chapter 55, Potions Class. This statement, ironically, cuts deeper than outright insults. Professor Snape continued his lecture in his monotonous tone. Bezoar is a crystalline substance extracted from the stomach of a goat, renowned for its potent detoxifying properties. It is exceedingly rare. By combining powdered daffodil roots with an infusion of mugwort and subjecting it to a simmer, we can concoct a highly effective sleeping draught, colloquially known as the water of life and death. He could not resist the urge to mock. "Potter, I presume you have not perused a single book before the term commenced?" Though framed as a question, his tone conveyed certainty. This provoked an inexplicable anger in Harry. Aside from Henry and Hermione, had not many other young wizards also failed to complete their reading? Why single him out? Draco in the front was nearly convulsing with laughter, while Henry chose to disregard him, opting instead to show some respect to Professor Snape. Perhaps another opportunity to outwit him would present itself later. Professor Snape surveyed the classroom once more, noticing the young wizards staring at him with rigid postures, their movements stiffly synchronized, and he felt a surge of irritation. "You are the most incompetent cohort I have ever taught." He unleashed the pent-up frustration, his voice dripping with menace. "So why aren't you jotting all this down? Do you presume this material is exempt from examinations?" Amidst a flurry of frantic page-turning and the scratch of quills upon parchment, Ron could not contain himself and erupted into laughter. Henry recognized that Ron had likely recalled Professor McGonagall's similar remark, as he too felt a sense of déjà vu. Professor Snape, having seized upon this moment, fixed his hollow gaze upon Ron, Weasley, do you find this statement amusing? Not at all, sir, Ron replied, attempting to maintain a serious demeanor, though his eyes betrayed him, twitching with suppressed mirth. Ultimately, Professor Snape relented, for in the absence of Harry, he managed to maintain his composure. Ron exhaled a sigh of relief. He had nearly been frightened to death, particularly under the scrutiny of those cold, emotionless eyes. The potions class continued, with Professor Snape instructing the young wizards to form pairs and guiding them in the preparation of a simple potion to treat scabies. Indeed, it was quite straightforward. According to Professor Snape's instructions, one merely needed to process the ingredients as outlined in the textbook and sequentially add them to the cauldron for brewing. However, no matter how simple the task, the ever-drifting Professor Snape seemed to unearth flaws in the young wizard's techniques. Nearly every student faced criticism, his words harsh and his tone biting, leaving even the Slytherin students unscathed. This was a result of Harry absorbing most of the criticism, and Henry felt that everyone should genuinely thank Harry for it. Yet, despite the simplicity of the task, akin to brewing a palatable soup, the troublesome duo remained undeterred. While everyone busied themselves with potion-making, Henry took the opportunity to discreetly survey the progress of his peers. He suddenly noticed that Neville had neglected to follow the instructions in the book, as he was meant to remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the porcupine quills. Otherwise, it could prove perilous. Clearly oblivious to this warning, Neville brandished the quills as if to toss them in. Before Henry could utter a word, Neville had already flung the quills into the mixture. As anticipated, the instant the quills met the liquid, the potion in the cauldron erupted into a violent boil, spilling over and igniting upon contact with the flames, akin to adding a potent oxidizer or peroxide to a fire. The fire blazed intensely, prompting the surrounding young wizards to recoil in alarm, as the flames nearly reached the ceiling. Within moments, the cauldron was engulfed, reduced to a solid mass. The potion splattered onto the stone floor, hissing ominously, and billowed forth a noxious green smoke that wafted towards the ceiling, burning holes and exhibiting such corrosive properties that it induced a sense of nausea. The young wizards hastily retreated, eager to avoid the hazardous fumes. However, Neville was unable to escape. He was drenched in the potion, crying out in pain. Upon contact with the liquid on his robes, his gloves emitted a searing white smoke. Henry quickly yanked off the robes and discarded them on the ground, removing his gloves as well. Professor Snape rushed over, cursing under his breath, and with a flick of his wand, he absorbed the spilled potion from the floor and the remnants clinging to Neville, transferring them into a glass jar before turning to bellow, "Idiot, I trust you did not read the book properly, did you?" He roughly grasped Neville's arm, examining it and stating, "Stop your wailing. It's nothing serious, easily remedied." Then, he turned to the side where the innocent and not so innocent Seamus had managed to take cover, scolding, "Why are you not hastening to take your classmate to the hospital wing? Can't you see he is in agony?" Seamus assisted the sobbing Neville out of the classroom, while Professor Snape, seemingly still unsatisfied, circled the scene of the incident, occasionally casting glances at Harry and Ron, who happened to be stationed at the adjacent experiment table. Henry fancied he could see a large, blood-red warning sign materializing above Harry's head. Indeed, Professor Snape smirked maliciously and said, "Potter, why did you not advise him against hastily adding the porcupine quills? Did you think his blunder would reflect favorably on you? Such selfishness, lacking unity within the same house. For this, Gryffindor loses a point, Potter." Harry's face flushed with indignation. What kind of reasoning was this? It was utterly unjust. He opened his mouth, poised to argue, but suddenly caught the glint of cold malice in Snape's eyes, realizing he could not fall into that trap, lest Snape seize yet another opportunity to chastise him, perhaps even regarding his disrespect towards the professor. Just then, Ron discreetly nudged Harry from behind, signaling him to quell his anger. For letting rage cloud his judgment would only lead to folly. Harry forced himself to suppress his fury, turning his attention back to the unfinished materials before him, envisioning them as Snape's detestable visage, crushing them in his mind. He had come to understand that Snape harbored a disdain for him, deliberately seeking opportunities to deduct points. Thus he must not provide him with any. From that moment onward, they would forever remember the terror of being at the mercy of Professor Snape, especially Harry. However, Harry chose to feign ignorance, denying Snape the opportunity to deduct points until the conclusion of the potions class. Once Professor Snape assigned the homework and dismissed the students, they collectively exhaled in relief. The torment of the lesson had been unbearable, and Harry felt he would rather be boiled in a cauldron than confront Snape's loathsome visage again. Chapter 56, Potions Class concludes. The young wizards gathered their belongings and prepared to exit in small groups. Suddenly, Professor Snape's voice, as if forced through clenched teeth, echoed, "Mr. Voss, please remain. The rest of you may leave." Harry and his friends exchanged glances of sympathy and concern. Ron even silently mouthed, "We'll wait for you outside." "Ugh, no loyalty," Henry muttered under his breath, then slowly began to tidy his supplies. Though he possessed little, a bottle of black ink, a quill, a second-hand textbook, and some parchment, he still took his time, lingering for 2 or 3 minutes until everyone had departed. During those moments, Professor Snape had already waved his wand, clearing away the remnants of clutter and potions, restoring the classroom to its original state before the young wizards had entered. "Sir, what do you need me for?" Henry finally inquired softly, mustering the courage to approach the desk, fearing that a louder voice might summon a tempest from the professor. Despite having been spared much rebuke during the lesson, Snape cast a dispassionate glance in his direction, pausing his task to retrieve a hardcover book from beneath the desk, holding it firmly in hand, and then locking his deep, dark gaze with Henry's. Initially, Henry felt a pang of avoidance, burdened by numerous secrets he feared would be easily uncovered. Instinctively, he averted his gaze, but quickly recalled that his mental shielding technique had reached a rudimentary level. Perhaps it was time to test whether this master of legilimency could breach his defenses. He silently activated his mental shield, striving for clarity of thought. However, it seemed Professor Snape had no desire to penetrate his mind. They stood in silence for a moment. Then, the professor, maintaining his downward gaze, coldly inquired, "So, tell me, Mr. Voss, how did you manage to split your personality in two? Rationality and madness, is it not?" Henry, still immersed in the tranquility of his mental shield, momentarily froze at the question, then abruptly grasped that the professor was referring to his peculiar condition. Indeed, was it an issue of personality perception? He sighed inwardly, having long harbored similar suspicions. After all, his physical state was sound, leading him to seek answers from the realms of spirit and mind. However, since his rebirth, his mental state had remained stable, save for the previous days when he had hastily practiced the mental shielding technique without guidance. It was possible that remnants of the original owner-esque consciousness had found an opportunity to conceal themselves within his being, though the likelihood was slim. If that were the case, it would have manifested long ago. There was also the possibility that something had gone awry during his practice, or perhaps his mind had caught the attention of something while he was clearing it. Yet, this seemed unlikely, especially with Madame Pomfrey keeping a watchful eye. In summary, excluding other possibilities, it can only be attributed to a mishap during the practice of the brain-blocking technique. Henry felt somewhat at a loss. It seemed that you harbored a deep-seated grudge against Gryffindor, seizing any opportunity to belittle them. Professor Snape presented a hardbound book before Henry, stating, "These are my notes from when I initially learned the brain-blocking technique. Although I am unaware of your reasons for choosing to study this method, nor do I wish to know what you seek to conceal. Now that your personality is fragmented, you must rely solely on yourself to reintegrate." Henry, somewhat bewildered, did not comprehend why Professor Snape treated him differently, yet he was grateful for the assistance. He respectfully accepted the notes and observed that the notebook was quite thick, its cover showing signs of wear, likely from frequent perusal. Once Snape saw that Henry had secured the notes, he issued a dismissal, as he murmured a hope to assist. Henry exited the cold potions classroom. At the top of the stairs, Harry and his companions awaited him, engaged in conversation while leaning against the wall, eager to share lunch. Feeling the warmth outside the classroom, Henry smiled as he approached, with a clear direction to resolve his issues. He believed it would not be long before he could cast spells normally. Snape did not dislike him. Rather, he despised him. Around 3 in the afternoon, with the sun shining brightly, they followed the agreed-upon path, traversing the fields towards Hagrid's hut. Suddenly, Harry, lost in thought, complained, "Out of the entire student body from 2 houses, I alone had a point deducted. Even Neville's blunder went unpunished. Yet I was penalized for such a ridiculous reason. And this is my first time losing points." "Actually, it's your second," Ron pointed out, highlighting the flaw in Harry's statement. "But don't worry. Fred and George often lose points to Snape, yet everyone still likes them." Harry looked at Ron incredulously. Henry chimed in to comfort Harry, "Do not fret. I've lost over 30 points, and my peers still regard me the same." Harry rolled his eyes discreetly, thinking, if it weren't for your good looks and charm, others would surely isolate you. The trio soon arrived near Hagrid's hut, nestled at the edge of the forbidden forest where they could see the vast, dark expanse of trees stretching from north to south. Clearly, this place was seldom frequented, as the gravel path was overgrown with weeds. They helped each other along until they finally reached Hagrid's door. The wooden door towered at least 10 feet high, requiring 3 or 4 of Harry to reach the top of the frame, resembling a miniature version of Hogwarts' grand entrance, albeit only one of its doors. Noticing a large wooden bow leaning against the wall, Henry recognized it as likely the ideal weapon for the gamekeeper. Beside it lay a pair of rubber boots, presumably for easier walking in the woods. Harry instinctively stepped forward to knock on the door, and from within came a few low growls and the sound of claws scratching against the wood, prompting him to unconsciously step back. Meanwhile, Henry tightened his grip on the wand concealed within his sleeve. Chapter 57. Afternoon Tea in Hagrid's Hut, Part 1. Moments later, the barking and scratching transformed into a chorus of whimpers and struggles. The wooden door creaked open, and Hagrid's bushy face appeared in the gap, his expression lighting up with delight upon seeing Harry. "Oh, Harry, come in." His voice boomed with its usual warmth, spotting Henry and Ron behind Harry. His smile broadened even further as he beckoned. "Come in, all of you." He then turned to address the interior of the hut. "Oh, Fong, back up. Should step back." Henry keenly observed a pair of dark, furry paws scrabbling at the doorframe, each paw roughly the size of an adult's hand. He remained cautiously rooted in place, while Harry stood still, fixated on the creature at Hagrid's feet. Hagrid glanced down, understanding dawning upon him as he opened the door wider, allowing the mysterious canine creature to reveal itself halfway. It was a large, glossy black hound, its robust and well-proportioned physique exuding strength. With a deep, thunderous bark, it gazed at the trio, its tongue lolling out as if eager to leap towards them. Hagrid grasped the collar around the hound's neck and introduced it to Harry and the others. "This is Fawn. Don't be afraid, he's very gentle." The 3 of them sidled past the doorframe, carefully evading Fong's enthusiastic paws. Upon entering the hut, they were met with a wave of warmth. The interior was significantly warmer than the outside. With a resounding thud, Hagrid closed the door and released Fong, wiping his forehead as if the struggle had taken a toll on him. Fong, bypassing Harry and Henry, bounded directly towards Ron, intent on licking his ears as if he had taken a particular liking to him. While Fong was preoccupied with Ron, Henry took the opportunity to survey Hagrid's humble abode. Well, humble was a relative term when considering Hagrid's considerable size, though the hut consisted of a single room where eating, drinking, and sleeping all occurred in close quarters. The presence of a massive bed measuring over 4 meters in length indicated that the space was quite ample. The interior was somewhat disheveled, yet it was evident that Hagrid had made efforts to tidy up. Sunlight filtered through the grimy window, casting a warm golden hue across the room. From the ceiling hung strings of dried, wild boar legs and game birds, and Henry even spotted a goat's hind leg, evidence that the position of gamekeeper was not devoid of its perks, at least in terms of culinary variety. Seating was limited. Aside from a chair at a round table and a few stools, the only other option was the large bed tucked in the corner. The bedding appeared to be a patchwork of various fabrics, as if several quilts had been torn apart and hastily stitched together. It made sense, considering Hagrid's size. Finding appropriately sized bedding would be a challenge. Opposite the bed was the fireplace, featuring a large fire pit devoid of natural gas or specialized igniting tools, merely containing a few pieces of dry wood that were currently ablaze. A pipe directed the resulting smoke outside. Suspended above the fire pit was a copper kettle, from which the soft sounds of steaming water could be heard. Henry surmised that it was likely boiling water. As expected, once everyone had settled into their seats, Hagrid lifted the copper kettle and poured water into the large teapot. He then took a plate filled with an array of his homemade cookies, a soft yellow hue adorned with numerous raisins, which appeared quite delectable. It was at this moment that Henry noticed that Fong had been licking Ron's face thoroughly, leaving it nearly drenched in saliva. Ron wore an expression of utter despair, and his resistance only seemed to encourage Fong to lick even more enthusiastically. Hagrid handed the plate to Harry and, with Fong's collar in hand, made his way to the side of the bed where a small makeshift bed was set up. "Please upply Fongstein." Henry sighed, reluctant to use magic, and resorted to a handkerchief to help Ron clean up. Gazing at the sticky saliva on the handkerchief, he longed for the days when he could use his wand for household spells. A quick cleaning charm would have been perfect in this situation. Where had all the absorbed grime vanished to? Henry pondered. Intrigued, Harry picked up a cookie from the plate, inspected it briefly, and then popped it into his mouth. Just as he was about to savor the flavor, he suddenly froze. He stared for a moment before turning to see Henry, who was already accustomed to such oddities. Harry nudged Henry to rouse him, then flashed a delicious expression. Henry, puzzled, glanced at Harry and took a cookie for himself. The moment it touched his palate, the sweet richness enveloped him. It was indeed delightful. Henry shot a glare at Harry, who wore a mischievous grin reminiscent of a weasel that had stolen a hen's egg, and began to suck on the cookie to avoid hurting his teeth. "How is it? My rock cakes are delicious, aren't they?" Hagrid, having settled Fong, approached and popped a cookie into his mouth, chewing loudly. "My skills haven't dulled. The rock cakes truly lived up to their name." The three exchanged glances, reaching a silent consensus, and nodded vigorously in agreement. Although the rock cakes nearly threatened their teeth, they feigned enthusiasm for the treat. Henry managed to soften his cookie with a sip of tea, and, after swallowing it, he felt a spasm in his stomach, prompting him to keep his distance from such confections in the future. However, Harry and Ron, unwilling to appear ungrateful, continued to chew on the cookies while recounting tales from their recent classes and extracurricular activities, discussing the Wizard Chess Tournament held in the common room a few days prior, lamenting Filch's rigid enforcement of school rules, and complaining about Professor Snape's penchant for deducting points, all in hopes of diverting Hagrid's attention from the cookies. Henry, meanwhile, subtly inquired about the creatures and precautions in the Forbidden Forest, trying to tread carefully to avoid raising Hagrid's suspicions. The group was in high spirits, filled with laughter and merriment. Suddenly, Harry's gaze fell upon a small piece of paper tucked beneath the teapot's cozy, evidently a clipping Hagrid had taken from a newspaper. It was a full article. Curiosity piqued, he picked it up to read briefly, then gasped, interrupting their conversation. He looked up at Hagrid and asked, "Hagrid, is this true? Did dark wizards break into Gringotts? July 31st, my birthday, remember? We were in Diagon Alley that day. We even retrieved something from there. Moreover, it is highly probable that we had just departed from Gringotts shortly before the events transpired." Chapter 58, Afternoon Tea in Hagrid's Hut, Part 2. Harry, clutching a scrap of paper, muttered in a trance-like state, pondering the fact that the underground vault, previously ransacked by intruders, had indeed been emptied earlier that very day. Emptied? At that moment, Harry's usually dull intellect, akin to that of a renowned detective, suddenly sparked with inspiration, and he felt an exhilarating rush akin to solving a century-old mystery. "Hagrid, was it that small package that Professor Dumbledore had instructed you to retrieve?" Hagrid grunted, his gaze averted from Harry, and handed him a rock cake. Henry furrowed his brow. Was this not a clear case of "there's no silver here"? There was evidently something amiss. Wait, when he encountered Professor Quirrell in Diagon Alley, he was not yet wearing that distinctive scarf, yet by the start of term, he had donned it. This indicated that he had been possessed by Voldemort only after July 31st, likely as a consequence of failing his mission. Voldemort could no longer trust Quirrell to act independently. But what could be contained within that parcel that would compel even Voldemort to take such risks? This cursed memory. Henry slapped his head, a torrent of questions swirling in his mind, rendering him dizzy. The current information did not point to a definitive conclusion, and he greatly missed the torn scrap of paper that had chronicled the future's trajectory. Ultimately, Harry was definitely misled by Hagrid. After all, a mere reference to Hogwarts secrets was sufficient to silence him. Henry shook his head, realizing that youth was indeed a double-edged sword. Time flew, and soon the sun began its descent. Ron was pocketing a stash of rock cakes, which Hagrid had provided them before their departure, and Henry, having shared in the bounty, offered his share entirely to Ron. Ron mentioned that he intended to give the biscuits to Scabberers to gnaw on, to prevent any damage to their beds. Henry privately speculated that Hagrid had miscalculated the baking time. What should have been crisp and delectable cookies had been transformed into confections with a shell as hard as rock. Unless one possessed Hagrid's extraordinary dentition, no one could consume them without a grimace. This supposition was met with unanimous agreement from Harry and Ron. He chose to momentarily disregard thoughts of Voldemort. After all, it was merely the first week of term, and there was ample time ahead. If Professor Quirrell intended to cause trouble, it would not be at present. More pressing was the need to address his own magical and cognitive anomalies. Otherwise, he would struggle to cast even the simplest of spells, rendering the study of magic futile. Henry retrieved the notebook Professor Snape had entrusted to him and settled onto his bed, poring over its contents. The notes indeed contained a wealth of valuable information, interspersed with Professor Snape's theoretical research on the art of mental occlusion. Upon comparison, Henry realized he had been practicing incorrectly. A calm mind could indeed preserve reason. It also enclosed one's desires and madness. Rationality and madness, or rather order and chaos, are two starkly contrasting facets deeply embedded within human consciousness. Typically, they intertwine, manifesting as the inherent contradictions of human nature. However, more often than not, rationality prevails over madness, and order subdues chaos. The art of mental closure transcends mere mental emptiness or the suppression of memories, emotions, and wild desires. It necessitates a profound psychological and emotional integration of rationality and madness, enabling one to craft their own cerebral landscape. Yet, the most authentic elements, memories and the soul, lie hidden beneath this surface. This concept bears resemblance to the psychological constructs of the ego, ID, and superego, does it not? Indeed it does. One might exclaim, wait, is it a mistake to study science in a magical realm? This is not the case. Ultimately, psychology's subject of study remains humanity, and a wizard, at their core, is still human, not some peculiar species. Although the differing environments and the existence of magic may lead to divergent perspectives from those prevalent in the Muggle world, they cannot escape the essence of humanity, especially considering that many wizards originate from the Muggle realm. The ID represents human instinct, encompassing all desires. The superego is the internalization of social norms, ethical standards, values, and experiential memories, serving as the restraint on one's desires. While the ego acts as the balancing valve between the ID and the superego, manifesting as an individual's external behavior. Henry once encountered a particularly intriguing notion in the theory of magic. Magic is the quintessential characteristic of a wizard. He found this perspective to resonate with a point made in Professor Snape's notes. Regardless of the tumultuous experiences a wizard may endure, their magical essence remains unaltered, for their superego has become firmly established and seldom changes. Presently, Henry perceives an anomaly in the relationship between his ID and superego, which has directly resulted in a disruption of his ego. The key to balancing wild desires and rationality has been lost. In other words, his magical essence is in constant flux, unable to generate a steady output like an ordinary young wizard, resulting in magical conflict. On another note, his soul has been reborn through the vessel of another's body. The previous state of his consciousness, drifting, was indeed a consequence of his unique circumstances, as even Professor Snape's notes make no mention of such phenomena. Henry hypothesizes that the integration of soul and flesh is a gradual process. Individuals suffering from soul loss require substantial time for recuperation. Thus, he should refrain from practicing mental closure while his soul has yet to fully acclimate to this body. Mental closure involves employing rationality to repress bodily desires, which exacerbates the divide between soul and flesh. At one point, a mishap during his practice of mental closure was fortuitously interrupted by a ghost. This was both a blessing and a curse. The fortunate aspect lies in the uncertainty of what might have transpired had his soul become ensnared in that unknown realm. Conversely, the unfortunate aspect was that the remnants within the corporeal form were madness and desire, while his soul, due to mental closure, retained rationality and constraints. Typically, after the completion of mental closure, these two aspects would naturally integrate, but the interruption led to a disjunction of consciousness, resulting in a split personality. Chapter 59, The Mysterious Room. If the previous speculation pertained to dissociative identity disorder, its resolution would be relatively straightforward. However, a more grave possibility looms: schizophrenia. This implies the simultaneous existence of two distinct consciousnesses within one body. The original self's superego, encompassing memories, worldviews, and values, may still linger within this vessel. Perhaps, when Henry's soul first descended, his superego overpowered the remnants of the original self-s, successfully usurping control. Yet, during his practice of cerebral closure, a brief dissociation occurred, allowing the original self's superego to reclaim a portion of bodily control, or possibly merging with Henry's ID that remained in the corporeal form. This elucidates the episodes of bodily disarray he experienced, as his desire to wield transformation magic contended against the psychological constraints imposed by Professor McGonagall's departing warnings. Remarkably, his wand, having endured such violent treatment, has not yet ceased functioning. Indeed, it is a marvel. Returning to the matter at hand, the cause of the current magical turmoil is still uncertain. The paramount task is to devise a means to reintegrate the fractured identities or suppress the original self's consciousness. As Professor Snape articulated, should the fragmented identity emerge, it must come to accept its own nature, focusing on its unity with the primary identity, striving for amalgamation, allowing it to fluctuate like normal emotional responses, thereby achieving self-acceptance and integration. Yes, indeed, the notion of annihilation must be dismissed. For the fragmented identity is an intrinsic part of one's will. One cannot extinguish one's consciousness, only merge it. Regarding the spirit, while the professor did not elaborate, it appears that reliance on one's rationality for suppression is the sole recourse, as it too can only be subdued, not eradicated. This course of action bears significant risks. as one might be vulnerable to further incursions. At that juncture, Henry would again find himself a mere guest. Of course, now is not the time for specific remedies. Without a profound understanding of the reality, one cannot ascertain the next steps. How then might one encounter the other identity or spirit? Lost in contemplation, Henry lay upon his bed and eventually succumbed to slumber. On Saturday morning, he accompanied Harry and others to the Great Hall for breakfast. Harry and Ron appeared particularly exhilarated. This marked the first weekend since the commencement of the school year, and they had arranged with other eager young wizards to explore the castle, a time-honored tradition among the Gryffindor newcomers. He had considered seeking assistance from a professor or headmaster Dumbledore. Yet if it were indeed the original self's memories or spirit causing mischief, detection via the Patronus charm would be inevitable, leading to considerable complications. Thus, consulting a professor was out of the question. Alas, how he wished for a means to converse directly with the consciousness or identity within him. If only he could pose his questions without hesitation. Henry pondered deeply, a thought lingering persistently in his mind. With the marvels of magic, such a place might indeed exist. Wait, what is this wall doing here? Have I been wandering in circles? He lifted his gaze, bewildered, surveying his surroundings. Where am I? This certainly does not resemble the path to the common room. And where are Harry and the others? Haven't I been following closely behind them? Hold on. Could it be that I'm lost again? Feeling utterly helpless, Henry suddenly sensed a gaze fixed upon him. To his right, a tapestry hung on the stone wall, depicting several trolls clad in tutus, brandishing wooden sticks or the bones of some unknown creature, awkwardly attempting to perform ballet while menacingly surrounding a figure in the center. Perhaps it was a wizard, for trolls are known to be carnivorous. The wizard, encircled by the trolls, trembled in a manner that was both comical and entertaining. The piercing gaze belonged to one of the trolls, who had halted its rhythmic pounding to stare intently at him. Henry felt a chill run down his spine. Oddly enough, it seemed the troll was not looking at him after all. Following the direction of the creature's gaze, he turned to find a stark white wall before him, and he keenly observed a remarkably smooth door materializing in the center of it. This white wall appeared quite incongruous within the otherwise deep blue castle, but Henry was too absorbed in his thoughts to notice. Once more, he felt an insatiable urge bubbling within him, curiosity clawing at him like a cat, seemingly urging him to enter. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to heed his instincts. After all, this was school, and Headmaster Dumbledore had never mentioned this place as forbidden, so it should pose no significant risk. With care, Henry twisted the brass doorknob, inhaled deeply, and then swung the door open with a sudden motion. To his surprise, the door opened not to a classroom, which might have concealed yet another wall behind it, but to a spacious room. Indeed, it was far larger than the confines that should have been behind that wall, resembling the grand hall of the castle itself, as if it were a hidden space existing independently. Henry was certain that the Marauder's map bore no record of this chamber, for it was too grand to escape his memory. The room was astonishingly vast, shrouded in swirling mist, with several colossal pillars standing in the distance, each obscured by a vague object at their center. The light from the corridor spilled into the room, dispersing the mist into the shadows. The illumination cast Henry's shadow upon the ground, yet the new light only deepened the darkness within, with the shape of the room outlined solely by the starlight cascading from above. Wait, starlight? Henry looked up, realizing that this chamber lacked a ceiling or roof. It did not possess the multitude of moving stars like the Great Hall. A few seemingly eternal points of light hung in the profound darkness, and despite having received accolades in astronomy, he could not discern which stars they were. They emitted a tranquil glow, as if destined to illuminate this space for eternity. Beneath the faintly shimmering stars, Henry stepped forward, the door behind him slowly closing. Darkness enveloped him once more. At times, Henry felt as though he were adrift in this obscurity, an unsettling sensation indeed. A chilling breeze, seemingly from nowhere, stirred the faint mist, parting it gently towards the object at the center, as if beckoning him onward. It felt as though something was summoning him, and even with Henry's typically cautious nature, he found himself, almost seduced by the call, meandering towards the central object in a daze. As he approached the unknown item, he discerned that it was a mirror, obscured beneath a tattered curtain. The curtain was short, revealing the lower half of the standing mirror, which reflected Henry's legs. The surface was remarkably clean, allowing him to glimpse the worn sneakers beneath his robe. In Chapter 60, The Mysterious Mirror, Henry felt a rare lightness in his mind for the first time in days, almost forgetting the days when he could make decisions independently without the constant struggle against his own body. Observing his reflection, his cautious nature resurfaced. He refrained from rashly touching the mirror, opting instead to circle it. A flicker of light. Naturally, illumination was necessary for observation. Yet, to Henry's astonishment, the light emitted from his wand only illuminated a space of 2 or 3 meters around him. Beyond that lay an abyss of darkness. As if an endless void devoured the light. He attributed this phenomenon to the room's enigmatic nature, redirecting his focus to the mirror. The standing mirror was exceedingly thin, akin to the edge of a blade, and stood approximately 3 adults tall, its back devoid of any embellishment, supported solely by a flimsy wooden panel. This intrigued Henry, for a mirror of such magnitude could hardly be sustained by such a delicate support. However, considering this was part of a school of magic, he reasoned that even the most illogical aspects often have a rational explanation. Thus, everything began to make sense. As he leaned closer, he observed peculiar patterns on the wooden panel, faintly reflecting a metallic sheen, etched with numerous scratches that at first glance resembled letters, but upon closer inspection appeared to be mere doodles. This heightened his curiosity regarding the mirror's purpose. Another gust of cold wind swept through, causing the curtain to rustle, as if urging him to unveil its secrets. "Come now, reveal your true nature, worthy of such a grand chamber," Henry resolved. He cautiously withdrew his wand, carefully parting the curtain, while simultaneously preparing for an imminent spell. As the tip of his wand grazed the fabric, the curtain was effortlessly lifted by the wind, as though someone were kindly assisting him. The mirror reflected Henry's image, his movements synchronized with his own as he drew back the curtain. Yet peculiarly, the figure within the mirror, bearing an equally handsome visage, wore an unmistakable smile, one of relief, as though it had finally awaited his arrival. More significantly, it held no wand. Henry paused for a moment, tentatively rubbing his face, hoping that the reflection within would mimic his actions, thus granting him a rationale to convince himself that it was merely an illusion. To his dismay, the reflection, Henry II, rolled his eyes and crossed his arms, regarding Henry with an expression of incredulity. Stung by the mockery, visions of malevolent spirits from horror films, such as The Evil Within and A Nightmare on Elm Street, surged in Henry's mind. The tip of his wand began to shimmer with an eerie light, and he was on the verge of uttering the incantation he had prepared. Sensing the impending danger, Henry II swiftly interjected, "Stop." However, Henry disregarded the warning, convinced that the mirror was the source of the mischief. He believed that shattering it would bring an end to his troubles. Shatter. This spell was known to effectively cleave through any object before him. He had tested on rock and knew it could easily deal with a mere mirror. Henry felt a surge of confidence in his magical abilities. A flash of translucent blue light darted past, yet the mirror remained unscathed. Henry II quickly checked himself for any abnormalities, finding none. It appeared the spell had failed. Determined, Henry gathered his magical energy once more, directing his wand at the mirror with a different incantation. Shatter into fragments. This spell possessed great power, capable of obliterating solid objects. However, it was limited to only solid matter. A flash of red light ensued, but the mirror remained unchanged. Considering that this spell was newly learned and had only been practiced for the first time today, he speculated that perhaps he lacked sufficient mastery or that the mirror was protected by a magical barrier that needed to be dismantled first. Henry decided to try another incantation. Spellbund Holt. Flames erupted fiercely, with white light and red fire shooting forth from the tip of his wand, instantly engulfing the mirror and Henry II, dissipating the chill that pervaded the room. Henry poured forth his magical energy, straining until he could barely hold on, finally gasping for breath as he ceased his efforts. The barrage of spells had nearly drained him of his power. Once the flames subsided, Henry was astonished to find that, apart from rendering the mirror spotless and making Henry II appear clearer, the fire had accomplished nothing else. He turned around to find that even the wooden board behind him remained utterly intact. Cautiously, he touched the board, discovering it to be devoid of any warmth. What on earth was happening? Henry could scarcely believe it. Don't waste your efforts. It appears futile. This entity is exceedingly mysterious. Otherwise, I would not have been so distinctly separated from you. Perhaps someone has ensured that it cannot be harmed by spells, much like the stones in World of Warcraft. Henry II's mocking voice echoed in reply, seeing that his reflection dared to mock him further and unable to devise a solution. Henry angrily yanked down the curtain to obscure the mirror surface. Out of sight, out of mind, this was no act of cowardice. Indeed, as the curtain fell, Henry felt his courage return. Wait a moment, did he just utter a phrase? World of Warcraft? The realization struck him. How could anyone in this world know the term World of Warcraft when it was only 1991? Were you? He stammered, his voice trembling from behind the curtain. Me? I am merely you, Henry II scoffed in response. You're me? Then who am I? Henry felt a weight in his heart, thoroughly perplexed. How could he possibly know? Enough with the jesting. As you might have surmised, I am Henry. Henry II. No, the original owner readily acknowledged his identity. Silence enveloped the current Henry, for he was at a loss for words and unsure how to express himself in front of the former inhabitant of this body. Should he apologize for borrowing the body, assuring the original that he would care for those cherished? Or should he exclaim, I refuse to acknowledge you. Depart, you wretched creature. After a prolonged silence, Henry ultimately chose to part the curtain once more, gazing into the mirror at the now familiar handsome visage, and posed a rather bold question. Are you still alive? In chapter 61, reconciliation unfolded. Before the astonished gaze of Henry, the original owner, without a hint of hesitation, thrust his hand into his own chest. Astonishingly, not a single drop of blood emerged, leaving Henry astounded as he scrutinized the original's chest intently. Have you lost your senses? I am but an ethereal shadow, not a living being, the original remarked, observing Henry's widened eyes with exasperation, then casting a concerned glance, seemingly worried for Henry's intellect. Yet, more pressing was his concern for the future of his corporeal form. Of course, he had not forgotten the matter at hand. Here, this is likely what you seek. He brandished the black smoke in his hand, which adeptly evaded his grasp, twisting and writhing. I suppose I was careless and allowed it to seep in. How did you discover this? Henry, somewhat sheepishly glossing over his dubious escapade, inquired with genuine curiosity. He recalled how the smoke had transformed into a small black serpent that had darted into his body, and despite its ominous appearance, his body had remained unscathed, even gaining a remarkable ability for enforced calm in the aftermath. It turned out to have found its way to the original owner. I only noticed it upon awakening. The original explained. Look, I can even manipulate it. He draped the black smoke around his neck like a scarf, yet the serpentine form seemed discontent, writhing upon him, sending a shiver down Henry's spine. What an uncanny connection, he remarked. What is this? He inquired. I do not know. The original shook his head, equally new to the magical realm and devoid of answers to such profound inquiries. After contemplating, he provided a tentative response, but I suspect it is a curse. A curse? Henry expressed surprise, for while he had considered this possibility, it was still perplexing, given that everything seemed normal. Cursed individuals typically exhibit some adverse abnormalities, do they not? Is there any other explanation? The original countered. Consider that Voldemort is the Dark Lord. He embodies darkness itself. What other benevolent gifts could he possess besides curses? With a sigh, the original emphasized certain words, growing concerned over the apparent dullness of his successor, fearing that his body might meet its ruin in the hands of such a successor. You are aware of Voldemort? Just who are you? Henry grew wary, realizing that this individual even possessed knowledge of the world of magical beasts. I am uncertain of my true essence. I possess memories of Henry dating back 11 years and a month, alongside those of Hung Rue spanning over 2 decades. At times, I find myself perplexed as to whether I am Henry or Hung Rue. The original owner pressed a hand to his forehead, wishing to cease conversation with Henry. However, to prevent any impulsive and detrimental actions from Henry, he paused and offered a few explanations. After finally having the opportunity to breathe freely, he yearned for more conversation. 11 years and a month? Henry seized upon the intriguing detail. Ah, indeed, I even have memories from my birth. I recall my mother. Oh wait, she died during childbirth. The original owner nodded, only to be overtaken by a sudden wave of joy that quickly morphed into sorrow. This time, it was Henry's turn to roll his eyes. What about your father? He expressed a desire to meet the biological father of this body, especially since he was in dire need of finances, be it Muggle currency or wizarding gold. Perhaps a wealthy father could spare him years of struggle. No? Back to the point. Why do you insist on controlling me to refrain from actions I cannot undertake? If it weren't for my remaining sanity, we would be in quite a predicament. Henry, realizing the gravity of the situation, questioned the original owner with a stern expression. This is impossible. Henry was reluctant to accept this and demanded evidence from the original owner. Look here. The original owner pulled forth a familiar figure from beyond the mirror, another reflection of Henry. Yet, this mirror image remained still, as if in slumber, allowing the original owner to tug at it without resistance. Henry curiously inquired, what is this? Your mad persona. Henry was baffled. Could it be that within my body lies not only the original owner's spirit, but something else as well? Thus, I have not escaped the clutches of dissociative identity disorder. Additionally, why is it so tranquil? Why is it referred to as a mad persona? Observing Henry's skepticism, the original owner contemplated before releasing the grip on the mirror image. Instantly, the reflection appeared to lose its rationality, eyes rapidly turning crimson, glaring at Henry with a fierce, bloodshot gaze, emanating an aura of brutality that was undeniably unsettling. As the mad persona prepared to strike the mirror, the original owner swiftly restrained it. Strangely, the persona fell silent, as if bound. The original owner pushed it to a place hidden from the mirror's view before turning to Henry. Henry shrugged, begrudgingly accepting this premise, yet he could not resist asking, "If you can contain it, why was I unable to regulate myself, or even my magic, during Transfiguration class?" "Well, you see, this was my first time grasping a wand after awakening, and I wished to experiment, thus I did not suppress it much." The original owner scratched his nose, chuckling. In exchange, Henry was obliged to visit regularly, allowing the original owner to breathe freely and engage in conversation. Furthermore, should the opportunity arise, he would also assist in crafting a body for the original owner, believing it to be rather feasible in the magical realm. After all, did not Voldemort resurrect directly? The two swiftly reached a mutual understanding. Chapter 62, The Magic Mirror. With the dilemma of uncontrolled magic resolved, Henry felt a considerable weight lifted from his shoulders. He turned his attention to the standing mirror before him. Interest peaked. What a remarkable object. But what exactly is it? Do you have any conjectures? Henry tapped his wand against his forehead and softly inquired, "How would I know?" The original owner shook his head, his expression genuine. He elaborated further. "All I know is that from the moment you stepped into this room, I lost all perception of the outside world. By the time I regained consciousness, I found myself here as if something had been extracted from my very being, leaving me trapped within this mirror. Had you not drawn back the curtain, I might have remained in this stupor indefinitely, until your departure. It seems to be the peculiar nature of this mirror." Henry stroked his chin, speculating. The curtain acts as a seal? To think that a mere inanimate object could extract different spiritual entities and latent personalities from a body. This must surely be the work of some ancient alchemical master. The original owner nodded in agreement, acknowledging the possibility, and surmised that only ancient alchemy could craft such a wondrous mirror. After all, the annals of magical history reveal that modern magical studies have largely abandoned the exploration of the soul, particularly within the realm of white magic. It is as if the orthodox wizards conspired to seal away past research and prohibited further inquiry into this domain. However, these agreements were never made public within the wizarding community, and generally, ordinary wizards are seldom exposed to such matters. Conversely, within dark magic, there exists a prominent curse that can directly affect the soul. Their eyes met, and they simultaneously declared the killing curse. Why does it seem like you know more than I do?" Henry paused, a hint of skepticism in his voice. "I have inherited all your memories. What you know, I know. What you have forgotten, I still remember," the original owner replied with a smile. "Alas, my memory is indeed a bit faulty, and I dare not seek help," Henry said, but then his eyes suddenly brightened. "So, does that mean you remember the future of this world? Quickly tell me, what is Voldemort searching for at Hogwarts? I need to assess whether I should inform Professor Dumbledore. With his support, we would be utterly secure." The original owner's smile faded, his expression turning serious as he replied, "I was just about to discuss this matter with you." He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts, before continuing, "The timeline we remember cannot be called the future. It is merely one possible trajectory of what is to come. It can serve as a reference, but we cannot place our faith in it. There is a saying, the past cannot be altered, and the future cannot be predetermined. Once you entered this world, its future began to shift. Even if you do nothing, it cannot follow the timeline of our memories." He took a moment, allowing Henry time to contemplate. Noticing Henry's lingering confusion, the original owner continued to elucidate. "Simply put, you, who should have perished in the orphanage, would never have appeared at Hogwarts. Yet, here you are. The timeline veered in a different direction the moment you were reborn. Not to mention that you possess a soul that does not belong to this world. You should consider yourself fortunate that there is no time management bureau here. Otherwise, you would have been apprehended long ago, let alone finding yourself alongside the original protagonist, Harry." "Be quiet, Henry. Just tell me what Voldemort is truly seeking," Henry retorted, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation at being chastised by someone akin to another version of himself. The original host conceded, all right. It's not anything of great value anyway. I shall say it is the Philosopher's Stone." "The Philosopher's Stone?" "The legendary artifact that can turn base metals into gold and grant immortality?" Henry exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with golden light. "To turn base metals into gold. If only I could." A sinister chuckle escaped his lips, But that is not something within our grasp, Henry. It is a harsh reality. Yet you lack the strength. The original host, perceiving Henry's thoughts, sought to dissuade him. The news of Gringotts being breached by dark wizards must have reached Dumbledore by now. The Philosopher's Stone is undoubtedly under vigilant guard, unless you possess the might to wrest it from Voldemort or Dumbledore. Henry paused, his fingers ceasing their playful dance upon the wand, sinking into silence. Indeed, he was not yet strong enough. He could only feign ignorance while the Philosopher's Stone lay tantalizingly before him. Fortunately, his spirit was not fragile. He quickly composed himself and shifted the topic, inquiring, "What does your world look like? I cannot see inside from here." As Henry poked at the mirror with his wand, his question seemed to roll off his tongue without expectation of a reply, leaving the original host both amused and exasperated. Why had this body fallen into the hands of such a person? Were it not for me? After a moment of contemplation, Henry exclaimed, "This object is so extraordinary. How much would it fetch if sold?" He spread his fingers towards the original host. The host's smile faltered. He had long run out of kind words for Henry, feeling a pang of heartache. "You are a wizard, a rare gem among wizards. Why do you seem so ensnared by the lure of riches? Must you sell everything you encounter?" This was an alchemical artifact capable of materializing ethereal mental energy. It was priceless, with no market value. No, its worth was incalculable. Selling it would be a travesty. Shouldn't a rational person consider keeping it for themselves? Could it be that such items have become common in the outside world? Are there now tangible entities blurring the lines between the ephemeral and the real all around? The flood of thoughts nearly overwhelmed the original host, and just as he was about to voice his objections, he saw Henry shake his head, a look of regret on his face. "Never mind, let it remain here." Before the original host could rejoice at Henry's rationality, he heard Henry ponder aloud, "This large mirror. And with this room's narrow door, what if it shatters during transport? That would be a waste. Are you truly considering selling it?" The original host felt he might lose his sanity. He glanced at the frenzied persona remaining quietly outside the mirror and wondered if there was some grave misunderstanding. Should not the two of them swap positions? Chapter 63. The Flying Lesson Begins. Henry then tapped his head and asked, "By the way, can you help me recall where this room is located in my memories? Well, if I cannot find it again, let me see. This place is called the Room of Requirement. As its name suggests, it can almost fulfill any wish you desire, as long as you focus intently on your wish and walk around here a few times. Located on the 8th floor, you need only remember that tapestry. It is not difficult to recall. Should you forget, there is no cause for concern, for I shall guide you here every Saturday henceforth." The original occupant has grown weary of Henry's incessant ideas. He merely wishes to expedite the resolution and send him on his way. Henry, having accomplished the purpose of his visit, is eager to venture outside and ascertain whether the world beyond has returned to normal. Nodding in agreement, he remarked, "Oh, very well. I'll take my leave now. See you next week." Without a trace of reluctance, he turned and walked towards the exit, muttering to himself, "Why does it feel like a farewell when you are right here with me?" Behind him, the original occupant gazed at Henry's receding figure in the mirror, a smile of relief, joy, and nostalgia gracing his lips. As Henry stepped out of the room, his reflection in the mirror began to fade away. Grasping the brass doorknob, Henry was suddenly blinded by the bright sunlight outside, a stark contrast to the darkness he had inhabited. Time had flown. It was nearly noon. He stood still, allowing the spots of light to dissipate from his vision. "What a splendid day," he exclaimed as he opened his eyes, immediately feeling an overwhelming desire to rush to the window and behold the view outside. "Calm down, Henry," he muttered, as if obeying a command, the impulse fading away as he regained his composure. It seemed this communication had proven remarkably effective, and Henry nodded in approval, pleased with the outcome. He firmly etched this location into his memory, eager to return to this extraordinary room reputed to fulfill any wish. As for now, his intention was clear. He sought a place to experiment with transformation magic. The failure of even the most basic transformation spell lingered in his mind, an annoyance he could not shake. Humming a cheerful tune, he skipped away, silently commending the original occupant, confident that he could sense it. With the original occupant's assistance, he no longer feared losing his way. Time passed swiftly. Even a wizard with a notoriously poor memory could proudly declare that he had fully grasped the operational patterns of the school as staircases, the daily schedules, the personalities of the professors, and, of course, the school rules. This knowledge also facilitated their maneuvering between adherence to and violation of the rules. Henry was a quintessential example, as were Harry and others. Indeed, the entire Gryffindor house was included, save for Hermione. She tirelessly implored everyone to abide by the rules, yet her efforts proved futile, often interrupting the group's enthusiasm, much to the chagrin of both sides. Eventually, the proud young lady conceded, redirecting her efforts towards her studies and becoming a model student in the eyes of the professors, excluding Professor Snape, of course. His bias against all Gryffindor students, save for Henry, was blatant and unrestrained. This led the young lions to speculate whether Henry might be Snape's illegitimate son, though such rumors gradually faded under the influence of several statues. He had not forgotten that path to prosperity. Beyond that, each day brought forth a plethora of audacious ideas. Had it not been for the restraint imposed by the original occupant within him, if he had pursued those whims, he would likely have been expelled from Hogwarts long ago. Yet, despite this, he continued to innovate relentlessly. With each new spell mastered, several additional incantations emerged, even though many of them paled in comparison to the original's efficacy. Nevertheless, progress was being made. The sole source of his frustration lay in the persistent inadequacy of his magical energy. Each practice session would leave Henry drained, resulting in failed spell casting and unusual fatigue, compelling him to pause for rest. This discontent gnawed at him, yet he found himself powerless to change the situation. After all, magical prowess increases gradually with a young wizard's growth, and Henry was not foolish enough to jeopardize the hard-earned vessel of his existence. The original owner of this body would never permit such folly. He had anticipated that the routine of attending classes by day, spending leisure hours in the library perusing materials of interest, or engaging in solitary study, along with weekly conversations with the original owner of the body during weekends, would endure for a considerable time. However, that changed when a notice regarding flying lessons was posted in the Gryffindor common room. The lessons were set to commence this Thursday, igniting a wave of enthusiasm among the first-year Gryffindors, though perhaps they should no longer be referred to as new students, as they had adapted to their surroundings over time and could now be rightly called first-year students. Yet, their excitement waned upon learning that they would have to share the class with the Slytherin students. Perhaps it was a tradition, or perhaps the conflicting ideals of the two houses naturally bred animosity. Even the young wizards who had previously shared no common ground began to harbor feelings of disdain for one another during their lessons. Draco, in particular, was the focus of Gryffindor's ire, his presence eliciting a level of animosity that could rival that of two-thirds of Slytherin. Thankfully, they only had to endure this enmity in potions class, but now they would have to share flying lessons as well. Why not the amiable Hufflepuffs? Even the bookish Ravenclaws would have been preferable. How unfortunate, Harry lamented. I don't want my first experience riding a broomstick to be spoiled by Malfoy. Henry, why don't you discreetly lock Malfoy in a classroom, so he arrives late for flying class? Preferably until we have all mastered it. I promise I won't tell. I think that's a splendid idea, Ron chimed in enthusiastically. Henry, who was nearby, engrossed in a hefty tome of magic, rolled his eyes. I already told you that was an accident. Do you understand what accident means? Harry nudged Ron, urging him to devise a plan. All right, an accident it was. So, the great Henry, might you allow history to repeat itself? Ron's eyes sparkled with mischief as he stood and performed a mock bow, feigning humility with a comical voice. Seeing Ron's eagerness to play along, Henry smiled faintly, then adopted a deliberately deep tone. Of course, as their eyes lit up with excitement, he continued, but no. Henry chuckled softly at the immediate dimming of their expressions, marveling at how easily he could read their emotions. Seelrin straightened up, feigning disdain as if he had anticipated the impossibility of the task at hand. He then turned away, wiping the corners of his dry eyes, and lamented to Harry with an affected sorrow, I knew it wouldn't succeed. Oh, Harry, how could we possibly sway the steely-hearted King Henry? He has already rejected nearly 30 young witches. Goodness, that's nearly half of our first-year girls. Harry cast a quick glance at Henry, nodding in agreement. Indeed. Perhaps we should seek Hermione's assistance? Another attempt? Please, I haven't even finished my book yet. It's been borrowed for over 3 days, and I must return it the day after tomorrow. I have no time to amuse a fool. Henry raised his spell book, displaying it to the two, indicating he was not lying. To him, it was merely a flying lesson. What was the big deal? Could anything be more delightful than studying spells? What making a fool of oneself? If worst came to worst, he could simply refrain from flying. Moreover, it would suffice to tease Draco once. To linger with him for too long would be nothing short of a waste of time. Sighing inwardly, Henry pondered the perplexities of the current crop of young witches and wizards. Was magic no longer enticing? At that moment, Harry also sighed, relinquishing the alluring notion of having Henry take charge, for it was evident that they could never achieve the seamless execution he was capable of. Draco still believed that a creature was obstructing the path in that classroom, and he incessantly boasted of his valiant battles against the non-existent beast. earning him the admiration of many young witches and wizards. However, those in the know, like Harry, would merely pass by with stern faces, fearing they might inadvertently burst into laughter. Dejected, Harry remarked, "At this rate, I will undoubtedly make a fool of myself before Malfoy." "Not necessarily," Ron rationally countered. "Hasn't Malfoy boasted before? Last time he claimed to have fought a werewolf, only for Henry to recognize the marks as mere bites from a puppy. I'll wager he's exaggerating again this time." Harry, however, found no solace in this, and excused himself, leaving with a heavy heart. In the ensuing days, Malfoy incessantly regaled everyone with tales of flying, recounting his dubious flying exploits, particularly in Harry's presence. The normally unyielding Harry found himself at a rare disadvantage. Of course, Malfoy was not alone in this. Seamus and Ernie, he was a Hufflepuff and also a good friend of Hannah, similarly spoke of flying and Quidditch, a sport played on enchanted broomsticks that Henry deemed a frivolous pursuit and thus had not delved into beyond mere acknowledgement of its name. Even Ron was not exempt, as if failing to join in the discussions about flying lessons would render him outdated. He regaled everyone with his own tale of nearly colliding with a glider while riding his brother Charlie's broom. Hermione appeared quite anxious. No, one might say exceedingly so. This was a common affliction among young witches from the Muggle world. She had been preoccupied for several days now, lagging far behind Henry in her homeward progress. Henry had observed Hermione for several consecutive days, nestled in a corner of the library, engrossed in the book Quidditch Through the Ages, whispering to herself. This behavior had displeased Madame Pants, who believed that the flying lessons had driven the once exemplary student Hermione to distraction. It was well known that the library demanded silence, a rule Hermione had previously adhered to with great diligence. Thus, in an unusual concession, Madame Pants permitted Hermione to borrow this book, typically not available for checkout, to prevent disturbing other students. On Thursday morning, during breakfast, Henry witnessed Hermione animatedly recounting the scant flying regulations she had gleaned from the book. He wore an expression that suggested he had anticipated this turn of events. Quietly, he cast a spell to block out the noise, preferring the persistent buzzing in his ears to the contagion of Hermione's anxious energy, which might disrupt the morning classes. Nevertheless, he occasionally paused his own activities to cast a glance in Hermione's direction, feigning attentiveness to signal that he was not daydreaming. He noted that, apart from Neville, who was raptly hanging on Hermione's every word, the others showed little interest. The routine arrival of the owl post interrupted Hermione's monologue, much to everyone's relief, not out of envy, but rather a sense of shared enjoyment. Malfoy received a sizable package of sweets from home, which he unwrapped with a smug expression. Basking in the envious glances that accompanied his display, an owl landed in front of Neville, who, feeling a pang of disappointment for not fully absorbing Hermione's lecture, was nonetheless thrilled. It was his first letter. Eagerly, he tore open the package to reveal a glass orb the size of a half-closed fist, swirling with white mist that intertwined within. Observing the perplexed expressions of his Muggle friends, Neville patiently explained, "This is a memory ball. It alerts you if you've forgotten something. To use it, just hold it tightly, and if it turns red." As he squeezed the orb, everyone watched as it indeed changed to a vivid crimson. Meanwhile, Malfoy, having noticed that Neville, usually his target, had received a parcel, approached with feigned casualness, curiosity piqued. In a swift motion, he snatched it from Neville's hands. Chapter 65, The Flying Lesson commences. Harry and Ron sprang to their feet, eager to confront Malfoy. They hoped to seize the opportunity to knock him into the hospital wing, thereby ensuring he would miss the afternoon's flying class. Unfortunately, Professor McGonagall seemed to be ever vigilant, appearing suddenly from behind them. "What is happening?" she inquired, casting an indifferent glance at Henry, who was still enjoying his breakfast. "Malfoy has stolen Neville's memory ball," Ron exclaimed impatiently, looking at Professor McGonagall with hopeful eyes, wishing she would impose restrictions on Malfoy. Malfoy, acutely aware of his guilt and the keen observation of the Gryffindor head, cast a furtive glance at Henry, who was engrossed in his breakfast of fried eggs. Although Henry did not look in his direction, Malfoy felt a twinge of unease and could only scowl as he returned the memory ball to Neville. This time, the venue was not in his favor. Next time, it might very well be. Coincidentally, Henry lifted his head and was met with the sight of Malfoy's sullen demeanor alongside Professor McGonagall, which left him feeling quite perplexed. Hastily, he dispelled the earplug charm, the incessant buzzing in his ears replaced by the raucous sounds of the surrounding commotion, though no one in attendance uttered a word. Henry glanced around, wondering what he had just missed. "Original owner, are you aware of this?" At that moment, Draco noticed Henry's gaze and sneered internally. "Oomph, Only now do you raise your head. You were clearly trying to bait me earlier. How cunning. Just you wait. Malfoy tossed off a perfunctory remark before storming away. Lingering at a distance, casting wary glances back, while Crabbe and Goyle, seeking courage in each other, hurried to catch up with him. Professor McGonagall, having seen the tempestuous situation defused, shot Henry a warning look before departing. Bewildered by her scrutiny, Henry stared at Malfoy's retreating figure and, in a fit of confusion, asked, "Could someone enlighten me as to what just transpired?" Regretting his inquiry immediately, he was met with puzzled expressions from all present, including Hermione. "The memory ball?" Henry stammered, at a loss for words, resorting to a single term in his aimless questioning. Hermione rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "Goodness, didn't Team Neville just explain it in great detail? He even demonstrated it personally. Why ask again?" This seemed to exacerbate the awkwardness. Henry forced an embarrassed smile as countless explanations flitted through his mind, only to dissipate in an instant. Ultimately, he could only attribute the oversight to the delectable breakfast and the rapid unfolding of events that had left him momentarily oblivious. Hermione, who had yet to learn the earplug charm, could not fathom the specific reason behind his confusion and thus dropped the subject, continuing to share her knowledge of flying gleaned from her studies with Neville. He listened intently, hoping to commit her words to memory in hopes of bolstering his chances of remaining firmly on his broomstick that afternoon. Despite Harry and the others' reluctance, the afternoon inevitably arrived, filled with a mix of trepidation and excitement. At 3:30, they assembled in front of the Great Hall before hastily descending the staircase. Making their way down the sloping grass towards Hagrid's hut, they then turned left onto a narrow path, jogging into a vast expanse of lawn reminiscent of a football field. Yet, unlike the meticulously manicured grass of a stadium, the blades here were noticeably taller, swaying gently in the breeze beneath their feet, creating ripples of green. Numerous circles of varying sizes have been set up on the large lawn, and Henry heard Ron, breathless, announcing, "This is the Quidditch pitch. Oh, how wonderful it would be if I could take the field for Gryffindor." However, their true destination lay beyond this place. The young wizards of Gryffindor hurriedly made their way across the vast lawn to another flat expanse, where they could already see the Slytherin students standing in small clusters. As they drew nearer, they spotted over 50 flying broomsticks neatly arranged on the grass. Fortunately, they had not arrived too late. Madame Hooch soon appeared. She sported a short mane of gray hair, and her sharp, yellow eyes, reminiscent of an eagle's gaze, were set deep within her sockets. Perhaps her keen eyesight, essential for Quidditch, a sport played high in the sky, where participants could easily be lost from view, or the use of some potion, made her gaze even more piercing than that of Madame Pomfrey. Henry recognized her from the tales spun by Fred and George, both members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Madame Hooch was not only the instructor for flying lessons, but also the referee for Hogwarts Quidditch matches, known for her rather stern demeanor. Indeed, upon noticing the students' lax behavior, Madame Hooch's expression hardened, and she commanded in a sharp tone, "Where you all dawdling for? Quickly now, line up beside a broomstick. Hurry, no picking and choosing. They're all the same." The young wizards, spurred into action, scrambled about, causing the previously orderly lines to dissolve, with many Gryffindors inadvertently mingling with the Slytherins. Poor Neville ran nearly the entire length of the field before he finally located his broomstick at the edge of the line, much to the amusement of the Slytherin students, who erupted into laughter at his expense. Neville's face flushed crimson. Once nearly everyone had found their broomsticks, Madame Hooch nodded approvingly and stepped forward, announcing now, "Extend your dominant hand over the handle of your broomstick." The young wizards complied, reaching out as instructed. Madame Hooch continued, "Now, say up." Each young wizard shouted the command, though some did so with such vigor that they startled those nearby, while others barely whispered, their voices trembling like a frightened kitten. "Yes, I am referring to Neville." Henry squinted, observing that Neville appeared exceedingly anxious, which could lead to mishaps. However, he was not close enough to offer any comfort. It seemed he ought to pay more attention to Neville. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, Henry's broomstick was remarkably obedient, leaping into his hand at his command, as did Harry's. Today, he encountered a reader who bluntly remarked that the author was merely writing fancifully, then proceeded to discuss how, in the original text, Harry could see the Thestrals due to witnessing his parents' demise, and that the castle's moving staircases were mechanisms established during the medieval era to thwart invaders and create challenges for them. The following points are drawn entirely from the original text. First, when Hermione first enrolled, she could not perform the repairing charm. That was an adaptation for the film. She merely stated that she had memorized all her textbooks, without claiming proficiency in magic. Moreover, given Hermione's initially obedient character, She would not recklessly attempt to wield unknown spells without guidance. Thirdly, Harry was unable to perceive the Thestrals until he witnessed Cedric's death firsthand at the beginning of the 5th book, during which time he even questioned his own sanity. The ability to see Thestrals is predicated on one's comprehension of death. I believe that even at the conclusion of the 4th book, Harry could not see them due to his inability to grasp or accept such a loss. Of course, Rowling's interpretation reflects her own thoughts. Yet within the context of this narrative, I can only perceive it in this manner. Sixthly, the art of occlumency is not forbidden at Hogwarts. Otherwise, Dumbledore would not have permitted Snape to teach Harry this skill. It is the practice of legilimency that is restricted. As for Henry's secretive nature compelling him to study occlumency, I concede it appears somewhat abrupt. However, do the denizens of the magical world truly engage in conspiracy theories as you do? Learning occlumency implies having some hidden agenda? And who, pray tell, instructed Snape, Dumbledore, and others in this art? Who would dare teach it? Moreover, who informed you that Dumbledore was perpetually monitoring Henry? Is it plausible that the headmaster would spend his days surveilling a student? After meeting Henry once, Dumbledore all but dismissed his suspicions. Your awareness of what Henry seeks to conceal stems from your position as a reader. All of Henry's actions unfold before your eyes. But how could outsiders possibly know? Perhaps they assume Henry is merely curious? Furthermore, if one cannot conjure magic, why then are they barred from the restricted section? Has Harry not ventured there? Was he not an Auror at that time? If entry were truly prohibited, would a mere handful of ropes suffice as a barrier? Do you think it is akin to a magical enchantment? In chapter 66, during the flying lesson, the performance of the other two in the small group was rather lackluster. Ron's broom faltered mid-flight and fell, while Hermione's broom merely rolled on the ground. Henry gestured for her to quickly retrieve her broom while it was unattended. After all, Madame Hooch had not mandated that it must be summoned to hand, had she? Indeed, Madame Hooch did not insist on such a requirement. However, Henry noticed that she tended to focus for a few extra seconds on each student capable of summoning their broom directly. He counted and discovered that even including himself and Harry, the number of students able to do so did not exceed 10. It appeared that I have a remarkable affinity for flying, at least 1 in 5. Not bad at all. He speculated that Madame Hooch might be observing potential Quidditch candidates, given her role as the head coach for each house. Well, as long as they do not seek me out, he mused, once all the students had retrieved their brooms. Naturally, many young witches and wizards followed Hermione's example and simply picked theirs up from the ground. Madame Hooch observed this and did not comment, instead demonstrating how to maintain stability in the air with her own broom. Come, children, follow my lead. After mounting, grasp the broomstick with both hands, ensuring the distance between them is neither too far nor too close to your body, allowing you to exert force optimally. The specifics will depend on your individual habits, but be certain that your dominant hand is positioned at the front. Madame Hooch began to walk among the students, correcting their improper grips, particularly that of Malfoy. Henry had heard the criticisms directed at Malfoy on multiple occasions, and it seemed that even if those flying tails were not mere fabrications, his flying skills were likely subpar. Beside him, Harry and Ron emitted peculiar sounds, their eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. None of them were fools. Soon enough, they all met at least the minimum standard set by Madame Hooch. After demonstrating the necessary flying movements, Madame Hooch instructed them to practice takeoffs and landings. Naturally, they were only permitted to ascend a few feet into the air, approximately a meter. This proved to be quite manageable. As long as they executed the movements correctly and with her supervision, there would be no issues. Madame Hooch exuded confidence as she declared, "Grip your brooms firmly. Lean back slightly. Arms straight. Steady now. At the sound of my whistle, push off the ground with your legs, mimicking a jumping motion, and the broom will carry you aloft. Remember, push hard. Quite simple, isn't it? Now on my whistle. 3, 2. Just as Madame Hooch raised the whistle to her lips, a figure shot upward with a swift motion, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Upon hearing the commotion, Henry instinctively sensed trouble. Something had gone awry. When he heard Madame Hooch's startled exclamation, he hastily discarded his broom and drew the wand he had kept concealed in his sleeve, looking upwards. Indeed, it was Neville, who clung to his broom as he ascended uncontrollably, quickly reaching a height equivalent to 5 or 6 stories. With his keen eyesight, Henry could faintly discern Neville's pale and terrified visage. It seemed that fear had constricted his throat. He tilted his head back, gasping for breath, which only caused his body to lean further back, accelerating his ascent. Eventually, perhaps due to sweat on his palms or trembling from fright, Neville's grip faltered, and he began to slide off the broom, plummeting amidst the crowd's gasps. People began to scatter in panic, fearing for their own safety. Distant girls screamed, while Madame Hooch found her wand inexplicably stuck in her bag, unable to be retrieved. Harry drew his wand and pointed aimlessly at Neville's descending figure. But he was at a loss, having only recently begun his journey into magic and possessing little knowledge of spells. Observing this, Henry swiftly waved his wand towards Neville and shouted, Wingardium Leviosa. His intention was to levitate Neville directly, but he had overestimated his abilities. Levitation of heavier objects required significantly more magical power, and lifting a wizard demanded even greater strength. Realizing immediately that his spell had failed, Henry's magic was insufficient to levitate Neville. In a moment of urgency, he had no time to dwell on his failure. He had to think quickly and adapt. Shifting his strategy, he decided that if he could not lift Neville, he could at least slow his descent. Pointing his wand towards the ground where Neville was likely to land, he chanted, Accio. Magic surged through his wand, connecting with Henry's will, and a violent gust of wind erupted from the ground below, creating a powerful updraft at the targeted spot, forcing the young wizards to squint against the fierce breeze. The hurricane was confined to a minuscule area, just enough to envelop Neville within it, where the small blades of grass within a few meters were violently snapped by the fierce winds, and the soil was swept into the air. Under the influence of the hurricane, it was evident that Neville's descent had slowed. However, even so, he remained in freefall. At this rate, a crash landing could potentially result in fractures, or worse, could be fatal. What to do? Harry anxiously gazed at Henry, who appeared utterly distraught, desperately hoping for a solution. Regardless of the urgency, it was imperative to maintain composure. Henry employed a spell for enforced calm, simultaneously activating a mental shield. Squinting against the howling winds as he observed Neville's precarious approach to the ground, his mind racing with thoughts of possible solutions. Transforming the ground into a marsh. No, the impact alone would be more than enough to incapacitate Neville. What about rapidly enlarging Neville? No, he had yet to master the principles of the enlargement spell, which seemed to involve altering matter at the molecular and atomic levels. He had no idea what the outcome would be if cast upon a person. Thoughts surged and were swiftly dismissed. As his mind raced, everything around him seemed to slow down. He waved his wand once more and shouted, Wingardium Leviosa. Wait, wasn't that ineffective before? Harry stared wide-eyed at Henry before quickly turning away, hoping for success this time. Otherwise, they would be left to bid a final farewell to Neville. Chapter 67. The conflict of flying lessons continues. Moments later, Harry was astonished to see Neville suspended in the air. Much like the cured ham dangling from the ceiling of Hagrid's hut amidst the gusts, his body, swaying precariously, held aloft by his robes. While somewhat inappropriate, it was the most fitting comparison Harry could conjure. He suddenly realized that Henry had chosen to employ the levitation charm on Neville's robe. It must be said that the quality of that robe was exceptional, a testament to Madame Malkin's fine craftsmanship. But why had it failed previously? The onlookers had mostly retreated to the edges, squinting against the wind as they observed the scene, initially bracing for a tragedy, yet surprised to witness it being averted. Henry paid no heed to the astonished or admiring gazes around him. He ceased the magical exertion sustaining the hurricane, noting that Neville's form had stabilized, and then gradually guided the robe downwards with his wand. When it was nearly a meter above the ground, he deftly flicked his wand, causing Neville to be gently lifted a fraction higher by the robe, then quickly directed the last vestige of his magical energy towards the soil, transforming it into a small elastic cushion. Neville landed like a sack of potatoes onto the bouncy bed, bouncing slightly before dissipating the last remnants of his momentum. Coming to a standstill, the young wizards observed Neville lying motionless on the cushion in silence, with some of the more sensitive girls even covering their mouths in shock. After a moment, Neville, pale and disheveled, sat up, gasping for breath, visibly shaken by the ordeal. However, the surrounding children paid little heed to these events, erupting in jubilant cheers to celebrate Neville's safe landing, particularly his friends from Gryffindor. The trampoline's duration soon came to an end, reverting to soft earth. Neville sat in the center of the soil, his legs weak, unable to rise. Henry, panting heavily, collapsed onto the ground, having exhausted nearly all his magical, physical, and mental energy, and could only rest momentarily. Although this sequence of events was described in detail, it transpired in mere seconds. Yet, he felt as though he had endured sleepless days. Fortunately, Neville had been successfully rescued. Upon witnessing Neville's safe descent, Madame Hooch abandoned her struggle with the enchanted wand belt, her face pale as she rushed to Neville's side to assess any injuries, despite finding no apparent harm. Still, her concern lingered. and she insisted on taking Neville to the hospital wing. Should anything have gone awry, even a minor fracture would mar her teaching career. A situation that had never arisen before. These students were indeed challenging to manage, she mused, initially thinking Professor Snape's remarks were mere bias. It turned out to be true. As she prepared to leave, Madame Hooch suddenly recalled something, casting an approving glance at Henry, who lay on the ground basking in the sunlight. No longer as stern as she had been at the outset, an impeccable levitation charm and transfiguration spell, along with that unknown incantation. My dear child, you have saved your companion. Gryffindor earns an additional 20 points. Henry, with great effort, propped himself up to express his gratitude, while Harry quickly assisted him. Ron, from behind, murmured 20 points? If it were me, I would award Henry 50. He saved Neville faster than the professor. Henry wiped the sweat from his brow and offered a faint smile. His exhausted, frail demeanor stirred another wave of excitement among the crowd. She had begun to feel somewhat intimidated by these young wizards. Once Madame Hooch had departed, the Gryffindor students erupted in a frenzy of applause and cheers, with the exception of Draco and his small entourage, who stood at a distance. While the Slytherin students awkwardly lingered nearby, the others could hardly contain themselves, eager to rush to Henry's side and celebrate him. That was amazing, Henry, Hermione exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she was the first to leap forward. Don't misunderstand. It was excitement, admiration, and gratitude. Neville was her first friend at Hogwarts, and just moments ago, she had helplessly watched him plummet, with even the professors unable to intervene in time. Goodness, she had nearly lost her friend. Just thinking about it sent shivers down her spine. Thank heavens for Henry. Henry, caught off guard, was toppled to the ground, struggling weakly as he attempted to push Hermione away. Not like this, Hermione. I'm out of strength. Realizing her error, Hermione blushed with embarrassment and released him, standing up, while the other girls looked on with eager anticipation. Harry and Ron quickly stepped in to shield him from further attention. Henry needed to rest. Malfoy rolled his eyes dramatically, seemingly disdainful of Henry, who was surrounded by admirers. Purebloods hardly care for such trivial accolades. Only half-bloods and mudbloods would value such a minuscule honor more than their own lives. Pansy's sharp features were contorted in disgust as she gazed in that direction. Upon noticing Henry's striking appearance, she hesitated momentarily but resolutely declared, "Indeed, we have no need for that." Crabbe and Goyle stood behind them like mere background characters, having yet to process the events that had just unfolded. Malfoy covertly gazed longingly at the scene, his eyes drifting as he fantasized about taking Henry's place. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar red glint on the grass nearby. Realizing what it was, Malfoy swiftly shook off Pansy's grip and rushed to retrieve the glass orb, shouting, "Ha!" However, the cacophony surrounding Henry drowned him out. The crowd outside his protective circle was vocally expressing their admiration, utterly oblivious to Malfoy's antics. After all, they were all first-year students, and Henry's performance today had far surpassed theirs. His decisive actions, spell selections, and extensive knowledge of incantations left them in awe. Malfoy seethed with indignation, his already pale face turning even whiter, nearly rivaling Neville's earlier pallor. How could they dare to disregard him? Was he not one of the illustrious 28 purebloods, a figure who should be revered wherever he went? And yet, here he was overlooked. His father was a board member. Taking a deep breath, Malfoy raised the object triumphantly and shouted with all his might, "Hey, look at what I have. Is that the memory orb belonging to that oaf?" Chapter 68, The Flight Lesson, Harry's Moment of Glory. Malfoy's voice completely overshadowed the young wizards, drawing their attention as intended. The crowd parted, revealing Henry and his companions at the center. Upon spotting the red glass orb in Malfoy's hand, Henry's brow furrowed immediately. That was a memory orb. Just hearing its name suggested it was something extraordinary. After leaving the Great Hall, he had specifically inquired with Ron about its properties and had been eager to find an opportunity to borrow it for himself. He could not allow Malfoy to ruin it. "Draco, put that down," Henry said calmly. "Call me Mr. Malfoy," Draco declared haughtily, raising his chin and deliberately elongating the word Mr. Upon hearing this, Henry narrowed his eyes, while Malfoy's eyelids twitched nervously. Yet, refusing to yield, he continued defiantly, "Why don't you come and take it, then?" Henry, exhausted from the exertion, found it difficult to move. Although he appeared capable of standing, most of his weight rested on Ron and Harry. Sensing Henry's weakness, Malfoy grew even bolder. "What if I were to toss it into a tree and have Longbottom retrieve it?" he proposed, savoring the malicious delight of his scheme, deliberately enunciating each word to ensure Henry and the others grasped his every intention. As Clark and Gore witnessed their master's laughter, they too joined in with their own chuckling. However, This only served to make Malfoy appear rather foolish. Harry and Ron instinctively covered their mouths, stifling their laughter, while Henry, having honed his skills in facial expression management, refrained from smiling unless something truly amusing occurred. Thus, the corners of his mouth merely curled upward slightly. Oblivious to these reactions, Malfoy continued to expound upon his plan. Let's see if the oaf, just having plummeted from a great height, dares to scale a tall tree to retrieve his belongings. Shall we? A tree, perhaps? It's a matter of mere words. It was late now. He added, make sure to remember to come earlier next time. With a derisive laugh, Malfoy seized a broom and launched himself into the air with a vigorous push. Admittedly, while his movements lacked elegance and precision, they were functional enough. Particularly under Madame Hooch's guidance, he managed to meet the required standards of flying. It seemed his earlier boastfulness was not entirely unfounded. He indeed possessed commendable flying skills, likely a result of prior experience with broomsticks. Bring it here, Harry exclaimed in frustration, as Malfoy, showing a lack of integrity by reneging on his word, provoked his anger. Come and take it, Potter. Malfoy laughed heartily, maneuvering his broom toward the woods beyond the lawn. Henry Worth, you cowardly shrimp, the stinking dung is right below, watching me. Be sure to observe where I drop it, for I shall forget immediately afterward. Ha ha ha. Harry's indignation surged. Henry was his first friend of the same age, and he would not tolerate Malfoy's insults toward him. It angered him far more than any direct affront to himself. His sole desire was to confront Malfoy, compel him to return the memory ball, and then apologize to Henry. Ignoring Hermione's warning, he mounted his broom, heeding Madame Hooch's instructions as he forcefully propelled himself off the ground. The broom swiftly lifted him skyward. The wind tousled his hair, and through his glasses, he clearly saw the rapidly receding ground below, along with Henry, Ron, and Hermione, who was shouting something with her mouth agape, gazing upward at the azure sky. An unexpected thrill coursed through him. He felt as if he had shed all constraints, soaring through the heavens. Freedom transformed from an abstract concept into a tangible sensation. He relished the act of flying. Clutching the broom tightly, he listened to the rush of air whistling past his ears, and the distant echoes of screams below filled him with exuberance, flooding his heart with joy. Unable to contain himself, he elevated the broom's handle, allowing him to ascend even higher. Yet, he remained mindful of his objective. Upon reaching a certain altitude, Harry abruptly twisted his wrist, causing the broom to pivot back toward Malfoy, who had also come to a halt. Malfoy stared at Harry in astonishment, convinced that this was Harry's first encounter with a broomstick. Yet he was taken aback by Harry's impressive flying prowess. Bring it here, Malfoy. Harry continued to finish his unfinished words, or I will knock you down. Your father is not here to save you, and neither will Henry. Malfoy's expression was somewhat rigid, and he instinctively glanced at the ground, where the figures appeared diminutive as ants, rendering Henry invisible to him. Oh, really? He wished to further mock Harry, but found that his expression could not relax, forcing himself to utter a meaningless phrase. Resolute, Harry prepared to fulfill his threat. He seemed innately aware of how to wield a broomstick. Leaning forward, he grasped the broom handle firmly in the instructed manner, and the broom surged forward as if a switch had been flicked. In a moment of panic, Malfoy swerved to the left, narrowly avoiding a collision. He assumed a charging posture once more to intimidate Malfoy. Bring it here, Harry shouted again. Hey, you're serious. Malfoy's face turned ashen. So close. He had nearly been knocked down. This left him both furious and fearful. He suddenly regretted his reckless venture. I still need to inherit Malfoy Manor. I cannot perish here. Let that cursed Harry and this memory ball be buried together. Here, only if you can catch it. In a fit of anger and humiliation, he hurled the glass ball behind him and rapidly descended toward the ground. During his descent, he shouted defiantly, "Don't let it hit the ground. Otherwise, you'll be left to pick up the shards, Potter." Ha ha ha. Harry, who had been motionless, sprang into action like an arrow released from a bow, darting toward the plummeting glass ball. It must not shatter. He recalled that Henry had wanted to borrow it from Neville earlier that morning. Leaning forward, he applied pressure to the broom handle, directing it towards the glass ball, constantly adjusting his posture and correcting his angle. The wind howled past his ears, nearly uprooting his hair, yet he remained undistracted. His gaze remained fixed on the glass ball, centering it in his line of sight, relentlessly accelerating, faster and faster. Chapter 69. The End of the Flying Lesson. No, Harry, stop. Hermione's terrified voice rang out. To her, Harry resembled a stone plummeting from the heavens, destined to shatter upon impact. Yet Harry, undeterred, continued to accelerate. The ground loomed larger in Harry's field of vision. He could even see the grass bent by the wind and the exposed soil. Yet his focus remained solely on the red memory ball. Ultimately, amidst the terrified screams of the onlookers, he successfully caught the glass ball just a foot above the ground, and with remarkable agility. He straightened the broom handle and came to a halt. To the spectators, it appeared as if Harry had paused just before crashing to the ground, leaving them breathless in astonishment, and they erupted in applause at his unscathed state. Harry even heard Ron and Seamus exclaiming in admiration. He gently fell to the ground, securely holding the red glass ball aloft, and burst into hearty laughter. He had just caught a glimpse of Henry drawing his wand once more, seemingly poised to extract the last remnants of magic to save himself. Yet, in the end, even when faced with peril, he refrained from casting the levitation charm, which brought him a sense of joy. However, this elation was fleeting. Harry Potter! Professor McGonagall's stern voice resonated through the air. The buoyancy in Harry's heart plummeted instantly, faster than the speed of his parabolic dive. Madame Hooch followed closely behind, her expression a mixture of complexity and urgency. "How dare you? How dare you?" Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her lips trembling with rage. "You could break your neck." Harry, trembling, stood up, not even taking a moment to brush off the dust from his robes, hastily concealing the memory ball behind him. He realized he was likely finished, destined for expulsion. His wand would surely be snapped, just like Hagrid's. Perhaps in the future, Hagrid would gain a new assistant, while he would wander the school carrying Hagrid's bag, enviously watching his former classmates wielding their wands to cast spells. He couldn't help but think how his uncle and aunt would mock him mercilessly if they learned of his expulsion. He wanted to say something in his defense, but his mouth felt as if it were sealed with cement, immobilized. Hermione immediately thought of Henry. He was always quicker on his feet than she was. Surely he would have a solution. However, Henry paid no heed to Hermione's persistent tugging at his robes. Upon seeing the look of astonishment in Professor McGonagall's eyes, he smiled knowingly. This should be secured now. Although the original host had been reluctant to share detailed memories of the future during their routine conversation last Saturday, Henry had gleaned some information about future events, including Harry's experience joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team, which appeared to hold significant importance ahead. After leaving the room of requirement, he sat alone by the window in the common room, contemplating many things. Since he had already ventured into this world, should he intervene in the enmity between Harry and Voldemort? Should he strive to master all that the school could teach within the academic year, followed by a year or two of further study, and then, armed with future knowledge, confront Voldemort before his resurrection to settle the score? He possessed such confidence. Alternatively, should he maintain the current trajectory while minimizing his interference with the future, consciously training Harry, the true savior of the prophecy, to assume his responsibilities? Observing Harry and Ron suddenly bursting into laughter nearby, he resolved to pursue both paths simultaneously. If he could eliminate Voldemort, that would be ideal. However, should unforeseen circumstances thwart his plans, Harry would serve as his final safeguard for this world. Thus, after rescuing Neville, he pretended to exhaust his magic, intentionally yielding to ignite Harry's determination to win. When Malfoy tossed the memory ball, he refrained from casting the summoning charm to retrieve it directly. And even in Harry's most desperate moment, he did not resort to the levitation charm. Because he believed that Harry's entrance into the team in his first year was no mere coincidence, and also to ensure that everything unfolded without him as an extraneous factor, he remained composed. Indeed, Harry delivered a thrilling flying performance that astonished even Professor McGonagall, despite her outward display of anger. However, Henry understood that events were progressing according to the predetermined narrative. Hermione, observing Henry's impassive demeanor, assumed he was indifferent to the situation. Upon witnessing Professor McGonagall's ire and Mrs. Hooch's evident distress, and considering the possibility of Harry facing expulsion, she felt a surge of urgency and frustration. Her lips moved as she struggled to find the words to defend Harry, but she was at a loss for where to begin. It was undeniable that Harry had violated Mrs. Hooch's regulations. Ron's face flushed crimson, yet he mustered the courage to speak. "Professor, it was Malfoy who..." "Enough, Mr. Weasley." Professor McGonagall interjected with a warning glance, silencing him. Naturally, Mrs. Hooch shrugged. She could not expel a student for disobedience, especially one with such prodigious Quidditch talent. Her authority did not extend that far. However, determining a reasonable punishment for Harry posed a dilemma. Coincidentally, as Professor McGonagall was about to take charge, she sought to swiftly pass this hot potato along, thereby alleviating her own burden. She nodded and suddenly pointed into the crowd, beckoning Henry to approach. Henry walked over, perplexed, thinking, "Aren't you looking for Harry? Why summon me?" Professor McGonagall scrutinized Henry's youthful, handsome face and sternly remarked, "I have heard about your actions." She deliberately paused, satisfied to observe no change in Henry's expression, before her demeanor softened, and with a smile, she said, "Well done, Henry." Taken aback, Henry then nodded with pride. Chapter 70, The Midnight Duel? Professor McGonagall quickly reined in her smile, and, with a stern face, addressed Harry. "All right, Potter, follow me." With that, she turned and strode purposefully towards the castle. Harry looked helplessly at Henry, seemingly seeking solace. Henry gave him a slight nod, which instantly comforted Harry, who then handed his sweaty memory ball to Henry and confidently followed Professor McGonagall. Hermione felt reassured. At that moment, Malfoy began mocking Harry for his earlier anxiety, mimicking his gestures in an exaggerated manner, attracting a considerable number of Slytherin students who erupted in laughter, ignoring even Mrs. Hooch's summons. Ron and Hermione wore expressions of indignation. But with the professor present, they dared not instigate a confrontation. Coincidentally, Henry noticed an unknown large bird soaring towards them from the woods, poised to pass overhead. He quietly maneuvered behind Ron, using his body as cover, and with his wand pointed at the bird, softly incanted Petrificus Totalis. Instantly, the bird froze mid-flight and plummeted, causing onlookers to scatter, yet Malfoy remained oblivious, continuing his exuberant performance. Just as the bird was about to land atop Malfoy's head, Henry lifted the petrification spell. The large bird awakened abruptly, flapping its wings in a panic as it attempted to take flight once more. Its incessant wing beats struck Malfoy's disdainful visage, prompting him to frantically wave his arms in an attempt to shoo away the fluffy intruder. This, however, only served to frighten the bird further, and a mysterious white mass plummeted directly onto Malfoy's head, cascading downwards. Malfoy froze in place, giving the bird the opportunity to escape. A sound resembling an inhuman cry escaped his lips, followed by the retching noise of dry heaving. "What was that?" Henry remarked at the opportune moment. "Ugh, Malfoy. You look positively revolting." Malfoy's retching intensified. Madame Hooch, suppressing her laughter, stepped forward and pointed her wand at Malfoy, incanting Scourgify. The unknown substance on Malfoy was swept away, yet the psychological trauma lingered unhealed. She instructed Malfoy to rest aside and seize the moment to regroup the remaining young wizards for the continuation of their flying lesson. She held her breath, anxious that another flying mishap might occur. Fortunately, despite the lesson's tumultuous nature, the remaining time concluded smoothly, allowing her to exhale in relief. After announcing the end of class, she hurriedly departed, evidently in need of some alcohol to soothe the shadows left in her mind. Henry, along with his companions, encountered Harry in the Great Hall during dinner, who was grinning widely as he awaited their arrival, clearly having experienced a delightful event. Ron and Hermione were overjoyed, having worried throughout the afternoon. Henry, already privy to the news, maintained a stoic demeanor while taking a seat beside Harry and spearing a piece of beef with his fork, ravenous from the day's extensive spellcasting. "Seeker?" Ron exclaimed suddenly, startling Henry. He stared at Harry in astonishment. "She'll keep it down." Harry quickly gestured to Ron. "Yes." Training would commence next week, but we did not want others to know. Harry nodded affirmatively, and noticing Ron and Hermione's confusion, added, "Oh, what is the captain of our house Quidditch team? This is impossible. First-year students cannot join the house team." "Well, at least for the past century, selections have been made from second-year students and above," Hermione argued, though she had yet to delve into the earlier history of Hogwarts Quidditch, thus she cautiously appended a qualifier. "I find it hard to believe that Professor McGonagall would allow you onto the house team," Ron expressed, still somewhat incredulous. His skepticism stemmed not from disbelief in Harry, but from the startling nature of the information. He glanced around, seeking assistance from the outside. "Henry, say something." Henry, diligently chewing on a piece of tough meat, regretted his choice, rolling his eyes at Ron's request. "What can I possibly say? If it weren't a confirmed fact, would Harry be so mysteriously forthcoming with us? Besides, Professor McGonagall's obsession with the House Cup rivals that of any other head of house." Rising to his feet, Ron scanned the room in search of a team member to clarify the situation, fortuitously spotting Fred and George entering the Great Hall. He waved them over. "Hey, Fred. George. Over here." The twin brothers were drawn over by the sound of voices. "ISNT that our brother?" One of them remarked. "How was the flying lesson this afternoon? You know, aside from Bill and Percy, we're all members of the house Quidditch team. You mustn't forsake this tradition." George and Fred took turns teasing Ron. Ron puffed up his cheeks, unwilling to engage with his two brothers, yet still inquired, "Do you know that Harry has become our house seeker?" "Of course. We're part of the team. Did you forget?" Fred cast a peculiar glance at his brother, seemingly concerned for his intellect. "Oh, right, Harry, well done." George clapped Harry on the shoulder. "Wood told us about your achievements, diving 90 feet and catching a glass orb without a scratch. You're far superior to last year's seeker. Well, he has graduated, so we can say whatever we like. Harry, listen, we shall achieve greatness this year." After the brothers turned to leave, Ron stood there, momentarily stunned, before bursting with excitement. Henry, perturbed by Ron's sudden enthusiasm, expressed his impatience. "A duel? What is that?" Just as he closed his eyes, pondering, Henry was abruptly shaken awake. He instinctively glanced out the window, momentarily believing it was already morning and time for class. Upon seeing the profound darkness outside, he gazed in confusion at Harry and Ron, who were speaking of duels and assistants. "Malfoy seems to know it was you who conjured that large bird. He wants to duel you. Tonight," Harry said anxiously, adding, "Oh, I mean, well done." Chapter 71. "I'm not going." "What? I have no recollection of that." Henry rolled his eyes, wondering when he had made such an agreement for a duel. Did he have an abundance of time to spare? He was not merely groggy. He and T slept well at all. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to be truthful. "After you left, Malfoy came over to provoke us and proposed a wizarding duel with you. For your? No, for the honor of Gryffindor. We had no choice but to agree." "Well, I must thank you then," Henry replied, speechless. "Who in their right mind goes to duel at night? We have classes tomorrow. Besides, what if we get caught? So, shall we go together? I can be your assistant," Ron asked hopefully. Harry swallowed hard and replied dryly, "I can too." Henry rolled his eyes. He was not oblivious to the meaning of assistant. It simply meant someone to clean up afterward. "I'm not going," he declared resolutely. "Don't be so heartless, Henry. Can you bear to watch us march to our doom?" Harry's pitiful expression resembled that of a forsaken puppy. Ron chimed in, adding to the pity, "Yes, Henry, if you don't go, we'll be left with no escape. If Harry dies, I, as the assistant, will perish too. In that case, you'll only be left to witness our corpses." "You just said I was the assistant," Harry exclaimed, gazing at Ron in astonishment. "Did I mishear?" Ron ignored him. "Is that what is important now? It is crucial to persuade Henry to join us. Are you really willing to risk your life?" Henry's disdainful glances tonight are abundant. "Wait, does the assistant still need to participate?" "Indeed, according to the stipulations of the wizard duel, should the dueling wizard perish, the assistant must take their place." So, Ron hurriedly divulged everything he knew, hoping to pique Henry's interest. They were self-aware, given the current average level of magic among them. The encounter would likely devolve into a mere brawl. However, with Henry's involvement, the dynamics would shift entirely. They had long recognized that Henry's abilities far surpassed his peers. He had successfully mastered many spells through self-study, and while they were still grappling with the fundamentals of magical theory, Henry could already execute specific spells flawlessly. Should he participate in the wizard duel, it would be akin to a dimensional reduction strike against Malfoy and his cohorts. Absolutely not. Henry flopped back down, waving his wand casually. The drapes hanging from the canopy suddenly sprang to life, leaping off their hooks to gently shake Harry and Ron, who were reluctant to leave. Before seamlessly reassembling, he was ready to sleep. There were matters to attend to the following day. What to do? Midnight was fast approaching. Ron asked despondently, knowing that Henry rarely changed his mind. "Should we just forget it? How could we? This is our legitimate chance to defeat Malfoy. Just imagine. The next time Malfoy dares to provoke us, all we need to say is, 'I have defeated you before.'" What could he possibly retort? Harry, at that moment, was less than pleased. This was an exceptional opportunity to deliver a sound thrashing to Malfoy. Furthermore, if they chose not to attend, he would undoubtedly boast about how Henry, or they, were cowards the following day. "Do you wish to be mocked by Malfoy?" Henry, eavesdropping on their conversation, found Harry's reasoning remarkably lucid, his words cascading in a manner akin to a devil's temptation. "Indeed. How could we allow this to happen? The trophy room on the 4th floor, right? Let's go. We shall head there immediately." Ron's enthusiastic voice rang out, followed by the sound of both of them fumbling with their robes. After listening to their exchange, Henry rolled his eyes at the ceiling while lying in bed. Why did they believe Malfoy would honor his word? It was evidently safer to remain in the dormitory, free from the worry of being caught for violating school regulations. Wait a moment, was it the trophy room on the 4th floor? Henry sat up, as if recalling something. The corridor on the right side of the 4th floor had been designated as forbidden, hadn't it? Why would Malfoy choose this particular floor? Could it be that his earlier suspicion was indeed accurate? He had no intention of engaging in a genuine wizard duel. He merely aimed to entice himself and others into the 4th floor, where patrols were far more stringent than in other areas. This was a trap. The entire dormitory was silent except for the sound of Seamus snoring, evidently exhausted. Shouldn't Harry consider this an opportunity for training? Wouldn't it be quite fitting for Gryffindor's spirit to not lose a few more points? After pondering, Henry sighed softly. The house points could not afford to be further diminished. He donned his clothes and exited the dormitory, making his way down the spiral staircase to the common room, where he chanced upon a flash of pink entering the portrait passageway. Henry tilted his head, surprised to find that others were following Harry and his companions at this moment. After a brief contemplation, he tapped his wand against himself and intoned disillusionment. A surge of magic enveloped him like a cool liquid, cloaking his body. Glancing down, he noticed he could change colors rapidly like a chameleon, the transformation so swift it was nearly imperceptible. This was the disillusionment charm, also known as the invisibility charm, which he had discovered in a spellbook at the library. It seemed to be content suitable for advanced students. Of course, it was not true invisibility. One could still be touched if approached. This was his first practical application of the spell, and it felt remarkably enchanting. He had no time to linger, slipping through the portrait passageway out of Gryffindor Tower. Fortunately, the fat lady was absent, sparing him from detection. Henry traversed the corridor to its end, moonlight streaming through the window above, casting fragmented shadows across the floor. As he moved beneath it, the moonlight left a faint silhouette behind him. Indeed, he had not yet mastered the spell. If he had, there would be no shadow to cast. He could see Harry and the others in the distance. Wait, why were there four of them? Was it the rotund figure of Neville? Why had he grown so bold? Henry stealthily followed, muttering to himself. So, the one in the pink pajamas with the thick, fluffy brown hair was Hermione? It was astonishing that she would dare to break school rules. Chapter 72. Off they went. Henry trailed the group at a measured pace until they reached the door of the trophy room. Through the crack, he observed them holding their wands, vigilantly scanning both ends of the room, seemingly apprehensive of a surprise attack from Malfoy. Any slight sound caused them to turn their heads, creating an odd atmosphere in such a solemn setting. Moonlight poured into the trophy room, illuminating the trophies, shields, medals, and statues that glimmered with varying degrees of brilliance. Yet, Harry and his friends appeared disinclined to appreciate the scenery, finding the wait excruciating. Time slipped away second by second in their anxious anticipation. Suddenly, Henry's ears detected the distinct sound of footsteps. It was Filch. Only he could produce such peculiar sounds while walking. As expected, he had arrived. Soon, around the corner emerged Filch, lantern in hand, cradling a bony cat in his arms, Mrs. Norris. Henri abruptly réalised a grave issue. He had yet to learn the charm to mask sense. Cats possessed a sense of smell far superior to that of humans, and he could not guarantee that Mrs. Norris would not detect his presence. Sniff around, dear. They might be hiding in some corner, Filch murmured, setting Mrs. Norris down and gently stroking her head. Henry thought to himself, as expected, Malfoy must have tipped him off, intending for them to be caught by Filch. One could only say, how fitting of a Slytherin. Henry made every effort to remain silent, casting a silencing charm at his feet before cautiously retreating in the opposite direction. Mrs. Norris meandered around the spot where Henry had lingered for a moment, only to be led away by Filch towards the display room. Henry felt an immense sense of relief that this particular caretaker lacked magical prowess. Otherwise, his inaugural espionage mission would have met an untimely demise. They must be nearby. Simply concealed, he overheard Filch muttering at the entrance of the display room. Henry stealthily approached the other side and gently pushed the door open. Harry was the first to notice the peculiar occurrence. He stared in astonishment as a hazy, translucent shadow emerged from behind the door, swaying before him. Fixated on the apparition, he tugged at Ron's arm, only to be met with impatience as Ron was too engrossed in observing Filch. Hey, look this way, Henry called out in a hushed tone, finally managing to capture their attention. Ron, mistaking it for Harry's voice, felt a flicker of annoyance. At such a critical juncture, it was best to remain silent. What if Filch overheard? He attempted to vocalize a response, but the alert Harry swiftly covered his mouth, prompting Ron to gesture for him to release his grip. Unfortunately, the commotion had already drawn Filch's gaze as he turned from a crystal display cabinet adorned with trophies and began making his way towards them. Time was of the essence. Though Henry found the scene amusing, he remained focused on the task at hand. With a flick of his wand, he cast a disillusionment charm on Harry and the others, transforming them into indistinct shadows akin to himself. While he couldn't discern their expressions clearly, he could envision their bewildered reactions as they regarded their vanished forms. As Filch drew nearer, Henry waved to them, indifferent to whether they could see him, and made his exit first. The others followed suit, and it seemed that the ordeal would conclude there. However, Neville, perhaps too anxious, inadvertently crashed against the door alongside Ron. causing it to slam against the wall with a resounding bang that echoed in the stillness. "Run," Henry urged in a low, urgent whisper. They sprinted down the corridor, darting past classroom doors, navigating around corners, and racing past an oddly positioned statue of a one-eyed hunchback, which until they reached a point not far from the charms classroom. "Wait, Filch shouldn't be able to see us. Why are we running?" Hermione questioned, breathless as she gazed at the indistinct figures ahead of her, struggling to catch her breath. The other three were equally winded and came to a halt. "Because Mrs. Norris can scent us," Henry calmly explained, though he himself was feeling the strain of the distance they had covered. "Henry, is that you?" Hermione inquired, recognizing his voice. She reached out, only to encounter something solid. "It's me, Harry. You bumped into my glasses." Just then, Peeves the poltergeist burst forth from the charmed classroom ahead, prompting the group to quickly duck against the corridor wall and hold their breaths. Peeves danced and hummed, and halfway through his antics, he seemed to sense something amiss. Glancing in their direction, Henry sensed the foreboding atmosphere, realizing that while his constitution seemed to attract spirits, it also instilled fear within them. He had yet to embark on this tantalizing research, but given the current circumstances, it was better left untouched. However, Peeves floated over, muttering, "This inn is so familiar." "Ah, it's Henry from Gryffindor. Huh, don't hide. Are you trying to play hide and seek with the Great Peeves?" Mischief sparkled in his eyes. "This needs to be reported to Filch." Reluctantly, Henry dispelled the disillusionment charm, revealing himself. "All right, you caught me. Now it's my turn to catch you." Peeves cackled. "Not so fast. You've broken school rules. I must inform Filch." "Go away, Peeves, or I'll tell the Bloody Baron." Ron, remembering that Filch was searching for them just behind, could no longer contain his frustration and hissed. "Oh, and a bothersome first year? TSK, TSK, TSK. Wandering about the school at such an hour? Huh, you'll surely be caught." Peeves screeched in his high-pitched voice. "Meow." The voice of Mrs. Norris and the unique footsteps of Filch gradually approached, drawn by the commotion. Time was running out. Henry pointed his wand at Peeves. "Sorry, but this is for your own good." Silencing charm, also Peeves. The combination of spells caused the giggling poltergeist to clutch his throat and soar out of the corridor like a shot. Henry exhaled in relief, but Filch's footsteps grew louder. There was no time to cast the disillusionment charm again. He shouted, "Run," and dashed toward the end of the corridor. Chapter 73. The Three-Headed Dog. Turning a sharp corner, they reached a locked door at the corridor's end. Ron lunged forward, disregarding the fact that the lock was still intact, and began to push the door vigorously. The heavy footsteps behind them grew increasingly ominous, and panic began to set in. Henry tentatively tugged at the door lock, discovering it to be an ordinary Muggle mechanical lock, stubbornly secured and impossible to budge. This seemed rather trivial. If it was a forbidden area, why employ a mundane lock? Were they afraid the young wizards would be deterred? But now was not the time for such musings. He stepped back, preparing to cast a spell, when he suddenly noticed Hermione had also drawn her wand from her robe's lining. "Well, it seems our magic is running low tonight. We must conserve it. Moreover, given the simplicity of the lock, whatever lay behind the door must be considerably more terrifying." Without knowing what awaited them, they had to budget their resources wisely. Henry contemplated this as he gestured for Hermione to proceed. Hermione, somewhat taken aback, lifted her chin and stepped forward briskly. Clearing her throat, she tapped the lock with her wand and whispered, "Alohomora." With a click, the lock sprang open. Harry, quick on the uptake, removed the lock and slipped through the now unlatched door, followed closely by the others. Henry was the last to close the door, pressing his back against it, striving to ensure that no abnormalities were visible from the outside. He could only hope that the dim light of the night would lead Filch to overlook any discrepancies. A pungent odor permeated the room, and as if sensing something amiss, he instinctively lifted his gaze, immediately locking eyes with 6 enormous orbs that stared blankly at them. Before them stood a colossal hound, its size sufficient to fill the entire chamber, with 3 heads grotesquely emerging from its neck. Perhaps it had been confined in this space for far too long, or perhaps the dimensions were simply too constricting. It lay on the ground, its fur disheveled and exhibiting signs of agitation. At that moment, its 3 noses twitched incessantly, as if attempting to scent them, contemplating whether they might serve as a meal. Viscous drool dripped continuously from its yellowed teeth, and from its 3 gaping maws came a foul stench that assaulted their senses. Admittedly, Henry had anticipated that the interior might be terrifying, especially given its classification as a forbidden zone. However, the 3-headed beast rumored to guard the entrance to the underworld exceeded all expectations. Harry and his companions stood frozen in fear, paralyzed, a primal instinct to feign death when confronted by a predator. Yet, this was hardly the moment for flight. They would surely be discovered if they attempted to escape. For of the hound's eyes fixated on Henry, the latecomer, and in order to avoid provoking the beast, he could only maintain his stance against it. He could distinctly hear the footsteps of Filch approaching down the corridor, as well as his bizarre conversation with Mrs. Loris. "I can hear them, my dear. Can you smell them again?" Meow. Henry detected the disdain and terror within the cat's meow. Filch seemed aware of what lay behind the door. In his mind, no reckless little wizard would dare venture inside and remain undiscovered. He reassured, "All right, my dear, let us search elsewhere. They must be nearby. Do not worry. We will find them." The rhythmic footsteps gradually receded, and Henry exhaled slowly in relief. However, the three-headed hound, fixated and motionless, was displeased. It had anticipated a meal that night and was growing impatient as the food had yet to be presented. Intruders must be eliminated. The hound rose to its full height, its 6 menacing eyes now devoid of confusion, replaced by a bloodthirsty ferocity. It unleashed a series of deafening roars that reverberated, instilling fear in the intruders. Henry instinctively raised his wand, poised to cast a spell. Under the din of the roars, Harry and the others finally snapped back to reality. They began to retreat step by step, while Henry slowly opened the door, preparing to lead them to safety. Even if Filch had not yet departed, it mattered little. It was far better than facing the jaws of this beast. A single bite would not merely leave a few tooth marks. It would likely result in total annihilation. The hound, perceiving their intentions, seemed to grow even more enraged. It took deliberate steps toward them, each pawfall resounding with a heavy thud, a testament to its immense weight. Harry and the others shouted as they lunged for the door, inadvertently triggering the hound's predatory instincts. It charged toward them with alarming speed, with the distance too short. Henry immediately assessed that 1 or 2 of them would undoubtedly be caught. Petrificus totalis. Henry's most adept spell was finally unleashed, yet upon colliding with the dog's fur, it merely caused a brief deceleration. Was it truly immune? What an absurdity. Could it possibly be a magical creature? With no time to ponder this anomaly, Henry cursed under his breath and hastily conjured another incantation. Barriers upon barriers. Intensifying his magical energy, he swiftly cast 2 consecutive barrier spells with such rapidity that he scarcely noticed his aim. After all, with such a massive creature, he could hardly miss even with his eyes closed. The dog was engulfed in a blue-green luminescence, its colossal form seemingly plunged into a realm of sluggishness, its sprinting motions instantly becoming languid. Harry and his companions quickly twisted the doorknob and dashed out of the room, making a swift escape. Seizing the opportunity while the spell's effect still lingered, Henry cast a quick glance around the room, his curiosity piqued by the presence of such a large dog. Satisfied with his intrigue, he turned and departed with composure, no longer lingering. As the door slowly closed, he caught a glimpse through the crack. One of the dog's heads had already shaken off the spell's influence and began to gnaw at the other head, seemingly attempting to rouse its own body from the stupor. Henry elegantly locked the door, yet his mind wandered to another question. With 3 heads and 1 body, which had truly commanded the body? Alas, his strength was insufficient. Had he possessed greater power, he could have subdued it first and then conducted his study. Rather than indulging in idle speculation, Henry felt a twinge of regret. He found Harry and the others at the entrance of the 8th floor corridor. They appeared thoroughly shaken, panting heavily as they awaited his arrival. "Where have you been? I thought you were caught by Filch," Hermione inquired bluntly. Henry recognized her distress and replied humorously, "I would much rather be caught by Filch than bitten, honestly." Hermione rolled her eyes as she shared the same sentiment. Chapter 74. Aftermath of the duel night. The group approached the portrait of the fat lady. "Where have you been? I didn't see you leave," she exclaimed, astonished by their disheveled hair and their pajamas that seemed both meticulously arranged yet utterly chaotic. Among them, one robe stood out, devoid of wrinkles, appearing exceptionally peculiar amidst the otherwise disordered attire of the 3. "Let us not dwell on that now. Pig snout," Harry replied, visibly fatigued, his body aching and his nerves frayed from the fright. Henry offered an apologetic smile to the fat lady. This was a decision he had made the very first moment he laid eyes upon these magical portraits. Upon receiving the password, the portrait swung open, revealing the passageway behind it. He observed as Harry and the others stumbled into the common room. Sensing his nearly depleted magical reserves, he contemplated his next move, but ultimately resolved to maintain his elegance, while also testing his previous hypothesis, taking advantage of the absence of onlookers. Just as he had saved Neville earlier, he cast a levitation charm on his robe, lifting his body gently before carefully controlling his magical output. gradually maneuvering himself sideways into the passageway with his wand. Slumped in the soft embrace of the public lounge's armchair, the group reflected on their near miss, all the while enduring Hermione's reprimands for their violation of school rules. They were taken aback by the peculiar sight of Henry drifting in with an odd posture. His comical demeanor alleviated their fears, prompting a ripple of laughter among them, and a heavy, foreboding atmosphere dissipated in an instant. "What are you doing?" Harry inquired, a smile gracing his face as his temper seemed to have improved once more. Henry felt the constricting fabric of his robe, uncomfortable and potentially perilous should its quality prove lacking, leading to an inevitable fall. This plan was decidedly flawed. He attempted to use his wand to control his descent, only to find his magic had completely waned, resulting in an unceremonious tumble to the floor. Harry and the others simply shook their heads, accustomed to these antics. Surprisingly, Hermione's eyes lit up with an idea. Why not use a wooden board? "Oh, how intriguing, but I doubt anyone would carry a wooden board around, would they?" "Then let us place one at either end of the corridor," Hermione persisted, unwilling to concede. Henry nodded, considering the proposal worthy of exploration, though he lamented his depleted magic for the day. "Perhaps we could try again tomorrow night, when no one is around?" At that moment, Hermione stifled a yawn, which soon became contagious, as the others followed suit. "Well, take your time to think it over. I'm off to bed. By the way, I hope you all remember tonight's events. We almost faced dire consequences, all because we dared to roam the school at midnight." With that, Hermione turned and departed. Yawning once more, Ron muttered under his breath. "It's not like we forced her to join us." Henry halted the whirlwind of thoughts in his mind and urged, "Don't be like that. Hermione helped us out today. Without her, we surely would have been caught by Filch in the corridor." Ron rolled his eyes, clearly unconvinced, knowing well that Henry had mastered the unlocking spell, having witnessed in practice with his own trunk. After exchanging goodnights, they pulled back the curtains and succumbed to sleep. As Henry lay in bed, listening to the rhythmic sounds of snoring that soon filled the room, he began to reflect on the night's events. He finally understood why the area was labeled forbidden while the door bore a mere ordinary lock. With that monstrous dog lurking, who would dare enter? Moreover, he commended his own acting skills. His assistance to Harry and the others in escaping the trap wasn't solely motivated by a desire to evade Filch. Rather, it had been a spontaneous urge to investigate the so-called forbidden area. Having arrived there, he could have easily hidden with the others in the secret passage by the statue of the one-eyed, which to evade Filch. When Fred and George had explained the Marauder's map, he had appeared nonchalant, yet he had memorized it meticulously, though he had been perpetually lost, unable to utilize the passages effectively. To his surprise, the dangers within the forbidden area were so profound. Thankfully, they had all emerged unscathed, or he would have been consumed by guilt. However, it wasn't tea without its rewards, as he had at least confirmed that the forbidden area on the fourth-floor corridor housed the Philosopher's Stone, as it was established only at the start of the school year, and coinciding with the time Hagrid retrieved the package from Gringotts. The information obtained from the original owner clearly indicated that the Philosopher's Stone was concealed within. The reasons behind the ostentatious classification of the stone's hiding place as a forbidden area remain obscure. In Henry's conception, such a valuable item ought to be securely hidden away or utilized directly. Conversely, Professor Dumbledore's actions appear counterintuitive. What benefits could this possibly yield? Is it merely a ploy to lure Voldemort into a trap? Or perhaps to entice other dark wizards? By this point, does Professor Dumbledore already know that Voldemort is eyeing the Philosopher's Stone? Alas, it is quite perplexing. Perhaps during the next conversation with the original owner, further intelligence could be gleaned. The original owner is becoming increasingly astute, no longer as easily predictable as at the outset. Could it be that dialogue might alter one's character? The following day, Harry and Ron rose early, clandestinely conversing in their dormitory. Whenever Seamus approached or feigned passing by, they would abruptly cease their discussion. This behavior irked Seamus, yet piqued his curiosity. Neville, however, was entirely uninterested. Exhausted and frightened from the previous night, he merely wished to endure the monotony of school life, feeling that his heart could no longer bear any more excitement. Vibration capture. Henry discreetly cast a spell on his ears to detect air vibrations, which he then translated into sound within his mind. Though the spell was not thoroughly developed, resulting in considerable inaccuracies, he could just barely discern that Harry and the others were discussing the mysterious contents hidden beneath the trapdoor. It seemed they had also uncovered the secret beneath the large dog, though the specifics remained unclear. In the common room, they encountered Hermione once more. Chapter 75, The Return of the Notebook. Ignoring their actions, Harry and Ron privately rejoiced, considering it a fortuitous turn of events. Finally, There was no one incessantly lecturing them. They were so pleased that they even ate more than usual that morning. Did you see Malfoy's expression when he realized we weren't expelled? His eyes nearly popped out. Harry exclaimed excitedly after leaving the Great Hall. Indeed, I could mock that look for an entire year. Ron chimed in, equally delighted. They had finally come to the realization that the so-called duel from the previous night had been a trap. Had it not been for Henry's assistance, they would have likely faced dire consequences. They had considered exposing Malfoy's treachery to the entire school, but under Henry's advisement, they ultimately decided against it. For once the information was divulged, it would merely hand Filch a reason to impose penalties upon them. Expulsion was one possibility, but at the very least, detention and loss of points were inevitable. Malfoy seemed to have recognized the implications as well, as he remained within his clique that morning, leaving Harry and Ron disappointed. After yet another excruciating potions class, Harry stormed out of the classroom, having lost 3 points due to an unfortunate turn of events. They had intended to seek out Hagrid for a chat that day, but their good spirits were utterly shattered by Snape. Henry remained behind, prepared to return the notebook to Professor Snape. Once the others had departed, he approached the lectern. Professor Snape was tidying the assignments submitted by the students, his movements brisk, seemingly in high spirits due to having found a reason to deduct points from Harry. Upon hearing Henry's footsteps, he inquired without raising his head. You seem to be feeling much better? Henry nodded, disregarding whether Snape could see him. Yes, I'm nearly fine now. This notebook has been immensely helpful. Oh, is that so? Professor Snape drawled. Mr. Voss, look into my eyes. There was a peculiar allure in Snape's voice. Instinctively, Henry lifted his gaze, but a warning surged within him, a remnant of the original owner's instinct. He quickly reacted, unleashing the mental shielding techniques he had painstakingly practiced, forcefully expelling that chilling presence. Was this the legitimacy? It was indeed insidious. He sighed in relief, grateful for his timely response, but anger and fear surged within him, even sparking a desire to cast a malevolent curse upon Professor Snape. Yet, reason held him back. Once more, he sensed an intrusion into his mind, compelling him to employ his mental shields again. After repelling Snape's probing presence once more, Henry glared at him with heightened fury, yet he dared not maintain eye contact. Professor Snape, however, appeared indifferent to Henry's gaze, proceeding with his self-assessment. You possess considerable talent, Mr. Voss. Only a proud fool, driven by emotion, would allow themselves to be so easily provoked. He paused before continuing slowly, but it is still insufficient. Remember my words. Calmness is a wizard's ally. Discarding unnecessary emotions allows for greater focus. Professor Snape remained unfazed by the level of offense, responding with his usual demeanor, of course. If you wish to keep your thoughts concealed from prying eyes, you must learn to remain vigilant, to disguise, to hide, until it becomes instinctual, a matter of course. Oh, how lamentable. Henry sighed, uncertain for whom he lamented. Snape lowered his eyelids and stated softly, Mr. Voss, you should take your leave now. Regardless, thank you, Professor. Henry expressed his gratitude, slinging his bag over his shoulder and hastily departing. Unbeknownst to him, Snape raised his head, his inscrutable black eyes lingering on Henry's retreating figure, a complex expression crossing his features. Outside the classroom, Harry and Ron awaited him. Not today. I have some matters to attend to. Please send my regards to Hagrid. Henry politely declined. He watched as Harry and Ron departed before turning to take another route, arriving at the entrance of the room of requirement. Soon, a handle emerged from the wall, and Henry unhesitatingly opened the door and entered. The torches mounted on the walls ignited automatically, illuminating the interior. Within the somewhat cramped room, a desk stood before a row of empty bookshelves, accompanied by a sturdy wooden chair. Henry glanced at the vacant shelves, feeling a customary twinge of regret. He indeed yearned to fill the bookshelf, for books are vessels of knowledge, and a multitude of tomes signifies an abundance of wisdom. Moreover, they could serve to cultivate an air of intellectuality, could they not? Alas, his finances were lacking. He settled at the table, which bore a sparse assortment of items. Numerous drafts filled with scribbles, alongside a glass jar containing small creatures such as spiders and ants, creating an atmosphere of disarray. Oh, and there was a copper ring wedged between two magnets, the latter salvaged from the orphanage, discovered in the wardrobe, presumably a birthday gift from the previous year, and his sole possession of any significance. The copper ring, on the other hand, was fortuitously found outside the school, abandoned by an unknown individual. Henry had initially intended to explore the delineation between the realms of science and magic, and should he succeed, he mused that torches would be rendered obsolete in the castle at night, replaced instead by electric lights. Perhaps he could even profit from this venture. though this notion was rather far-fetched. Regrettably, he discovered that the device was utterly inoperative. The magnets lost their magnetism upon entering Hogwarts, failing to attract even a nail, as if a peculiar force was at play, intervening to nullify the magnetic field. Consequently, Henry was compelled to abandon his grand renovation of the castle and redirect his focus toward the study of spells. This space served as his daily sanctuary for practice, research, development, and expansion of incantations. Though modest in size, it was undeniably functional. He rummaged through his backpack and produced a parcel wrapped in tissues, which he unwrapped to routinely discard some food scraps collected that morning into the glass jar. He must not allow them to starve. They would prove useful in the future. After completing this task, he retrieved a stack of paper from the drawer and began to write. Chapter 76. Speculations on the World. The New Hypothesis of the Mind, Cloaking Charm. He solemnly inscribed the title on the blank page and continued with a new line, stating that previously, textbooks on the mind, cloaking charm, suggested erasing the memories or emotions sought by others. However, after conversing with the original owner, we unanimously agreed that one should leverage their own advantages to construct a wall within the mind, effectively preventing intrusion. Indeed, that is precisely what I have accomplished. Although I did not anticipate Professor Snape's sudden onslaught today, fortunately, my defenses held firm during my inaugural practical experience, and my secrets remained undisclosed. Furthermore, having truly experienced the legilimency, I have come to realize that the mind cloaking charm is far from simplistic. He paused, seemingly contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. Such mental invasions are all-encompassing and devoid of blind spots, and constructing a mental barrier with psychic energy will inevitably leave gaps. Should fragments of memory be seized by others, they could serve as weapons to breach my cerebral defenses. Additionally, perhaps due to unique circumstances, my psychic energy is both potent and acutely sensitive, complemented by the original owner's forewarnings, allowing me to easily detect invading mental forces. Thus, he drew a large question mark on the paper. For this answer eluded him. It could only be discerned through practice. It appears he must seek Professor Snape's assistance moving forward, merely needing to find an opportune moment. He chuckled to himself. He casually picked up a densely scribbled draft to review. For revisiting old knowledge is a pathway to new understanding. This draft contained speculations regarding the unexpected events that transpired during Transfiguration class. After reaching an agreement with the original host, he had specifically discussed the unexpected incident. However, to Henry's surprise, the original host admitted to not having suppressed the emergence of the frenzied persona, but categorically refused to accept the notion that he was responsible for the incident. According to his account, the lack of suppression of the mad persona merely allowed Henry to willingly wield the Transfiguration spell using his true intentions while continuously supplying magic, ultimately resulting in an outcome unrelated to him. Was it, then, a misjudgment in his thought process during the transformation? This was the last sentence recorded on the paper. Henry set down the draft, propped his head on his hand, and fell into contemplation. He pondered why the Transfiguration spell had succeeded so effortlessly when he saved Neville yesterday. After a prolonged moment, he was struck by a new idea. He maintained his mental shield, drew his wand, and tapped the paper. A silver light flashed, and the paper transformed into a small statue depicting Professor Snape in a dress. Although rough, it possessed a certain charm. Indeed, Henry was pleased as he picked it up, observing it for a moment before weighing it in his hand. He discovered that not only had the statue's form changed, but its weight had also noticeably shifted. After a moment of reflection, realization dawned upon him. For instance, a person who has undergone 9 years of compulsory education, upon seeing a light bulb illuminate, instinctively knows that an electric current must be flowing. This is a product of years of qualitative and quantitative education, which Henry referred to as the inertia of scientific thinking. It is quite natural, as it is commonly accepted and supported by data. However, this is the realm of magic, where magical energy is the essence of all. Wizards do not perceive the casting of illumination spells as a result of electric currents. They simply express their desire for light, channel their magic, wave their wand in a specific manner, utter the incantation, and the result is that the wand illuminates the light. It bears a resemblance to a computer program, doesn't it? You wish to perform a task, open a specific software, and execute a series of operations to achieve a certain goal. It is indeed quite similar, is it not? Thus, this time, by consciously employing the mental shield to obscure the common knowledge of the scientific realm. The statue in his hand represented the outcome of disregarding scientific knowledge entirely. Just as when he saved Neville, where urgency dictated his thoughts. He merely sought something resilient to cushion the impact, and the earth transformed into a bouncy bed. What a marvelous experience it was. He must document all of this. As he recalled something, his writing became increasingly fervent, revealing that magic adheres to scientific principles only in part, with a greater inclination towards idealism. Just as Hermione had reminded him, all one needs to do is believe in oneself. Here, there is no need to adhere to the law of conservation of mass, such as with enlargement spells, nor to consider the law of conservation of energy, such as with levitation spells, for magical energy provides all variables, effectively overturning the fundamental law of mass energy conservation in the scientific realm. Yet, it cannot be said that science is entirely disregarded. For example, magic cannot conjure food out of thin air, even if the food produced by transfiguration dissipates once the magical energy fades. As Henry pondered the dreadful outcome, a shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to swiftly cross out the ominous sentence. He revised it to state that one cannot conjure objects imbued with magic or bestow eternal life upon inanimate matter. Moreover, the magical capacity of young wizards grows with age, as there are no infants born with such overwhelming power that they could outshine all the wizards of the world. This aligns with the natural laws of growth. His quill danced across the paper, producing a soft, rustling sound. Everything concerning magic is shrouded in chaos, and all is predicated upon the peculiar energy of magic. With magic, it is akin to obtaining the authority to alter the world, capable of transforming reality within the bounds of one's magical prowess and the fervor to effect change. Thus, Henry emphatically inscribed on the page, since science is nearly inapplicable in the realm of magic, let us wholly disregard it. Henceforth, let science belong to science, and magic to magic. He picked up the paper, shook it lightly, and blew upon it. This notion, in fact, had been inspired by a failed scientific experiment. It seemed that by separating the two, unforeseen accidents would no longer occur. The reckless amalgamation of science and magic from before was indeed terrifying. Yet, in the realm of magic, I might very well be the foremost pioneer in the discourse of science, Henry mused, feeling a surge of self-satisfaction. He carefully stored away the paper, which was filled on both sides. Chapter 77, Halloween 1. Just then, his stomach grumbled, indicating it was time for a meal. Having developed a commendable biological clock, Henry rose, stretched, and gazed at the diminished stack of drafts before him, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Oh, how he had taken a most crucial step on the path of magical research. Should he not allow himself a moment of joy? Yet, so many challenges remained unsolved. Since he had no classes that afternoon, he resolved to return later. After secretly planning his itinerary for the afternoon, he turned away from his little sanctuary. Time flew swiftly, and after gaining a profound understanding of the distinctions between magic and science, Henry's spellcasting prowess advanced at a remarkable pace, visibly improving day by day. When he realized that he had diligently engaged in his studies at Hogwarts for over 2 months, he could scarcely believe that his mastery of spells had nearly reached the level expected of graduating students. Well, it was merely the casting of audible spells. Techniques, such as silent and wandless casting, required time and refinement. Perhaps he was simply destined to be a wizard. Many complex spells that demanded precise execution appeared effortless to him. It was likely a matter of observing the principles of a spell, practicing the incantation and wand movements, invoking the spell, and, well, after 2 or 3 attempts, it manifested. Even if the initial results were not stellar, with diligent practice, he soon mastered them, even developing several practical little charms in the process. Although each study session revealed some degree of challenges, as long as he documented them and tackled them gradually, no significant issues would arise. Humbly, Henry mused that if he possessed sufficient magical prowess, he might even partake in the charms examination of the Newt, undoubtedly achieving the highest accolades. However, it is evident that his performance in other subjects would be far from satisfactory. The Newt, or the N.E.W.T., nastily exhausting wizarding test, is an examination reserved for Hogwarts graduates. While an upperclassman spoke of the future with a face brimming with aspiration and hope, Henry felt a twinge of disdain within. Graduation? An impossibility, for this place houses one of the largest restricted libraries in all of England. How could one borrow books post-graduation? To return as a professor, perhaps? In the past 2 months, nothing brought him greater joy than seeing the draft papers in that secret little room mostly cleared. What remained were challenging problems that current theoretical understanding and magical knowledge could not resolve. Yet, he believed that if he could solve even one more of these remaining conundrums, his proficiency in charms would continue to ascend. As for the method of clearing the drafts, it was rather straightforward, guesswork, and intuition. Influenced by his previous education, Henry instinctively employed scientific experimentation and quantitative analysis, augmented by imaginative reasoning, to elucidate the causes of changes. For instance, regarding the summoning charm, after numerous tests and subsequent analyses of the phenomena, Henry would conclude, when dealing with objects of specific impressions, wizards first envision or lock onto that object in their minds before channeling their magical energy. Perhaps they even envelop the object with their magic. The means by which magic reaches the object remains uncertain, and whether it can be quantified is also unknown. Wizards then recite the incantation in a particular manner, imagining the scene of the object flying toward them, thus achieving the intended effect of summoning the object. Conversely, for objects of which they possess only a vague understanding, one must first ascertain a specific attribute that distinguishes that object from others. For example, to identify a particular broom among a multitude, one must clearly contemplate what makes it unique compared to the others, be it color, style, or the time of its creation or acquisition. Ultimately, it is imperative to identify an attribute that sets it apart. Following this, the incantation is uttered, and the desired effect is realized. This is merely one interpretation. Further details can be found in Henry's magical hypotheses. Moreover, after numerous trials, Henry discerned that the spatial environment greatly influences magical energy. The difference in magical energy consumed when casting the flying charm from one room to another, as opposed to across an entire field, is vast, particularly for a young wizard with limited magical reserves. As for where the magical energy goes after being drawn by the wand, or what carries the object as it flies, such questions lie beyond Henry's current conjecture. Do not inquire, for the answer rests in the realm of metaphysical forces. For now, Henry has relinquished such thoughts. His understanding is still too limited, and grappling with questions that delve into the essence of the world could undermine his resolve in seeking the truth. Previously, he foolishly endeavored to explore whether magical energy could be materialized. The surging and tumultuous outpouring of magic, coupled with the pain and emptiness of repeated depletion, nearly drove him to madness. Following this experience, he refrained from delving deeply into the nature of magic, opting instead to focus on the observable phenomena of magic, namely, spells. Once the intricate study of charms reaches fruition, I shall endeavor to distill its principles, gradually drawing closer to the essence of magic. As it stands, the results appear quite promising. On another note, it seems that Harry and Ron have managed to stay out of trouble over the past couple of months. Could they be biding their time for something spectacular? Never mind them. Since that fateful morning a month ago when 6 long-eared owls descended upon Harry, bearing a slender parcel, it has become increasingly rare to catch a glimpse of him at night. I suspect he is engrossed in Quidditch training, as that slender package turned out to be a broomstick, specifically a Nimbus 2000, if I recall correctly from Ron's enthusiastic description. One odd name. Apparently, it is the latest model, one of the most sought-after toys in the wizarding world. And indeed, it should be. The elegant lines, the sturdy mahogany handle, and the perfectly arranged bristles clearly indicate it is in a league of its own compared to the brooms provided by the school. I do wonder about its speed. I hope it aids Harry in clinching victory in this year's Quidditch matches, as I have heard the points are substantial, with Hermione and myself assisting him in class. Perhaps Gryffindor stands a chance at winning the House Cup this year. I have long known that securing the House Cup has been Nick Esterream for over 5 years. Who knows, if we triumph this year, perhaps Nick will be so elated that he will agree to collaborate with me on our research. Chapter 78, Halloween 2. Henry emerged from the dormitory, his wand guiding a hefty stack of charm-related tomes that floated in the air. It was just before class, allowing him to deftly sidestep the school rule against using magic in the corridors during breaks. Harry and the others were still fast asleep, and Henry intended to visit the library to exchange for books on other subjects. After all, one ought to draw connections across disciplines. Burdened by the weight of so many books, Henry could only obediently navigate the passageway. It felt as if he were traversing a different realm. With a sigh of reflection, he continued onward, focused, as he still needed to return the books and partake in breakfast at the hall. Yet, what was the point of continuing to peruse spell books when the allure of breakfast beckoned? A sheer waste of time, indeed. Another ordinary day unfolded. A typical morning, a standard transfiguration class, an unremarkable lunch, and a routine charms lesson. However, this particular day was anything but ordinary, for Professor Flitwick finally announced that he would teach the levitation charm to the class. Ever since Henry had valiantly employed the charm to save Neville, even before Professor Sprout could intervene, his exploits had circulated widely among the first-year wizards. Of course, the fame of Professor Sprout had diminished in comparison. Nevertheless, The outcome merely amplified the admiration of his supporters and the envy of his detractors. Yet, everyone unanimously agreed that the levitation charm was indeed quite useful, particularly when it came to moving heavy objects, especially as, prior to the lesson, they witnessed Henry, burdened by a hefty stack of borrowed tomes, employ the levitation charm, causing them to land with a resounding thud on the ground, fueling the desire among his peers to learn it. Well done, Henry. I have heard you have become quite proficient with the levitation charm. Did you teach yourself afterward? What a splendid demonstration. I believe there is little left to teach you regarding this spell, and Gryffindor shall earn points for it. Professor Flitwick, as ever, stood atop his stack of books, exclaiming with high-pitched enthusiasm. He then turned serious, warning the young wizards. I must emphasize, do not attempt to learn any spells on your own. Truly, refrain from self-teaching any incantations, especially before you are thoroughly proficient in the basic movements. You must wait before practicing spells. For mere shift in tone, or an incorrect wand movement, can lead to unforeseen consequences. Even Henry consulted me before he embarked on self-study. If you do not possess Henry's exceptional talent for charms, it is advisable to learn under the guidance of a professor. The young wizards nodded fervently, their eyes fixed on Professor Flitwick, hoping he would cease this lengthy discourse. Yet, Professor Flitwick could not maintain the icy demeanor of Professor Snape. His tone softened, and he divided the class into pairs to begin practicing. Since Henry's levitation charm was already quite impressive, Professor Flitwick made an exception, permitting him to peruse other magical texts during this lesson, much to Hermione's envy. As she yearned for such privilege, noticing Hermione's gaze, Henry tilted his head and winked at her, then smiled broadly. Hermione rolled her eyes, rolled up her sleeves, and with a flick of her wand declared, Wingardium Leviosa. Instantly, the feather on the table between her and Ron rose, gently swirling above their heads. Although she could not maneuver it with the same finesse as Henry, in contrast to her peers who were exploding, catching fire, or losing grip on their wands, her success felt like a breath of fresh air. Indeed, the brilliance of a prodigy shines all the brighter when set against the backdrop of their contemporaries' mishaps. Well done, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, noticing the commotion. Everyone look, Miss Granger has also achieved success. Hermione merely nodded slightly to the professor, then tilted her head defiantly toward Henry. Henry smiled faintly. This had become a familiar occurrence. Whenever he accomplished something extraordinary, Hermione would strive to keep pace, though sometimes she fell short. For some feats indeed require innate talent. Nevertheless, Henry found this competitive dynamic quite enjoyable. One could hardly deny that Hermione had far surpassed the Hermione of the original timeline, in terms of mindset, magical ability, and relationships with friends. This insight came from the original owner who inherited memories from the former timeline. Henry felt quite satisfied, except for the lingering discord within their small quartet concerning rule-breaking, which had left Hermione somewhat estranged from the group. In the subsequent lesson, Henry leisurely flipped through a tome titled Herbological Properties and Case Studies, treating it as extracurricular reading. It contained numerous plants that thrived only in environments rich in magical energy, their properties astonishing and enlightening to Henry. Meanwhile, Hermione continued to give Ron a frosty reception across the table. You mispronounced it again. Hermione pointed out the flaw in Ron's attempt at casting the spell. Who says that girls are petty? I selflessly assisted him in identifying the issue at hand, all in an effort to avert any future mishaps. Given that Hermione had nearly mastered the levitation charm, Ron could only grit his teeth and recite the incantation again. You are still mistaken. Hermione's sharp voice echoed once more. Ron wished to retort, only to find, much to his chagrin, that she was indeed correct. As he was about to exit the classroom, having reunited with Harry, Ron muttered, with such a temperament, who could possibly tolerate her? Oh, I truly envy you for having Seamus across from you. Henry leisurely trailed behind them, having cast an invisible barrier for himself. This was a minor charm derived from the shield charm. While it could not defend against every spell, laughs, it could create an invisible yet tangible wall approximately 3 inches around him, making it ideal for navigating through crowded spaces. This left Harry and the others envious. Yet they had yet to master it, as its execution required proficiency in the shield charm, a challenging feat for first-year students still grappling with basic charms. Chapter 79, Halloween 3. Suddenly, Henry froze. He inadvertently caught sight of Hermione not far off. Her eyes narrowed, seemingly irate. After contemplating for a moment, he approached Ron, who was still mumbling, and gestured towards Hermione, indicating that he should apologize. Ron instinctively recoiled. To his surprise, the master caught him speaking ill behind her back. Turning to Henry for assistance in diffusing the tension, He was met with a shake of Henry's head in refusal. With trepidation, Ron stepped forward, but Hermione simply raised her chin and haughtily walked away. He had not intended to malign Hermione. It was merely that he had been thoroughly vexed by her in class earlier, and he had sought momentary relief in his words. Now, it seemed that Hermione would utterly disregard him. Henry shook his head. He had no desire to involve himself in such matters. Children often harbor grudges over trivial remarks for an extended period, and considering that Ron had essentially insulted Hermione to her face, how could she possibly forgive them? It would be a miracle if she didn't explode with anger. Such matters could only be resolved with time, either allowing the sting to fade or through the shared experience of another event. They hurried to attend their flying lesson, yet throughout the session, Hermione remained absent. Ron began to feel uneasy. He had not anticipated that a thoughtless remark could wound Hermione so deeply. He inquired everywhere for her whereabouts, hoping to apologize in person. But no one seemed to know. Observing Ron's apologetic demeanor and evident distress, Henry, who was usually soft-hearted, decided to seek out Fred and procure the Marauder's map. Upon consulting it, he discovered that Hermione was comfortably ensconced in her dormitory. He relayed this information to Ron, who finally felt a sense of relief, not questioning how Henry had come by this knowledge. After all, he and Harry had grown accustomed to Henry's occasional displays of remarkable insight. In their eyes, Henry was almost omniscient, rivaling a select few professors in his breadth of knowledge. Ron, having set aside a weighty concern, cheerfully followed everyone into the dining hall, tilting his head back to exclaim in wonder. Henry, trailing behind, gazed past the astonished figures of Harry and Ron ahead, and immediately noticed a stark transformation in the hall from its midday appearance. Upon beholding the vibrant array of colored lights, the floating and descending pumpkin decorations, the flitting bats traversing the ceiling and walls, and the flickering candles that danced amidst swirling clouds over the dining tables, Hermione was momentarily forgotten. Soon, a feast more sumptuous than usual appeared on the golden plates, nearly rivaling the opulence of the banquet at the start of the term. As the students joyfully indulged in their meal, the grand doors of the hall were suddenly flung open with a resounding bang. It was Professor Quirrell. He rushed in amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes of the young wizards, his robes disheveled and his scarf askew, yet somehow remaining in place, concealing any unusual sight at the back of his head. His expression was contorted, revealing a palpable fear. What could possibly frighten him, save for the presence of Voldemort? In the midst of Henry's peculiar scrutiny, Professor Quirrell staggered towards the headmaster, leaning heavily against the table and toppling several dishes in the process. He gasped for air, breathless, exclaiming, "Troll! A troll in the underground classroom." I barely escaped before he could finish. He collapsed, unconscious on the floor. Madame Pomfrey rushed forward to assess his condition. Henry could hardly bear to watch. How could one harbor the Dark Lord and still be overpowered by mere trolls? Surely, with the killing curse at his disposal, even a large tribe of trolls would be no match for him. Moreover, was it possible that, devoid of Voldemort's influence, he had relinquished the prowess befitting an adult wizard? The thought alone was enough to provoke a smirk. Meanwhile, the other young wizards, oblivious to Henry's inner monologue, were thrown into chaos upon hearing Quirrell's frantic words. The hall erupted with a cacophony of screams, cries, and calls as older students attempted to soothe the frightened younger ones. Even the typically brave Harry stood, clutching a half-peeled baked potato, gazing anxiously towards the staff table. Realizing that his calm demeanor was strikingly at odds with that of an uninformed young wizard, Henry rose to his feet, wide-eyed, feigning horror at the motionless figure of Professor Quirrell. Yet internally, he continued to critique the absurdity of the situation. Quirrell seemed to rely solely on Dumbledore's reputation as the leader of light wizards, adhering to strict self-discipline and refraining from employing the Imperius curse. Otherwise, it would be sheer folly, potentially exposing his master. Suddenly, a thought struck Henry. The effort exerted by Voldemort and his followers to orchestrate such a spectacle must have a purpose. Was the mention of a troll merely a ruse? A diversion to draw attention away from something more sinister? As the professors scoured the underground classrooms in search of the monstrous creature, he contemplated absconding with some coveted item elsewhere. Was there not a certain object at Hogwarts that had caught Voldemort's attention? The answer was glaringly evident. The Philosopher's Stone. Henry squinted, fixating intently on Professor Quirrell's nape. Reflecting on the adversary who had harbored a grudge against him without even having shown his face, he silently devised a strategy. Whatever the enemy intended to accomplish, it was our duty to thwart. Even if we could not directly expose him, at the very least, we could inconvenience him. Moreover, if he were to wait until Professor Quirrell pilfered the Philosopher's Stone only to play the role of the unwitting prey, would that not be quite amusing? Ah, ah. With his proficiency in charms seemingly unassailable, he felt confident about the endeavor. Henry resolved to keep a close watch on Professor Quirrell. Once Professor Dumbledore received confirmation from Madame Pomfrey that Professor Quirrell was unharmed, he attempted to quiet the young wizards. However, the Great Hall resonated with commotion. Each student engaged in fervent chatter. To regain order, Dumbledore was compelled to produce a series of sharp explosions from the tip of his wand. The startled students quickly fell silent. Dumbledore then gestured towards his throat with his wand, and his deep voice reverberated like distant thunder throughout the hall. Heads of houses, escort your students back to their dormitories. The professors will handle the creature. The heads of the various houses, now galvanized, sprang into action. Chapter 80, Halloween 4. Gryffindor students, follow me and do not stray. Especially first years, do not run off. Keep an eye on your friends and stay together. Percy adeptly directed, and once the group had gathered, he led them toward the dormitories. Henry pondered briefly, but ultimately decided to follow the main group. After all, Professor Quirrell would have to wait until the students and professors had vacated before making his move. There was no need to remain fixated on him. If necessary, he could always take a position in the restricted corridor on the 4th floor, could he not? How could there be a troll at Hogwarts? They were so dim-witted. How could they possibly infiltrate the castle without being detected? After a moment of silent contemplation, and while ascending the spiral staircase in groups, Harry could no longer restrain himself. He had a myriad of questions. Henry instinctively took on the role of the informant, though he offered vague explanations for some inquiries. Perhaps someone let it in. Do not underestimate trolls. Although many are rather foolish, some possess a certain degree of intelligence. However, it is precisely because of their foolishness that they can be manipulated. The last remark he kept to himself, for if an astute listener happened to overhear, it could prove troublesome. What if we encounter one? Harry inquired anxiously, while Ron and the nearby wizards listened intently. First and foremost, we shall not encounter one. The troll resides in the underground classrooms. While we are ascending, the paths do not cross. Instead, we should be concerned about the Hufflepuff and Slytherin common rooms, which are said to be located underground. Henry pointed towards the bewildered Hufflepuff students loitering by the corridor, swallowing hard as he did so. However, before the next statement could be uttered, the conversation was interrupted by Harry and Ron. They astutely caught the mention of Slytherin in Henry's words and immediately chimed in unison. I truly hope Malfoy encounters one. The two exchanged a knowing smile, dissipating the previously tense atmosphere. Henry rolled his eyes, but continued his explanation, this time at a markedly accelerated pace. Determined not to be interrupted again, he asserted, secondly, there will be professors patrolling to identify any lurking trolls, which significantly enhances our safety. Even if we do encounter one, we are fortunate to have numerous upperclassmen who will protect us, and we hold a numerical advantage. Lastly, due to their lack of intelligence, trolls are oblivious to magic. Yet they possess tremendous strength and size. If we were to encounter a troll alone, my advice is to run if possible. If escape is not an option, then wield your wand. At this juncture, Harry's insatiable curiosity interjected once more. Could we perhaps employ a spell we have learned that might be effective against trolls? Henry sighed and interrupted. No, that would only lead to a more dignified demise for you. Harry, filled with anticipation, was taken aback by this response, momentarily stunned. Henry sighed again and elaborated. In truth, spellcasting is an art. Some seemingly mundane spells can exhibit remarkable effects in grand situations. Ordinary trolls are rather dim-witted. Thus, many minor spells can prove effective. For instance, when facing a troll, we could use transfiguration to transform stones or scraps of clothing into small animals to divert its attention, allowing us to escape. Noticing the perplexed expressions of the young wizard surrounding him, Henry quickly realized, oh, my apologies, I forgot that you are yet to master inanimate transfiguration. Let's consider a different approach. We could utilize some minor jinxes. I trust you have learned a few, such as, the Leglocker Curse? No. The Jellylegs Jinx? Still nothing? What about the Tarantaligra? No. The Petri Ficus Totalis? Henry enumerated a series of simple spells, observing the gradually dimming eyes of the young wizards and feeling a sense of helplessness. The Levitation Charm. Huh? Henry's eyes brightened. Thank you. I just thought of something. We could attempt the Levitation Charm we learned today, levitating a heavier object high above the troll's head and then dispelling the magic. The results, as you can imagine, will be quite amusing. However, do remember not to cast this spell directly on the troll. It will fail. The young wizards collectively exhaled in relief, not solely because they had finally received a viable method for dealing with trolls. After all, encounters with trolls are not an everyday occurrence, but primarily because Henry's previous suggestions had left them feeling utterly ignorant. The prospect of not having grasped the spells he mentioned was quite daunting, especially as he increasingly exhibited disappointment, which weighed heavily on their hearts. They were immensely relieved that Henry had discovered a universally applicable solution and resolved that, barring exceptional circumstances, they would refrain from seeking his advice in the future. It was simply too disheartening, unaware that he had been designated by his classmates as someone not to be contacted in non-emergency situations. Henry felt a swell of pride in his role as a mentor as he observed everyone deep in thought. This moment would soon transform into an inescapable nightmare for the first-year wizards of Gryffindor over the following months. How could one refuse the genuine offer of assistance from someone who sincerely wished to help at every available opportunity? In the ensuing silence, they quickly arrived at the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. One by one, they ascended the passage. Yet, Henry seized Harry and Ron, who were about to enter, pulling them aside and whispering, "I'm stepping out for a moment. Could you help me cover for my absence? Where are you going? It's dangerous out there." Harry grasped Henry's long sleeve, fearing he might act impulsively. "Rest assured, danger would avoid me," Henry replied confidently. If his magical reserves were sufficient, he would even dare to confront a troll head-on. "I'm not quite sure, but it shouldn't be too late," he continued, uncertain, as he felt compelled to wait until Quirrell ceased his wandering on the 4th floor. "Be wary of Snape. We both saw him pass by us with his head down, heading quietly towards the 3rd floor, without joining the other professors. Something is amiss," Harry interjected, his tone laced with conspiracy. Henry nodded in acknowledgement. Satisfied, Harry and Ron allowed Henry to depart, watching as he evaded Percy's gaze, walking away while discreetly tapping his wand against his body. As a whisper carried on the breeze, Henry's figure nearly vanished entirely. Why nearly? It was because Harry, with his exceptional eyesight, could still discern the faint outlines of Henry's shifting, translucent form. Chapter 81, Halloween 5. No matter how many times I witness such a disappearance, I find it rather unsettling, Harry mused, gazing at the spot where Henry had vanished. "It's quite chilling. Relax, mate. This is far less bizarre than many things you will encounter." Ron nudged Harry with his elbow, welcoming him to the magical world. Harry cast a final glance down the corridor before departing. With a light step, Henry traversed the corridor on the 4th floor. The way was nearly deserted, save for a handful of solitary young wizards hastily making their way to the tower. Utterly oblivious to Henry, who blended seamlessly into the background, silent as a shadow, he cast a silent spell beneath his feet and proceeded directly to the locked door at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Now that lock hung wide open, swaying gently from the doorknob. Am I too late? A sinking feeling enveloped Henry. Had the Philosopher's Stone truly been stolen so easily by Professor Quirrell? Should it not have been under strict surveillance? Would the large dog have been dealt with? Yet, if it had been so effortlessly taken, did that not imply that Professor Quirrell was formidable? Could it be that he had merely been feigning weakness all along? A sense of discontent washed over him. However, if Professor Quirrell was indeed powerful, what could Henry possibly do? How could his magic compare to that of an adult wizard? Resolutely, Henry prepared to retreat when a cold voice suddenly pierced the air beside him. "Who is there?" Henry's heart raced. The voice was somewhat familiar. He abruptly turned his head to look. A figure materialized from thin air. It was Professor Snape. Leaning against the wall, he held his wand directed toward Henry, his hollow, lifeless eyes fixed on him, ready to cast a spell at the slightest movement. "Do not reveal your presence or act recklessly," Professor Snape commanded. Henry felt helpless. Could it be that Professor Snape had the same intention as he did, to lie in wait here? He contemplated maintaining silence to buy time, but Snape continued to press him. "Now, no tricks, Quirrell. I'm watching you." Quirrell? Snape believed he was Quirrell? No, wait. Did that mean Professor Quirrell had not yet arrived? So, the Philosopher's Stone is still here. A wave of relief washed over Henry. Snape's wand trembled slightly. Henry surmised it was a sign of impatience, as nothing could be deciphered from his expressionless face. Hastily, he ceased the invisibility spell, revealing himself. "Wait, Professor, it's me. Henry Wars." "Henry Wars?" Snape repeated, his tone slightly elevated, yet his face remained impassive. He reverted to his usual monotonous tone. "Tell me, Mr. Wars, what brings you here?" Just as Henry was about to concoct an excuse, he was suddenly silenced by a raised hand from Snape. The professor listened intently for a moment, then elegantly raised a finger to his lips, signaling Henry to be silent, before pointing his wand at him. Caught off guard, Henry flinched, fearing Snape was about to cast a curse upon him. With no time to evade, he instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, regardless of its efficacy. A familiar chill enveloped him, and he soon realized he could no longer see his hands. understanding that the professor intended to conceal him. He obediently pressed himself against the corner, watching as Snape aimed his wand at the corner, silently awaiting the footsteps approaching from the distance. A bizarre, colossal shadow was cast upon the wall at the corner, illuminated by the flickering light, gradually shrinking as Professor Quirrell, wrapped in his scarf, hurriedly emerged. Upon seeing Snape pointing his wand at him, Henry noticed Quirrell's swift steps falter, nearly causing him to stumble. Henry strained to maintain his composure, suppressing any sounds, and inadvertently caught a glimpse of Snape's facial muscles twitching momentarily, though he quickly regained his stoic demeanor. Quirrell, regaining his wits, reached for his wand. But Snape calmly interjected, "Oh no, do not move, Professor Quirrell. Otherwise, I cannot predict what might become of you." Professor Snape. Henry sensed that this time Quirrell was not feigning stammering. He was genuinely startled, akin to a thief caught red-handed. Snape flatly inquired, "Professor Quirrell, are you not with the other professors seeking vengeance on the trolls? Are you here for that item as well? The Philosopher's Stone?" The casualness of his words was almost akin to exchanging pleasantries, yet the content caused Quirrell to tremble. "The Philosopher's Stone? What is that? I do not know." Professor Quirrell stammered, "Oh, turning stone to gold and achieving immortality, however you wish to phrase it. Do you truly not know? The dark wizard who infiltrated Gringotts?" Professor Quirrell fell silent. Professor Snape took his silence as acquiescence and continued in a deliberate manner. "It seems our objectives align, making us rivals. Let me ponder. Should I eliminate you here?" With a menacing tone, Professor Snape threatened, as if victory were assured. Henry, watching closely from the sidelines, thought to himself that Professor Snape, having been a double agent, was indeed formidable. He excelled at embodying villainy. Professor Quirrell, perhaps intimidated, hastily shook his head and exclaimed in a panic, "No, I'm useful. Truly useful. Please do not kill me. Stop. I shall refrain from dealing with you for now. I presume you pose little threat." Professor Snape impatiently interrupted Quirrell, then deliberately inquired, "I noticed a rather large dog within. Do you know when it was placed there?" Quirrell shook his head, indicating it was his first knowledge of the matter as well. "Oh, is that so?" With a flick of his wand, Professor Snape opened the door, revealing a slumbering three-headed giant dog curled within. A gust of air swept in, causing its nostrils to flare as it seemed to catch a whiff of an unfamiliar scent in its dreams. "Wait, there appears to be a familiar aroma." It instantly awoke, all three heads rising, their 6 menacing eyes fixating on the entrance, noses twitching. It truly is the scent of that little one who had previously attacked it. It let out a deafening roar, sensing affront. This little creature had audaciously attempted to intrude upon its domain time and again. How infuriating. It became agitated, preparing to charge forth. The foul stench began to waft back. Quirrell trembled, shouting frantically at Professor Snape, "Close! Close the door! It's coming! It's charging at me!" Chapter 82. Halloween Ends. Professor Snape cast a disdainful glance at the cowardly Quirrell, then waved his wand, causing the door to close automatically, with a heavy lock securing itself. The roars and odor of the three-headed dog were contained within. A loud bang echoed, followed by the sound of scratching. The lock rattled, yet the door showed no sign of damage, prompting Henry to marvel at the door's sturdiness. Perhaps it was enchanted? Quirrell sighed in relief. Professor Snape approached Quirrell, wand still aimed at him, and spoke in a low voice. "The fur of that three-headed dog can withstand certain spells, and there is a charm placed upon it by Dumbledore. If it were to perish, Dumbledore would instantly know that someone attempted to take the Philosopher's Stone. To incapacitate it without inflicting fatal harm, at least 3 wizards must cast the sleep charm simultaneously on each head, yet we are but 2. Thus, with this beast guarding the entrance, neither of us can proceed. I may spare your life this time, but you must swiftly find a way to circumvent it. Otherwise, I shall inform Headmaster Dumbledore that a dark wizard has infiltrated the school, disguised as a professor, all to conceal the Philosopher's Stone within." Professor Quirrell retorted sharply. "Much like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Headmaster Dumbledore would never believe you." "Oh, is that so? I have been working at Hogwarts for a decade. I believe he would trust me." Professor Snape responded with a sardonic smile. Professor Quirrell fell silent once more, and after a pause, conceded, "Very well, I shall assist you. No, not just for me, but for us." Professor Snape patted Quirrell's shoulder. "If we cannot find a way in, I shall leave you to the three-headed dog and proceed to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone myself. Trust me, I will do it." A sharp gasp escaped Quirrell's throat, but he swiftly suppressed it. He could only nod helplessly. "Excellent. I trust that Professor McGonagall and the others have dealt with the troll. We must descend. The longer we delay, the more suspicion we will arouse." Professor Snape sheathed his wand and led the way, exuding confidence in his ability to subdue Quirrell before he could retaliate. Quirrell's expression returned to neutrality, yet as he glanced back at the entrance to the Forbidden Forest, fear overtook him once more, and he followed Snape closely. Henry observed the pair as they distanced themselves. What a thrilling scene! However, recalling the furtive glance Snape had cast before departing, he realized he needed to concoct a plausible explanation for his solitary presence in the Forbidden Forest. Yet why did Snape seem to be watching Quirrell so intently? Could Voldemort have been exposed? No, that was impossible. If Voldemort had truly been revealed, it would be Dumbledore here, not Snape. Henry surmised that perhaps Snape had noticed the significant changes in Quirrell this year. After all, Quirrell might very well have been one of Snape's students, and coupled with the botched troll attack on Hogwarts, his instincts as a double agent had alerted him to a familiar scent, prompting him to stake out the area. Truth be told, if I were Voldemort, encountering such a simple-minded follower, I would prefer to cast a killing curse on him and seek out a more impressionable wizard to possess. Henry thought to himself, using a clumsy, uncoordinated troll to draw attention away? What a foolish notion. Surely, one would at least recruit a few werewolves instead? Even Henry could devise numerous strategies to subdue a troll, let alone the many upper-year students and professors at Hogwarts. Aside from the first years, who might pose a challenge, everyone else should be able to easily handle a solitary troll. That said, now that everyone had left, should I not go and check the operational status of the defense system? Henry frequently cast glances at the great door. The temptation was indeed alluring, but he ultimately resisted. After all, Snape had stated that 3 wizards were required to subdue the 3-headed dog without alarming Dumbledore, and a direct confrontation was out of the question for him. As he listened to the dull thuds against the wooden door, he remained aware of his own limitations. Upon returning to the common room, Henry was instantly taken aback by the raucous and lively scene that greeted him. They seemed to materialize out of thin air. Yet everyone attributed this phenomenon to the wonders of the school. Only those students who had clandestinely ventured into the Hogwarts kitchens were aware that it was the house elves who magically delivered the treats. However, this was of no concern to Henry. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, he stealthily slipped into the crowd, snatched a pie, and took a hearty bite. For he was ravenous. After wandering for a while, he finally spotted Harry and Ron by the window. He resolved to recount the events of the evening in their entirety, lest he inadvertently jeopardize Professor Snape's significant endeavors in the future. Well, better safe than sorry. He knew that Harry and Ron harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Professor Snape. Should they ever stumble upon the complexities between Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell, their negative perceptions of Snape might lead them to misplace their suspicions, potentially causing a considerable uproar. What? You say you suspected the troll was unleashed by Professor Quirrell, so you decided to stand guard outside the Forbidden Forest, only to discover he intended to enter? The crux of the matter being that Snape thwarted him? As Henry recounted the abridged version of events, Harry remained relatively unfazed, while Ron gasped audibly, his voice escalating with each utterance. Fortunately, at the first sound, Henry swiftly waved his wand in the surrounding space. Silencio. This was a soundproofing charm, creating an invisible barrier to prevent eavesdropping. Luckily, there had been few people around, and the other students were engaged in particularly loud conversations, allowing them to go unheard. Lower your voice, Henry admonished. Ron obediently covered his mouth, but still managed to murmur through his fingers. We should inform Professor Dumbledore. Henry felt an urge to facepalm. Had his deliberate omissions been discerned by Harry? Chapter 83. Henry's Transformation. He watched as Harry began analyzing with Ron why Snape had not retrieved the items hidden in the Forbidden Forest today, feeling utterly drained. I've done my part, Professor. The rest is up to your fate, he thought, tearing into the pie, deciding to relinquish the matter. Before the evening's feast concluded, the professors dispatched the prefects to inform everyone that the troll had been dealt with and that classes would resume, as usual. This elicited a collective groan from the students. What a letdown. Harry and Ron barely had time to discuss it, as they believed they would be spared from potions class the following day and thus would not have to submit their assignments. It seemed that there would be no time for sleep that night, further intensifying their disdain for Professor Snape. Upon awakening, the distant mountains were cloaked in a thick layer of ice and snow, while the surface of the Black Lake had frozen solid. The castle blazed with roaring flames, providing a comforting warmth. However, stepping outside without a heavy coat and snow boots rendered movement nearly impossible. Harry began to feel overwhelmed as the Quidditch season approached. The captain of the Gryffindor team, Wood, demanded that team members practice at least 4 to 5 times a week, exceeding the previously agreed 3 sessions. Thus, Harry, who was already burdened by the lack of time for homework due to his training, found himself repeatedly pleading with Henry to lend him his assignments for reference. Of course, he mostly just made superficial alterations before submitting them. This behavior displeased Hermione greatly. Recently, she had been reluctant to converse with anyone, including Henry, due to Ron's disparagement. It was only through Henry's persistent efforts to engage her that she gradually reintegrated into their small circle. Unfortunately, despite Ron's sincere apologies, Hermione still refused to grant him a warm reception. Ron, feeling helpless, wondered how he could not control his own tongue. Time had not paused for them. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. This Saturday marked the commencement of the Quidditch season. On that day, Harry would represent Gryffindor in his first Quidditch match, a prospect that filled him with anxiety, causing him to work much more slowly on his assignments. Moreover, news of his upcoming role as the Seeker had spread, despite Wood's insistence on keeping Harry's situation confidential. Consequently, there were those who expressed concern, those who relished in his predicament, and those who mocked him, none other than Malfoy and his entourage, heightening Harry's distress. Yet, no one could offer assistance. All Hermione could do was borrow the previously read book, Quidditch Through the Ages, from the library, ensuring Harry was not entirely ignorant of Quidditch's history. This also afforded Harry the opportunity to review the rules of the game, preventing any potential infractions during the match. Henry, too, had been somewhat distracted in recent days. Professor Snape seemed to have entirely forgotten the incident that occurred before the entrance to the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor, not even alluding to it, let alone demanding an explanation from Henry. In the quiet moments he spent in his small room studying defense against the dark arts, Henry pondered when Professor Snape would summon him to his office for one reason or another. This refers to the use of Veritaserum. Those with a twisted mind can contemplate in solitude. Oh, has someone taken notice of the study of defense against the dark arts? Indeed, over the past 2 to 3 months, Henry had mastered dozens of significant spells and hundreds of minor incantations from his textbooks, achieving a commendable proficiency in simple charms. Given the slow growth of his magical power and the inability to swiftly enhance his strength, Henry felt an urgent need to enrich his knowledge in another subject. When it comes to the practical application of spells, what could surpass the study of defense against the dark arts? Not only would it provide valuable experience in facing dark creatures, but it would also allow for a targeted understanding of the weaknesses of monsters, thereby augmenting his abilities from another perspective. Of course, some might argue that Henry was suffering from a persecution complex. It's a condition that needs addressing. Well, Henry admits that he is perpetually consumed by worry that his secrets might be uncovered. Let's not even mention the brain-locking charm. It is effective only against the Legilimency and Veritaserum, and perhaps might have some effect against the soul-sucking curse. But when it comes to other spells involving willpower, its efficacy remains uncertain. The realm of wizards is undeniably vast, and no one can predict when they might encounter misfortune in some hidden corner, leading them to the operating table. There exists a lingering anxiety about personal growth being too slow, missing out on significant events, and failing to capitalize on opportunities. There's a fear of inadequacy, of being powerless when Voldemort resurfaces, either perishing due to insufficient strength or helplessly witnessing the downfall of those one wishes to protect. Above all, there's a profound concern that a lack of power may obscure the true nature of the world, betraying the aspirations once fervently pledged. In essence, worry is a constant companion. An old adage aptly states, all fears stem from a deficiency in strength. Moreover, fretting yields no fruitful outcome. Henry has long recognized that in the wizarding world, the paramount importance lies in one's power. Voldemort, known as the Dark Lord, does not rely on his fragmented psyche or cruel disposition, nor solely on his fervent followers, but rather on the formidable power that allows him to rival Dumbledore. Weakness is the original sin. No one will offer perpetual protection, not even Headmaster Dumbledore. Thus, after mastering the majority of spells taught at Hogwarts, he shifted his focus to the study of defense against the dark arts. Compared to Professor Quirrell's lackluster performance, Henry believed self-study to be far more beneficial. As the saying goes, one cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Without a thorough understanding of dark magic, how could one hope to defend against it? Dark magic remains unrecognized by the mainstream wizarding community, which is a reflection of the prevailing atmosphere. Yet, existence implies justification. Where there is benevolent white magic, there must also be malevolent black magic. No wizarding family would dare claim ignorance of or lack of mastery over even a single dark curse, for curses, hexes, and jinxes all fall within the realm of dark magic. And let us not forget the 3 unforgivable curses enumerated in modern spellcraft: the Killing Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Imperius Curse, all of which epitomize the pinnacle of dark magic. Currently, Henry is not even qualified to study them. Perhaps the school library contains specific methods of study, albeit under strict supervision, making it unlikely he could borrow even a professor's notes. Henry is indifferent to the type of magic he studies, even though nearly every text mentioning dark magic warns of its corrosive effect on a wizard's soul, luring them toward moral decay. Chapter 84. Speculations on Dark Magic, of considerable importance. Regrettably, while there are indeed books on dark magic available for ordinary young wizards, they're exceedingly scarce. Furthermore, when borrowing such texts, one must strategically intersperse them among regular spellbooks to avoid raising the suspicions of Madame Pants regarding his research into the dark arts. Nevertheless, after a brief foray into exploration and experimentation, Henry has once again come to a reiterated conclusion. Magic is fundamentally idealistic. Here, idealistic encompasses not only will, but also emotion. The essence of dark magic lies not merely in its overwhelming power and destructive capabilities. The manifestation of power is profoundly influenced by the amount of magical energy one invests. If the magical energy is sufficient, even a disarmament spell can function as an explosive incantation. Conversely, should the magical input be diminished, even the most profound fire spells may merely suffice to ignite a piece of paper. However, when emotions, ethereal and devoid of tangible substance, intertwine with the casting of magic, the entire spell, particularly dark magic, undergoes a revolutionary transformation. For instance, the dance spell, when infused with malicious intent, will not only last longer, but also exhibit a greater vigor in its movements compared to a mere mischievous dance spell under equivalent magical input. This conclusion was drawn from observations of a small spider. Under Henry S. rigorous experiments, the diminutive arachnids in the glass jar were dwindling in number. Moreover, casting a curse with malicious intent can induce irreversible alterations to one's vision, even affecting the compound eyes of insects. A maliciously cast sleep spell can render a spider unconscious for an extended duration. Malicious emotions themselves are manifold. For example, casting a dark curse fueled by anger is significantly less potent than one fueled by hatred. Naturally, when protective armor is imbued with positive emotions such as safeguarding and resilience, it should exhibit greater efficacy than a standard armor spell. The use of should here stems from the absence of collaborative research, leading Henry to speculate without empirical validation. On Thursday evening, as Henry tidied his desk to conclude his experiments, he took out a sheet of white paper and summarized. The infusion of malice when casting spells greatly amplifies the potency of offensive magic. While one cannot hastily declare that all offensive spells are dark magic, the incorporation of malicious intent is indeed a prerequisite for the casting of dark spells. He rested his left hand on his chin, pondering for a moment before continuing. Thus, a clear demarcation exists between dark and white magic, defined by whether the spell's release encompasses the caster's subjective malice, rather than merely the severity of the damage inflicted by the spell. Additionally, research indicates that wounds inflicted by spells imbued with malice, even if not categorized as dark magic, do not easily heal. Even employing healing spells proves futile unless one first expels the malice intertwined with the wound through a gradual infusion of magical energy. Henry noted in parentheses, introducing another hypothesis. Could it be that the malice has already merged with the magical energy? Or perhaps magic itself is a byproduct of emotion? He adorned this conjecture with a large question mark before returning to his original position to continue writing. However, the energy expenditure proves excessively great, and the success of this instance likely hinges on the congruence of the magical sources for both harm and healing, compounded by the minimal magical energy used. Should any of these conditions falter, the consumption is expected to multiply exponentially. The preceding lines merely elucidate the characteristics of dark magic, yet a significant quandary remains unresolved. Henry delicately tapped his quill on the paper, leaving a few ink splotches. After a long contemplation, he finally inscribed, concerning the frequently mentioned increase of malevolent thoughts and the erosion of the soul within the grimoires. It may be attributed to the currently low frequency of use and the inadequacy of the dark magic employed, as no anomalies have been detected through psychological assessments thus far. However, considering Voldemort's descent from rationality into madness, culminating in his frenzied splitting of his soul through the use of Horcruxes, it is evident that this phenomenon cannot solely be attributed to his innate character traits. It must also be intertwined with the excessive use of dark magic. Thus, it becomes apparent that the application of dark magic requires utmost caution. Henry, in silence, meticulously inscribed his thoughts, Could one employ a variant of the mind-closing spell to conjure a negative persona specifically for the casting of dark magic? He pondered for a considerable duration, and as the ink from his quill dripped onto the parchment, it formed a dark blot. Startled, Henry felt a shiver of foreboding wash over him. Anticipating the dreadful consequences that might ensue, he trembled as he scribbled on the reverse side. No. The cost of such trial and error is far too great. According to the texts, the corruption from dark magic intensifies with each use. If it spirals out of control like the previous frenzied persona, the repercussions would be unimaginable. I must wait and discuss this further with the original owner. After completing his writing, he did not allow the ink to dry thoroughly before hastily mixing this draft among other inconspicuous ones. He believed he had stumbled upon a method to utilize dark magic indefinitely, yet the terror of such a discovery compelled him to bury it deep. As for why he did not destroy it, because he could not bear to part with it. He intended to compile all his drafts into a book to grace his bookshelf. It would then be the very first resident of that shelf. A compelling reason, indeed. Nevertheless, the current experimentation materials were scant, and the dark magic available for study was limited. Most advanced dark arts were relegated to the restricted section. Would it be prudent to request a borrowing slip from Professor Snape? Surely, among the professors, only he would harbor no prejudices against dark magic, one might hope. Henry reclined in his chair, tapping his finger against his lower lip, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the ceiling. But what rationale could possibly persuade Professor Snape? After a lengthy period of fruitless deliberation, he found himself at a loss for an argument. Naturally, in the presence of a master of legilimency, Henry dared not let his guard down. He needed to feign complete ignorance of the Voldemort residing behind Quirrell's head. Thus, the mind-closing spell had to remain perpetually active. Fortuitously, this also provided an opportunity to test the improved version of the mind-closing spell. Quite fortuitous indeed. Human beings, after all, often tread the fine line of peril to ascertain their progress, do they not? If one wishes to act, one must seize the moment. Henry set forth from the room of requirement, making his way down to the staff lounge outside the potions classroom. Tentatively, he raised his hand to knock, only to find the door swing open inwardly. Chapter 85, The Battle Within the Staff Lounge. Professor Snape sat at the table, leisurely perusing a hardcover book, a quill poised in his hand. The table was adorned with an array of potions apparatus, mortar and pestle, glass vials and knives, alongside an assortment of unfamiliar plants and powders. Henry, lacking in skill, could only identify a sprig of mugwort among them. In the center of the wooden table, a cauldron simmered, steam gradually ascending, while a stirring rod rotated automatically in a clockwise motion. "Come in, Mr. Wars," Snape said, his gaze never lifting from the page. He continued to inscribe his notes with deliberate slowness. Henry entered the room with a certain hesitance, gently closing the door behind him. Curiously, he turned to Professor Snape and inquired, "How did you know it was me, Professor? Only you possess such a chaotic array of fragmented thoughts every moment." "It is a peculiar talent," Snape replied, his tone a blend of half sarcasm and monotony. "Mr. Voss, I dare say no one else contemplates as much as you do. No need to look, I can tell." Having grown accustomed to Snape's habit of needling him even in mundane moments, Henry approached the desk and got straight to the point. "I am here regarding that matter in the Forbidden Zone." For the first time, Snape lifted his eyelids, his gaze intense. "Could you repeat that?" he asked, fixing his eyes on Henry S., seemingly trying to discern the student S' true thoughts. Unfazed, Henry met Schnappe Eschgeisch, his mind racing with the intricacies of a mental blocking charm. After a moment, Snape remarked, "Mr. Voss, I am pleased to see your progress in mental blocking. You undoubtedly possess a knack for it. But do continue. I suspect Professor Quirrell is growing impatient." Snape's dark, cavernous eyes shifted, gazing deeply beyond Henry. "Professor Quirrell?" Henry was taken aback to realize Quirrell was eavesdropping just outside the door, leaving no time to revel in Snape's recent acknowledgement. What had Quirrell overheard? If he had been listening from the beginning, Henry was relieved he divulged the true reason for his visit. The door to the lounge behind him swung open automatically, revealing Quirrell in his flowing black robes, trembling at the threshold. His purple scarf solemnly draped over his head like a crown, albeit one that exuded a peculiar odor. He nervously glanced between Henry and Professor Snape, stammering, I am here to see Professor Snape." Snape scoffed, "Do not feign ignorance, Professor Quirrell. Mr. Voss has already deduced our concerns." Henry turned to Snape, only to witness a nearly imperceptible nod from the professor. It dawned on him that they were to enact a performance. "Coach, this isn't my forte, but I am willing to learn." He shifted slightly to ensure he could see both professors, demonstrating his respect. Then cleared his throat to relay the story he had meticulously crafted. In his narrative, he intertwined his observations of Quirrell's fainting spell with his speculations about the fourth floor. Summarizing, and that is why I have come here. Truly pathetic, queerness Quirrell. Your acting could not deceive even a first-year student. No wonder everyone finds your tales so distasteful. Snape remarked slowly, applauding Henry while simultaneously unleashing venomous words towards Quirrell. The disdain and humiliation in his tone made even Henry wish to deliver a solid punch to Quirrell's lifeless visage. Despite not grasping Snape's motive for provoking Quirrell, Henry felt his nerves tighten. Indeed, upon hearing the words, Professor Quirrell's face flushed with indignation. He brandished his wand and directed it at Henry, incanting Obliviate. Henry had been acutely aware of Professor Quirrell's movements. The moment he saw the wand drawn, he instinctively drew his own with a speed that far surpassed that of Quirrell. Protego. This was the culmination of 2 months of rigorous practice. He firmly believed that in the heat of battle, heightened vigilance and rapid reflexes could be a matter of life and death. Therefore, his training had primarily focused on the swiftness of wand drawing. And indeed, his efforts bore fruit. The white spell flickered at the tip of Quirrell's wand, but as it struck before Henry, it rebounded, shattering the cauldron on the table. Instantly, the liquid within the cauldron splattered, and the stirring rod exploded. Although he was unaware of what potion Professor Snape was concocting, he was determined to avoid any contact with it. Who knew what chaos might ensue if magic were to intermingle with potions? The disastrous incidents from Neville's potions class were still fresh in his memory. With agility, Henry rolled aside, yet his wand remained steadfastly pointed at Professor Quirrell, ready to cast a disarming spell at the slightest hint of aggression. Professor Quirrell merely stared at Henry in astonishment, seemingly taken aback that a first-year student could wield the shield charm. This was a spell typically taught in the defense against the dark arts classes of the 4th and 5th years. Perhaps Professor Quirrell thought it futile to breach Henry's defenses and decided to bide his time, awaiting Professor Snape's response. After all, it was Snape who was the true orchestrator of the situation. Professor Snape, though seemingly innocent, was anything but. He had anticipated Quirrell's spell casting and even considered the possibility of an Obliviate being cast. His wand was already in hand, prepared to intervene should the situation take a turn for the worse. Upon witnessing the white light, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet he was taken aback that Henry had mastered the shield charm, deflecting the Obliviate and destroying the potion he had labored over for hours. Although he had not intended for it to succeed, he managed to conjure the splattered potion into a suspended mass in midair with a flick of his wand, erasing it with another graceful motion. The silent spell casting was enviable. Henry caught a glimpse of this spectacle and, while feeling a twinge of envy, remained vigilant, keeping his gaze fixed on Professor Quirrell. Professor Snape had calculated his moves meticulously. He had deliberately provoked Quirrell, hoping to use him to swiftly eliminate Henry's memory and prevent the boy from entangling himself in such perilous affairs. However, he had not anticipated that Henry would emerge unscathed. Nevertheless, the performance must continue. Chapter 86. A Return to the Forbidden Zone. Look at what you have all done, Professor Snape exclaimed as he abruptly rose from his chair, which creaked under the sudden movement. He slammed the book in his hand onto the table and pointed his wand at Professor Quirrell, bellowing in fury. With Snape standing at the forefront, Henry felt a measure of relief. Hearing Snape's roar, he cast a skeptical glance in his direction. Did it seem to him that Professor Snape was experiencing a moment of concealed glee? Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Professor Quirrell had relinquished his wand, feeling quite ashamed, as he seemed incapable of breaking a first-year student's shield charm. He intended to cast the soul-sucking curse. But Severus Snape had made it abundantly clear that he would protect the student by the name of Voss, rendering it impossible for Quirrell to unleash dark magic, especially the unforgivable curses in front of Professor Snape. Just a cauldron of potion, I shall compensate. Professor Quirrell's face flushed crimson. You shall compensate? Mr. Voss, after more than 2 months of potions, can you discern what concoction is brewing in the cauldron? Professor Snape's face contorted with fury, his throat emitting a growl of rage, leaving even Henry uncertain whether Snape was genuinely angry. When Professor Snape called his name with such a terrifying tone, Henry jolted upright, his mind racing. Should he take a gamble? He spoke with certainty. It is the elixir of life, Professor. Indeed, the elixir of life. The enhanced version, prepared for that large dog. I have brewed it for a full 4 days. It was nearly ready, yet you have ruined it. Professor Snape appeared quite pleased, as it seemed that a certain promise could be fulfilled ahead of time. However, he still angrily explained to Professor Quirrell, emphasizing the arduous process of the brewing to express his dissatisfaction. Henry sighed in relief. He had guessed correctly, thanks to Harry's efforts. Then, feigning confusion, he inquired, "The large dog?" Professor Snape looked over with a stone-faced expression. Observing the innocence in Henry's eyes, he sensed the firm belief that Henry had no knowledge of what the large dog was, along with his adept use of mental occlusion. Such a strong sense of déjà vu. I'll end my notes on mental occlusion. Could that have been a mistake? The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily as he averted his gaze, deciding to ignore Henry. Professor Quirrell was even less inclined to address Henry's question. He had an inkling of Professor Snape's thoughts, feeling somewhat guilty, yet he stubbornly retorted, "The enhanced elixir of life is indeed a fine substance. But we cannot force it upon anyone. I believe we could administer it through food." Henry timidly raised his hand like in class, speaking softly. Professor Quirrell, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, thought, how could he not know? Thus, he shifted his focus, frowning and adopting a harsh tone. "Have you considered what lies within that? Without even knowing what it is? I merely think that something desired by the professors must be quite remarkable," Henry stated confidently. "And do you believe you possess the ability to obtain it?" Professor Quirrell was intent on dissuading Henry. "Did you not just witness it?" Henry mimicked Quirrell's tone, feeling entirely unafraid with Professor Snape present. You. Professor Quirrell was exasperated. He found himself at a loss for words, realizing that he might indeed struggle without resorting to dark magic. He redirected his ire towards Professor Snape. "Will you allow this little wizard share as well?" "Humph." Professor Snape responded with a dark scowl. Yet his words left Professor Quirrell incredulous. Challenging a professor, Mr. Voss, Gryffindor gains a point. "Have you realized your mistake?" "Yes, Professor." Henry bowed his head in contrition, yet his eyes betrayed an irrepressible mirth. Just as Professor Quirrell was on the brink of an outburst, Professor Snape interjected with a languid explanation. "The powerful potion, the elixir of life, has been destroyed. To traverse that great canine, we shall require the presence of 3 wizards. Given your adeptness with the ironclad charm, I presume you have also mastered the stunning spell, have you not, Mr. Voss?" "Of course." Henry nodded. Professor Quirrell suppressed his mounting fury, repeatedly reminding himself to endure, all for the sake of his master's endeavor. Now was not the time for confrontation. He forced a smile that appeared exceedingly strained. "Then shall we proceed at once?" Professor Snape pondered for a moment before consenting. He instructed Professor Quirrell to go ahead, citing the need to avoid suspicion if all 3 walked together. Quirrell acquiesced. Snape then repaired the damaged items in the common room with a flick of his wand and urged Henry to ascend to the 4th floor. As they exited the common room, Henry distinctly sensed a faint, silvery glimmer behind him, likely a spell cast by Professor Snape. Snape soon followed. The hour was late, far beyond the time stipulated by school regulations. Professor Quirrell, having waited long enough, appeared somewhat impatient. He had even removed the lock. "Let us enter directly," Snape said flatly, pushing the door open and leading the way inside. The 3-headed dog was still awake and immediately noticed their presence. "Ah, it's that little one again, along with those 2 from last time," it growled, rising to its feet. Its massive form cast a formidable shadow in the flickering torchlight, engulfing the 3 standing at the entrance. "What is this creature? We never covered such a thing in defense against the dark arts, did we, Professor Quirrell?" Henry feigned a look of fear, deliberately questioning Quirrell. Quirrell glanced back, perplexed. "This is a magical beast, not a dark creature. Surely you have read." Snape abruptly interrupted their exchange, fixating on the 3-headed dog confronting them, commanding, "Enough! Draw your wands." The trio simultaneously brandished their wands at the creature. The dog, having encountered the potency of such wooden sticks before, became even more enraged, charging toward them with a fierce growl. Snape bellowed now. The 3 intoned in unison, "Stupefy! Stupefy! Stupefy!" Although one voice faltered, they nearly synchronized. Red sparks erupted from the tips of their wands, 3 beams of crimson light hurtling toward the dog. Chapter 87. The Professor is Wounded. The 3-headed dog roared, howled, and ultimately, in a defiant manner, collapsed heavily to the ground. Well, that is quite unseemly. Even after falling, its 6 menacing eyes continued to blink, seemingly struggling to remain awake. Observing this, the trio instinctively intensified their magical output, with Henry opting to employ the power of his research, malicious emotions. At long last, the 3-headed dog fell into silence. The trio, wary of its potential revival, continued casting the slumbering charm upon the creature. After a considerable time, Professor Snape finally signaled for them to cease. This student indeed possessed remarkable talent, and moments ago, The master had clearly sensed the malice and darkness festering within the young wizard's heart. With a modicum of temptation, he would likely prostrate himself at his master's feet. After all, the splendid Hogwarts could not accommodate such darkness. This young wizard appeared to be the ideal candidate to bear the master's ambitions, and with this development, perhaps Quirrell could finally be liberated. Contemplating this, a glimmer of boundless malice and the light of liberation flickered in Quirrell's eyes before vanishing. Naturally, Henry remained oblivious to Quirrell's thoughts, nor did he wish to delve into them. Breathing heavily, he followed Professor Snape forward, the exertion from his previous magical output having taken a toll on him. As he gasped for breath, he marveled at the imposing form before him, pondering the breed of the dog. Suddenly, a foul stench assailed his senses, prompting him to quickly cover his nose. The odor intensified with each step forward, nearly spilling out of the screen. Especially now, as he struggled to catch his breath. The stench was unbearable. Yet, it seemed the professors were unaffected by the noxious smell. He silently mused. Perhaps Professor Quirrell had grown accustomed to it. Or perhaps Professor Snape had discreetly cast a deodorizing charm on himself. He decided to inquire later. Asking now would yield little benefit, and he resolved to rely on his own methods. Raising his wand, he summoned his magical energy and intoned, "Wind to clear the dust." In the enclosed corridor, a gust of wind surged forth, swirling like water as it swept through every corner, particularly focusing on the dog's fur, which billowed like waves of grass. Once the wind had whisked away the foul odor, it dissipated into nothingness. He recognized this charm as a modified version of the previously encountered unknown hurricane spell. How remarkable. It seemed our assessments had underestimated him. Such a young age and already capable of multiple spell enhancements. This child might surpass even their generation in strength. The group separated to search, only to reconvene beside the three-headed dog, gazing with an almost penetrating insight at the trapdoor concealed beneath the massive creature. "What now?" Henry inquired, unburdened by any pretense due to his youth. Should we not employ the levitation charm? Professor Snape remained expressionless, ostensibly contemplating a solution, or perhaps feigning such contemplation, when Professor Quirrell proactively suggested the idea. "That seems feasible." Snape cast a deep glance at Quirrell, acquiescing before the latter could become flustered. Henry, however, remained skeptical. In his studies, he had learned that levitating such a large creature required a substantial amount of magical energy. If they exhausted too much power here, how would they respond to unforeseen circumstances? Why not attempt transforming the ground into a mirror or some other smooth surface, and then simply push the great dog aside? Or perhaps use transfiguration to lift the dog from the ground, revealing the trapdoor below? There were so many straightforward alternatives that sprang to mind. Why opt for this laborious method? Professor Quirrell certainly had his own ulterior motives. However, since the professors have reached a consensus, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Thereafter, he resolved to remain vigilant against Professor Quirrell, hoping that Professor Snape would also come to recognize the issue at hand. The three of them cast their spells once more. As their magical energies surged forth, the heavy body of the three-headed dog gradually lifted from the ground. With their wands moving in perfect synchrony, it slowly shifted aside, revealing the trapdoor beneath. They gently set the large canine down, yet were oblivious to the fact that, at the very moment they released it, one of the dog's heads twitched its eyes ominously. Professor Snape waved his wand, expecting the trapdoor to open with the ease of a regular door. However, the trapdoor remained utterly still. Professor Quirrell stepped forward to try, but the result was the same. Henry realized that the trapdoor had been enchanted with a counter curse, and without the correct means, it would remain shut. As the trio focused intently on the trapdoor, Henry's acute sense of smell detected a foul stench approaching from behind. Can one imagine the horror of a grotesquely enlarged pet dog, grinning with yellowed teeth and dripping with putrid saliva, advancing towards them unbidden? Particularly the chilling sensation of malice laid bare before them. "Danger!" Henry shouted. "Behind you, professors!" He hastily dashed forward, his mind racing with questions. Why hadn't Voldemort warned Professor Quirrell? Did he wish to dispose of his servant, or had he truly weakened to such an extent? Before Professor Snape could turn around, he swiftly transfigured a section of the floor into a giant shield to protect himself, just in time to block the three-headed dog, which had been startled into attacking by Henry's warning. Professor Quirrell was less fortunate, scrambling to escape the jaws of the monstrous creature. Fortunately, Snape's distraction allowed him to evade pursuit and reach safety beside Henry. "Let us go. It's too dangerous here," Professor Quirrell stammered, urging Henry to flee. Such a promising reserve should not perish here. as per their master's previous orders. However, Henry was reluctant to leave. Where could they go? They were at the end of the fourth-floor corridor, with only a wall behind them. The only escape route lay behind the three-headed beast. Moreover, the professor was still engaged in battle. Professor Snape found himself surrounded by the three heads, retaliating with transfiguration spells and curses. But with only 2 eyes, he struggled to defend against their coordinated attacks. In a moment of inattention, one of the heads seized the opportunity and sank its teeth into his thigh, piercing through the giant shield conjured by his transfiguration. Chapter 88. Escape from the Forbidden Zone. Snape managed to transform the shattered shield into a mass of solid cotton, attempting to mitigate the dog's crushing grip. Yet, the cotton was swiftly penetrated by the dog's sharp teeth, and blood began to flow freely. The taste of blood only further incited the beast, as the victorious head shook vigorously, eager to drive its teeth deeper. Professor Snape let out a muffled groan of pain, directing repelling spells at the head that had latched onto his thigh. This only incited the other 2 heads into a frenzy of relentless attacks, leaving the professor in a state of utter disarray. Observing the professor's precarious situation, Henry employed a mental blocking spell to suppress all fear and disturbance. However, concerned about the depletion of his magical energy, he could only approach to lend assistance. He positioned himself not far from the battlefield and unleashed the remnants of his magical power against the three-headed dog. Obstacles abound. After his initial exploration of the Forbidden Zone, Henry privately reviewed the advantages and shortcomings of this adventure and suddenly recalled that this particular spell would indeed affect magical creatures possessing resistance to magic. Thus, he had specifically studied this incantation, and we must rise in applause to express our gratitude for Ron's heartfelt contributions. Upon his research, Henry discovered that this spell, Obstacles Abound, functioned as a universal, slowing enchantment. Rather than directly impacting the creature, it dispersed magical energy around the target, creating layers of hindrances, akin to the immense resistance one experiences while submerged in water. Consequently, many magical creatures with high resistance to magic would nonetheless be constrained by this spell, save for those entirely indifferent to magical influences, which Henry categorized as magically exempt beings. Though he had never encountered such entities, he believed their existence to be plausible. The three-headed dog, thoroughly enraged, experienced that same vexing sensation once more. Its other 2 heads attempted to abandon Snape and redirect their assault towards Henry, remaining steadfast and swiftly lunging at him, even in a state of partial lethargy. As Henry's magical energy had waned, the direct consequence was a significant reduction in the efficacy of the slowing spell, compounded by the inherent brevity of its duration. Noticing Henry in peril, Professor Snape, enduring excruciating pain, seized the opportunity as the three-headed dog's assault momentarily eased, repelling the other 2 heads to aid Henry. He then pointed his wand at the head that was still clamped onto his leg. In an instant, an invisible blade sliced through the skin of that head, exposing bone beneath, and blood immediately soaked the surrounding fur. In agony, the three-headed dog was forced to relinquish its grip on the professor, who staggered back, limping, while attempting to heal his wound with his wand. However, it remained uncertain whether the dog's bite carried a curse, as the wound could not be temporarily healed. Fortunately, the previous cushioning had mitigated the impact, resulting in only minor flesh wounds and blood loss, with the leg bone remaining largely intact. At this moment, Henry had completely exhausted his magical energy, yet he had grown accustomed to this sensation. Frowning and enduring the emptiness within, he reminded, "Use Obstacles Abound, Professor." Professor Snape remained silent, yet his wand began to emit ethereal blue beams of light, clearly indicating he had heard the suggestion. The immense light continued to fire towards the great hound, showing no sign of abatement. Henry felt a twinge of envy at such a vast reservoir of magical power. Professor Quirrell finally reacted, though it was also possible he had deliberately delayed his response until now. He joined in, casting the slowing spell at the formidable beast alongside them. The three-headed dog's movements grew increasingly sluggish, repeatedly attempting to pounce, yet consistently being repelled by the spells unleashed by Professor Quirrell. Henry supported Professor Snape as the 3 of them began to make their way towards the door. Upon reaching the entrance, both professors simultaneously severed the magical beams. Seizing the opportunity while the large dog was still in a momentary state of sluggishness, and swiftly retreated. With a resounding thud, Henry shut the door, followed by the dull crash of the dog colliding with it and its furious growls. It must be said, the quality of this wooden door is truly commendable. The 2 professors exhaled in relief, grateful to have survived once more. However, Professor Snape began to gasp, cold sweat beading on his brow. Noticing this, Henry surmised that the injuries inflicted by the three-headed dog had flared up. He quickly exclaimed, "Professor, allow me to escort you to the hospital wing." But the professor retorted, "No, I insist you need to rest." Snape's voice had taken on a stern tone. "Very well," Henry conceded with resignation, departing first and leaving the two professors standing in the corridor. He could only silently pray that Voldemort lacked the audacity to cause trouble without a corporeal form. Otherwise, given Snape's current condition, the situation could become dire. Fortunately, he did not encounter Filch or Madame Pomfrey along the way, or he would have found himself at a loss for words. It would be rather incriminating to admit he had ventured into the forbidden forest with the professor. Password. The fat lady was still present, dutifully performing her role, and inquired curiously, "Where have you been?" "Ah, just fetching a potion for the professor. We could discuss it tomorrow." "I am utterly exhausted," Henry replied, feigning a yawn and speaking vaguely. "All right, agreed." The portrait swung open slowly. Quidditch truly was a demanding endeavor, putting these children through their paces. It was fortunate they had magic to rely on. Regrettably, he had yet to witness the elusive Philosopher's Stone, and instead, the professor had sustained injuries. Once back in the soft, warm bed, Henry's thoughts drifted, and he soon fell into slumber. The following morning, the mist in the sky had yet to dissipate. Henry, clutching breakfast, arrived early at the potions classroom. He was eager to ascertain whether Professor Snape exhibited any irregularities. He had resolved that should anything seem amiss, he would promptly inform Professor Dumbledore. After all, if Snape were truly under Voldemort's control, having a professor as an accomplice would make the theft of the Philosopher's Stone considerably easier, and such a scenario would be catastrophic. Chapter 89. Suspicion. Professor Snape maintained his usual cold, unapproachable demeanor, revealing no signs of abnormality. Was the situation truly as he hoped, or was there some underlying truth yet to be uncovered? It was not until the break that Henry, lost in thought, stood in the chilly courtyard chatting aimlessly with Harry and the others. Tomorrow marked Harry's first Quidditch match. Indeed, it appears Harry has devised a strategy. Harry was engrossed in rereading Quidditch through the ages, realizing that this diversion effectively kept distracting thoughts at bay. It turned out he had previously misunderstood Hermione. The attentive Hermione had conjured a cluster of bright blue flames contained within a jar for warmth, and they took turns holding it to thaw their chilled hands. Just as it was Henry's turn, Professor Snape hobbled over, and Henry, feeling a pang of guilt, instinctively concealed the jar in his hand. After all, this was strictly forbidden. "What do you have there, Potter?" Professor Snape glanced at Henry, entirely disregarding the glass jar that violated school rules, and instead fixed his unwavering gaze upon Harry, gesturing for him to surrender whatever he was holding. "The Origins of Quidditch," Harry exclaimed, displaying the book to Professor Snape, confident that it was permitted for borrowing. Snape snatched the book away, flipping through its pages as if it harbored immense secrets. Finally, he pointed at a corner of the cover with satisfaction. "You've soiled this. Damaging library property incurs a deduction of 3 points from Gryffindor." Harry, astonished, glanced at the glass jar in Henry's hand, which was completely uncovered, with ethereal blue flames flickering between his fingers. He then looked back at Snape, who limped away with the book after deducting points. Was losing points not enough? Had the book also been confiscated? This was unjust. Hermione had mentioned that the stains were already present. Madame Pants had even noted them. Momentarily lost in thought, Harry finally erupted in anger. "I would rather he deducted points for us using magic in the corridors." Ron chimed in support. Even Hermione appeared somewhat displeased. Henry shrugged, noting that casting spells during breaks did not constitute a violation of school rules. Well, it was now clear that the professor remained unchanged. He had endured the pain of his leg, just to find a reason to penalize Harry. "I can rest easy now." During the subsequent potions class, Professor Snape, favoring his leg, did not move about much. Harry stared intently at him from the front of the classroom, as if wishing to pierce Snape with his gaze, ideally causing him to limp even more severely. Wait, when had Snape begun to limp? Never mind. He only hoped that the other leg would follow suit. "Potter, do you possess any differing insights regarding the process of chopping up the valerian root before adding it to the cauldron?" Professor Snape inquired, noticing Harry lost in thought and furrowing his brow. "No, sir." Harry, caught in reverie, snapped back to reality at Ron's prompting. "None? Then, due to your inattentiveness in class, Gryffindor loses another 2 points. Sit down." Harry sulkily took his seat, with no retort available, feeling a twinge of guilt. He could only glare at Malfoy, who was deliberately emitting mocking snickers in front of him, thinking that if Snape's limp were to worsen, perhaps he would not have to attend potions class at all. Deprived of his usual outlet for stress, Harry began to feel increasingly uneasy, his attention waning throughout the afternoon as he struggled with his homework. He voiced his concerns to the others. Henry shrugged it off, indifferent. Even if Professor Snape rejected Harry's plea, it would merely result in a few more lost points, which would hardly trouble Harry excessively. However, Ron and Hermione united in their counsel, urging Harry to refrain from pursuing a fruitless endeavor. Ultimately, Harry resolved to investigate further, believing that as long as there were other professors nearby, Snape would not refuse such a minor request. However, a mere 10 minutes later, Harry emerged from the portrait passage. Breathless. It didn't matter now, though. Guys, you absolutely won't believe what I saw, Harry exclaimed, his astonishment piquing Ron and Hermione's curiosity. Henry, meanwhile, continued to calmly peruse his spellbook, likely having an inkling of what had transpired. Lowering his voice as if sharing a monumental secret, Harry recounted. I visited Snape's office and overheard him conversing with someone inside. He straightened his back and mimicked Professor Snape's tone, saying, "How can you keep an eye on 3 heads simultaneously?" Ron and Hermione nodded vigorously. It had been their recurring nightmare for days. They had previously discussed that the package entrusted to Hagrid by Dumbledore was hidden in the Forbidden Forest, and shortly after their departure, Gringotts had been breached by dark wizards. This implied that Snape was indeed that dark wizard, and the creature being guarded was that very object. Ron, do you remember? Harry sought affirmation. It must be of great importance. Ron nodded frantically. Hermione hesitated. Although Professor Snape is often unkind to us, I doubt he would be foolish enough to steal something entrusted to him by Headmaster Dumbledore. Besides, I don't believe there is anything that Professor Snape cannot procure. He is a master of potions. A single vial of a common potion can fetch several galleons. He might even be the wealthiest professor at Hogwarts. As concluded by the Daily Prophet, perhaps it is a dreadful magical artifact, just like Professor Quirrell described in class, something that could bestow immense power. Harry spoke excitedly, turning to Henry. What do you think, Henry? Hermione and Ron also turned their attention to him. Chapter 90, the beginning and end of the Quidditch match. Seeing no escape, Henry paused his perusal of the spellbook. Under the expectant gazes of the trio, he silently organized his thoughts before speaking. I believe that Professor Snape must have his own reasons for keeping us uninformed. Perhaps he is trying to protect us. As for the Dark Wizard, noticing Harry's wide eyes, Henry hesitated to shatter his hopes, but continued, I don't think Professor Snape is a Dark Wizard. After all, Headmaster Dumbledore would have thoroughly investigated before hiring him. Even if we don't trust Professor Snape, we must at least trust Headmaster Dumbledore. Harry, not receiving the affirmation he had anticipated, hesitated, unconvinced. Sensing Harry's intent to argue further, Henry quickly changed the subject. The match is tomorrow. Harry, how are you preparing? Harry felt as though he had been deflated like a balloon, suddenly confronted by reality. He realized that he had merely hours before the match began, causing him to forget his concerns about Snape's identity and plunge back into a state of anxious apprehension. After all, the Quidditch match was the pressing dilemma at hand. What if they lost? Was it not a great embarrassment to lose face before Malfoy? What would Professor McGonagall and would think then? Henry observed Harry's expression, which shifted unpredictably, his lips curling in a sly grin as if he had successfully executed a prank. It appeared that the pressure Harry had been under recently had merely shifted rather than dissipated, accumulating within him. A strategy was needed to help him learn to forget such burdens, Henry mused while stroking his chin. Hermione cast a disapproving glare at Henry. You truly are a master of mischief. Harry has barely diverted his attention from his unease for an hour, and your words have plunged him back into it? Henry could only manage an awkward smile. He certainly could not reveal that Professor Snape had been bitten while attempting to infiltrate the Forbidden Forest. That would expose his own involvement in the breach, after all. Anyway, Harry was the chosen one. For the sake of the future, it might be better for him to endure a bit more. After several hours of persistent anxiety, Harry was finally persuaded to retreat to his dormitory for some rest. He needed to sleep so that he could be in good spirits for the match tomorrow. Yet, even as he lay in bed, he kept lamenting his inability to fall asleep. Thus, to ensure Harry would not disturb Neville and the others, and to facilitate his slumber, Henry decisively cast a sleeping spell on him. Indeed, the next day, Harry awoke feeling remarkably refreshed, having received ample rest. His spirits were high as he joyfully spread honey on his sausages and devoured them, completely devoid of the anxiety from the previous night. He held no resentment towards Henry for casting the spell. Rather, he thought to himself that perhaps he could request Henry's assistance again for future competitions. It truly was effective. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was vibrant. Although the weather was cold, it was brilliantly sunny, and the match could not be postponed. Conversations buzzed about the potential outcomes of the day's competition, and some upperclassmen had even begun to place bets. The troublemaking twins had initiated the gambling, but they were quickly apprehended by Professor McGonagall. Nevertheless, Henry keenly noticed George discreetly passing information to Lee Jordan, who would continue the betting. Everyone was eagerly anticipating an exhilarating match. Yet, Henry doused Harry with a splash of cold water. "I'm sorry, but I have a few matters to attend to and one to be joining you," he stated, estimating it would take quite some time. "Why?" Harry's cheerful demeanor instantly dimmed, and after a moment of silence, he uttered that single word. Ron and Hermione looked at him in astonishment. "Well, I'm not particularly interested in this sport. I would much rather learn to fly on my own than on a broomstick. Besides, I have a sudden inspiration that I need to test. Otherwise, I'll forget it later," Henry said, shrugging awkwardly, his words gaining momentum. "I hope you win today's match. I know you will. You have the talent." He patted Harry's shoulder in encouragement before hastily departing the Great Hall. He was eager to reach the 8th floor, for he had to converse with the original owner today. He suddenly had an excellent idea stemming from the unexpected incident in Transfiguration class, though the process would be somewhat perilous and require the original owner's support. He had already devised his persuasive arguments for the original owner. Upon traversing the portrait passage, he discovered a banner proclaiming Potter for victory prominently hung in the common room. It appeared to be crafted from bed sheets, adorned with a large image of a Gryffindor lion, cleverly concealing some inexplicable stains that seemed to have been painted on, the colors still shimmering with vibrancy. The Gryffindor students were reveling in the common room, celebrating with sparks and fireworks. Suddenly, a dark-haired girl dashed over and embraced Henry with fervor, exclaiming, "Harry won! We won!" Startled, Henry instinctively attempted to push her away, but fortunately, reason prevailed as he recognized her as Patil. To be honest, he could not distinctly recall whether she was Parvati or Padma Patil, for they were twin sisters who had previously delivered love letters to him, which he had declined. The surrounding girls gazed at Patil with envy, seemingly astonished by her boldness. Indeed, Harry and his companions had triumphed. Patil, undeterred by any embarrassment, had acted with intent. Henry casually grabbed a drink and settled into a corner, observing the jubilant festivities. He watched as members of the house team were hoisted aloft, particularly Wood. After suffering a humiliating defeat to Slytherin last year, they had finally reclaimed their dignity. It seemed he wished to avoid the limelight, yet could not escape it. Upon Harry's entrance, he was whisked away, while Ron clung tightly to Harry. "If we are to perish, let us perish together." Hermione beckoned Henry to a secluded corner, where she began recounting the events of the day's match. Chapter 91. At the celebration. Hermione's attitude towards Professor Snape had evidently undergone a significant transformation, but Henry felt powerless to assist. After all, Professor Snape's actions often led to misunderstandings, particularly as he consistently targeted Harry, a notion anyone might entertain. Like Hagrid, Henry did not believe Snape intended harm towards Harry. However, he was somewhat more certain than Hagrid, remembering that Professor Snape's feelings towards Harry were quite complex. Perhaps Snape harbored resentment and disdain due to Harry's visage and reckless demeanor, occasionally seeking to vent his frustrations upon him. Yet, he would never wish for Harry's demise and would even risk his own life to protect him. It was undoubtedly Professor Quirrell who was orchestrating the mischief. One could imagine that Voldemort, lurking behind Quirrell, would command his servant to eliminate Harry, the very source of his transformation. However, Quirrell's actions were subtle, and Snape was likely engrossed in reciting counter curses, oblivious to the concealment required. Furthermore, Harry's ongoing grievances against him led Ron and Hermione to immediately scrutinize Snape. Consequently, Hermione was ultimately discovered. Listening to her express regret for inadvertently colliding with Professor Quirrell in haste, it was evident she felt some remorse and pondered when to offer her apology. Yet, Henry cautioned her against this, suggesting that if Professor Snape were to overhear, he would ascertain her culpability. However, Professor Snape's predicament is indeed unfortunate. Not only has he lost a robe, but he has also failed to uncover the identity of the arsonist, which has undoubtedly tarnished his reputation. A smile tugged at Henry's lips, revealing a hint of schadenfreude as he imagined Professor Snape's expression at that moment. Surely it would not be the usual icy demeanor. "What are you thinking about?" Hermione inquired, noticing Henry lost in thought, his face betraying a barely suppressed smile. "Nothing. Did you find out anything on your end?" Henry's expression instantly shifted, leaving Hermione momentarily questioning her sanity. She shook her head, as if to dispel her earlier impolite thoughts, and continued, "Well, it seems Hagrid let something slip. We discovered that the three-headed dog is named Fluffy, which Hagrid acquired from someone else specifically to guard the Forbidden Forest for Professor Dumbledore." "Fluffy? So, Hagrid is aware of its weaknesses, correct?" Henry noted this down silently, nodding in understanding. Observing Hermione's troubled expression, he asked, "Is there anything else? Perhaps I could be of assistance?" Hermione tilted her head, uncertain. "We also learned about someone named Nicholas Flamel. That package in the Forbidden Forest was entrusted to Professor Dumbledore by him. I feel like this name rings a bell, but I can't quite recall where I encountered it." "Oh, I know him," Henry interjected. He had come across this notable figure while researching the Philosopher's Stone and didn't mind sharing the information with Hermione to spare her the trouble of searching for answers. Hermione's eyes lit up, her brows raised as she urged Henry to continue. This mystery had been perplexing her for quite some time, and to her surprise, Henry was familiar with it as well. "I remember first seeing this name on a chocolate frog card depicting Dumbledore." Henry shrugged and elaborated, "It's hard to avoid them. Dumbledore's cards appear with such frequency." Nicholas Flamel was a legendary French alchemist who collaborated with Professor Dumbledore, and his most renowned achievement is the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione's eyes sparkled with recognition. "I knew I had seen that name. It's mentioned in both a summary of 15th century magic and the alchemical mysteries, particularly highlighting his creation of the Philosopher's Stone at the age of 76. He is the only known maker of the stone, but he was unsuccessful, wasn't he? He was bitten." Before Henry could respond, Hermione furrowed her brow again, muttering to herself, "No, he must have attempted it again later, but this time he was unfortunate enough to be bitten by Fluffy." Henry quickly interjected, not wanting her to delve deeper into her thoughts, lest she piece together the series of events, even if her suspicions were entirely misguided. We shouldn't jump to conclusions. Perhaps that individual isn't Professor Snape at all. All we can ascertain is that the Forbidden Forest likely contains something magical." Just then, he caught sight of Harry approaching with a plate of food in hand. He swiftly stood up, eager to change the subject, and exclaimed, "Oh, hi. Well done, Harry." Harry grinned broadly and said, "Thank you. I heard from Hermione that it was indeed quite perilous at that moment, but luckily you held onto the flying broomstick." Embarrassed, Harry chuckled and inquired, "What are you discussing?" Hermione replied with a tone of having finally found the answer. "We now know who Nicholas Flamel is. Moreover, we have discovered that there is a Philosopher's Stone hidden in the Forbidden Forest." "The Philosopher's Stone?" came a curious query from Harry, who hailed from the Muggle world. "Goodness, the Philosopher's Stone?" echoed Ron, whose voice was laden with disbelief, having grown up listening to tales from the wizarding world. Noticing Harry's confusion, Henry elaborated. "The Philosopher's Stone is an extraordinary substance with formidable powers. Its most basic ability is to transform any metal into pure gold, although the specific methods of its use remain unknown. Additionally, it can produce the elixir of life, which grants immortality to anyone who consumes it. It is said that Nicholas Flamel has lived for over 660 years. Over 660 years, both exclaimed in astonishment. But what does Snape want with the Philosopher's Stone? Harry pondered aloud after a moment. Henry felt like facepalming, reiterating that it was not Professor Snape who sought the stone. "Oh wait, I haven't told Harry and Ron yet." Ron began to fantasize. "If I had the Philosopher's Stone, I could get a new wand, replace all my old belongings, and even buy a new house for my family." Chapter 92. Christmas is approaching. Ron continued with the Philosopher's Stone. "I would definitely purchase a Quidditch team and watch them play every day. Oh, and perhaps get a new pet. I'm tired of rats. As for Scabbers, I suppose I'll just let him live out his days." "Harry, what would you most want to do if you had the Philosopher's Stone?" Harry pondered for a moment and uncertainly replied, "Maybe use it to brew the elixir of life." He felt that he already possessed an abundance of galleons that could last a lifetime, and perhaps he could explore another purpose of the stone. Even Hermione was caught up in the excitement, stating, "I was thinking the same. We must find a way to brew a vial of the elixir of life, so I can have more time to read magical books. You know, perhaps that is Snape's objective." Henry, having lowered his head in despair, reiterated that it was not Professor Snape. Ultimately, the four of them devolved the discussion into a whimsical debate on what they would do if they possessed a Philosopher's Stone, continuing until the celebration concluded. Following the Quidditch match, Hogwarts soon returned to calmness, with everyone burdened by a plethora of classes and assignments. "By the way, I might need to borrow Hedwig. I will send her ahead so it won't delay your letter, but you must remind her to take care of herself." He casually asked Harry to lend him Hedwig, as the school's messenger service charges a fee. "That's fine. Use her as you wish. I don't have anything urgent to send aside from a letter to my uncle and aunt explaining the situation." He then added, "Oh, and Ron and his brothers are staying at school this year. He told me yesterday that Mrs. Weasley's family plans to visit Charlie. I believe it's in Romania." Harry felt a twinge of uncertainty, but quickly brushed it aside, cheerfully exclaiming that he had only discovered yesterday that Charlie was the seeker who graduated before him. Henry, too, was taken aback by this coincidence. "What about Hermione?" he inquired, having been preoccupied in recent days and unaware of the developments. "That's splendid," Henry remarked with a whimsical tone. For the past few days, Harry had been gazing at the sky, noting with disbelief that December was already half gone, and yet no snow had fallen. The snowfall was delayed by several days. The sky remained perpetually overcast, with the sun having vanished for several consecutive days. Just under a week since Henry had mentioned impending snow, the heavens indeed delivered a flurry. The chaotic defensive enchantments and barriers of Hogwarts seemed ineffectual against the natural elements. Upon awakening, Harry beheld several feet of snow blanketing the grounds, transforming Hogwarts into a majestic winter wonderland. The distant Black Lake was entirely encased in a thick layer of ice, reflecting the somber sky above. The forbidden forest remained shrouded in darkness. Save for the branches nearby, adorned with icicles, and the expansive lawn was buried beneath the snow, rendering it unrecognizable. Henry sat by the tower window, savoring the snowfall while attempting to clear his mind. Beside him, the great hearth blazed with a vibrant fire, its warmth contrasting sharply with Hermione's rare blue magical flames. As this fire was kindled with genuine firewood, the golden red flames cast a rosy glow upon the scattered young wizards who were yet to awaken. In his reverie, Henry leaned his head in contemplation, watching the snowflakes descend, when he was suddenly drawn to the ruckus in the courtyard. It was the notorious troublemakers, engaging in their antics by magically manipulating sizable white spheres, presumably snowballs, which relentlessly pelted Professor Quirrell on the back of his head. The professor yelped in distress. The impact must have been painful, as these snowballs did not disintegrate upon collision and were nearly the size of solid balls. Truly, the mischief of children knows no bounds. This might very well be their peak of audacity. Wait, could it be that their reckless behavior might draw the ire of Voldemort upon his return? Should he intervene? Just as Henry was about to rise and descend the stairs, he noticed the courtyard door swing open, revealing Professor McGonagall striding purposefully inside, likely incensed by the twins' antics. With a flick of her wand, she dispelled the snowballs, rescuing the beleaguered Professor Quirrell, before escorting the chastened twins and their victim away. The courtyard fell silent once more, save for the sound of snowflakes descending. Ah well, since the mischief had already unfolded, the only recourse would be to thwart Voldemort's thoughts of revenge when the time came. He had a few years left, and he felt confident in that. As time pressed on, Henry rose to rouse his dormitory mates still ensconced in sleep, inviting them to join him for breakfast in the Great Hall. Classes awaited them today. As he descended to the third floor, Henry caught a glimpse of Professor Quirrell just as he was about to enter the defense against the Dark Arts office. His eyes darted, and he instructed Harry and the others to proceed ahead before pursuing Professor Quirrell. "Professor Quirrell," Henry called out. Recently, Henry had been elusive, and he feared that after the last failed intrusion into the Forbidden Forest, he might never find another opportunity to be alone with him again. Chapter 93. The Transaction. "Good morning, Mr. Wobbleworth," Professor Quirrell stammered in greeting. Henry blinked in surprise, sensing an inexplicable warmth emanating from Quirrell today. Hadn't they just clashed during an attempted ambush? Was this sudden cordiality a guise for something more sinister? He hesitated momentarily, raising his guard, but considering his objective, he steeled himself and decided to take a gamble. He gestured towards the office, inviting Professor Quirrell to enter. Henry was the first to turn the doorknob. Upon entering, he was immediately assailed by a pungent odor that filled the room. Though it was slightly less offensive than the scent that clung to Professor Quirrell, it still nearly took his breath away. He stepped aside for Quirrell to enter and then closed the door, surveying the surroundings. The interior was sparsely furnished, featuring a wooden desk and a few chairs placed centrally, while several large scarves of the same color as the one adorning Quirrell's head hung suspended from a thin thread above. Was he running a scarf wholesale business? Or were tokens of friendship truly so inexpensive? The source of the overwhelming stench emanated from there. In one corner stood a large bookcase, filled with ominous-looking tomes that did not appear to be easily trifled with. Have you ever encountered a book that pulsates with a deep crimson glow? He even spotted one that occasionally emitted dark smoke. Nearby, several trunks were piled up, seemingly housing unknown creatures that thudded against the insides, making a raucous noise. Noticing Henry's gaze drawn to the trunks, Quirrell casually pointed his wand, and a blue light struck the trunk, revealing several dark, shadowy creatures, part of the fifth-year curriculum. Henry nodded non-committally, observing the emptiness of the room, which offered little concealment for eavesdroppers. Just as he was about to speak, he reconsidered and produced the wand he had been clutching. "Silencio," he intoned, casting a transparent barrier around the two, akin to glass. Satisfied, he turned to Quirrell and said, "Professor Quirrell, I have come to propose a transaction." Quirrell, intrigued by Henry's enigmatic display, felt a sense of security with his master's presence. dismissing any concern about Henry posing a threat. Moreover, he had learned dark magic from his master and even harbored a desire for Henry to make a move, providing him an opportunity to experiment with unmastered spells. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of indifference and inquired, "What sort of transaction?" Henry smiled slightly, exuding confidence as he replied, "I believe Professor Snape has tasked you with discovering how to subdue the three-headed dog, correct? Have you made any progress?" Quirrell's demeanor shifted. Not only was this a request from Snape, but also an order from his master, one that was imperative to follow. "How do you know this?" He feigned surprise, though he was genuinely taken aback, as he had no understanding of how Henry had come to mention such a matter. "It is rather evident, is it not? Professor Snape suffered a bite to his leg, and only you and I are privy to his intentions of entering that place, where the three-headed dog stands as an insurmountable obstacle. Lacking any prior directives of a similar nature, it appears that the onus lies solely upon you." Henry spoke with a certain conviction, revealing that he had gleaned some insights or methods contingent upon your willingness to engage in an exchange. Yet, should the deadline pass without a solution, I fear that a punishment shall be unavoidable. The very thought of the master's retribution sent a shiver down Professor Quirrell's spine. With a hint of anxiety, he inquired, "What is it that you desire?" "A tome containing the non-detection extinction charm," Henry replied. "I require this spell for a current project. As you know, the Ministry maintains stringent oversight on this incantation, yet I am certain the library must possess a copy." "Very well," Quirrell conceded. "The non-detection extinction charm can indeed prove useful. Several boxes provided by various schools have employed this enchantment." A sigh of relief escaped him. This demand was rather straightforward. Were it not for Henry being merely a first-year student, Quirrell might have even facilitated access to advanced tomes on dark magic. Wait, there may indeed exist a forbidden book on this subject. Should his dabbling in dark arts be uncovered, Henry would undoubtedly find no sanctuary at Hogwarts, and Quirrell would soon have yet another follower at his master's feet. Quirrell casually seized a sheet of parchment from the lectern, swiftly inscribing the title of the requested book and signing his name, subsequently affixing his mark with his wand before handing it to Henry. "This is a requirement of Madame Pants to prevent forgery by students." Henry accepted the parchment. "The deciphering charms?" He read aloud. "Yes, indeed. I perused this book in my youth. It is most beneficial." Quirrell had sought the recommendation of a professor for this volume during his 6th year, which contained numerous advanced spells and dark enchantments, most of which were only taught in private sessions by professors. However, many of these spells had been prohibited for various reasons. As you are aware, naturally, lacking guidance at the time, he had not grasped many spells from it and doubted Henry's ability to self-study its contents. Quirrell would not admit to any inadequacies of his own. Currently, he relied on this young wizard to provide him with a solution to the three-headed dog. And to avoid any unnecessary detours, this book would serve as a form of compensation. He believed Henry would soon discover that mastering dark magic was considerably easier than advanced white magic, provided one possessed a heart of malice. Unbeknownst to Henry was Quirrell's ulterior motive. He felt rather pleased, for Quirrell, a graduate of Ravenclaw, had deemed the book useful, and thus it must indeed hold value. He was taken aback by Quirrell's unexpected kindness, entirely devoid of any hint of a corrupted soul, concealing the note within the inner pocket of his robe. He lifted his gaze and, addressing the expectant Quirrell, stated, "The large dog is named Fluffy, cared for by Hagrid. You might consider approaching Hagrid, appeal to his affections, or even intoxicate him, if need be." As he spoke, his expression sharpened. "But do not harm him. Dumbledore is watching. For the sake of the stone required by Professor Snape, ensure that nothing goes awry." "Very well, our transaction is complete. I shall take my leave now." Henry suppressed his expression, exhaled softly, brushed off the non-existent dust from his attire, and turned to depart. How could he appear more like a dark sorcerer than I? Professor Quirrell stood transfixed, watching Henry's graceful exit. Suddenly, his countenance stiffened. He clutched his head tightly, a look of agony crossing his features as he murmured in a pleading tone, "Do not punish me, master. Is not yet time. Not yet." In that moment, the door swung open once more, and Henry peeked back in, startling Professor Quirrell so much that he forgot his pain. His terrified visage twitched, and his gesture of covering his head morphed into a scratching motion. Chapter 94, The First Forbidden Book. "Is there something else?" Professor Quirrell asked nervously, fearing that Henry might have overheard his earlier murmurs. Henry smiled broadly, a smile that sent a shiver down Professor Quirrell's spine. "Ah, there is indeed a free piece of information." "What is it?" Professor Quirrell managed a strained smile, feeling his face nearly stiffen with tension. The culprit who nearly caused Harry to fall from his broom during the last Quidditch match has been identified, but I trust he will not act again. For if he does, I believe it is imperative that Headmaster Dumbledore is made aware of the true situation. Henry's smile concealed the blade. He felt confident in dealing with Professor Quirrell directly, yet not so with Voldemort. Harry's continued scrutiny by Voldemort was a precarious situation. It is not the thief's cunning one fears, but rather the thief's obsession. What if he truly succeeded? Thus, to avoid alarming the snake, he decided to invoke Dumbledore's name, believing that afterward Professor Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, would behave more cautiously. Professor Quirrell was genuinely frightened, not by Henry's prowess, for he was not intimidated by a first-year student, but rather by the indifferent aura that surrounded him. He could perceive the sharpness hidden within Henry's smiling eyes, reminiscent of the sensation he experienced upon first encountering his master, being the fish on the chopping block. He nodded mechanically. Excellent. Henry commended with a nod of approval. Professor Quirrell remained rooted to the spot, unaware of when Henry had left. With a buoyant stride and a tune on his lips, Henry made his way to the Great Hall for breakfast, then accompanied the others to the potions classroom. It was Friday once again. Hermione noticed Henry's joyful demeanor and inquired, but he merely smiled in silence. They proceeded directly to the underground classroom, which was considerably colder than the Great Hall. Even the drafty corridor could not compare. The warm breath of the young wizards easily formed a cloud of mist before them, and even clad in the thickest of robes, none could withstand the chill. Henry sat composed amidst the cold, finding a certain resonance between this environment and Professor Snape's temperament. Both exuded an aura of frost. It was no wonder he had chosen the underground classroom as his office. Suddenly, noticing the trio beside him shivering in discomfort, Henry inwardly acknowledged his oversight. He hastily transformed the inner linings of their robes into thick, down-filled jackets before Professor Snape's arrival. Though they appeared somewhat bulky and less than aesthetically pleasing, they were indeed much warmer, and the magical energy expended was far less than that of a warming charm. Henry silently commended himself for his quick thinking. As for his own attire, it was already impeccably arranged the moment he stepped into the classroom. Malfoy, who had been observing from a distance, felt a sense of frustration at not witnessing Harry and his friends make fools of themselves. However, clad in a tailored, warm robe crafted from special material, he could hardly afford to feel envious. His lackeys, on the other hand, were less fortunate, as Crabbe and Goyle huddled together for warmth, resembling two plump pieces of meat in an embrace. Other friendly young wizards gathered around, eager to solicit Henry's assistance. Yet, before he could attend to a few female classmates, Professor Snape made his entrance. Fortunately, Professor Snape had granted everyone the unusual privilege of igniting a fire to boil water, claiming it would facilitate the direct preparation of potions. The students instinctively clustered around the cauldron, cherishing the scant warmth. Henry noticed that, after a few days' absence, Professor Snape's gait had returned to normal. It seemed that potions could sometimes be far more effective than mere remedies, particularly in alleviating negative states. Before long, the temperature rose slightly. Yet it was still no match for the warmth of the Great Hall. The steamy mist enveloped the subterranean classroom, even beginning to descend from the ceiling like a dream. However, Harry had something to say. This haze would be better off dissipating, as it obscured his view of the potion ingredients. Observing Harry as he repeatedly wiped his foggy glasses, a consequence of condensation, Henry sighed. Seizing the opportunity while Professor Snape was momentarily distracted, he gestured for Harry to discreetly pass him his glasses. He took them, discreetly enchanted them beneath the table with a flick of his wand, softly uttering, "Waterproof and moisture repellent." He then returned the now dry glasses to Harry, receiving a grateful glance in return. Harry had devised a strategy for dealing with Snape, to be cautious, to avoid mishaps, and to remain indifferent, even ignoring Malfoy's taunts, which rendered Malfoy's attempts futile. Snape, too, had not found an opportunity to deduct points today, and his expression was sour when it came time to submit assignments. After Professor Snape announced the end of class, Henry hurriedly arranged to meet with the trio in the Great Hall and exited the classroom in haste. He clutched the note in his pocket, feeling its weight. Eager to visit the library and borrow a book, he was on the verge of exploring his first forbidden tome, with no time to waste. Even when he encountered Hagrid, who was cradling a massive fir tree, he merely exchanged a quick greeting without pausing. He briskly made his way to the library, where he found Madame Pants, who was dusting the shelves with a feather duster. Although he was puzzled as to why she opted for manual labor instead of magic, it was not the topic of the day. With utmost respect, Henry presented Professor Quirrell's note to Madame Pants. According to Professor Quirrell, Students were not permitted to enter the restricted section themselves and could only present the note to the librarian for assistance in retrieving the desired book. The secrets of advanced charms? Madame Pants scrutinized Henry with a piercing gaze, seemingly suspecting that this young wizard had forged the document. She had likely encountered this book before, recognizing its intricate spells and even some dark magic, which was certainly not suitable for a first-year student. Henry donned a perfect smile. Madame Pants contemplated for a moment, suddenly brandishing her wand to point at the note, tapping it gently, yet the parchment remained unresponsive. It was then that she conceded to the authenticity of the note, explaining that this was a necessary procedure. Henry nodded in understanding, assuring her that as long as she provided him with the book, her words held merit. However, the matter was not yet concluded. Madame Pants scrutinized the note again, then lowered her gaze to examine Henry with her piercing eyes for a while, before becoming lost in thought, seemingly engaged in an internal struggle. This continued for some time until she finally relented, exclaiming, "Very well. I cannot fathom what Professor Quirrell is thinking, allowing such a perilous book to be accessible to first-year students. Mr. Voss, please wait for me at the borrowing desk while I fetch it for you." With that, Madame Pants disappeared into the maze of identical towering bookshelves. Henry arrived at the library entrance, quietly awaiting her return while idly observing the furnishings of the library. Chapter 95. The Christmas holiday commences. Madame Pants had been gone for quite a while. Leaning against the registration desk, Henry watched the ebb and flow of students, lost in thought about the questions he had yet to articulate, all the while attracting a number of discreet, admiring glances. Even a few young witches attempted to strike up a conversation, but were deterred by Henry's furrowed brow and contemplative demeanor. They were reluctant to disrupt his reverie, fearing that he might be pondering something of great significance. Just as boredom threatened to compel him to toy with his wand, Madame Pants emerged, cradling an immense, antiquated tome of spells, the cover of which was nearly eroded away. Henry was utterly astonished. Indeed, it was a millennium-old academy of magic, and this tome was likely older than several headmasters named Dumbledore combined. Madame Pants placed the heavy book upon the table with a dull thud. While processing the registration, she conveyed the essential regulations to Henry. "Remember, Mr. Voss, each borrowed book can correspond to only one individual, meaning that the tomes from the restricted section cannot be reborrowed or lent to others, nor may they be copied or transcribed." She paused to allow Henry to take note, then continued, "One more point. Absolutely. You must not cast spells on the magical books at random. Each book in the restricted section is protected by specific enchantments, which can be disrupted by conflicting spells. I shall place a minor magical barrier on it, and I will inspect it upon its return." Madame Pants raised her voice once more to emphasize, "If any of the aforementioned violations are discovered, you will permanently forfeit your privilege to borrow from the library's restricted section. Please remember this, Mr. Voss." Henry nodded repeatedly, indicating his comprehension. He continued to affirm with nods, for what else could he do? With Madame Pants' numerous admonitions echoing in his mind, Henry exited the library, clutching a tome that was nearly half his size, and promptly made his way to the 8th floor. Fortunately, he had gained considerable strength in recent days. Otherwise, without employing the levitation charm, it would have truly been a challenge. He resolved that henceforth, no book of a lower caliber would occupy this shelf, for to do so would be a disservice to this weathered tome. Henry cast a final glance at the untouched advanced curse breaking before closing the door, preparing to head to the Great Hall. Regrettably, time was of the essence, and he had been absent for long enough. It was high time to rejoin his friends, for Harry and the others may have grown impatient. Within the Great Hall, 12 splendid Christmas trees stood tall, adorned with strings of golden baubles, the raw materials of which had been transported by Hagrid. Each tree was further embellished with an array of decorations, including glistening icicles, hundreds of candles, hexagonal snowflakes, and petite gift boxes, creating an enchanting ambience that elicited a smile from Henry, who had seldom experienced such joy. The young wizards were clamoring and frolicking, filling the atmosphere with exuberance as they waved their wands, draping holly-laden garlands upon the walls. He settled beside his friends, only to notice that Harry and Ron were sulking, their spirits dampened. With a curious glance, Henry turned to Hermione. Ron's desire to confront Malfoy had been thwarted once more by Snape, who had seized the opportunity to deduct 5 points from Gryffindor. Hermione shrugged, expressing her resignation. She and Henry had grown accustomed to having their earned points deducted by Professor Snape for various reasons. This revelation stirred Harry and Ron's emotions. "One day, I'll give Malfoy a proper thrashing," Ron declared vehemently, with Harry fervently nodding in agreement. Henry and his companions bid farewell to Hermione at the castle's entrance. She embraced each of them, offering a final reminder to Harry to avoid breaking school rules. Even if he did, he ought to be as discreet as Henry was, lest he be caught. Since Harry's previous close call, Hermione had become less concerned about rule-breaking, as long as they managed to avoid detection and point deductions. This understanding had significantly eased the dynamics between her and Harry. However, they still could not act recklessly in her presence. Otherwise, they would be met with a lecture. "I will send you gifts," she promised before departing, dragging her trunk behind her as she joined the throng, boarding a carriage pulled by invisible horses. From Harry's perspective, Henry could distinctly see the gaunt, yet gentle Thestrals at the front of the carriage. They frequently turned their heads to gaze in their direction, devoid of any hostility. Henry felt as though their pupil-less white eyes were fixated upon him, as if they would pounce if not burdened by their duty. After perusing a selection of books on magical creatures in the library, he had come to understand the nature of Thestrals, creatures associated with death, visible only to those who had witnessed and accepted the reality of mortality. He could only surmise that perhaps his unique experiences allowed him to see the Thestrals without having encountered death, yet he remained perplexed by their seemingly affectionate demeanor toward him. With his magical prowess steadily increasing, Henry now felt sufficiently emboldened to embark on an exploration of the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 96, The Gift Controversy. As Henry watched Hermione's silhouette gradually fade away in the carriage, he reflected on the well-preserved roast turkey that merely required reheating for consumption. As for Aunt Amy, Henry had prepared a pair of purple woolen gloves for her, believing that the hue complemented her splendidly. The combination of gifts and various other items further strained his already meager purse. His scant coins had dwindled to a solitary gold galleon, a few silver sickles, and over 30 bronze nuts. Henry awaited Harry to summon Hedwig, taking a moment to pen a letter, while the remainder of his time was spent staring vacantly at the deflated pouch laid upon his bed. He contemplated whether it might be prudent to venture into the Forbidden Forest in search of fortune. Before long, Hedwig arrived. However, it soon became apparent that the package was far too heavy for Hedwig alone to carry. Reluctantly, Henry took Hedwig and the gifts to the Owlery, spending 10 bronze nuts to rent another owl, enabling Hedwig and her companion to jointly deliver the letter and gifts. As he observed the parcel disappearing through the wide-open window of the Owlery, Henry found himself lost in thought, gazing at the snowflakes drifting from the sky. He felt a pang of longing for Mrs. Weasley, Aunt Amy, Diana, and the other children, wondering how they were faring. Interestingly, the process of preparing the gifts had not been without its challenges. Initially, he had intended to bestow an assortment of candies he had collected over the past few days. Henry self-deprecatingly mused that once he mastered his magical abilities, scratching that thought, he would no longer find himself so beleaguered. He would simply declare, "Buy whatever you wish." However, his current financial constraints rendered such indulgence impossible, and thus he sought to economize. Unfortunately, just 2 days prior, due to improper storage, all the candies had been devoured by scabbers. What was even more infuriating was that they appeared to have been reduced merely to chew toys, with the scattered, contaminated sweets strewn about. Cursed little Peter Pettigrew. In that moment, Henry was so incensed that he nearly brandished his wand, tempted to unleash the recently acquired Intralexpelling curse upon him. Ah yes, that dreadful and grotesque curse, chronicled in the Dark Arts Revealed, was said to have been invented by Ectra Harlow in the 16th century. Originally developed for medical convenience to investigate intestinal anomalies, though it might have also served to alleviate constipation, its infusion with negative emotions transformed it into a quintessential dark magic. During the last wizarding war led by Voldemort, it was used repeatedly by those deranged Death Eaters to brutally end the lives of ordinary muggles. Indeed, it caused excruciating pain, and it seemed there was no counter-curse. One could only resort to medical intervention or avoid being struck in the first place. Ultimately, reason prevailed, reminding him that if Scabbers were to perish, how would Voldemort resurrect himself according to the original timeline? Where would he find another servant less fervently devoted to Voldemort? His careful maintenance of the timeline was solely to facilitate Voldemort's eventual demise with greater ease. Do not succumb to anger. It is not worth disrupting one's plans over such trivial matters. He managed to restrain himself, yet the gift remained unacquired. With the time slipping away, collecting now felt utterly insufficient. Hogwarts offered a delightful assortment of candies each day, rotating weekly, but alas, he had not a full week at his disposal. This predicament left Henry, with his collecting obsession and compulsive tendencies, in a quandary. What to do? That evening, he emerged from his small study, deep in thought as he made his way to the common room. At the entrance of the corridor, he unexpectedly collided with George, who was stealthily attempting to sneak out. Out of curiosity, Henry inquired about his destination, to which George candidly replied that he was heading to the kitchen for a snack. The kitchen? It lay in the underground corridor, not towards the potions classroom, but rather down the other end, where one would easily encounter a painting of a bowl of fruit, prominently featuring a pear. A gentle scratch upon it would elicit a delightful giggle, transforming it into a green doorknob that led directly into Hogwarts kitchen. This was no longer a secret. Many students were aware, with the Hufflepuff house being the first to share, given their proximity. Yet, they maintained a tacit understanding to keep quiet about it, for sharing further would diminish their spoils, and if the school caught wind, it would spell trouble. George scratched his head. No, this secret is not as clandestine as you might assume. The professors surely know, sensing that this might come off as selfish. He added, we're often plagued by hunger. Henry silently acknowledged that the consumption of magic demanded a gradual replenishment by the body. And where did the body derive its energy if not from sustenance? However, the intricacies of how food transformed into magic were beyond his current scholarly pursuits and would need to be set aside for now. Besides, this was not the moment for such contemplations. He had a burgeoning idea for the gift he intended to present. They ventured together towards the kitchen, and Henry decided to cast the disillusionment charm on George. This thrilled George immensely. He had longed to experience this spell. It was indeed essential for nighttime escapades. Yet he and Fred had never quite mastered it. The professors had deemed them unready. Yet here was Henry, already proficient. Merely a first year. I knew I was right about you. You are truly a genius. George exuberantly praised him, eagerly adding, Can I come to you for a disillusionment charm next time? George thumped his chest with a hearty sound, and it took him a moment to realize that Henry could not see him. Thus, he hastily reassured him verbally. It's just Hogsmeade. Fred and I have traversed the secret passages countless times. This is a piece of cake. Chapter 97, An Adventure in the Kitchen. Two indistinct figures swaggered toward the grand painting of a silver bowl brimming with fruit in the underground corridor. The torches in the stone passage illuminated what would otherwise be a foreboding, dimly lit pathway, adorned not only with the fruit painting, but also with many other delightful and enchanting artworks. Of course, there were even more depictions of delectable treats. Henry, seeing that no one was around, promptly used his wand to dispel the disillusionment charm on the two of them. Although George felt a twinge of regret at the expiration of his experience with the charm, his hunger took precedence. He was famished. He extended his index finger to poke at a rather peculiar pear. To his surprise, the pear squirmed, chuckled, and suddenly transformed into a doorknob depicted in a painting. Henry was somewhat bewildered. Was there truly anything remarkable about sneaking food from a kitchen? Were there many people around? He rolled his eyes as he watched George forcefully pull open the kitchen door. With a whoosh, a multitude of golden lights converged, nearly blinding Henry, who seemed to hear the sound of water flowing, as if the golden light had transformed into a stream. Before he could fully recover from the dazzling experience and open his eyes, George's voice reached his ears. Hello there. Who is there? Curiosity piqued. Henry squinted as he saw George ascend a couple of steps into the room, then adeptly bend down to converse with someone. Henry felt a bit disoriented. Weren't they there to steal food? Was such a public display truly acceptable? He glanced around to ensure no one was watching, hastily entered the room, and closed the door behind him. To his astonishment, he found himself in a grand chamber with an exceptionally high ceiling, one that could easily connect to the second floor. Directly before him stood a large brick fireplace, nearly half the height of the room, for substantial tables were arranged within, mirroring the layout of the four houses in the Hogwarts Great Hall, as if the entire hall had been meticulously replicated in this space. Torches blazed brightly against the stone walls that surrounded the room, while numerous cabinets below housed a variety of ingredients. In one corner, a collection of gleaming copper pots and pans was stacked high. The golden light earlier must have originated from this very place. George was bent over, conversing with several diminutive creatures, each standing no taller than 2 or 3 feet. At first glance, one might describe them as somewhat unattractive. It was Henry's first encounter with such beings. Even the tomes on magical creatures bore no mention of these oddly shaped entities. They possessed large heads, giving their arms and legs a spindly appearance, almost as if they were merely skin stretched over bones, indicative of malnutrition. Their eyes, larger than tennis balls, sparkled with an almost bulging intensity, while below, their noses were long and thin, reminiscent of pencils. Most striking were their large, bat-like ears which swayed with the movement of their disproportionately large heads. Their skin appeared quite poor, heavily wrinkled. However, Henry noticed that some of the younger or female house elves had smoother skin, while the older ones were more creased. Perhaps they were some form of intelligent creature cared for by Hogwarts. In the realm of magic, anything was possible, Henry mused, until his gaze met that of the little beings, causing both parties to freeze momentarily. Henry could clearly sense that they regarded him as if he were a deity, their adoration palpable yet tempered by restraint, as if they feared being too forward. What was happening here? Hadn't they met before? I don't even know what you call yourselves. As Henry awkwardly diverted his gaze, surveying the surroundings, George finally recalled Henry, who was still lingering behind. Oui. Allow me to introduce you to the house elves, who exclusively serve Hogwarts. We have over 100 elves at Hogwarts, but only these few are on duty tonight. This one here is Zizi. Wait, it's Gigi. All right, I confess, I still haven't memorized all their names, George said, pausing momentarily before continuing. All our meals are prepared by them in the kitchen, and they also tidy our rooms. Thank you, was Henry's immediate response, as it seemed only fitting to express gratitude after being attended to for so long. To his surprise, the house elves appeared to swell with pride, as if liberated from a constraint, dancing around Henry while chattering in an unintelligible language. Sorry, I don't quite understand. But do you have any spare candies? Different kinds each day. If possible, I would love to have some of each. Henry, a bit perplexed, did not hesitate to voice his request. The house elves swiftly dispersed, joyfully dashing to the wall where cabinets and pots were left in delightful disarray. Just as Henry contemplated making a hasty retreat, the elves regrouped, presenting an assortment of candies with eager anticipation. Their devotion to serving Henry seemed to fill them with immense pride. Wow, are all these for me? Henry exclaimed, taken aback by the very candies he had wished for. However, it seemed an overwhelming amount. Are the house elves this enthusiastic? Well then, thank you. Please place them in this pocket, he said, producing a small pouch the size of his palm. Indeed, as they had surmised, Henry had effortlessly mastered the undetectable extension charm. The house elves hurriedly filled the pouch, seemingly anxious that he might refuse their offerings. Hey, I also thank you, George protested from the side, feeling somewhat indignant. He had never received such treatment. Could it be that the elves favored appearances? Henry glanced at George, feeling a bit embarrassed, as he remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. The elves' exuberance was nearly bewildering, leading him to ponder if he had perhaps saved the world in a past life. Noticing George's forlorn expression, the little elf named Gigi seemed to feel a twinge of guilt and discreetly slipped a few candies to him, only to be met with disapproving glares from the other elves, as if she had committed an egregious offense. Attempting to place the candies at the bottom of the pouch, he was astonished to find that his arm reached deep without touching the bottom. Is this the undetectable extension charm? George exclaimed in surprise, his knowledge as the son of a ministry official informing him that such items were strictly regulated, including those imbued with the charm itself. Moreover, the charm was under stringent control, typically inaccessible to the general populace. Chapter 98, The Forbidden Forest Trial. George never anticipated encountering his long-desired item in the hands of a young wizard from the Muggle world. Just imagine the mischief he could carry with such a pouch. This sudden disparity swiftly extricated him from the preferential treatment accorded to the house elves. Indeed, Henry harbored no curiosity regarding how George had come to know of this spell, yet he wished to keep his ability to wield it concealed from others. To this end, he proactively proposed a delightful gift for George and Fred, a small object enhanced with the disillusionment charm, to be presented as this year's Christmas offering. The condition of this exchange was that the information must remain undisclosed to anyone, and they were obliged to assist in maintaining the secrecy. George, akin to a river otter, readily acquiesced. Even without a fee for his silence, he would not have divulged the secret indiscriminately, and he found himself pleasantly surprised by this unexpected turn of events. Henry, too, sighed in relief. At last, the Christmas gifts for the duo were settled. As for next year's offerings, that would be left to the future Henry to ponder. Content and satisfied, George ceased his contemplation. He beckoned the house elves to bring forth some food, as he was ravenous. To his astonishment, the elves glanced at Henry first, only proceeding to fetch a large silver tray filled with an assortment of cakes, cookies, and pies, along with tea, milk, and beverages. Once Henry, with a look of confusion, tentatively nodded. The elves presented the tray before Henry and dispatched one of their number to negotiate with him, assuring that there was ample food available and that they could procure more if needed. With a resigned expression, Henry took a piece of cake, declaring it sufficient, after which they presented the tray to George. George seized the tray and, transforming his sorrow into strength, leaned against the table and devoured the food heartily, simultaneously casting a fierce glare at Henry, as if each bite were a piece of Henry's flesh. After consuming a few morsels, George suddenly recalled something. He had long heard from his father that the orphanage from which Henry hailed was rather lacking in resources. Indeed, children had a penchant for sweets. Henry nodded, intrigued by George's sudden inquiry. Free treats? Henry's eyes sparkled. Is that even possible? He crouched down to inquire of the house elves. Of course, replied one of the leading elves, fidgeting with excitement. The elves swiftly gathered the ingredients, collectively reigniting the fire to commence roasting a turkey. Is there anything else? Perhaps we could have them prepare more? George extended another invitation. Perhaps not. Other foods spoil easily. Well, a touch more of raisin pudding would suffice, and, oh, be sure to include an almond within, but only in one of the puddings, Henry remarked, scratching his cheek. The nearby elf's eyes brightened, and it hurriedly noted this down, summoning the remaining 2 elves to prepare the pudding on the opposite side. Observing their industrious little figures bustling about, George remarked, house elves truly are diligent. If only we had one at home, my mother would not be so burdened. He then leaned in conspiratorially and asked, tell me, Henry, with the elves treating you so well, you wouldn't happen to be the illegitimate offspring of some professor, would you? Rest assured, I am quite tight-lipped. Henry rolled his eyes. The original owner of this body was well aware of how he came into existence, and it was impossible for him to be ignorant of his biological father. He forcefully shoved the untouched cake into George's mouth. Go on, indulge yourself. Is your mouth so insatiable that it cannot be satisfied by such delectable treats? George chuckled awkwardly. Realizing that the mischievous bag he had been longing for had yet to be delivered, he dared not provoke the master further. Soon, the little elves arrived, carrying steaming stuffed turkey and freshly made raisin pudding. As they departed, they enthusiastically stuffed cakes and pies into Henry's pockets. Yet whenever he inquired about their exuberance, they would evade the question or simply flee. He resolved to minimize his visits to the kitchen to avoid disturbing the elves. With the gifts now dispatched, he pondered his next course of action. Gazing at the swirling snow, he stroked his chin in contemplation. Harry and Ron had declared their intention to spend the day playing wizard's chess in the dormitory, with Seamus temporarily lending his pieces to Harry. However, Henry found himself utterly disinterested. Perhaps he could seek a location to conduct that rather perilous experiment? After all, the original owner had consented to assist him in managing his wild persona. The Forbidden Forest would suffice. It was better to remain away from the throngs. After a moment's thought, he turned and descended from the Ollery, casting a necessary disillusionment charm upon himself, and then braving the heavy snowfall as he ventured into the Forbidden Forest. The journey was eerily silent, save for the trail of footprints behind him marking his entry. Soon obscured by the fresh snowfall, erasing all evidence, Henry stepped into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Dense foliage cloaked the sky, plunging the surroundings into darkness. The light filtering through the leaves was diffused by the thick layer of snow on the ground, rendering the environment even gloomier. As he walked, Henry furrowed his brow. His robes frequently snagged on low-hanging branches and thorny vines, and the crunch of snow beneath his feet could easily attract unknown creatures. He paused, brushing off the snow from his garments, then sensed his abundant magical energy. After a moment's consideration, he retrieved a well-used wooden board from a finely crafted pocket. With a simple levitation spell, it rose into the air. Henry adeptly stepped onto it, guiding the board as it glided slowly into the woods, deftly avoiding the protruding branches above, gradually delving deeper. Of course, he would not venture too far. He worried that an error in his experiment might attract fearsome predators, leaving him unable to escape. After all, even the library's tomes contain numerous accounts of the dangers lurking within the Forbidden Forest. In less than a minute of deeper exploration, he stumbled upon a relatively open area surrounded by trees, leaving an ample clearing. This secluded spot, devoid of life, was perfect for his experiment. He brushed aside a spider's web hanging from a tree, landing in the snow. How unfortunate! Henry had not anticipated encountering a web just before his descent. Although it was dry, being ensnared was quite uncomfortable, prompting him to hastily tear away the web and adjust his robes. From the lining of his robe, he produced another small pouch containing a matchstick. Chapter 99, The Experiment in the Forbidden Forest, Part 2. This pouch was also enchanted with the undetectable extension charm. In the depths of his robe, several similar pockets were crafted specifically for this experiment. If one were to consider their circulating value, they might be worth over 100 gold galleons. Although I am impoverished, possessing merely 1.5 galleons, I can still procure materials valued at more than 100 galleons from magical experimentation, which might qualify as a display of wealth, wouldn't it? Alas, such is the capricious nature of mastering this spell. Enough of such thoughts. The more I dwell on them, the the more they weigh heavily upon my heart. Henry cast aside distractions, closed his eyes, and began to mentally rehearse the detailed steps of the spell casting, the escape, and the anticipated effects. Unbeknownst to him, beneath the thick blanket of snow behind him, two peculiar, dark, fuzzy legs emerged from the ground. Then came another pair, and soon four. They pressed against the earth, exerting force in unison, and in an instant, a massive body shook off the snow covering it, clicking its enormous pincers as it lunged toward Henry. It was a spider the size of a wagon. As this spider initiated its surprise attack, others began to emerge from beneath the snow-covered tree trunks and bushes, brandishing their fuzzy long legs as if sprouting from the ground itself, twisting and writhing, evoking a sense of postmodernist eerie and horror. Henry acutely sensed the disturbance behind him. A sudden wave of unease surged within him, a frantic warning from the original inhabitant of this body. His mental rehearsal abruptly halted. Without a second thought, he mimicked Professor Snape, transforming a nearby branch on the ground into a sturdy stone shield to protect himself. The spider's powerful mandibles shattered the shield into gravel, which ultimately reverted to splintered wood, and Henry was nowhere to be found. He had long since vacated the spider's range of attack. Clinging to a wooden board suspended in the air, he appeared somewhat undignified, yet remained unharmed. The thwarted spider let out an enraged hiss, while its companions encircled him, producing a cacophony of clicking sounds. Henry felt a chill as he gazed upon the dense mass of spiders. Once he regained his composure, he was astonished to discern subtle voices hidden within the chaos of noise. Unfortunately, the words were difficult to make out due to the overwhelming clattering of their pincers. It suddenly dawned on him that these spiders seemed to be communicating. Enhanced perception allowed Henry to hear their conversation. Click, click, damn it, you let the prey escape. Click, click, you're no better. If you had emerged sooner. Click, click, it's only been a month without feeding, and you've grown so weak? Henry was taken aback. This was indeed a group of sentient beings. Despite their seemingly lackluster intelligence, their dialogue suggested otherwise. Consequently, the spell needed to repel such intelligent creatures would consume a significant amount of magical energy. After all, such expulsion spells are most effective against ordinary beasts. Rational beings would diminish the spell's efficacy, thus necessitating more magical power to enhance its effect. This could prove counterproductive. Silently, he summoned his magical energy, attempting to slip away amid their chatter. Suddenly, one of the spiders exclaimed, "Click, click, stop talking. The prey is about to flee." A sudden silence enveloped the forest, and the spiders collectively turned their gaze towards Henry, who was poised to flee into the air. Without a word exchanged, they commenced a synchronized assault. Some spiders utilized their pincers to hurl fractured branches, scavenged from the snow, in an attempt to bring Henry down, while others ascended the sturdy trunks nearby, ready to leap at any moment. Despite Henry's efforts to evade their strikes with the board, he unfortunately found himself struck down. Fortunately, he managed to exclaim, "Dampen impact," just before he hit the ground, halting his descent a mere inch from the earth. Yet, he scarcely had time to soothe his aching chest. The nearest spider leapt, aiming directly for him. In a flurry, Henry flipped over, and before he could fully rise, he unleashed a barrage of obstacles that sent the spider flying, then scrambled to his feet, narrowly escaping another spider that sought to ambush him. With a flicker of inspiration, Henry spun in place and chanted, "Flames ablaze." The dry branches, withered in the winter chill, ignited swiftly, encircling him in a protective ring of fire. In the dim light, thick black smoke soon enveloped the clearing, contrasting starkly against the flickering flames. Yet, this was but a temporary reprieve. The spiders had already surrounded him beyond the fiery barrier, occasionally launching themselves into the flames, using the nearby trunks for leverage. Collapse. All petrify. Bind swiftly. All immobilize. Spiders, retreat. Brilliant beams of blue, red, gold, and white erupted from the tip of his wand as Henry spun to deflect the onslaught, managing to control some of the spiders before casting them into the flames to stoke the fire further. Those spiders that were not entirely subdued writhed in agony amidst the flames, emitting a scent reminiscent of roasted meat that pervaded the area. Nevertheless, the assault from the spiders intensified, and Henry noticed more from the distance, awakening and hastening towards him. Individual spells were merely a drop in the bucket against the relentless tide of spiders advancing towards him. Moreover, those controlled but not yet scorched soon regained their wits. Had he unwittingly trespassed into a spider's den? A pang of bitterness surged within Henry. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to disregard the potential dangers lurking in the forbidden forest below. After all, should he fail to overcome this immediate threat, he might never learn what perils awaited him. Channeling every ounce of his magical energy, he bellowed, "Thunderous explosion! Thunderous explosion! Thunderous explosion!" Yet, he quickly realized that such brutal assaults seemed utterly futile. The foul, acrid fluids only invigorated the spiders further. What to do? What to do? Henry, multitasking, continued casting spells while desperately ruminating. Perhaps he should resort to that. Chapter 100, The Forbidden Forest Experiment. That entity was indeed a blight upon nature. Given that they possessed intelligence, perhaps he should attempt to communicate once more. While casting spells to fend off the onslaught, he shouted, "I am a student of Hogwarts, and I shall leave this place at once." Leave? A piercing shriek resonated through the air, causing the spiders to momentarily halt their advance. From the rear of the swarm, a spider, seemingly their leader, emerged slowly. "You have slain so many of our kin and still wish to escape?" Henry attempted to reason with them. However, the foremost spider appeared disinclined to engage in dialogue. It clicked its pincers menacingly, its voice sharp. "You were the ones who disturbed our slumber, and moreover, we are struggling to find sustenance during this harsh winter." Another shrill cry erupted, inciting the spiders to stir once more. Henry's expression darkened. Food? After arduously becoming a wizard, to be regarded as mere prey. Was this not an affront? Very well. If you perceive me as sustenance, I shall test my prowess on you. But should I fail to escape or be discovered later, the consequences would be dire. There was no time to ponder such matters. If he did not act swiftly, he would soon be beyond saving. And, let us not forget, he possessed a secret weapon. He had previously unleashed spells without respite. Now, his magical energy was nearly depleted, his strength exhausted, and a cacophony of negative emotions surged within him, causing his head to throb painfully as if two miniature figures were battling inside. He hastily activated his mental shielding spell, ultimately allowing reason to persuade him to observe the chaotic scene before him, disregarding any subsequent consequences. Flames erupted. Henry unleashed a torrent of fire, repelling the spiders, and then reached into his pocket for a new pouch, having lost the previous one during the initial ambush. He glanced at the relentless spiders attempting to breach the fiery barrier, seemingly intent on tearing him to shreds. He retrieved a match, ignoring the encroaching spiders, resolutely infusing his last vestiges of magic into it. The match levitated in the air, instantaneously becoming unstable, unable to retain its original form, melting and transforming into a mass resembling a glistening slug. The liquid surged erratically in all directions, intermittently flickering with light. Upon witnessing the emergence of this unknown substance, Henry exhaled in relief. This was his final reserve of magic. Should the experiment fail, he would have no choice but to abandon it and flee. Fortunately, it was reminiscent of past experiences, albeit this time without Professor McGonagall to come to his aid. He called out loudly, "Zizi!" With a resounding crack, the house elf Zizi, whom Henry had encountered in the Hogwarts kitchen, appeared beside him, her large, round eyes appearing endearing to him. There was no time for explanation. Henry pointed his wand at the mysterious substance, shoving it into the pocket that had been enchanted with the stretching charm, while continuing to channel his magic. However, he immediately noticed the pouch beginning to distort. This was a conflict of spells. He abruptly hurled the pouch skyward, sending it towards the oncoming swarm of spiders. At that moment, Zizi fortuitously grasped Henry's outstretched arm. Henry heard another explosive crack, and just before plunging into darkness, the last sight that met his eyes was the spider's pincers lunging towards him, its 8 black eyes fixated on him, and the grotesque spines adorning its back, along with the pouch soaring to its zenith, beginning its descent. But he vanished, entering an unknown realm. Whether it was a mere second or a day that passed, with a dizzying swirl, Henry and Gigi found themselves back on their dormitory bed. They had narrowly escaped capture, an exhilarating experience indeed. However, those spiders were surely doomed. Henry's mind was engulfed by these two contrasting thoughts, yet his heart brimmed with delight. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed before him, and the entire dormitory illuminated as if a sun had taken residence within the room. Moments later, a deafening boom echoed from afar. Henry looked up to see billowing smoke rising from the forbidden forest through the dormitory window. The dust from the explosion formed a mushroom cloud ascending into the sky. Danger! His eyes widened in terror as he gazed in that direction, realizing that the impending shockwave would strike them first. After all, they were situated at the highest point. He held Gigi's petite form tightly for what felt like half a minute, yet the anticipated shockwave never arrived. It wasn't until he heard the cries of other young wizards in the neighboring towers, exclaiming about the explosion, that he cautiously peered over the edge of the bed. To his astonishment, he witnessed a wave of dust-laden shockwave collide with the outer side of the castle, only to be repelled, creating ripples in the air. Dots of light sparkled amidst the chaos as the shockwave was successfully thwarted. A colossal, bowl-shaped protective barrier enveloping Hogwarts revealed itself partially. He released a jubilant Gigi and approached the window. From his elevated vantage point, he could see nearly everyone gazing towards the Forbidden Forest, including several upperclassmen. They leaned excitedly or fearfully out from the dormitory, common room, or corridor windows, seemingly hoping for a clearer view of the attacked forest. This was likely the first time in their academic lives that they witnessed an assault on the school. Soon, the remaining areas of the school erupted into commotion. Other young wizards, having heard the noise, donned their robes or casual attire and flocked to the courtyard, most appearing disheveled, with tousled hair. Due to the prohibition of apparition within Hogwarts, the professors could only team up in their robes to venture into the Forbidden Forest for investigation. They hurried along with swift strides. Henry even observed Professor Quirrell stumble in the snow. Gigi nodded repeatedly, finally leaving behind a statement of honor in serving him, sir. With a sudden crack, she vanished from sight. Henry composed himself and cast a final glance at the remnants of his experiment before exiting the dormitory. He aimed to explore the common room for whispers of the unfolding events. This was indeed a monumental disaster. The common room was abuzz with excitement. Ron, rubbing his tear-filled eyes, was surrounded by a circle of people, recounting the sequence of events. As he had been facing the Forbidden Forest during a game of wizard chess, the intense light, even diminished by the protective barrier, had still stung his eyes, yet he persisted in observing everything that transpired. Although he was uncertain of the cause, it did not hinder him from sharing his speculations with others. Chapter 101. Aftermath of the Forbidden Forest Experiment. I firmly believe that it must be the dark wizard attacking the school. The ominous black smoke is a clear indication. Ron, surrounded by his peers, furrowed his brow and solemnly declared, "Do you remember the article published in the Daily Prophet before the term began? The dark wizard even dared to invade Gringotts. But I wager, had Dumbledore not been away, they would never have dared to strike." Ron's remarks ignited considerable turmoil among the young wizards, with increasingly outrageous versions of the story circulating in a short span of time. Some even claimed that remnants of Voldemort's Death Eaters were banding together to retaliate against Dumbledore. Henry felt exceedingly awkward, not anticipating that such a minor action would have such a profound impact. Clearly, panic was spreading. Soon, someone reported the situation to Professor McGonagall, who was overseeing affairs at the school. She promptly arranged for the prefects to notify the young wizards. However, no one paid heed, and the panic only intensified. Such is the nature of rumors. People tend to believe only what they wish to believe. It was not until a sudden pop echoed through the courtyard that Dumbledore's figure appeared, halting the proliferation of conspiracy theories. Upon seeing the headmaster, the young wizards quieted down as if they had found a source of reassurance. Henry, blending into the crowd, subtly scrutinized Dumbledore's expression but discerned nothing amiss. Before long, the great hall doors swung open, and Professor Snape, Flitwick, Quirrell, and Sprout entered, approaching Dumbledore to share the findings of their investigation. Henry listened intently, yet all he could hear was a buzzing sound, as if Dumbledore had cast a silencing charm. Reluctantly, he resorted to indulging in afternoon tea sweets before him, while eavesdropping on the gossip of his classmates. Indeed, as it was still before dinner, Henry could only pacify his hunger with desserts to regain his strength. The events of the afternoon had nearly overwhelmed him, and he needed something to calm his nerves. Once he had partaken of enough treats, the discussion among Dumbledore and the professors came to an end. Rising to his feet, Dumbledore drew the attention of the young wizards who had been focused on him. Silence. Dumbledore's voice resonated through the hall, and the remaining whispering students fell silent. He continued, "Regrettably, the circumstances surrounding the explosion in the Forbidden Forest have yet to be determined. The scene has been thoroughly ravaged. However, we have ascertained that no dark wizards are present in the vicinity, and we will continue to monitor the situation. Please rest assured, the school will ensure your safety. But I must once again emphasize that the forest outside and the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor remain off limits to students. Now, please enjoy your dinner." Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement. As he took his seat, the assortment of desserts on his plate was instantly replaced. A sumptuous array of fragrant steaks, pork chops, roasted beef, fried chicken, fried shrimp, ham, and lamb chops adorned the table, accompanied by an abundance of juices, hearty soups, and milk, far more lavish than usual. Henry had learned a few days prior that this magical exchange occurred once the house elves downstairs had prepared the food and placed it on the 4 large tables below. As the 4 tables were connected to the grand hall, the dishes placed upon the lower tables would magically be transported to their corresponding tables in the grand hall. He marveled at this phenomenon, realizing it was indeed a form of enchantment. However, now his thoughts were tinged with regret. He had nearly reached his limit, only able to watch his peers relish their dinner while he sat idly by, awaiting digestion, contemplating that he might still manage to eat a bit more. After dinner, while everyone was engrossed in strategizing over the pudding and other desserts, Dumbledore stood to announce that due to unforeseen circumstances earlier in the afternoon, it was necessary to advance the curfew for the safety of everyone. Additionally, a professor would be appointed nightly to patrol the premises. This announcement elicited a chorus of lamentations from the young wizards. Yet, Dumbledore paid them no heed, reiterating that a professor would indeed be on patrol every night. Casting a sweeping gaze across the room, particularly lingering on the twin brothers and Henry felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment, while the twins seemed to take pride in their notoriety, smirking at their peers. In the following 2 days, Henry considerably subdued his demeanor, behaving with decorum and even abstaining from visiting the little study. He found himself relegated to sitting beside Harry and Ron, observing them as they played wizard chess. Harry and his companions were thoroughly engrossed in their games, and Henry felt he was growing stagnant, lamenting the time wasted when there were still numerous spells to master in decoding advanced charms. Seated in the most comfortable armchair of the common room, Henry mimicked Harry and Ron, absent-mindedly prodding at all the edible offerings with his fork, such as bread and pastries, while listening to their discussions on how to orchestrate Draco's expulsion, occasionally interjecting his thoughts while simultaneously plotting his own course of action. As he stood to stretch, he suddenly noticed the mischievous twins stealthily slipping out of the common room. Curiosity piqued. He wondered if they feared the consequences of being caught during curfew. After a moment's consideration, he decided to follow them, intrigued to uncover what news the supposedly well-informed brothers might have. He called out to them in the portrait passage, a place unfrequented by others. George and Fred exchanged glances. Fred nodded, and George turned to Henry, beginning to chant in a sing-song manner, "If anyone inquires." "We shall not divulge," Fred continued, "but since it is you, Henry, we may share. The Forbidden Forest is quite terrifying. With a chasm several dozen meters deep, remnants of spiders have melted away. The surrounding trees are charred. That land is lifeless, unless potions can rejuvenate it. No one knows exactly who is responsible, for the magical disturbance has wrought destruction." Chapter 102. Christmas. Old Bat's speculation. Perhaps some wizards are experimenting with spells, but the potency is unusual and warrants extra caution. As for the curfew, it may extend until the holiday's conclusion. The harmonious duet between George and Fred has finally come to an end. Henry stifled the urge to retch, gaining a newfound understanding of the two brothers. Henceforth, they must never be allowed to sing again. Their incessant off-key performance could easily drive anyone to madness. However, he had discerned enough to realize that the intense light, mushroom cloud shockwave, along with the extreme heat and radiation he had previously encountered, were unmistakably the aftereffects of a nuclear explosion. At that moment, he comprehended that his experiment must have been a resounding success. So, did I inadvertently craft a nuclear bomb and successfully delayed its detonation? A chill ran down Henry's spine at the thought, recalling the last incident that nearly endangered everyone. Yet, Professor Snape had claimed that potions could negate radiation. He mentally noted this crucial information. Should an unfortunate mishap arise from his nuclear endeavor that impacted others or a specific location, perhaps he could seek Professor Snape's assistance with a potion for salvation. "Are you not afraid of being caught while you're out?" Henry pondered anew. "Just say it. No singing," he added after a moment's reflection. Fred fervently nodded in agreement and proposed, "How about we team up to prank Professor Quirrell?" Henry rolled his eyes, declaring, "That is not a good idea. He is a bona fide dark wizard, the ruthless kind. Otherwise, do you truly believe you could outwit him? He would have cast the unforgivable curse on you by now. No, the more I think about it, the more anxious I become. For the sake of Madame Malkin and Mr. Arthur, I cannot allow you to engage in such reckless behavior." With a sudden inspiration, he quickly devised a rationale. "Absolutely not. The professors are on high alert at this moment. If they mistake you for dark wizards attacking Hogwarts and apprehend you, losing house points would be the least of your worries. Would you not feel embarrassed? The professors will keep a close watch on you, making it impossible to violate school rules without being detected." After much persuasion, he dissuaded the twins from their reckless scheme, redirecting their focus to a late-night snack in the kitchen instead. Henry sighed in relief. Convincing others to refrain from actions was far more challenging than inciting them to act. Once he had reactivated the disillusionment charm for the brothers, he quietly observed their nearly indistinct silhouettes traversing the corridor. The disillusionment charm is becoming increasingly familiar. Quite commendable. Harry had invited him for a game of wizard's chess, where Ron had consistently triumphed. He too desired to exert some competitive spirit, yet wisely declined. Harry's expression of disappointment was met with Ron's mocking laughter, having already claimed multiple consecutive victories. Since he had confirmed the success of the experiment, he decided to indulge in one more evening of relaxation. However, upon awakening the next morning, he was taken aback to find a multitude of packages piled at the foot of his bed. To his astonishment, he could not recall sending letters to so many individuals. His own collection of parcels was noticeably fewer than Henry's. Imitating Henry, he sat on the floor and reached for a plump paper package adorned with a letter. Starting with the largest, he skimmed through the letter, which was penned by Mr. Arthur. It was the simplest of notes, expressing gratitude from Mr. Arthur's role in ushering him into this enchanting world. The music box was a gift from Grandma, given to him during his recovery from his previous injuries. Although its price remains unknown, it is undoubtedly the finest possession he owns, second only to the golden galleons. Now, its performance appears commendable, as Mr. Arthur seems exceedingly pleased. This is the most wondrous creation I have ever encountered, and it stands as the most cherished gift I have received. This sentiment serves as my heartfelt gratitude towards Henry. Suddenly, an owl's hoot emanated from Harry's direction. Harry, feeling slightly embarrassed, smiled at Henry and, waving his flute, whispered, "Hagrid made it. It's splendid." Henry responded with a kind smile. The essence of a gift lies not in its monetary value, but in the heartfelt effort behind its creation. Does it not? Harry noticed that he too had a large package similar to Henry's, and even Ron possessed one. Curiously, he picked it up and inquired, "Who is this from?" Upon seeing the packages clutched by the two, Ron stammered, "Oh, I think I know who sent them." His cheeks flushed slightly as he continued, "I told my mum you thought you wouldn't receive any gifts, and she must have mailed them before her trip to Romania." Upon hearing this, Henry felt a pang of sympathy for Ron's owl, Errol. What a dedicated creature. Aside from the three of them, they also had to account for Percy and the twins' gifts, totaling 6 large packages. No, today he must learn at least one more spell to honor that effort. Henry tore open the wrapping to reveal a thick, deep blue hand-knit sweater and peered into the opening of the package. Beneath it lay a large box of homemade fudge. "Oh dear," Ron groaned. "Mum knitted you one of our family's signature sweaters. I hope you don't find it ugly." "Nonsense. This is one of the finest gifts I have received." Henry donned the sweater immediately, feeling its warmth envelop him. Harry joyfully pulled out a sweater of his own, vibrant green and fashioned in the same style as Henry's. Mimicking Henry, he put on over his clothes, which delighted Ron immensely. "All right, let us see what else the other packages hold." Henry casually popped a piece of candy into his mouth, set the fudge aside, and continued to unwrap the gifts. Chapter 103, Christmas 2. The remaining packages contained an assortment of candies, chocolates, and sets of clothing, common yet delightful items. Henry even managed to gather a complete set of hat, scarf, and gloves, all in the latest styles. The torn wrapping paper on the floor had nearly formed a small mountain. Regrettably, most of these gifts were anonymous, leaving him without any clues to express his gratitude. However, Henry could make educated guesses about which classmates had given them. Yet, he could not disclose their identities, for they were all rather young. Henry resolved to showcase his new attire once the holidays concluded. He also discovered a large bag of licorice wands from Hermione, previously concealed beneath the other gifts. He retained Hermione's handwritten card and placed the wands alongside the other candies. With only 2 notably small packages remaining before him, Henry was about to reach for one when he suddenly heard Ron gasp in astonishment. As a result, Harry and Ron stood there, wide-eyed, gazing at the ground. There lay a shimmering, silvery mass. Henry felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, not specifically with this object, but rather with the material concealed within the invisibility cloak, one of the legendary Deathly Hallows. It was a feeling as if he had encountered it before. A piece of parchment slipped from the gift box. Harry picked it up and read aloud, "Your father left this for me before he died. It is time to return it to you. Use it wisely. Wishing you a Merry Christmas." He then looked up, puzzled, and inquired, "There's no signature. Who sent this? Did you see anything last night?" Henry, maintaining a neutral expression, shook his head, remaining an uninformed bystander. Ron, returning to normalcy, also shook his head, claiming he had slept soundly. He tossed the Bertie Bott's every flavor beans onto the bed, which he had unwrapped, but now something far more captivating had caught his attention. Leaning closer, he lowered his voice as if to divulge a monumental secret. "I think I know what this is. My dad used to mention it. It must be extraordinarily rare and immensely valuable." "What is it?" Harry asked, reaching out to grasp the liquid. Instantly, as Harry lifted his hand, the liquid elongated and rose until it fully formed as he pulled it apart, feeling quite peculiar to the touch. The original liquid, now suspended in midair, appeared like a gleaming silver fabric. "It's the invisibility cloak," Ron exclaimed, his voice filled with envy and certainty. "I'm sure of it. Come on, try it on." Following Ron's suggestion, Harry draped the cloak over his shoulders. Although Henry had anticipated that Harry would acquire such a remarkable invisibility cloak, he was still astonished by its effect. The moment the fabric enveloped him, only Harry's head remained visible, while the rest of his body vanished completely, as if under the influence of an advanced disillusionment charm. With no hint of his form remaining, it was truly a perfect concealment, unlike the disillusionment charm, which rendered the entire body invisible. This was effective only on the covered parts. If one were to describe it, it would be akin to a spell far more sophisticated than the disillusionment charm he could currently cast. No wonder it was called an invisibility cloak. It was indeed aptly named. "Look, Harry, look down," Ron shouted, his voice brimming with excitement at having guessed correctly. Harry glanced down hurriedly, rushing to the mirror, and upon seeing only his head reflected, appeared utterly astonished. After a moment's thought, he pulled the cloak over his head, thus completely vanishing from view before both Ron and the mirror. "Harry, where are you?" Ron inquired, peering around curiously. Suddenly, a candy was hurled towards Ron, striking him squarely on the forehead. Although it didn't hurt, Ron yelped in surprise. Realizing it was Harry playing a prank, he quickly grabbed a handful of candies, bracing himself for Harry's next move. Sure enough, Harry couldn't resist and flung a pillow from his bed towards Ron. As Ron ducked, a cascade of candies fell from his hands. A sudden cry of pain escaped Harry's lips, accompanied by Ron's triumphant laughter, as the two quickly became embroiled in a playful scuffle. Henry observed the candies and gift boxes swirling around Ron, shaking his head in exasperation before returning to unwrapping the package in his hands. This appeared to be a stack of letters. Who could they be from? As he turned it over, he recognized the name of the W orphanage and immediately realized its significance. He eagerly tore open the envelope, finding several folded letters inside. The first was from Mrs. Cole. She expressed her astonishment and curiosity regarding Henry's peculiar choice to send a package via owl, noting that it was her first experience receiving a parcel from an owl's talons, a truly delightful encounter. Next came a letter from Miss Amy. She expressed her gratitude for the gloves Henry had gifted her, while chiding him for being overly generous. She provided a brief update on the happenings at the orphanage over the past few months, concluding with a reminder for Henry to take good care of himself. Additionally, her envelope contained a generous sum of £10, accompanied by a small note urging Henry not to be too hard on himself. A warm surge of emotion enveloped Henry. He recalled how Miss Amy had once worn a down jacket that was riddled with holes, yet had never replaced it. Now, she had painstakingly exchanged her meager savings for crisp banknotes to give to him. Following this was Dina's letter. As he gazed upon her youthful handwriting, adorned with occasional ink splatters and her peculiar way of connecting letters, particularly the odd pairing of it, Henry envisioned the little girl, her jellyfish green eyes wide with concentration, laboring over the flickering oil lamp. The orphanage had only the dining hall illuminated before Henry's departure, with the dormitories relying on limited oil lamps. She must have been hunched over the table, crafting her letter one letter at a time, scribbling down words she couldn't spell, and when stuck, gnawing on her pencil in contemplation. Ink dripped from the nib, staining her small face, yet she remained blissfully unaware. Upon completing the letter, Henry concluded that Dina's lengthy correspondence contained only a few key sentiments. Firstly, she expressed her displeasure at his prolonged absence, noting that during their time at the orphanage, they had never been apart for more than a day, which left her quite upset. She insisted that only the last batch of butter toffees could soothe her wounded heart. Secondly, she conveyed her affection for Hedwig, although it seemed that Hedwig was disinclined to accept the food she offered, which greatly troubled the young girl. In her letter, she listed all the items she had attempted to feed her: earthworms, small fish, and mice. While these were indeed staples for wild owls, they were hardly suitable for Hedwig. Thirdly, she proudly boasted that she had discovered almonds in the raisin pudding, vowing that this year would surely bring exceptional luck, and inviting Henry to beseech her when he needed fortune. As he read through the remaining letters, savoring each word, a smile spread across Henry's face, increasingly radiant as he absorbed the heartfelt blessings penned by the children. Suddenly, his hair inexplicably began to stand on end. Initially, Henry believed it was merely the wind and shrugged it off, continuing to peruse his letter. However, the sensation intensified, as if something were incessantly teasing him, provoking a relentless itch. This distraction promptly disrupted his focus. He glanced towards the window, which was securely shut, and then surveyed the room, noticing Ron stifling a laugh. which led to a sudden realization. "Stop it, Harry," Henry said with a hint of exasperation. Yet, Harry seemed to revel in the mischief. Henry felt his hair, clothing sleeves, and the hem of his casual attire being tugged intermittently, while his arms and back occasionally received playful jabs, all the while failing to catch sight of Harry. "Harry, if you don't cease, you shall not blame me," he warned. "Oh, come find me if you can." Harry's jubilant voice echoed around him, akin to a 4D surround sound, seemingly darting around Henry. "Well then, don't blame me for being impolite," Henry retorted, eagerly anticipating this challenge. He contemplated testing whether any spell could reveal the presence of Harry's invisibility cloak or temporarily negate its effects, just to be cautious. With a wand securely tied to his arm, he drew it forth and intoned into the air, "Reveal the magic." This incantation was specifically crafted to detect magical objects, proving remarkably effective against those that would otherwise remain hidden. However, despite the successful casting of the spell for several moments, other magical items in the room, such as wands, began to glow. Ron curiously examined his wand, which radiated a blue light, while the wizarding chess pieces by the bed shone with white luminescence. And Harry's wand lay on the bed, emanating a red glow. Yet, around Henry, the anticipated illumination did not materialize, as if the invisibility cloak were not a magical object at all, but rather an ordinary item devoid of any enchantment. This outcome was rather expected for Henry. If it were so easily detectable, the cloak would hardly be described in the fairy tale chronicling the origins of the 3 Deathly Hallows as a wondrous artifact capable of evading the Grim Reaper's pursuit. Contemplating further, he decided to cast a gusting spell, attempting to dislodge Harry's cloak. He believed this would reveal Harry's form. Naturally, he confined the spell's range to avoid the aftermath of tidying up the dormitory. A powerful wind surged around Henry, creating a howling sound. While he remained unaffected, Harry did not reveal himself as expected. "Harry, are you still beside me?" Henry inquired, perplexed, assuming Harry had long since hidden away. In the midst of the tempest, Harry reached out and tugged at the wand Henry held aloft, signaling that he was indeed right beside him. Is that not effective? Or does the wind conjured by magic have no effect on the invisibility cloak? Pondering this uncertainty, he resolved to wait for a stronger gust before attempting again. For now, he decided to give another spell a try. "Harry, stand still," he instructed, canceling the gust spell before pointing his wand and intoning directly towards where he believed Harry stood. "Reveal your true form." The beam of the revealing charm shot towards Harry, only to abruptly vanish without a trace, as though it had never existed. Since the spell had not collided with the wall, but rather dissipated mid-flight, it indicated that it must have struck Harry. Could it be that even the revealing charm is ineffective? Henry mused, deep in thought. Or should it be said that the invisibility cloak, one of the legendary Deathly Hallows, is indeed remarkable? Not quite. Essentially, the so-called Deathly Hallows are merely powerful magical artifacts. As long as something is man-made, it undoubtedly possesses flaws or methods of being unraveled. It is simply that my current understanding of magic is insufficient to decipher it. Henry pondered thoughtfully. This is indeed a subject worthy of exploration, though not at this moment. Very well, I concede. Harry, come forth. He raised his hands, intently gazing at the spot where the spell had dissipated. Indeed, Harry emerged from beneath the invisibility cloak, his face ablaze with excitement. At this moment, Harry also recognized the value and extraordinary nature of this cloak. Even Henry, one of the most formidable individuals he knew, was unable to unravel its secrets. This was a testament to the power of this magical item. Yet he soon found himself entangled in uncertainty. But is this truly my father's? How'd he come by it? Who knows? Henry shrugged. However, since it is now in your possession, make good use of it, right? How do I utilize this invisibility cloak? Harry began to daydream. Moments later, he resolved to venture into the restricted section that night. This marked the first occasion he would be so close to it since learning that Henry had borrowed a forbidden book from there. Ron seized the invisibility cloak from Harry, eager to experience its wonders himself. Meanwhile, Henry temporarily set aside his research on the cloak. After all, there would be ample time in the future, no need to rush. Chapter 105, Christmas 4. This was the most precious item he had acquired since arriving in this world, certainly deserving of careful preservation. He even contemplated whether to open a vault at Gringotts to store these letters, casting protective charms against decay, insects, and moisture before placing them within. Of course, that was a matter for another time. He picked up the final parcel, small and light. Who could have sent this? Before he could unwrap it, he was interrupted once more. "Hey, Merry Christmas!" The dormitory door swung open abruptly, and the mischievous brothers burst in. Ron hastily concealed the invisibility cloak beneath his blankets. If they discovered Harry possessed such a cloak, they would undoubtedly use it for mischief. If it were confiscated by a professor, it would be quite troublesome, for their family could not afford such a loss. The brothers wore blue sweaters adorned with large letters, F and G, corresponding to their initials. They immediately spotted Henry and Harry sitting by the door. Fred exclaimed in delight, "Look, Mum knitted Weasley sweaters for both Henry and Harry." George remarked, "Clearly, theirs fit better. I suspect Mum puts more effort into those who aren't T family." Fred nodded, adding, "And they lack any letters. Perhaps Mum believes they 1T forget their names." "We certainly 1T forget, will we?" George teased with a sly grin, adding that their mother often mixed them up. The two exchanged glances, grinning widely as they high-fived. The trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione regarded the scene as a performance, politely applauding and cheering at its conclusion. The two brothers removed their non-existent hats and bowed graciously. What transpired next? Percy peeked in from outside, a sweater draped over his arm, seemingly in the midst of unwrapping a package. He resided not far away. "Hey, look, another Weasley sweater." Fred was still not finished with his antics. Yet this time, George chose not to indulge him. He urged Percy to don the sweater, and Fred joined in. Percy ambiguously declined, but regardless of his reluctance, the brothers forced the sweater over his head and pushed him out the door. With the sweater obstructing his vision, Percy could only stammer his dissatisfaction. As they departed, Fred reminded Ron to wear his own sweater. "See, these are my brothers," Ron shrugged, hoping they wouldn't mistake him for being equally rude. "I am quite gentle." Harry and Henry burst into laughter simultaneously. After their mirth, Harry resolved to accompany Ron to witness how Percy pursued his brothers. Once they left, Henry shook his head and picked up the last package. The festive red wrapping paper was encircled with emerald green ribbons. Henry easily opened the package, revealing a small golden key and a letter. He weighed the key in his hand, feeling its considerable heft. Perhaps it was indeed made of gold, but what was its purpose? A treasure chest? He scoffed while unfolding the letter, his expression immediately transforming into one of confusion. It contained only a few lines. "Your father requested that this be delivered to you today. Additionally, every Saturday evening, come to my office. I will impart knowledge of potion making to you, as per your father's request." This was Professor Snape? Henry, preoccupied with his thoughts, spent the day playing outside with Harry and the others. Relatives? Friends? Rivals? It seemed the professor was acquainted with the original owner's father. No wonder he had previously shown leniency. Even allowing them to enter the Forbidden Forest together was tacitly permitted. However, in the original owner's memories, his parents were merely muggles. How could Professor Snape, a former Death Eater, know muggle friends? Today was only Wednesday, with 2 or 3 days until Saturday. He yearned to rush to the Potion Master's staff room and inquire directly with Professor Snape for clarity. Yet he understood that Snape would not readily divulge what had transpired in the past. Reluctantly, he departed the dormitory and headed to the Great Hall. The Christmas feast was about to commence, and Professor Snape would likely make an appearance. He could subtly gather information, so he could not afford to be absent. Well, he would treat it as a chance to unwind. Upon entering the Great Hall, Henry inhaled the aroma of roasting meat wafting through the air, likely emanating from the kitchen below, its warmth enveloping him. To his astonishment, he then noticed that, apart from the Christmas decorations arranged by Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, the entire hall had undergone a remarkable transformation. In the center of the hall, the 4 long tables that had accompanied the students since their enrollment were removed, leaving behind a single table that was even larger than before. Henry felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, but he quickly realized that it resembled the layout of the dining hall in the orphanage. However, this table was adorned with pristine white tablecloths, shimmering golden plates, bowls, and a delightful assortment of other luxurious items, a stark contrast to the usual setting. Additionally, large piles of colorful party poppers awaited the young wizards to draw from them. The atmosphere in the hall was lively. Groups of young wizards sat together, mingling freely regardless of their houses, engaging in casual conversation and playful antics. Henry cleverly avoided a few enthusiastic embraces from the young witches and soon found his friends Harry and the others. Harry was wearing a naval captain's hat, cradling several lively little white mice in his arms, while animatedly chatting with Ron. Ron, nodding along, was busy boasting to the twin brothers about the muggle coins he had obtained from Harry that morning, only to have them snatched away shortly after. Henry chuckled as he watched Ron chase after the twins around the dining table, temporarily casting aside his own worries. Yet all he received in return were the twins' mischievous faces. Much to Ron's frustration, sitting beside Harry, Henry's gaze was drawn to the little white mice, unable to look away. He sensed a faint magical aura emanating from them. These were transformed mice, In a flash, Henry recognized the exquisite traces of transfiguration on the little creatures, perfection that seemed to imbue them with the essence of true mice. Regrettably, he had yet to achieve similar success. Observing the mice's innocent, lively eyes and agile movements as they attempted to escape from Henry's grasp, attacking the wand that prodded them, he realized that, in comparison to Professor McGonagall's mastery of transfiguration, he had merely taken his first steps in this field. This realization brought a flush of embarrassment to Henry, who had prided himself on his ability to use transfiguration flexibly in combat. He fell into contemplation, oblivious to the lavish dinner that had materialized on the table. Had it not been for Harry calling him back to reality, urging him to fill his belly, he might have remained lost in thought indefinitely. The table was now adorned with over 100 plump stuffed roast turkeys. Mountains of roasted meats and potatoes piled high every few meters, and golden plates filled with cut sausages and richly stuffed pastries. Bowls brimmed with buttered peas and thick, savory gravy accompanied mashed potatoes. Unbeknownst to him, the colorful party poppers had already been stacked outside the dining table. Once the young wizards had satisfied their appetites, they could continue this enriching activity. Had the feast begun? Or was Professor Snape? Henry casually released the little white mouse, allowing it to escape, knowing it would revert to its original form once its magical energy was depleted. He then grabbed a piece of roast meat, taking hearty bites while scanning the room with curiosity. He was the first to catch sight of Hagrid's imposing figure, which occupied nearly 3 seats. In such a brief span of time, Hagrid had nearly devoured an entire turkey, and it seemed that his goblet had never been filled to the brim. As his face grew increasingly flushed, he noticed Professor McGonagall, adorned with a pointed black top hat, sharing a hearty laugh with Professor Sprout, who sat beside her. At the end of the dining table, he saw several unknown professors, whom he had only encountered during the sorting ceremony, yet had never attended their classes. They appear to be instructors for elective courses, indulging in the feast while engaging in animated conversation. Eventually, he found Professor Snape at a corner of the table. Snape, with his greasy black hair and dark wizarding robes, elegantly sliced into his roasted meat, savoring each bite at a leisurely pace. Henry keenly sensed an undercurrent of barely perceptible sorrow within Snape's calm demeanor, as though, in this jubilant moment, he had finally permitted himself to lower his mental defenses just a fraction. Henry considered approaching to greet him, but was restrained by Harry, who wished to inquire about the whereabouts of his missing white mice. They had vanished during his brief trip to the food table. By the time Henry had finished explaining, he discovered that Professor Snape had already departed. Resigned to his fate, he channeled his frustration into determination, shoveling more mashed potatoes into his mouth. He contemplated that if he did not encounter Professor Snape in the coming days, it would be best to wait until Saturday to inquire. This thought brought him a sense of relief. Following the main course, the Christmas pudding, tinged a vibrant red rather than the traditional raisin variety, was served. However, Percy still managed to bite into a crescent-shaped silver piece, nearly cracking a tooth. It seemed that the tradition of finding metal for good luck had not been lost. Once their appetites were satiated, the young wizards gleefully began to pull firecrackers from the colorful packages. Periodically, thunderous explosions reminiscent of cannon fire echoed through the hall, accompanied by vibrant smoke that transformed the hall into a veritable temple of color. Unable to resist Harry's invitation, Henry joined in and pulled a firecracker. Amidst a cloud of yellow smoke, he found a set of professional potion-making tools, far superior to the second-hand equipment he had previously acquired. This discovery delighted Henry, especially with the potion class beginning this Saturday, and elicited envious glances from Ron, who became even more engrossed in tearing open the firecrackers. He too wished to exchange the potion tools passed down from Bill. Regrettably, it appeared that this batch of firecrackers contained only that singular set of potion-making tools. Until the last firecracker was unwrapped, Ron found no second set of equipment, instead amassing a collection of trinkets, such as candies, non-exploding balloons, Christmas stars, disappearing coins, and various hats, among others. This left Ron feeling quite disappointed. Upon leaving the hall, the three of them found themselves burdened with an array of mostly playful items. Henry hesitated to contribute his own bag, mindful that the undetectable extension charm was a restricted spell not to be carelessly revealed. Apart from Henry's set of equipment, the only other valuable item within was the wizard's chess set that Harry had drawn, which, if lost, would not be greatly mourned. Upon returning to the dormitory, Harry and the Weasley brothers decided to engage in a snowball fight. Meanwhile, Henry resolved to remain in the dormitory to fulfill the promise he made earlier that morning. Reflecting on Errol's hard work, once the others had departed, Henry retrieved the art of spell decoding from his bag and randomly opened a page. To his astonishment, He encountered the formidable spell, All Spells End. He exclaimed in surprise, having not anticipated such a powerful incantation from a mere flip of the page. It seemed quite challenging to master. In essence, it was neither entirely simple nor excessively complex. Similar to the spell Stasis, All Spells End utilized one's own magical energy to amplify and expel the magical forces of others within the same space. As all spells fundamentally rely on the essence of magical power. Consequently, it could be employed to terminate ongoing magical effects. However, the distinction lay in the fact that the expulsion method of stasis was rather crude, often failing to detect cleverly concealed magical energies, thus rendering it effective primarily against lower-level spells, while more sophisticated enchantments could evade its grasp. In contrast, the expulsion method of All Spells End was far more agile and ingenious. Although limited by the individual's magical capacity and unable to breach more intricate and potent spells, it allowed for the collaborative cancellation of powerful enchantments through the collective use of pure magical energy.